Chapter 46. The basic outline of the plan was this: climb 1 floor per day. However, clear each floor twice. The first clear is done quickly for an SS++ rank. No skinning. Instead, on the second clear, they skin the monsters. Slowly, escorting Rajix so he can work comfortably. After exiting, everyone goes out for a cheerful group dinner. That ends the day's schedule. They repeat this up to the 45th floor. After that, they hunt there continuously for a while. Entering the 42nd floor of the Black Tower, Republic of Korea. Long-tailed basilisk. Once again, the mission was to kill 15. Since the plan was to wipe them out quickly in one go, Joo-hyuk looked for an opening to join the fight himself. The moment he casually took out the golden mace of cold twilight and the golden aegis of warm dawn, the blood summoned let out collective sighs. He understood their concern, but a true man inside the tower never backs down. He plastered on a shameless expression. "Young master, please restrain yourself." The long-tailed basilisk had a blade attached to the tip of its tail, making it dangerous to approach from behind. However, Joo-hyuk's shadow walker, shadow steps, had already reached a high level of mastery. Spot. Pop 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 pat. Even the sound of his movement was different now. Dozens of Joo-hyuk's shadows were left scattered across the battlefield, so many that it was impossible to tell which one was his real body. Any tail attack that barely made it through was blocked by the shield. The shadows surrounded the long-tailed basilisk. Meanwhile, the real Joo-hyuk was already standing on top of the monster's head. Might as well open with a finisher. Once used, it could only be activated again after 10 minutes. But judging by the flow, he would only get one kill anyway. Falling thunder flash. The mace came crashing down onto the basilisk's head. Lightning surged from the skill. Freezing power erupted from the weapon. The basilisk's head burned and froze at the same time. Tzzt. Clang. Crunch. Its body twitched a few times, then went completely limp. That satisfying feeling in the hands, something he had not felt in a long time. Notice, you have achieved an SS++ clear on the 42nd floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. A platinum badge has been awarded. It ended instantly. The moment he killed one, it was over. He almost did not even get a single kill. Everyone exited together. After resting briefly at home. Alright. Re-entry. The re-clear was for skinning only. Until Rajix's backpack was completely full. Before, it had held 6 hides along with other materials. But if it was leather only, it should fit 7. The repeat mission began. They killed 14. The backpack was stuffed to the brim with leather. But they deliberately left the final one alive. Rajix, are you ready? Then, let's begin. Gobang locked the long-tailed basilisk's head in a headlock, completely restraining it. Right after, Kosak's sword energy pierced through the monster's eyes, turning its brain to mush. The basilisk went limp. Long-tailed basilisk defeated, 15 out of 15. 42nd floor mission completed. Reward, 4.2 kilograms of mana stones. Rajix now? Hurry. Gobang and Kosak quickly retreated. A ball of fur rolled toward the fallen basilisk's corpse. Slice, snip, shhk. Rajix's blade cut rapidly across the body. He grabbed the jaw. At that very moment. Exiting the Black Tower, Republic of Korea. Joo-hyuk and his party returned to the office cell. They failed to skin it in time. If they had been just 2 seconds faster, it would have worked. He is crying again. Crying again. It is practice. For a first run, you did great. You will do better next time. Joo-hyuk comforted him. Rajix the farmhand was only a bit slow. Do not be sad. I am sorry. I should have moved out of the way faster. Worker Rajix does not cry. Did we lose our country? What cannot be done must be made possible. Only give up when counting cabbages. There was a reason they were practicing even before reaching the 45th floor. The 45th floor boss, the Rainbow Basilisk, only appears after killing all 60 basilisks of every type as the first mission. Once the boss is killed, all missions on the 45th floor are completed. And in that tiny sliver of time between the mission success message and the forced exit, they must skin it and put the hide into the backpack. If they are late, no hide. That is why Rajix was training like his life depended on it. They must skin the Rainbow Basilisk. Just looking at its luster, you could tell how expensive it would be. Twice the value of standard basilisk leather. No, probably 3 times or more. Then the next day, the 43rd floor, Iron Jaw Basilisk. The day after that, the 44th floor. Spike-scaled basilisk. The spikes made it hard to skin and even harder to process. They only did the initial SS++ clear and skipped it. The long-awaited 45th floor. They had finally arrived. Two objectives had to be achieved at the same time. The privilege and the hide of the boss, the rainbow basilisk. Getting the platinum badge was not an issue. They just had to do what they always did. But obtaining the rainbow basilisk's hide, that depended entirely on Rajix. They would challenge it on the first clear, and they would challenge it again on the second. If they succeeded, they would obtain 2 hides today. Rajix had practiced a lot. He would do well. 45th floor mission. Defeat 60 basilisks of any type and 1 rainbow basilisk. Time limit. Within 13 hours. Completion conditions. All types of basilisks 0 out of 60. Rainbow basilisk 0 out of 1. First, the 60 basilisks. Gobang on aggro, Kosak on damage, Gyundale on buffs. Juhyuk did not participate in combat and stayed right beside Rajix. Focus. Extreme focus. The kill count rose rapidly. They needed to save time for the boss, so the fodder had to be cleared as fast as possible. Rajix stared at the battlefield with sharp eyes. He looked fully resolved. In his backpack, he had left space specifically for the boss's full hide. He would skin it within the time limit, strip it clean, and stuff it into the backpack. From afar, tongue flicking, walking on 4 legs, came the multicolored rainbow basilisk. Rajix's round body trembled slightly. Then he slowly began rolling forward. Roll, roll, roll. He stopped occasionally to measure distance. Meanwhile, Gobang and Kosak were locked in a fierce struggle. Killing the boss itself was not difficult, but they were struggling desperately to avoid damaging the hide. Grab it. Darn it, I missed. The skin is too smooth, it slips away. Then grab the jaw. The jaw. Grab the lower and upper jaws, spread them, and stab the throat. Even amid all that, Rajix continued rolling steadily toward the battlefield. Juhyuk followed behind him like an escort. If he stayed too close, he would interfere with the hunt. He kept just enough distance to be able to spring forward instantly. At last, Gobang caught the rainbow basilisk's jaws with both hands. Gobang's forearms and biceps bulged massively. The monster's mouth was forced wide open. Rajix's movement suddenly accelerated. Accelerating while approaching was far faster than starting from a standstill. Kosak charged straight into the rainbow basilisk's open mouth. Half his upper body plunged inside. A dagger loaded with sword energy pierced through the roof of its mouth and straight into the brain. 45th floor mission completed. Rajix accelerated explosively. He shot forward like a bullet. Like a blue hedgehog straight out of a game or anime. In an instant, he reached the rainbow basilisk's corpse. Slice, slash, skrrrch. He cut across the body, shoved his hands into the gaps between flesh and hide, then rolled back while pulling with dazzling speed. Perfect separation of inner flesh and outer hide. The rainbow basilisk's hide fluttered like a flag. At the same time, the full hide was sucked into the backpack. Rajix planted both hands on his waist, wearing a proud expression. Rajix, his form was insane. Juhyuk threw an uppercut into the air and shouted, "Rajix is the best. You did great." Rajix rushed over and jumped into Juhyuk's arms. The other blood summoned rushed over as well, cheering. "That was amazing. Perfect. You did incredibly well. The farmhand among farmhands. Notice, you have achieved an SS++ clear on the 45th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. A platinum badge has been awarded. You may now challenge the 46th floor. Exiting the Black Tower, Republic of Korea. It was a huge success. They skinned the rainbow basilisk on the very first clear. All thanks to Rajix. Oh, you are just too adorable. Let us work hard just one more time, Rajix. They entered the re-clear. The second run was easy. No, everything would be easy from now on. Because it was repeat farming. No more racing against time. They finished the repeat clear and skinned another rainbow hide. Now it was time to check the privilege. The moment Juhyuk checked the 45 platinum badges in his inventory, a message appeared. Should we do it tomorrow? That would also be fine. Would not tomorrow be too late? It is probably better to check right away. That would also be fine. No, maybe we should perform a ritual first. That would also be fine. Juhyuk shot Kosak a sharp glare. Kosak flinched and quickly averted his eyes. He knew how nerve-wracking this was. Yet, his reactions were terrible. Summoner Bong. Even if it is not what you hoped for, what of it? It may instead become a blessing, allowing you to achieve great fortune at the 50th floor privilege. As expected of Gyundale, she showed textbook perfect reactions. If something good came out, that was good. If something bad came out, it meant better luck next time, also good. Summoner, I do not care what it is. Ju Hyuk opened his inventory. The radiant glow of 45 platinum badges filled his vision. Privilege granted for accumulating 45 platinum badges. Do not tell me it is another random box or roulette. Just give it outright. Do not mess with my nerves. Privilege. 1 multinational tower access ticket, single use, has been added to your inventory. Did something good come out? Do not tell me it is trade enhancement. What the hell is this now? The multinational tower access ticket allows entry into any tower regardless of nationality. However, entry into floors exceeding your own level is not permitted. He got a ticket this useless. What was he supposed to do with it? He would rather have gotten mana stones. He was not even hoping for trade enhancement. If only a rune for upgrading blood summoned ranks had dropped, that would have been amazing. Huh. He really wanted to see SRR Rajix. Maybe he should have held a ritual before doing this. Next time, for the 50th floor privilege, we must do a ritual first. Why yes, I understand. I got bad luck this time. So next time it is guaranteed to be good, right? I believe it will go exactly as you wish, young master. I shall prepare with utmost care. Do not be disappointed. When the clunker leaves, the Benz arrives. There are plenty of chances ahead. No reason to be down. Let us have a get-together. A feast. Shall we go outside and buy food? No, delivery. Grab beers from the fridge too. Cossack scratched his head. Alcohol while on duty is absolute obedience. I will have 1 can. Let us have 2. They ordered chicken, pizza, hot dogs, tteokbokki, hot dogs again, jokbal, organic carrots, and paprika too. They had a great time. Though because of noise complaints, they could not exactly laugh out loud. Ju Hyuk waited alone in the office cell for someone to arrive. His inventory was packed to the absolute limit with basilisk hides. 28 regular basilisk hides, and 2 rainbow basilisk hides. The doorbell rang. Ju Hyuk opened the door. Congratulations on your SS++ clear of the 45th floor, Player Bong. Welcome, Vice Commissioner Jun. Every time, you start by congratulating me. Ha ha ha, of course I do. There was one more person with Jun Guang-il. It has been a while, Player Bong Ju Hyuk. Congratulations to you as well. Ah yes, welcome. Manager Lee Min-ah. Lee Min-ah, an administration employee and a player herself. He had called them over to hand off the accumulated leather stock. Ju Hyuk took out the full hides one by one from his inventory. Massive full hides slid out of thin air. Wow, there is long-tailed too. And this one is Iron Jaw. As Ju Hyuk took them out, Lee Min-ah stored them into her own inventory. Manager Lee Min-ah was a talented player who worked at the administration while clearing up to the 59th floor and currently challenging the 60th. When she had first met Ju Hyuk, she was on the 55th floor. She had cleared 4 more floors in the meantime. That was why her inventory space was larger than Ju Hyuk's. 28 hides. That is an insane amount. How did you even? No, there are 2 more. Finally, a silvery hide emerged from the inventory. My goodness. Exclamations burst out. As the hide unfolded, dazzling 7-colored lights spilled forth like a rainbow. Manager Lee Min-ah was left speechless. Jun Guang-il was the same. Is this really something I am seeing with my own eyes? A rainbow basilisk. Yes, please sell this one too. Honestly, it was surreal. Who would have thought they would ever see a full hide of a 45th floor boss rainbow basilisk in the real world? Then again, by that logic, even regular basilisk full hides were unbelievable. But Manager Lee Min-ah gazed at the rainbow hide with rapturous eyes. It was stunningly beautiful. Crocodile leather was practically trash in comparison. If she just cut off a tiny piece and made a wallet, that would be incredible. What if this were released onto the civilian market? Say, turned into a leather coat? It would be beautiful, but more importantly, functional. It would be bulletproof armor in and of itself. Even bullets would not pierce it. She could not even begin to imagine what price it would fetch. Chapter 47. Go Yun-ha, CEO of HG Fashion, arrived at the Awaken Management Agency right on time for the meeting. Wearing a temporary visitor's pass around her neck, she followed an employee's guidance into the main conference room. Should I go in or not? Inside the conference room were two people. Including herself, that made three. Judging by their name tags, one was from Ilsung Apparel, the other from Daehyun Trading. They were not the presidents or CEOs. If they were, she would have recognized them at a glance. They were probably executives, directors, or something similar. That meant she was the only CEO present. Did I come for nothing? This was awkward. She looked a little ridiculous. As Go Yun-ha entered, the two men stood up halfway and greeted her. CEO, and nice to meet you. I am Kim Suk-jin, Executive Director of Ilsung Apparel. Yes, I am Go Yun-ha. Is CEO Jung busy today? He is currently in New York to attend a fashion show. One was overseas. Well, fashion shows were important. Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Yang Se-jun, Managing Director of Daehyun Trading. Yes, Director Yang. I am Go Yun-ha. She did not ask where the president of Daehyun Trading was. That man was always busy too. Usually traveling for leisure, but still. In the end, the most free person here was her. A fashion company CEO with such a loose schedule that she could show up immediately whenever a government office called. An executive director and a managing director, at least the lineup was not completely lacking. Even if they were not final decision makers, they were high enough up to report immediately to their presidents in case of an emergency. The atmosphere grew stiff. No one spoke first. Should I make up an excuse and leave? All kinds of thoughts crossed her mind. And then, right at that moment, the conference room door opened as someone entered. Sorry I am late. The deputy commissioner himself came. Everyone sprang to their feet and bowed deeply. Go Yun-ha did the same, bowing politely. You could not afford to treat a civil servant lightly. This was Jun Gwang-il, the power behind the Awaken Management Agency. The man who devised the elite team player project and elevated South Korea into a leading nation in tower conquest strategy. As a result, Korea's highest cleared floor count had matched that of the United States. Nam-gun, who appeared to fill the void left by the naturalized Yoo Chul-min, had established herself as a star player. And that was not all. There were rumors that he was the one who had secured the Holy Sword. Some even speculated that he knew Korea's SS++ rank record holder personally. He was almost guaranteed to become the next commissioner, powerful enough to rival conglomerate chairman. No, he was probably even harder to meet than one. For someone like Jun Gwang-il, the new deputy commissioner, to personally appear in the conference room, this alone made attending worthwhile. Maybe it really was a good idea to come. At that moment, Jun Gwang-il looked troubled. I am afraid I need to apologize. I believe we will have to meet with the representatives from Ilsung Apparel and Daehyun Trading another time. Kim Suk-jin and Yang Se-jun looked bewildered. What do you mean? When I sent out the official notice, I specifically requested that the CEOs attend. There was a reason for that. There is no problem. I can contact our president in real time from here. Same for me. The president told me to call him immediately if anything came up. Jun Gwang-il sighed, looking regretful. I truly apologize. This is an internal policy decision. With all due respect, I will be speaking only with CEO Go Yun-ha. Then, his tone was polite, but his words were firm. Left with no choice, Kim Suk-jin and Yang Se-jun gathered their belongings and left the room. And just like that, only the two of them remained. Go Yun-ha smiled brightly. Did I just get lucky, Deputy Commissioner? I cannot give you a definite answer yet. I hope it is good luck. I did prepare something. Go Yun-ha took a document folder out of her bag and handed it to Jun Gwang-il. Inside were design drafts. There were photos as well. A model inspired by player Nam-gun, wearing leather armor branded Wildflower and holding the Holy Sword. There were both female and male models. Of course, the armor and the Holy Sword were replicas. What do you think? Our lead designer spent several days pouring effort into these designs. Please take a look. It was rather sudden, shoving design drafts at him out of nowhere. But they were quite beautiful. Armor made like this would probably sell very well in player shops. I will review them. And CEO Go, if you do not mind, would you come somewhere with me? The two exited the agency building together. They walked toward a secluded area behind the building. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A steel door guarded by heavily armed police officers. The Tower Materials Warehouse. It is where we store material items purchased from players. At Jun Guangil's signal, one of the guards brought over 2 thick, long, padded coats. Please put these on. We are running cooling systems, so it will be very cold. The steel door opened, and the two entered. They could not see an inch ahead. And just as promised, it was freezing cold. What if she had not worn the padding? I will turn on the lights. Please do not be startled. The lights came on. Her eyes stung slightly. She closed them briefly, then opened them again. Black, monster-like things covered the floor. Monsters? Monsters, monsters. Go Yunha screamed and stumbled backward. Please calm down, CEO. That is all leather. Whole hides, look closely. W what? L leather? F from animals. Lizards? Crocodiles. Similar. Except for the fact that they came from the tower. What did that mean? This one is an iron-armored basilisk. This is an iron-jawed basilisk. And over there, a long-tailed basilisk as well. To be honest, Go Yunha did not really know what kinds of monsters appeared in the tower. However, she knew the names wyvern and basilisk very well. Wyvern leather, regarded as the finest of all. Basilisk leather, ranked just below it, but said to rival wyvern leather in certain aspects. But why was this here? It felt like a prop made for a monster movie shoot. Is this real basilisk leather? Yes. We have secured a total of 36 hides. What you are seeing here are 34 of them. There was no way a man of deputy commissioner rank would go through all this just to scare her. Only then did Go Yunha muster the courage to inch closer. They were definitely whole hides. Even the head skins had been peeled off intact. We plan to supply these to the private sector, not just for armor. These can be used in everyday products as well. As supply? Are you saying tower materials will be allowed for private companies? And the recipient is HG Fashion? As you have already realized, tower materials, monster leather, were extremely expensive and rare, which meant their limitations were obvious. That was precisely why they had never been commercialized. What about volume? If this is all there is, mass production could be difficult. We can provide a steady, continuous supply. Pricing will have to be negotiated, of course. It may circulate at levels comparable to crocodile leather. A continuous supply? Like crocodile leather? If those hides were processed properly and turned into bags or wallets, clothes, shoes, hats, gloves, keychains, phone cases, there was nothing they could not make. They could use pure leather or mix it with other materials and stamp it with the Wildflower brand. Just imagining it sent shivers through her body. Once again, she realized she had truly made the right decision to come. If she had sent a representative like Il-sung or Dae Hyun, she might have regretted it for the rest of her life. No, she needed to take a closer look. Go Yunha stepped right up to the hides. Then she noticed strange patterns unlike anything seen in ordinary wild animals. Even compared to top-grade crocodile leather, the texture itself was completely different. Far more beautiful, luxurious, and unique, on an entirely different level. The colors came in 3 types: black, dark brown, and deep gray. Her mind began spinning rapidly. If Jun Guangil was right, commercialization was possible. Then, suddenly, a thought struck her. Deputy Commissioner, you said you secured a total of 36 hides, correct? And there are only 34 in this space. Then where are the remaining 2? Jun Guangil grinned. Please follow me. He led her to a section across a single wall. And the moment they turned the corner, Go Yunha came to a dead stop. There were 2 hides, silver-based leather emitting a spectrum of colors. Brilliant, yet not excessive. Neither cheap nor vulgar. The colors seemed almost alive, fading, deepening, swirling together like iridescent paints floating on water. They never fully mixed, yet harmonized, merged, separated, and recombined in endless motion. This is really L leather? Rainbow basilisk. I guarantee you, even wyvern leather cannot compare to this. Is this leather also as supplied to the private sector? Of course. It is not very suitable for armor. Too flashy, you see. If this were released onto the market, it would shake the global fashion industry to its core. Was she getting too excited? She forced herself to calm down. Since I am the only one who attended the CEOS meeting, that means HG Fashion has priority purchase rights, correct? That would be the case, at least for the first batch. I would like the second batch as well. That cannot be decided just yet, but there is a condition. Until HG Fashion commercializes this leather, please keep it confidential as much as possible. I know it will not be easy. I will do my best. Commercializing the leather would take quite some time. Existing leatherworking tools could not process it. They would first need tools infused with tower metals. Craftsmen would need training, and once that happened, many would inevitably learn of the leather's existence. Well, non-disclosure agreements could be drafted. Then there is just one thing left. What price are you planning to supply it at? At her question, Jun Guangil sighed. Phew, that is the hardest issue. This is the leather players usually receive as tower conquest rewards. He showed her a piece of leather about the size of a cushion. This is basilisk leather as well. That is right. But you can see the difference, yes? The patterns were muddled, and the sheen slightly faded. We purchased these at 10 million won per piece. We make armor with them and sell it to players at cost. Goyenha nodded. Even that kind of leather was rare and almost impossible to obtain on the civilian market. Players themselves barely had enough. So we will need some assistance from you. Your company has leather experts and craftsmen, does it not? Jun Guangil handed her 2 envelopes. One contained a sheet-sized piece of ordinary basilisk leather. The other held a half banknote-sized piece of rainbow basilisk leather. These are samples. Discuss with your experts and determine the value of this leather. She understood immediately. Not the seller setting the price, but the buyer. And if I lowball it? Well, then we would have to consult somewhere else. Goyenha smiled brightly. Do not worry. I have no intention of undervaluing this leather. If anything, I would rather price it higher. Short-term profit was not the issue. She had to think long-term. I will consult with our experts. And do not worry about confidentiality. It will not leak. I will trust you. Jun Guangil was curious as well. If released to the civilian market, just how valuable would this leather become? Late in the evening. Cheongdam Ark Hill Apartments, Seoul. Ju Hyuk stood in front of the penthouse exclusive elevator with a building staff member. The property registration transfer had been completed. The owner of Ark Hill Apartments was now Bong Ju Hyuk. The reason he came today was simple, to spend a night here to commemorate the apartment becoming his. Security was indeed tight. To use the private elevator, you will need to pass through this door with your card key. You also need the card key to press the buttons. Without it, the door will not even open. What if I lose it? Report it to the management office. The lost key will be deactivated, and a new one will be issued. Ju Hyuk rode up the elevator with the staff member. When the doors opened, a space came into view. Luxurious-looking tiles on the floor, brilliant lighting, and a massive front door. This is the entrance. You will also need the card key to enter. The moment he stepped out, he was already at his front door. There is a guidebook on the living room table, so please refer to it. If you have any questions, feel free to call us anytime. Then I will be on my way. Enjoy your time. Yes, thank you. Ju Hyuk opened the door with the card key and stepped inside. As he moved forward cautiously, an exclamation burst out of him. Magnificent was the perfect word for this place. From what he had heard from Jun Guangil, the penthouse interior had been completely redone. Tiles, wallpaper, kitchen sink, bathroom, bathtub, toilet, wash basin, built-in furniture. Anything that might have still borne Yu Chulmin's touch had been torn out entirely. At this point, Ju Hyuk summoned all of the blood summons to their designated positions. Lo, I, the blood summoner's right hand and most trusted retainer. Huh. Where is this? Kosak had been here once before. It is our new home. What do you think? Gobang, Gyundale, and Rajix all stared around with wide eyes. Ah, how luxurious. No wonder it was expensive. It is wide and tall. Comfortable. Oh, it is amazing. Ju Hyuk flipped the switches and turned on all the interior lights. All right, feel free to look around. The blood summons scattered in all directions. Look at the bathroom. You could sleep in there. The toilet is a work of art. Taking a dump here would feel sinful. Oh, there is even a small sitting room attached to the bedroom. The ceiling is high. My head will not hit it. The TV was so large it felt like being in a movie theater. The appliances also looked brand new. Everyone was too busy touching and inspecting things to slow down. They opened all 3 refrigerators, admired the top-of-the-line kitchen sink, turned the chandelier lights on and off. And then, at that moment, no one knew who triggered it, but, with a soft mechanical sound, the living room curtains opened on their own. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction. Through the massive panoramic window, Seoul's night view spread out before them. Ju Hyuk slowly walked closer. The Han River flowing calmly below. Lines of car lights streaming along the roads beside it. Tall and small buildings alike, lit floor by floor. Why was a man-made landscape like this so beautiful? He could not tear his eyes away. It is beautiful. Kosak and Gobang stepped closer to the window as well, gazing at the view outside. This world must never be destroyed. We will not allow it. The warrior will protect it. The summoner as well. This young maiden shall offer her very body if needed. They stood there for quite some time. No matter how long they looked, it did not get old. But then, what was Rajix doing? Ju Hyuk turned his head and looked behind him. Rajix was standing stock still, confronting something. His whole body was trembling as if he were furious. Even the hat on his head was wobbling. Why did even his angry look so cute? Were. It was a robot vacuum cleaner. No one knew when it had started running, but Rajix was blocking its path. Blocking it did not help. With its AI navigation, the robot vacuum dodged around him and continued cleaning the floor. A mechanical servant. It seems our chief servant feels a sense of rivalry toward the mechanical servant. That certainly seemed to be the case. Each time the robot vacuum sucked up dust, Rajix stomped his feet and shook with anger. Laundry and dishes might be handled by the washing machine and dishwasher, but household cleaning had always been Rajix's job. To him, that robot vacuum must have felt like a serious threat. What if it took his job? Ju Hyuk understood. Kosak had been the same way. He too had once trembled in fear at the thought of losing his position. We cannot let anything threaten our Rajix. Ju Hyuk leaned over and whispered into Gobang's ear. He strode up to the robot vacuum, grabbed it with both hands, and crushed it on the spot. Rajix's face lit up brightly. Then, from somewhere, he brought out a broom and dustpan and swept up the remains of the broken robot vacuum. The mechanical servant was gone. In this house, there was only one servant. Rajix wore an extremely satisfied expression. Chapter 48. After executing the electronic servant, Rajix began sweeping and cleaning the spacious house as if he were a fish back in water, with the determination to allow not a single speck of dust. The top-floor penthouse of the apartment even had a small garden that used the rooftop. Before long, he went out to the garden as well, snipping branches cleanly with the gardening shears he had taken from his backpack and tidying everything up neatly. Watching the scene with satisfaction was Gyundale. His status has risen, so he must be that happy. Pardon? Status rising. He has become a servant of a great noble house now. Among all servants, is not that the ultimate dream? This girl is pleased as well. Well, compared to an office-style, a penthouse really was a great noble house. He himself, in the past, had desperately wanted to become a servant of a major corporation. No, a great noble house. I thought you meant my rank went up. From R to SR. You cannot judge a servant by such trivial ranks. Just look at that double SR Kosak and Gobang, will you? Turning his eyes, Gobang was in the kitchen, apparently fascinated by the faucet that produced water automatically when you put your hand near it. He kept putting his hand in and pulling it out. Kosak was sprawled diagonally across a wide, high-end sofa, propping his arm up. With the remote, he was flipping through TV channels from 0 to 999 at lightning speed, yawning loudly. Then he made eye contact with Ju Hyuk. No team dinner today? Oh dear. TSK tisk TSK. Look, young master. Of what use is double SR really? He does not even know the proper duty of a servant. Kosak seemed to have adapted to the new house quickly. Of course we should have a team dinner. He, as expected of Summoner Bong. Should we order delivery? Hey, can we really order delivery on a day like this? We should go with room service. He already had it all planned out. The concierge service unique to luxury apartments. The basic maintenance fee alone was 3 million won. Places like this had their own in-house dining system and even provided breakfast service in the mornings. Naturally, room service was available too. From now on, team dinners are room service only. Yahoo Summoner Bong is the best. Ju Hyuk opened the service guidebook placed on the living room table. When he looked at the room service menu, he was left speechless. What kind of menu is this? The prices were outrageous. An organic vegetable salad, 30,000 won per plate. Pasta, 60,000 won per plate. Tenderloin steak, 150,000 won per plate. Even a single boiled egg cost 15,000 won. What? Did a phoenix lay these eggs? Gobang alone would eat 300 eggs. And he could easily polish off 100 plates of steak. And no particular menu really catches my eye. And the food does not even look that good. Ju Hyuk closed the service guidebook. Oh, then we should not order it. Food is very important. There is even a saying that the Black Tower, too, is best tackled after a meal. This time, Kosak is correct. A servant works best when he eats well. I will eat anything. Cheap and filling. Let us order delivery. It will taste way better. Anyway, this place has everything. You could move in immediately. The apartment price was roughly 15 billion won, including acquisition tax and 1 year of maintenance fees. When he asked why it was so cheap, he was told it was not the actual transaction price, but the officially assessed value. Since the official price was set by the state, they had no choice but to sell it at that price. He knew it was all just excuses, but still, this much he could let slide. In any case, there was no need to drag things out. Tomorrow, he would immediately vacate the office-style. At the same time, he would diligently skin the basilisk as well. He did not know how much the leather would sell for, but he needed to secure inventory so he could hand it over immediately when it was needed. And starting the day after the move, Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings proceeded with repeated clears of the 45th floor. HG Fashion's Go Yun-ha visited the Awakened Management Administration. It had been 3 days since she received the proposal to supply basilisk leather. Excuse me, Deputy Director. Welcome, CEO Go Yun-ha. They exchanged greetings and, so, have you reached a conclusion regarding the value assessment of the leather? For evaluation, Go Yun-ha had taken leather samples and even photographs of the basilisk 3 days earlier. I will be honest with you. We have not found an answer either. I suppose valuing it is difficult. However, we do have a proposal to make, and it requires some prior explanation. What kind of proposal could it be? For example, when it comes to crocodile leather, it usually takes about 3 hides to produce a single high-end bag. Just for one bag. That is right. When processing crocodile leather, all the parts that cannot be used as products are cut away. There are differences in quality, and above all, patterns and textures are crucial. I see what you mean. Of course, a basilisk is several times larger than a crocodile, and its entire body is alive with patterns and textures, so there will not be nearly as much waste. How could a crocodile even be compared to a basilisk? We plan to create products in 3 lines using this leather. A mid to low priced line that is easy for people to access, a high quality line that requires serious resolve to open one's wallet, and a high-end luxury line that not just anyone can afford. So the leather quality will differ for each. Yes, the high-end luxury line will incorporate rainbow basilisk leather. Go Yun-ha lifted the teacup in front of her, wet her throat, and continued speaking. So here's what we came up with. Instead of us paying money to buy the raw materials, how about we split the final product sales profits at a reasonable ratio? That was a good idea. After all, they were in a situation where it was difficult to assess the leather's value in the first place. Splitting the final profits might actually be the simplest and most rational solution. Go Yun-ha briefed Jun Guang-il on her proposal. Accept what should be accepted, revise what needed fixing, and then they reached a conclusion. First, establish a new corporation and a new brand. The brand name, Wildflower and Basilisk. From the total revenue of Wildflower and Basilisk products, deduct everything. The cost of processing the leather, the cost of manufacturing products from it, labor costs, distribution costs, facility costs, marketing expenses, all of it. Then the production cost settlement would be audited by the administration. What remained would be the net profit after taxes. How about the administration taking 80% of the final net profit? 80%. HG Fashion would take 20%. Let us make it 95%. It is profit sharing, not revenue sharing. 5% is a bit. You will be selling other things too. And the brand value of Wildflower will rise as well. We still need something left over to invest in facilities. Jun Guang-il casually tossed out a word. Wildflower and WY. What was he talking about? What do you think the WY stands for? It might not be Wildflower and WY, but Ilsung and WY, or Daehyun and WY instead. Why you mean wyvern leather is possible too? It is absolutely possible. When wyvern leather comes in later, we can renegotiate the profit-sharing ratio of Wildflower and Basilisk. Go Yun-ha replied instantly. Yes, We will take 5%. If you hesitated over something like this, you would be a fool. Besides, Il-sung and W.Y., Dae-hyun and W.Y. Just imagining it was horrifying. Jun Gwang-il was satisfied as well. If the net profit was 1 million won, the administration, no, player Bong, would receive 950,000 won as the leather price, and HG Fashion would take 50,000 won. HG Fashion would not have major complaints either. It was profit sharing, after all. They would develop items and sell them together. For example, bundling clothes that matched a basilisk leather bag. They would do their best to maximize profits. And on top of that, he had thrown them the bait called Wildflower and W.Y. Is there anything else I can help you with? There is one thing. Please, go ahead. We processed the sample leather you gave us through chemical treatment. It took some time, but as a material for products, it was more than sufficient. That is good news. But cutting and crafting it is extremely difficult. Even an A4-sized piece does not cut well with ordinary tools. So we need tools mixed with tower metal. A lot of them. Just as rare as the leather itself. Possibly even rarer. Players occasionally obtained it in ingot form as tower rewards. But honestly, even that was not enough to make weapons. Understood. I will inquire at a workshop. And we will draft the contract after receiving final approval from the director. Now all that was left was to make products and sell them. The only downside was that money would not come in right away. Permission was required. He told Go Yun-ha it was the director's approval, but in truth, it was someone else's. For 4 days straight, they cleared only the 45th floor. 2 tower entries per day. It sounded exhausting and time-consuming, but it really was not. First of all, there was no need to worry about a SS++ clear. They had already done that. This was just repeated farming. The amount of leather they could take in one run was 6 regular hides and 1 boss hide, 7 total. Twice a day made 14. Every 2 days, assistant manager Lee Min-ah would come and collect 28 hides into her inventory, and that was it. Not hard at all. If there was one truly difficult part in the process, it was meeting assistant manager Lee Min-ah. She talked so much it nearly killed him trying to respond. Anyway, after finishing a run and resting at home, Ju Hyuk received a call from Jun Gwang-il. It was about the leather supply contract. Huh? I get 95%? Did they call me a thief or anything? They accepted it gladly on their end. Was the HG Fashion CEO a pushover? Well, I have no complaints. I am actually grateful. All I have to do is supply the leather. Sell leather products and split the profits. 95% of the net profit. It was money earned while practically lounging around. Understood. Then we will proceed with drafting the contract with HG Fashion. Just so you know, player Bong Ju-hyuk's name will not appear. Officially, it is a contract between the administration and HG Fashion. That sounds perfect. And do not forget, each time you collect the leather, take 1 hide as the administration's share. Thank you very much. There is something else I need to mention. We would like you to stop collecting leather for the time being. Stop skinning leather? Let me explain. First, Jun Gwang-il gave 2 reasons for asking them to stop leather collection. The leather processing facilities were not yet fully equipped. As a result, they could not handle any of the incoming volume at all. If too much leather piled up, its value would inevitably drop. It was better to supply it as if it were always just slightly insufficient. There was no point in continuing to collect leather when it could not be processed or converted to cash. Doing so would only lower its value. After gathering the summoned beings and relaying the contents of the call with Jun Gwang-il, I knew this would happen. Thanks to that, only our Rajik's laborer suffered. How frustrating young master must feel. This girl can only sympathize. As she spoke, Gyun-dale shot a glare at Kosak. You want money pouring straight into the account? I want that desperately too. But the money is tied up now. There is no telling when it will be liquidated. How do you plan to take responsibility? All that effort went to waste. We should have just mined magic stones and sold them. You were so confident during the briefing, yet you do not even know how production, distribution, and sales actually work. Kosak's face turned beet red. He kept glancing at Ju Hyuk, silently begging for help. After all, he was the one who had approved the briefing. To be fair, he had not done anything terribly wrong. It just means the money will come in late. If you wait, it will come eventually. It is just that Gyun-dale, who was always on the lookout for Kosak's mistakes, saw her chance and went for his throat. Still, Seeing the desperate look in Kosak's eyes as he was clearly cornered, how could you ignore that? All right. It is over, so let us drop it. While we are at it, how about we make a run up to the 50th floor? Starting tomorrow, let us begin the 46th floor conquest. Why, yes, sir. I agree, sir. Kosak replied as if he had been waiting for it. Do not worry, sir. I, Susul, Lord Summoner Bong's right-hand man, his loyal retainer Kosak, will finish it cleanly at SS++ rank. Sounds good. That is reassuring. Tomorrow, we start the 46th floor conquest. However, the 50th floor we will do only after the random summon cooldown resets. As if something had just occurred to him, Kosak raised his hand and asked, should we do a briefing? Gyundale and Gobang also voiced their agreement. Truly, young master, your wisdom is unmatched. This humble girl also agrees. The warrior agrees as well. If you give the order, I will do it, no questions asked. Rajix shot his hand up as well. Yes, Rajix the laborer. Go ahead. Peel scorpion exoskeleton? Well, what should we do? Exoskeletons need processing anyway. Still, we could take a few as samples. Just peel 1 or 2. We do not need many. And so, the ascent into the unconquered upper floors was decided on the spot. Entering the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea, 46th floor. Floors 46 through 50 were the giant scorpion zone. In other words, the scorpion floors. Each floor featured scorpions with different attributes. The environment, however, was exactly the same. Bald mountains without a single blade of grass here and there, flatlands that were nothing but desert, and massive, house-sized rocks scattered throughout. What kind of scorpions would appear? Poison was a default feature, and depending on the type of poison, their attribute was determined. Neurotoxin, hemorrhagic toxin, hallucinogenic toxin, acidic toxin, and a king that possessed all of them. This was the section where healing potions were consumed the most. How many potions you had stockpiled would determine success or failure. 46th floor mission. Defeat 15 paralyzing scorpions. Time limit, 13 hours. Failure conditions, death or mission abandonment. Their tails were poisonous. Their pincers were poisonous too. They even spat poison-mixed saliva from their mouths. These scorpion bastards spit poison. If you get hit, you get paralyzed. Once paralyzed, you cannot move your body. So I stay out of it. As expected, sir, you are sharp. Lord Summoner Bong is a genius, sir. I cannot really do that, though. And what about Gobang and Kosak? Paralysis affects them too, does it not? Paralyzing poison does not work on Gobang. Just look at that thick, brutish hide. And as for me, I am an expert on poisons. Even if I get hit, I can expel it easily. Gyundale nodded. Rajix nodded too, and then toppled over. A tragic Rajix, saddened by his lack of a neck. Let us see about that. Whether he moved or not. Takagaga, KKRT, a massive blue paralyzing scorpion appeared, raising its pincers and tail. Gobang truly did not flinch at poison. Even after being drenched head to toe in the scorpion's spat venom, he was not paralyzed. In fact, he moved even faster. Gobang tore off the scorpion's pincer and used it to smash its head in. Kosak stayed cleverly hidden on Gobang, avoiding poison, and whenever an opening appeared, he landed the finishing blow. Gyundale's buffs were as solid as ever. Rajix was gone again. What if he got splashed with poison like this? Right at that moment, he turned his gaze. There was Rajix, already wielding a pickaxe in front of a huge rock, swinging his short arms as he diligently chipped away at it. Then he picked up a lump about twice the size of an adult's fist from between the rocks and stuffed it into his backpack. He had a pretty good idea what it was. The Scorpion Zone. Besides exoskeletons, there were other things to gather here too. Chapter 49. The moment they entered the 46th floor, Rajix started sniffing the air. A rich, heavy scent of metal. No doubt about it. There was, or here. The source was that huge boulder over there. If he mined, and gave it to the summoner, he would be really happy, right? Then Rajix would be acknowledged again. When they first met, Rajix thought he was going to be kicked out. Even now, just thinking about that moment made him feel like he might faint. He worked hard, determined never to be driven away again. Thanks to that, he managed to secure a place for himself. And before he knew it, he had grown fond of this place. Especially fond of the summoner. Even when Rajix did not bring back a full backpack, the summoner still smiled. He eliminated competitors for him. He even let him eat as many delicious carrots as he wanted. Just thinking about them made his mouth water. He had tasted carrots in many different worlds, but the carrots in this world were the best. And that was not all. The summoner and his companions always called him properly by his name. Not, "Hey you," not Logix, Jix, or Squeaky, but Mr. Rogix. It felt wonderful to be a laborer who was respected. Now Rogix had become someone who could no longer leave this place. His lifelong goal was to stay together with the summoner and his companions for a long, long time. But then a problem arose. The skins he had been peeling all this time were not worth money. Because of that, even basilisk hunting had been halted. The skins were useless? His heart began to race. He had thought he had completely secured his position, but that was a mistake. He was even in danger of losing his right to eat carrots. Then what should he do? He would have to give them something else. Luckily, he found the answer on the 46th floor. Metal was valuable anywhere. Naturally, this place would be no different. The summoner would praise him again, right? Clang, 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 clang. Following the scent of metal, Rogix struck the rock. Fragments of stone scattered in all directions. Juhyuk just watched in silence. A round, fluffy ball swinging a pickaxe was a truly rare sight. Stone chips bounced off Rogix's safety helmet as they struck it. So that was why he always wore that helmet. Not to look cute. Right. No matter what, safety came first. You have successfully completed the 46th floor mission. Notice, you have achieved an SS++ conquest rank on the 46th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ conquest reward. A platinum badge has been awarded. You may challenge the 47th floor. Exiting the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea. He had been so absorbed in watching that he had lost track of time. Juhyuk and the summoned beings returned to the spacious living room of the penthouse. Rogix looked like he was about to cry. The reason was obvious. Did you not fill your backpack again? Yes. I could not even peel the exoskeletons. Fumbling, he took off his backpack and laid out the ore inside. There were about 5 chunks. Unable to even meet Juhyuk's eyes, Rogix watched his reaction. If I go in one more time, I will work really hard. I will fill the backpack completely. Suddenly, Juhyuk's chest felt tight. There was a sense of shared hardship. The other summoned beings seemed to sense the mood and stayed silent as well. No, that is enough for today. Get some rest. Do not even clean. At Juhyuk's words, Rogix's eyes widened in shock, and he said tearfully, "Am I not needed?" What was he talking about? Who said you are not needed? Kosak, Gobang, and Gyundale hurriedly chimed in one by one. Who would say they do not need a laborer who even does mining work? If anything, I should be the one to leave. That is right. Whether Kosak is here or not does not matter much, but without Rogix, this great household would eventually collapse. The warrior respects Rogix. He must stay here. If Rogix disappears, it would be sad. If the assassin vanished right now, I would not feel anything. Hold on. I did not mean it like that. Encouraged by his companions, Rogix's expression brightened considerably. You heard that, right? Mr. Rogix is the most necessary person of all. Rogix was so happy his fur practically stood on end. Snorting loudly, he put both hands on his hips and struck his trademark proud pose. Goodness, he is adorable. So adorable. Shall we rest and eat some carrots? I ordered organic ones, and the fridge's vegetable drawer is packed full. But Rogix shook his head firmly. I will not eat carrots. Then what do you want to do? I want to go in one more time. I want to fill my backpack. I told you it is okay to rest. Is that not allowed? Do I have some ancestor who died because they were bad at working or something? Gyundale sidled up and whispered, Young master, please do as he asks. Rogix is a farmhand down to his very bones. There was no helping it. All right, let us go in one more time. Go and fill your backpack to the brim. And so, the 46th floor was conquered again. This time as well, he stood beside Rogix and watched him work. For Rogix's smooth progress, Kosak, Gobang, and Gyundale did not hunt scorpions directly, instead luring them around here and there just to buy time. Clang, 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 clang. As he broke apart the rock, glittering or mixed with metal would catch on the pickaxe and pop out. Then he would pick it up and put it into the backpack. How exhausting must it be, breaking rocks and picking up or doing 2 kinds of work alone. I will pick up the ore for you. Hui? No. It is tiring. Doing at least this will put my mind at ease. Rajix did not know what to do, but if the summoner said so, he had to follow. Putting ore into the backpack was easy. Just bring it close, and the ore would slide in automatically. It kept going in. It had to be quite heavy. Clang, 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 clang. Rajix focused solely on mining the ore. He did not care if terrifying scorpions came crawling over. If the summoner was happy, he was fine with dying while mining ore. On the other hand, Juhyuk could not help but worry about Rajix. He is working too hard. At this rate, he will get sick from exhaustion. Juhyuk kept picking up the ore Rajix mined and putting it into the backpack. There was no helping it. If even he did not help Rajix, who would? A piece of ore got stuck at the mouth of the backpack and would not go in any further. For some reason, Juhyuk looked even happier. Yes, we are done. Done. Let us go home and rest now. What are you doing? Hurry up, let us finish the conquest and get out. The other summoned beings responded as if they had been waiting for this. Yes, sir. Our turn now. Leave it to us. I will finish it quickly. I will shake the bells, so Kosak and go bang. Earn your keep. Princess, please go with the whirlwind rhythm. Rajix's face was brighter than ever. Did he really enjoy working that much? My goodness, look at all that sweat. Well, as long as he was happy, whether working or playing. Honestly, keeping things like this for a while did not sound bad. Helping Rajix out. And the mission was completed too. They exited the tower. They were taken out of the backpack, large and small chunks numbering over 70 in total. Compared to hides, the volume was much smaller. Unlike a player's inventory, Rajix's backpack seemed to be measured by weight. Even though the ore chunks were small, each one was quite heavy. Probably because they were mixed with metal. What metals are these, anyway? Looking closely, they were all different colors. Jet black metal mixed into stone, looked like adamant. The silvery ones were orichalcon. The yellow ones were sectonium. So they all come out together, huh? Among them, adamant seemed to be the most abundant. The mined ore was stored in an empty room. For now, the quantity was still small. It would be better to gather more and sell it all at once. That said, making Rajix work every single day did not sit right either. In that case, let us climb up to the 49th floor. That way, during the first conquest, Rajix could rest. Tower ascent began. Reaching the 49th floor did not take long, and then came 10 days of repeated conquests. And alongside that, there was not much left. The confirmation of the 50th floor privilege and the random summon cooldown. Korea was peaceful. At least, there were no issues with tower climbing. But the situations in the neighboring countries were completely different. Yu Chulmin never managed to recover from his shattered mental state. He trembled and refused even to enter the tower. As a result, all the benefits he had received upon naturalization were stripped away, and he was driven out with his family to a small city in Japan. In the end, the choice Japan made was to sign a temporary player naturalization contract with the United States. A player affiliated with the U.S. government, currently conquering floors in the early 60s, became Japanese for 1 month. No one knew how much Japan paid the U.S. in return, but it was likely at least several dozen times the rental fee of a holy sword. Another neighboring country, China, was in even worse shape. The fire had reached their feet. The 59th floor conquest was just around the corner. Yet despite kidnapping such a large number of players, they ultimately failed. At this rate, the collapse countdown was about to begin. If they failed to stop one, 3 would collapse in succession. In the end, China's choice was also a temporary naturalization contract, just like Japan. In truth, the 59th floor was an awkward point. The current global average climbing floor was 55. Only a handful of countries had conquered the 59th floor. The United States, Korea, Russia, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Norway, and Saudi Arabia. As for the late 60s, only Korea and the US had reached that far. Honestly, even Korea and the US should have controlled their pace. 1 floor every 6 months. But how could you stop players from freely entering the tower and conquering it? There was no way to know who would conquer which floor, or when. Having too many talented players was a problem in itself. In the past, in the US, there was even a case where 3 unconquered upper floors were cleared all at once within a single month. Korea had experienced the same thing. Now that they were at much higher floors, such incidents no longer happened. And with active government intervention, regulation had become possible. Still, they could not relax. At any time, anywhere, an unknown player might suddenly pop up and recklessly attempt to climb unconquered upper floors without any floor control. Anyway, from China's perspective, there was no good country to ask for temporary naturalization. The US already had a specialist player temporarily naturalized in Japan. Asking Korea would hurt their pride. In the end, they had no choice but to beg Russia. They had to pour out an enormous price for 1 month of temporary naturalization. They even demanded land, and part of Heilongjiang province became Russian territory. A new border line was drawn. For China, it was a crushing humiliation, even if they had managed to get through the crisis. Amid all this, the Crown Prince of the United Arab Emirates entered Korea through Incheon Airport. Awakener Management Agency. Commissioner Park Jiang-soo and Vice Commissioner Jun Guang-el were in conversation. Commissioner, what about Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah? You said you were meeting him today, did you not? I will be meeting him this evening, together with the president. Do you happen to know the purpose of his visit? It is unusual for the Crown Prince to come to Korea so suddenly. First, take a look at this. It is material that came over from the NS. Commissioner Park Jiang-soo placed a stack of documents on the table. Had the mastermind behind the attempted kidnapping of elite players finally been identified? Jun Guang-el opened the file, but no, that was not it. Abu Dhabi, a terrorist attack. Yes, just 3 days ago. This is the first I am hearing of it. This was not even reported in the news, was it? The UE government controlled the coverage. More than 10 players were blown up all at once. Jun Guang-il read the documents more closely. Darn it. Karim Zahid is dead too. A tragic loss. On top of that, more than 10 state-managed players above level 50 died with him. A nationally nurtured player who had been challenging the UAE's Black Tower, 60th floor. How much effort had the UAE poured into raising him? They had swept the market clean of trade enhancement runes just to develop him. In fact, the biggest culprit behind the disappearance of trade enhancement runes from the market had been the UAE itself. They had force-fed them to their talented domestic players. As far as I know, the UAE still had about 20 days left on their 60th floor conquest deadline. But with Karim Zahid and all those level 50-plus players blown to pieces, not only their top-tier tower players, but also the mid-tier players who supported the whole structure were gone. No, just how bad was their security? Security was the problem. One of the bodyguards was an Islamic extremist. That was confirmed immediately after the incident. A chill ran down his spine. Come to think of it, this was not someone else's problem. Outside the tower, players were no different from ordinary civilians. So something like this could easily happen in Korea as well. In fact, a similar incident had almost occurred not long ago. They must have come to request temporary naturalization from Korea. Still, player Nam Gaon is out of the question. Absolutely impossible. Of course, but the UAE seems desperate. They are practically begging, saying they will immediately restore nationality once the conquest is over. Each country's top player is not eligible for temporary naturalization. Even the United States raises and operates players who specialize specifically in naturalization. Because dual nationality is not allowed. A player can only enter the tower of a single country. There is even a theory that ordinary people with dual citizenship cannot awaken at all. What if someone temporarily naturalizes and then pretends to be crazy and refuses to restore the original nationality? How many such cases have there already been? Temporary naturalization is something only powerful states can even attempt. The U.S. naturalization specialist is already in Japan. Russia has contracted with China, and the UK, France, Saudi Arabia, and Norway do not have players dedicated to temporary naturalization either. I can see why they came to Korea. They probably judged that Korea has some leeway, having recently cleared the 66th floor. The UAE's Black Tower stands near its oil fields. If the tower collapses, the oil fields will not survive either. While mana crystals are doing their job well as an alternative energy source, oil is still an invaluable resource. Commissioner Park Jiang-soo glanced around briefly, then lowered his voice and spoke quietly. Actually, there is one more target the UAE wants, besides player Nam Gaon. You mean Director Lee Min-ah? Absolutely not. No way. She is currently climbing the 60th floor herself, and even if she were qualified, we could not send her. Director Lee Min-ah was also ineligible for temporary naturalization. She was the agency's plan B. You could say she had inherited the role once held by player Nam Gaon. It is not Director Lee, a player who recently recorded consecutive SS++ conquest ranks all the way up to the 49th floor. Had the UAE lost its mind? No, they do not even know who it is. Of course, Park Jiang-soo and Jun Guang-il knew. It seems the UAE believes Korea has identified the SS++ player's identity. Even if we had, temporary naturalization would be absurd. Player Bong Joo-hyuk's current floor was the 49th. He would need to climb 11 more floors within 20 days. For him, that would not be difficult at all. He would probably clear them in 11 days. We must absolutely deny knowing anything. We cannot give them even the slightest opening to probe. What is with you? Do I look like someone who would not do that? Ha ha. I have always trusted you, Commissioner. Commissioner Park gave a faint chuckle and continued. Still, give player Bong Joo-hyuk a heads up that something like this has happened. The media will blow it up soon anyway. Yes, we are scheduled to meet him today regardless. Oh right. How is the leather business going? Well, there has been a hitch. We are short on leather cutting and crafting tools. Basilisk leather has to be cut with blades made from tower metals. You could force it with regular equipment, but that would damage the leather. More importantly, delicate craftsmanship becomes impossible. You cannot even sew it properly. Do the workshops not have spare metal? They are already stretched thin just making weapons. And imports are difficult too, I suppose? Yes, they barely have enough for their own equipment. Jun Guang-il was worried as well. It was a business player Bong Joo-hyuk had entrusted to them, and it looked like it might start going off the rails right from the beginning. Chapter 50. 10 Days of Gathering, or he just piled it up at home. He worried that if he put it into his inventory and entered and exited the tower, it might disappear. But now there was too much. At this rate, the house might collapse. It seemed like time to sell it to the Awakener Management Agency. First, he would at least get Theor appraised. Surely it would not take as long as the leather, right? Joo-hyuk took the Go-bang handed him and put it into his inventory. Phew, there is a lot. This was not easy. Since it only went in if he mimed holding it with his hands and putting it away, his arms nearly fell off. I will be back. You all rest. This girl prays for young master's victory. Lord Summoner Bong, fighting. Sell it for a high price. I will guard the house well. Right on time, Vice Commissioner Jun Guang-il appeared in front of the apartment. It felt burdensome, making the Vice Commissioner act as his driver. So he apologized. Ha ha, do not worry about it. Meeting player Bong Joo-hyuk is an important matter, you know. And this is the safest way. And there is something I need to talk to you about. We are currently taking reservations for the Holy Sword. Reservations, huh? Are there many countries applying? Only Norway so far. They need to clear the 66th floor as well. Soon, more countries will start lining up. Just one for now. Just because you reach the 61st floor does not mean you absolutely have to use the Holy Sword. With light attribute items alone, you can get up to around the 65th floor. That is how Korea did it too. As for Holy Sword rentals or reservations, please just let the agency handle it like before. Yes, do not worry. $10 million again. It still did not feel real. At this rate, his sense of money might dull. When the money comes in, he should buy some land. Land or buildings were the best. He could retire later and farm. Of course, he was not underestimating farming. If anything, was not this a team perfectly optimized for agriculture? Go-bang, stronger than an ox. Rajix, whose very class was laborer. Gyundale, a shrine maiden who prayed for bountiful harvests. And Cossack. Well, he could chase off deer or wild boars. Oh, the Crown Prince of the United Arab Emirates has entered Korea. But what did that have to do with him? The situation with the UAE's Black Tower is not good. Not long ago, a terrorist attack by Islamic extremists killed all of their state-sponsored players. That place had terrorist attacks every day. To think even players got caught up in it. The tower's conquest deadline is only 20 days away. They are planning to submit a request for temporary naturalization to the Korean Awakener Management Agency soon. If temporary naturalization was an option, to player Nam Gaon, borrowing a top-tier player, they currently believe Korea has two top players. Yu Chulmin? He is Japanese now. No, player Bong Joo-hyuk. That came out of nowhere. How would they even know about me? They do not, of course. But they seem to believe our agency knows the identity of the SS++ conquest record holder. TSK. They must be truly desperate. If that is the case, would not a neighboring country be better? There is Saudi Arabia too. Saudi Arabia does have one top player, but would they really lend him out? Maybe if it were a next-in-line player. But the level gap between their top and next player is over 10 levels, so it would not work. If you had a solid next-in-line, a plan B, you might consider it. But sending out your top player? What if something went wrong? Actually, those two countries are not on very good terms. Why? They are both Arab countries. Because of trade enhancement runes. That caught his interest. Ju Hyuk's eyes sharpened. Trade enhancement runes, all of a sudden. When trade enhancement runes first entered the market, fierce competition broke out between Saudi Arabia and the UAE, backed by overwhelming oil money. Oh, a clash of titans. During that process, there were rumors that many runes originally contracted to Saudi Arabia ended up going to the UAE instead. It was never confirmed, though, meaning the UAE might have stabbed Saudi Arabia in the back. In the end, the UAE succeeded in nurturing many state-sponsored players, so those rumors might be true. The competition between nations to climb unconquered upper floors of the Black Tower. Ju Hyuk was not particularly interested in national rivalry, but something had caught his attention for a while now. Hey, do you think the UAE still has trade enhancement runes? There is a very high chance. They probably stockpiled them instead of using them all at once. If they offered those as compensation for temporary naturalization, well, it is unlikely they would give them up easily. They would probably try to solve it with money instead. If they were not giving runes, he was not interested. They could sort it out themselves. He did happen to have a multinational tower access ticket too. If trade enhancement runes were on the table, he would be willing to burn himself out for it. TSK. He should just keep climbing slowly. By the time they finished talking, they had arrived at the agency's tower materials warehouse. Ju Hyuk and Jun Guangil got out of the car, put on long padded coats, and went inside. They had kept the temperature extremely low to store leather. The leather is being safely stored. Once the processing facilities are fully set up, we will handle it immediately. It was still just sitting there. What good was a big payout later? He needed money now. I brought materials again today. Not leather, though. Jun Guangil's face filled with anticipation. It definitely would not be anything ordinary. In fact, there was something he was secretly hoping for, those rectangular metal ingots players sometimes received as rewards. He hoped it was ingots. Ju Hyuk began taking out the ore Rajix had mined, one by one, from his inventory. Jun Guangil felt a bit disappointed. He did not show it, though. They were not ingots. Just ordinary-looking stones. Definitely rocks. No matter how you looked at them, rocks. Rocks that went into a tower-exclusive inventory. Looking closely, they seemed to glimmer faintly. So he picked one up with his hand. Flinch. Jun Guangil jumped in surprise. Not the weight he had imagined at all. More like iron ore. Iron ore, iron ore, iron ore. Is that ore? How did he not realize that the tower materials player Bong Ju Hyuk brought back were different from what players usually received as rewards? It was the same with leather. The same with herbs. No, he even brought back ore. What could he not bring back then? This is adamant ore. There is orichalcon and sectonium too. Not as much as adamant, though. Jun Guangil was left speechless for a while. It was very much player Bong being player Bong, but still, he always exceeded expectations. So far beyond what one's imagination could keep up with. Since it is, or rather than ingots, it will be a bit troublesome to use. And no, not at all. Troublesome? Not in the slightest. Or instead of ingots, refine ore, and you get metal. Would that work with tower or two? Of course it would. All metals melt with fire. Tower reward ingots were no exception. That was why weapons and equipment could be crafted from them. Then, I will take everything out. There is quite a lot, so we will need containers. Just a moment, please. Ju Hyuk kept taking or out of his inventory. Jun Guangil's mouth slowly fell open as he brought over several baskets. Just when he thought that had to be it, more came out again. Before long, Ju Hyuk was sweating profusely and had taken off his padded coat. This was insanely exhausting. And there was so much of it. Roughly 600 pieces of ore in total. Even when taking them out of the inventory, he had to hold each one and set it down somewhere. They felt light to carry inside the tower, but this was outside. He could have just sat still and collected holy sword rental fees regularly. He was really working himself to death. How much money was he even trying to make? He could have just waited for the leather goods to sell, but he could not ignore the hopeful look in Rajix's eyes. That earnest desire to be useful, even if it meant mining ore. Jun Guang'al did not just stand around either. He took the ore Ju Hyuk brought out, sorted it by type, and placed it into baskets. Adamant, orichalcon, sectonium, each separated. You could tell by the color. Phew, that is everything. Yes, I thought my arms were going to fall off. Just how many baskets was this? You will buy it, right? We will buy it. Unconditionally. Now all that remained was the price. May I weigh it first? Jun Guang'al pulled out a large scale from the corner of the warehouse. After zeroing it out, he began placing the sorted baskets on it. He carefully recorded the weight of each basket. Weighing complete. His hand trembled as he tapped numbers into his smartphone calculator. Partly from the labor of lifting the baskets, but mostly because the amount was staggering. Usually, players occasionally receive metal ingots as conquest rewards. At player shops, adamant ingots are bought at 5 million won per kilogram. Orichalcon is 10 million per kilo, and sectonium is 20 million per kilo. That is the international standard price. Compared to leather, metal was an even more vital material for tower climbing. Leather could only be used for armor, but metal was used for weapons, armor, everything. The chance of receiving equipment items as tower rewards was extremely low. Most players had to climb wearing weapons and armor crafted directly by their nations. In short, strategic materials for tower climbing. That was why standard prices were set, not too exorbitant. The metal purchase prices are better than he thought. After all, a small hand shield made of metal plate cost 40 million won. And that was at cost. Quite cheap, actually. This might turn out very well. It would easily exceed 1 billion won. Jun Guang'al picked up a piece of ore and continued. Typically, iron ore contains over 50% iron. Since this seems similar to iron ore, so at half the ingot price, we would like to purchase adamant ore at 2.5 million won per kilogram, orichalcon ore at 5 million, and sectonium ore at 10 million. Those are standard rates. Is that acceptable to you? With standard pricing, there was no need to haggle. So what was the total? Adamant, 3.7425 billion won. Orichalcon, 2.68 billion won. Sectonium, 3.005 billion won. Altogether, that comes to 9.4275 billion won. Then he cautiously asked, watching Ju Hyuk's reaction, "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Ju Hyuk did not move. He had heard the number, but, how much did you say? 9.4275 billion won. Not 940 million. 9.4 billion at standard rates. Did that even make sense? Are you sure you did not calculate that wrong? Not at all. The total or weight rounds to 2,342 kilograms. Of that, adamant is 1,497 kilograms, orichalcon 536 kilograms, and sectonium 309 kilograms. So it was 2.3 tons of ore. If refining yields more ingots later, we will add that amount to your payment. And if it yields less? That would be my mistake, so there is nothing to be done. Jun Guang'al himself could hardly believe it. Such an enormous amount. If the yield was 50%, that was over 1 ton of metal ingots. Even at just 30% success, that was 700 kilograms. 700 kilograms was slightly more than what player shops bought in an entire year. He felt embarrassed for ever worrying about leather crafting tools. Now they could freely supply players with high-quality equipment. Enough to outfit melee players in full plate armor. Thank you for selling this to us. No, I should be the one thanking you. He wanted to say it, but his heart was pounding too hard for the words to come out. These days, every deal was in the tens of billions. 10 million won no longer even felt like money. Thanks to Rajix, his sense of scale was only going to grow bigger. Ju Hyuk's penthouse. Kosak was rolling around on the floor, munching on snacks. Crumbs fell every time he took a snack from the bag. The living room floor got dirty, but there was nothing to worry about. From afar, a rolling ball of fur came tumbling over. One quick wipe with a mop, and it was clean. Thanks, Mr. Rajix. Rajix disappeared again. Gyundale shook her head slowly. Kosak, dirtying the living room without a shred of guilt. Rajix, the farmhand, happily rushing over whenever there was something to clean. The one who made the mess and the one who cleaned it. Perfect compatibility. This is ridiculous. Kosak rolled around on the now clean floor and said, "Go bang, do not overthink it. Just say whatever comes to mind. I cannot think of anything." "Fine. I will go first. I say 500 million. Then Gyundale spoke up. "Only that much? To belittle Lord Rajix's efforts like that? Very well. I will say 1 billion. Princess, no backing out. I clearly heard 1 billion, right? I am not Kosak. I never go back on my word. Heh. Just because you are a princess does not mean I will go easy on you. I did not ask you to." Kosak, Go Bang, and Gyundale were in the middle of a betting game, guessing how much the or would sell for. The punishment was a forehead flick from first place to last place. Go Bang, if you are not going to say anything until the end. 100 billion. Kosak jumped to his feet and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Or worth 100 billion? You have totally lost your sense of reality. This place costs 200 billion. No backing out for you either. Get ready to take that flick, punk. And do not transform when you get hit. And then he went right back to rolling around on the living room floor. As expected, snack crumbs scattered everywhere. Just then twitch. Kosak's ears perked up. Whoosh. Kosak vanished in an instant. What is wrong with him now? Just as Gyundale tilted her head in confusion, the front door opened. "Welcome back, young master. Summoner, we were waiting." Kosak reappeared, now holding a cordless vacuum cleaner. With a shameless expression, he cleaned the living room. "Huh? When did you get here?" Loyalty. Kosak, the right-hand man of Lord Summoner Bong, was in the middle of cleaning. "I was helping Rajix." "Oh my, you are working hard." As expected, there is only Kosak. Ha ha ha. Gyundale stared at the scene in disbelief. A born sycophant. The kind of grand traitor who would ruin a nation. She felt like throwing him straight to a mad berserker. Ju-hyuk took off his shoes and sat down on the living room sofa. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Just how much was the ore worth? Ju-hyuk slowly opened his mouth. 9.4275 billion won. What 9.4 billion? That is how much I made selling the ore today. The summoned beings looked utterly confused. "I do not quite understand what you mean." Ju-hyuk smiled and said it again. 9.4275 billion won. I sold the ore. Money Rajix earned all by himself. Kosak's eyes shook violently. Go Bang wore a satisfied smile. Gyundale fluttered over like a butterfly and gave a deep bow. "Young Master Bong, congratulations." Rajix still looked dazed. Suddenly, cheers erupted. "Hooray! Long live Rajix," as expected of the great household's farmhand. At the same time, a white ball of fur shot high into the air. Rajix toss time. Rajix enjoyed the moment. He felt proud, truly proud of himself. Even when lifted high, he was not scared at all. But then, in the middle of tossing him, Kosak suddenly seemed to remember something. His face turned pale as he sidled up to Ju-hyuk and whispered, Lord Summoner. "What is it?" You do not look so good. Something wrong. I am not feeling well. So could you dismiss my summon right now?" As if a double S++ ranker could suddenly feel unwell. "We should go out to celebrate." "No, that is not it. Please, dismiss me right now. Please. Cue quickly. If not, I will die." Right at that moment, a massive hand seized Kosak by the collar. "Assassin. A promise is a promise." Wait, let me explain. An explosive sound shook even the living room windows. Kosak's head snapped sharply backward, like it might break. Dangling limply in Gobang's grip, Kosak swayed back and forth. Gyundale smiled with satisfaction. What kind of forehead flick was that? He is not dead, right? Chapter 51. Jun Guangil loaded or onto a truck and rushed to the player shop's workshop. A metal workshop that repaired and forged players' weapons. "Wait, are you not the deputy director? What brings you here personally?" "A new tower material has been discovered, so I wanted to ask whether it can be processed." "Oh, let us take a look." At the words new tower material, craftsmen came swarming over. When the ores on the truck were revealed, this looks like ore. That is right. It is adamant ore. It is not a tower reward ingot. Hey, let me see too. Each of them grabbed a piece of ore, unable to hide their amazement. They had only ever seen it as metal ingots. Never imagined they would see it as raw ore. "To be sure, we will have to smelt it." "That is exactly what I came to ask." The craftsman broke several chunks of adamant or with hammers, sorted them, and put them into a small furnace to melt. Being veterans in forging and smelting, the process went smoothly. They melted the ore, extracted the metal, filtered impurities from the molten iron, poured it into pre-made molds, and let it cool. It is real adamant ingots. The purity is incredibly high, at least 50%. Smelting successful. Could you first make leather crafting tools with this? Not tower rating equipment, but tools used by leather craftsmen? That is easy enough, but why? It is a secret, sorry. Ha ha, of course. It is state business, after all. We will make them quickly. Adamant, right? How many sets do you need? At least 100 sets. Got it. I will contact you when they are ready. With that, the leather crafting problem was solved. There were plenty of materials. How much could it take to make leatherworking sets? He would bring more, or later anyway. Zheng Guangil called Go Yanha. CO Go, we have secured the leather crafting tools. Let us move quickly on commercialization. Thank you. I will do my best to make a proper product. Zhu Hyuk also received word from Zheng Guangil. The ore smelting had gone extremely well. The quality was excellent too. There was more metal content than expected. Over 1 ton of ingots would come out. When he told Rajix, the round-bodied creature wobbled back and forth, unable to contain its joy. Seeing it that happy, well, they would have to go mine more. But they could not keep mining forever. That day was approaching, just 3 days away. In 3 days, it would be time to welcome a new guest, and also clear the 50th floor to check the special reward. Then, right on cue, news came on TV. If approved, all national infrastructure projects of the UAE will be awarded to Korean companies. The Blue House remains silent. Will player Nam Gaon's temporary naturalization happen? Public opposition surges. Online sentiment warns that any politician supporting temporary naturalization will not survive the next election. Ugh, why are those oil country bastards coming here to make trouble? They have Saudi right next door. Have you not heard the rumor they stabbed each other in the back and relations went sour? Ah, trade enhancement runes? Hee. Saudi is probably loving this on the inside. What about the US? Toss them an oil field, and they would come running. Nah, they are already contracted with Japan. And oil fields only mattered back in the day. Does not Russia also have temporarily naturalized players? Yeah, contracted with China. And Russian players are not temporary naturalization specialists. They are just top players. Whoa, they just loan out their top players? Dictatorship. You do what you are told. Nam Gaon is our top player. It is shameless to ask to borrow her. Is she though? What do you mean? Is our country's top player really Nam Gaon? Ah, right. We have got another top player. Still on the 49th floor, but whatever. He will hit the 60s in a couple months. The desperate appeal from Crown Prince bin Salah continued the next day. Crown Prince bin Salah. Korea has many talented players. As a leading tower climbing nation, we request generous mercy. Contact the embassy anytime. We will wait. Blank check ready. Freedom of religion guaranteed. He called it. Now they are not even pretending. Straight to the point. SS++ rank record holder. Please watch the news. That is what they are saying. Offering money you cannot refuse. But when are those guys leaving? Makes me nervous. What is the government doing? Hurry up and kick them out. Seems like they are planning to stay quite a while. Zhu Hyuk saw the news too, but did not care much. If they had offered a great enhancement rune, maybe he would consider it. Do they think money solves everything? Who do they think the future world's richest man is? He cut off the noise and went back to mining ore. And the day drew closer. One day before the random summon cooldown reset, Zhu Hyuk handed over the ore he had stored at the administration and returned to the penthouse. Beep. He opened the door and walked in. Loyal. You are back, sir. Today as well, Cossack was carefully wiping the living room windows with a clean microfiber towel. Loyal retainer Cossack, helping Rajix clean, sir. He. Ha. Take it easy. Your body cannot be in great shape. I am SS rank, sir. SS rank. Getting flicked on the forehead will not do anything to me. He had seen Cossack get hit by a murderous flick and nearly die. It was his own fault. Cossack was the one who had tempted him into the bed in the first place. Zhu Hyuk had business with Gyundale. She was a shaman. She could probably divine fortunes, right? He did not usually believe in this sort of thing, but after vividly experiencing the effects of rituals and talismans, how could he not? I shall cast a rice divination. I cannot be definitive about the distant future, but at least I can glimpse fortune and misfortune. Gyundale grabbed a handful of rice from the rice bin by the sink. Then she scattered it across the dining table. She observed the scattered grains, occasionally nudging them. Auspicious? Ominous? Calamity? Blessing? The fortune has appeared. An ominous event rises, yet in the end it is great fortune. Trouble will arise, but it will be covered over by blessing. That is ambiguous. So in the end, it is good news, right? Ultimately, yes, it is. All right. Thanks for the fortune reading. That was one thing done. Yes, please speak. Let us start preparing the ritual. I shall make the preparations. Ju Hyuk took a taxi. The ritual site was Monet Seine on Ganghwa Island, just as discussed before. As usual, he summoned Kosak, did the shopping, then called Gyundale and Gobang near Monet Seine. Since it was a place with lots of foot traffic, Gyundale set up sacred straw ropes around the ritual area. Lastly, he summoned Rajix as well. She said that once the sacred rope was set, people would not pay it any attention, even if drums started booming loudly. They set up the ritual table and began the rite. Solemn, serious, and dignified. Rajix, too, pressed its round body flat against the ground, going hoing as it took part. Afterward, they returned to the penthouse. Let us enter the 50th floor. Entering the 50th floor of the Korean Black Tower. The mission appeared. 50th floor mission. Defeat 60 scorpions of any type and 1 king scorpion. Jaw clenched, as fast as possible. 1 lapse could cost them the platinum badge. Ju Hyuk stayed in the rear with Rajix, so the summoned ones would not be hindered. Rajix wore a grave expression as well. It knew its fate depended on whether a trait enhancement rune dropped or not. With random summoning, the catalog limit was 6 people. Let us assume the Berserk Demon did not count. If trait enhancement did not happen, only 4 could be summoned. That meant 1 would be left out. They could rotate, but in this situation, who would be benched? No one but a laborer. The King Scorpion appeared. Not an easy opponent. Its massive pincers clamped down on Gobang's waist, which had grown enormous. But Gobang twisted free by forcing the pincers apart and snapping them backward. Kosak's sword energy severed the venomous stinger. Then he slipped under the comparatively softer belly and stabbed relentlessly with his dagger. Even so, the creature's exoskeleton was extremely thick, and its resistance was desperate. It did not go down easily. It was a fierce battle. Of course, it was still getting utterly crushed by SS rank Gobang and SS rank Kosak. Still, it was clear that for smoother hunting, they absolutely needed 1 more damage dealer. From the 51st floor onward, it would be flying monster territory, so ideally a ranged capable DPS. But honestly, did they really need to find 1? They already had 1. A damage dealer already prepared. A level 50 DPS with an energy barrier, wielding a mace and an aegis, freely using Shadow Step and Han1 Lightning Staff, an owner of dazzling talent. Do not you just have to force them to come down? He had even gotten a handgun. If it passed the carried item check, he could just bring it in and start shooting. Or he could buy a crossbow from the player's shop, roughly pull flying enemies down, and deal with them. There was no need to insist on trait enhancement. What if he even skipped random summoning altogether? If he joined as the DPS himself, everything would be solved. But the summoned one's anxiety only grew worse. Rajix stood beside him, gripping its collar tightly with both hands. It would probably stay that way going forward. As the floor count rose, danger increased proportionally. That was common sense. Suddenly, he remembered what the Berserk Demon had once said. That once Earth's Black Tower reached the 70s, things would start collapsing everywhere. Even now, were not people in the high 60s unable to clear floors without a holy sword? And one more thing. How had Kosak's previous summoner died? Comparing it to his own situation, it was not hard to guess. The floors kept rising, trait enhancement never appeared, and they continued raiding with limited personnel, until eventually the summoner himself had to act as the DPS. Once you die, that is the end. The summoned ones cannot leave, the tower collapses, and the world is destroyed. Putting it all together, it was obvious why the summoned ones were so desperate for trait enhancement. All right, let us do it their way. How strong could he get on his own anyway? Talent, his ass. Ju Hyuk's class was summoner. What were the virtues of a proper summoner? Pick good summoned ones, increase the number of simultaneous summons, raise them through rank ups. That is his role. There was plenty of time. Aside from a few countries, most of the world was still in the 50s. Enjoy everything along the way. Get the platinum badge and collect every privilege without missing any. And if things got tough with the current roster, he would just release the Berserk Demon. At least inside the tower, it would obey his commands. Little by little, his worries faded. Ju Hyuk finally felt at ease. Notice, you have achieved an SS++ clear rating on the 50th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge awarded. Back to the penthouse. The summoned ones stood in the living room, faces worn with exhaustion. Now it was time to open the inventory. So the summoned ones were extremely tense. Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, was perfectly calm. Are you checking now, sir? Kosak nodded to him with determination, believing things would go well. Summoner, a warrior always. Ju Hyuk nodded to Go Bang as well, signaling not to worry. Your servant, regardless of the outcome, shall devote herself solely to you, young master. He met Gyundale's eyes and nodded with a gentle expression. He patted Rajix's head and nodded with a smile that said, trust me. If he did not hold the center, who would? 50 brilliantly shining platinum badges. With a cumulative total of 50 platinum badges, a privilege will be granted. No matter how cold it gets, the plum tree endures adversity and blooms in full. The flower of privilege would be the same. It would eventually bloom and soothe the hearts of Ju Hyuk and his summoned ones. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Privilege, 1 multinational tower access ticket, single use, has been added to your inventory. A multinational tower access ticket. This ticket again. That made 2 total. What the hell, screw this. Is not this just too much? I am done. I am not doing this. I do not need it. Tower climbing? Tell it to get lost. No matter how he thought about it, this was not right. Forget everything. What kind of joke is this for a privilege? I am saying, are they mocking people or what? I am going straight to the 51st floor, abandoning the mission, and coming back out. Do not stop me. Platinum, give it to a dog. Please calm yourself. This is all this maiden's fault. For troubling you with shallow divinations and rituals, I shall gladly accept punishment. All hell broke loose. Ju Hyuk took a moment to breathe deeply. He had gotten too worked up. At times like this, he needed to stay calm. Darn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Kosak glanced at him and spoke carefully. Since it has come to this, we got to aim for the 55th floor privilege. Honestly, there really was no other option. With this lineup, can we even get a SS++ clear? Proceed with random summoning. But there are only 4 slots. WL cannot be helped. We got to leave one out until the 55th floor. Everyone's gaze gathered in one spot. Obviously the non-combat summoned one, the laborer. Mr. Rajix, shall we cut you? With a heart as heavy as cutting off Masu's tears. What do you mean cutting off Masu? Is this the romance of the 3 kingdoms? If that is the case, we could cut Kosak too. We have got the Berserk Demon anyway. Kosak's mouth snapped shut. Huh? Come to think of it, that is perfect. Rajix, the Berserk Demon, and me, just the 3 of us clearing the 51st floor would be no problem, right? Ha ha ha. We should have done this earlier. The mood instantly turned solemn. The warrior apologizes to the summoner, and to the laborer as well. That is correct. Trade enhancement is not something that can only be obtained through tower climbing privileges. For example, items. There was another way to get it. Come to think of it, there is someone who might have a trade enhancement rune. Kosak jumped to his feet. Who is it? Just say the word. Your loyal retainer Kosak will fetch it at once. Ju Hyuk explained everything to the summoned ones. The situation with the United Arab Emirates. Why the Crown Prince had come to Korea in person, and the uncomfortable relationship with Saudi Arabia. The root cause, competition over trade enhancement runes. The UAE had monopolized them, which had Saudi furious. It was not certain, but there was a strong chance they possessed one. Ju Hyuk finished his explanation. Kosak, who had been listening silently, smiled and spoke. Master Summoner, leave it to me. Leave what to you? Do not tell me you are going to steal it. Hey now, I do not steal. Unless there is a ribbon involved. Honestly, stealing might have been better. There is something I am really good at, besides assassination. Negotiation. I will meet them directly and negotiate. In a way that satisfies both sides. He looked quite confident. Ju Hyuk could roughly guess what kind of negotiation he meant, but whether they would hand it over willingly was another matter. You really will not take it by force? No killing or injuring people. A true win-win where everyone is satisfied. Should he trust him? A quick news search showed that Crown Prince bin Salah was still staying at a hotel in Korea. He had rented out an entire floor. One thing. There is something I need. First, please give me the shield and mace you received before, Master Summoner. The privilege items. The golden aegis of warm dawnlight and the golden mace of cold dusk. They are practically brand new. You are going to use these for the negotiation? No, sir. They are gifts. You have got to make a good impression before negotiations, do not you? Now he was even taking his weapons. Might as well grasp at straws. All right, I will trust you once. But, negotiation only. No violence. And even if you fail, I will not blame you. Suddenly, Gyun-Dale's fortune reading came to mind. Misfortune followed by fortune. Calamity followed by blessing. Please let it turn out that way. Chapter 52. A suite at Il-Sung Hotel in Seoul. Abdul bin Salah, Crown Prince of the United Arab Emirates, could not fall asleep. There were only 15 days left until the tower in the UAE collapsed. And yet, the reason he had stayed here for 5 days. He had expected that the request for temporary naturalization would be rejected. Would the Korean government really lend out its top players so easily? Still, individual choices could differ. Korea was known for guaranteeing players personal freedom to the greatest extent possible. He had placed his hopes on that. So he persistently tried to make personal contact with player Nam Gaon, only to be flatly rejected. Not even a single day of temporary naturalization, let alone 15. He mobilized Korean media outlets to appeal to the SS++ rank record holder of the Korean Black Tower. He spread articles offering the best possible conditions and asking them to contact the embassy. But every call that came in was nothing but prank calls. All attempts had failed. Only one option remained. Return to the UAE and beg the Saudi Arabian government. But Saudi Arabia's demands were excessive. Temporary naturalization was possible. In exchange, they demanded the trait enhancement rune. They also demanded land near the border, an area with gas fields. On top of that, $1 billion in cash, 1 ton of magic stones, 1 ton of tower metal, 100 pieces of tower leather. Even thieves would not steal like this. But in return, they promised to clear not only the 60th floor, but also the 61st floor 6 months later. There is no choice. Until things stabilized, he had no option but to sign a humiliating contract. Other countries would make similar demands anyway. Better a neighboring country than a distant one. He could not afford to keep relations with Saudi Arabia hostile forever. I will have to return tomorrow. The suite door opened. The security team? He had not called them. The sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. Curious, he stepped toward the door. A Western man was dragging 2 unconscious guards inside. He even had a shield and an iron club strapped to his back. An intruder, without a doubt. Bin Salah tried to move out of the way, and their eyes met. He sucked in a breath, and kept sucking in. He could not exhale. He could not move his body. He stood there, nailed to the spot. The man was smiling. That smile was unbearably chilling. As if it were his own home, the man slowly walked over and sat down on the sofa. He gestured toward the sofa across from him. Only then did bin Salah's body begin to move. His breathing returned to normal. He had no choice but to comply. A sheet of paper was placed on the table. He glanced at it. 2 words written in English. Interpreter, Korean. Judging by appearances, he did not look Korean at all. Regardless, he was being told to call people. Bin Salah picked up the phone. May I make a call? A gesture of permission. An interpreter, and the guards too. Bin Salah sent a message on his smartphone, explaining that an intruder had broken in, detailing the situation. Guards and aides flooded into the suite, each pointing a handgun at the intruder. Hands up, unless you want a hole in your head. Protect the crown prince. Move a finger, and we shoot. Click, click, click. More than 10 gun barrels were aimed at him. Yet the man remained relaxed, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Who are you? How dare you approach the crown prince? Slice, 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 SJRRK. Bursts of light illuminated the dark suite. Thud, clatter, thud, thud. The front halves of the pistols, cleanly severed, fell to the floor. At some point, the intruder now held short daggers in both hands. He had cut the pistols with daggers. Was that even possible? With nothing but daggers? Everyone was struck dumb. Not just from shock, they simply could not move. A terrifying pressure was constricting the bodies of the guards and aides. Their legs trembled. Their faces went pale. It felt like a sharp blade was pressed against their throats. And the intruder's face, impossible to read. Was he smiling? Angry? An eerie, blank expression. The intruder pointed to the paper again. Bin Salah glanced at the aide who could interpret Korean and spoke. All right. Who are you? The aide translated. Cossack did not answer the question. Bring the trait enhancement rune. The crown prince's eyes widened. The trait enhancement rune? Absolutely impossible. Even if he died here. So he steeled himself to refuse. I would rather die then. I will clear the 60th floor within 15 days. And the 61st floor 6 months later. Startled, Bin Salah stopped mid-sentence. How? By naturalizing yourself? No. There will be no naturalization. Are you mocking me right now? Cossack continued with a thin, unsettling smile. Do you have a player affiliated with the UAE here? Bin Salah clamped his mouth shut. In truth, he did have one with him. Omar Hossein, a promising player being nurtured by the UAE. He had already been given trade enhancement twice. But he was still only level 27. Far from reaching the 60th floor. Bin Salah always kept Omar close. For security reasons. His side was the safest place. And the trade enhancement rune was there as well. And now he was being told to bring him? So you do have one. Bring him here. Now. I am not killing them. They are just unconscious. But if you do not listen, everyone dies. Want to test it? The killing intent filling the suite thickened even further. He had not done anything, yet it felt like their throats would be cut at any moment. Overwhelmed by terror, one of the aides collapsed to his knees. Bring him. Now. Bin Salah realized it then. He had to obey this man. If not, they would really all die. Their heads would roll across the floor like the severed ends of those pistols. He signaled to an aide with his eyes. Omar Hossein entered the room. Cossack looked at him and asked, If you are a player, you can check item information, right? Omar glanced at Bin Salah once, then nodded. Cossack pulled out a yellow, card-like paper ticket from his pocket. Check it. You can read the effect out loud. The moment Omar took the paper with trembling hands, his eyes went wide. A multinational tower access ticket? Bin Salah asked with a puzzled expression. Omar, what kind of ticket is that? It is a multinational tower access ticket. It says you can enter any tower regardless of nationality. That is what the system message says. A multinational tower access ticket. The name was as straightforward as it got. Of course, he had never heard of such a thing. But Omar had no reason to lie. And if the system itself said so, it could not be a forgery. Taking the ticket back, Cossack spoke firmly. I promise you this. The UAE Black Tower's 60th floor will be cleared within 15 days. The 61st floor as well. A brief silence followed. The fear eased little by little. Because Bin Salah now understood, the man had come here to make a deal. The Crown Prince's mind raced. A promise to clear the 60th floor within 15 days, and the 61st floor 6 months later. Compared to Saudi Arabia's conditions, this was unbelievably favorable. No land to hand over. No tower materials. No money. Nothing. Just one trade enhancement rune. But would a contract like this really be honored? What if he handed over the rune and the promise was not kept? As these thoughts churned, Cossack pointed at Omar. I will give you a gift. As a sign of goodwill. Cossack unstrapped the mace and shield he had brought and placed them on the table. Not understanding what was happening, Omar glanced at Bin Salah, then picked up the mace and shield. At the same time, an exclamation burst from his mouth. He could not help it. What kind of items are these? Tower exclusive. Golden Aegis of warm dawnlight. Effect. Increases the wearer's focus, emits dazzling flashes, greatly enhances physical and magical defense, and upon a successful block, reflects damage to the enemy with a certain probability. Special. Maintains composure under any status ailment. Absolutely indestructible. Tower exclusive. Golden Mace of Cold Dusk. Effect. Increases attack speed in combat, freezes targets, expands attack range, and upon a successful hit, has a chance to activate an ice field. Special. Guides enemies to the rest of Twilight. Absolutely indestructible. Seeing his reaction, Cossack smirked. You could tell just by his expression. He was stunned by the item effects. As Omar stood there dumbfounded, clutching the mace and shield, Bin Salah asked, Omar, what is it? Both of these are items that came directly from the tower. They are not crafted equipment. I have never seen items like this before. There is no way to obtain them on the market. Yes, The option effects are incredible. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the strongest weapons. Honestly, I want to enter the tower and use them right now. Bin Salah looked at Cossack with a strange gaze. These items, did you come to sell them? I told you. They are a gift of goodwill. Even if I do not give you the trade enhancement rune, I will not take it back. Everyone here will just die instead. That sounded like the same thing. Omar clearly loved the equipment. Just looking at him hugging the weapons in rapture. If I give you the rune, will the tower really be cleared? I stake my name on it. And what name is that? Not that it mattered. Crown Prince, let me ask you one thing. Is the trade enhancement rune in this room right now? No. Surely you do not think I would carry something that important around. Cossack said, scanning the room. The living room? No. Then that room. Not there either. How about the bedroom? There was a reaction. Found it. It was in the bedroom. Bin Salah swallowed hard. I am not just good at killing people. I am very good at torture too. What could he not do? With just his gaze, he was already immobilizing everyone. If I torture you, I can make you personally offer up the trait enhancement rune with your own hands in under a minute. But listen carefully. Do not miss this opportunity. He had no choice but to believe him. This was someone who clearly could, and would, do exactly that. Yet so far, he had not killed anyone. He had even given gifts. Countless thoughts flashed through Bin Salah's mind. Cossack claimed he could clear the tower without naturalization. He had even proven it with the ticket. Who was he? A SS++ rank record holder, perhaps? At that level, could someone exert power even outside the tower? No. His identity did not matter. What mattered was whether he would keep his promise, or take the rune and feign ignorance. If he could be sure of that alone. His hesitation dragged on. Even so, the intruder called Cossack continued to wait patiently, despite looking like someone who might resort to torture at any moment. Even now, his heart was pounding with fear, yet his trust was slowly growing. Bin Salah made his decision. He would stake his fate on Cossack. He went into the bedroom and returned with a small aluminum case. A case with fingerprint authentication, designed to explode if the password was entered incorrectly. Opening it, he caressed the rune for a long moment. Here it is. Take it. Congratulations. You live, and the UAE will be safe too. At last, the enhancement rune was secured. He also stowed away the ominous weapons. Let us keep tonight a secret. No good comes from others knowing, right? Bin Salah's body trembled. Somehow he felt relieved. Because even after achieving his goal, the intruder was still letting him live. All right. I will keep it secret. Oh, one more thing. Are you satisfied with the deal? What do you mean? The deal we made. You have to be satisfied. Both of us do. It is an important matter. Why, yes. I am satisfied. Good. You will be even more satisfied in 15 days. And again in 6 months. Cossack vanished into the darkness. Bin Salah felt as if he had woken from a dream. Had he really done the right thing? He would know in 15 days. Zhu Hyuk was alone in the penthouse. After sending Cossack off to negotiate, he had dismissed Gyun Dale, Gobang, and Rajix. Honestly, he was worried. Cossack had left full of confidence, talking big. An assassin negotiating? It was hard to believe. Still, he had checked the privileges already, and all that remained was random summoning. But he had no intention of doing that yet. He had to assume the negotiation might fail. Even if it meant removing Rajix, he would aim for an opportunity on the 55th floor. Or maybe push all the way to the 60th floor. If the negotiation succeeded, they would still have to climb to the 60th floor. If it failed, they would have to climb anyway for the privileges. But in this situation, what if yet another non-combat summon appeared? Only a sigh came out. He did not even want to imagine it. Still, even in the worst-case scenario, he had a card to turn things around. The Berserk Demon. The strongest summoned being of LSSR rank. Just thinking about him was oddly reassuring. If only he were a little less crazy, they might have worked together. If he had not talked about killing those in power, starting wars, and the like. What if he tried summoning him once more? Things might turn out differently. If so, he could be used as a hidden card. The thought grew stronger. He wanted to try? At least check what he was thinking now. Whatever. What is the harm in summoning him once? Zhu Hyuk opened the status Windows catalog list. Designated summon. Berserk Demon. The Berserk Demon has been designated and summoned. Once again, the Berserk Demon appeared. As always, his bearing alone was that of an immortal summoner. I cannot tell you how glad I am to see you again. Actually, not really. After being forcibly dismissed by the summoner, I spent much time reflecting on what exactly I did wrong. Something felt different. I realized that such extreme methods are not suited to this world. Even killing people has its limits. It takes too much time, and the side effects would be severe. Our berserk demon has changed. Would you like a drink? I will not refuse. If it is given by the summoner, I would drink even poison. Ju Hyuk took a chilled can of soda from the fridge, popped it open, and handed it over. After drinking deeply, it has been nearly 1,000 years since I last tasted the food of the world. He really liked it. The smile on his lips proved it. Killing all those in power was a foolish idea to begin with. Well, I would not call it foolish, just a bit extreme. Ha. Indeed. I wonder which nation in this world possesses the greatest national power. The strongest country? That would be the United States. The United States, is it ruled by a king? No, by a president. I see. Then all we need to do is turn the president of the United States into a Silhanin and make him obey. What is a Silhanin now? There exists a great art called the Silhan Grand Law. It destroys a human's mind and turns them into an obedient puppet. It consumes immense mental power, so even I can only create one Silhanin per use. Why does this feel like it is getting worse? If I use the Silhan Grand Law on the US president and make him follow orders, we can replace wars of conquest, pacify the world, and unify it later. Such a simple solution, yet I failed to think of it, and foolishly. This is driving him insane. The summoner and I would not need to stain our hands with blood. Of course, wars would still cause great damage, but that is a small sacrifice for the greater good. Let us act quickly. Where is the President of the United States? If we are to make him wage wars of conquest, we must begin at once. He had not changed at all. Speak. You will surely like it as well. This plan was devised through deep reflection. Your reflection is insufficient. The direction is completely wrong. Very wrong. The berserk demon blinked. At the same time, Ju Hyuk's lips parted. Wait, why do you always? The berserk demon's satisfaction rating has been set to 1 point. Summoning him just to ask was a mistake. He should forget it and just proceed with random summoning. At that very moment, beep, the front door opened. Loyal, your right-hand man, dependable aide, master of negotiations. Kosak has returned, sir. How did it go? The trade enhancement rune. He. Kosak laughed loudly, unable to contain himself. Ju Hyuk did not even need to hear the answer. Chapter 53. Ju Hyuk talked with Kosak late into the night. Kosak insisted that it had been a mutually satisfying, win-win negotiation. He definitely said he was satisfied. I heard it loud and clear. Satisfied with what? From the sound of it, it was practically blackmail. Well, to Kosak, the artist of the red ribbon, that probably counted as a negotiation. Comment. In any case, the result was good. Everything was good, except it is such a waste of the items. I barely even got to use them. That is exactly my point. It means we did not need to use them at all. Anyway, non-holy attribute items are only useful up to the 60th floor. From the 61st floor onward, they are useless. From the 61st floor, the undead zone, it was all holy attribute. And Ju Hyuk was not a player who fought with item power anyway. He fought with summon power. He knew that perfectly well. He knew, but it still felt wasteful. They were privilege items, after all. Then what about from the 71st floor? Could we not use them there? The zone where the berserk demons said towers would start collapsing everywhere. Not a chance. With junk like that, they are useless. You would need at least legendary named, great items, just to maybe compete. Why? What comes out up there? Well, when you go past the 71st floor, some scary stuff starts popping up. Like, really scary, monsters, What was it again? Kosak tilted his head, frowning deeply. That is weird. I cannot remember. Have you even been up there? Or is this just old age? I have been up there a few times. Heard lots of stories too. But, my head feels all foggy. Try to remember. Ugh, it is like there is an eraser in my brain. Or someone wiped it clean. It is driving me nuts. He clutched his head and struggled for a while, then finally gave up. All I remember is that it was hard. Just the feeling. Only the feeling. Were the monsters insanely strong? Well, more like they were hard to deal with. Yeah, troublesome. troublesome to deal with. What could that mean? I remember conversations from back then too. Stuff like, did not expect things like this to show up, and actually, it started back in the late 60s. So something starts changing around there. But which floors? The 67th floor was already known. The undead Phantom Reaper. That left the 68th, 69th, and 70th floors. Nothing. Not even a bit. Suddenly, he got curious. Until now, he had not even thought about floors beyond 71. What kind of monsters appeared up there? Why had the Berserk demons said towers would collapse all over the place in the 70s? He wanted to know more, but if Cossack could not remember, there was nothing to do. And it was not like Cossack would lie. Well, he would find out once they climbed there. Ju-hyuk woke up early. He used the bathroom, took a bath, brushed his teeth, trimmed his nails, changed into clean new clothes, and spent a short while meditating. Once ready, he took out the trait enhancement rune from his inventory. This was his first time enhancing via an item, so he felt slightly nervous. Using a rune was simple. People often said they eat it, and that description was accurate. You literally ate it. When you brought the small stone with engraved characters to your mouth, it melted smoothly and slid down your throat on its own. Your awakened trait has been enhanced. First, he summoned Cossack, Gobang, Gyundale, and Rajix, and told them about the results of yesterday's negotiation. Kaiha. Who am I? The master negotiator. John Cossack, that is who. Well done. Assassin. I said negotiator, you punk. Ho. I can stay too. You can snack on carrots all you want. Young master, congratulations. And Cossacknim, you worked very hard as well. Ahem. It was nothing, really. Hee hee. Cossack went on and on about his heroic deeds to the others. He repeated himself so much Ju-hyuk felt like his ears might bleed. But still, the atmosphere was cheerful. From the 51st floor onward, what monsters appear? You remember that, right? Griffins. Just imagine a really huge bird. Rajik shot his hand up. Do we skin them? Only feathers. You skin hides starting from the Wyvern Zone on the 56th floor. Oh, then what do I do? Mine or during repeat clears. Now all that remained was keeping the promise. The deadline for clearing the UA Black Tower was 14 days, 2 weeks. They had to speedrun their way to the 60th floor. Of course, with one more summon. All right, everyone gather up. Get ready to welcome a new member. Hopefully, a combat-capable summoned one. But do not expect too much. Whoever comes, accept them gladly. Grade, class, none of that matters. Whoosh. The summoning began. A mass of light descended from the sky. At the same time, it took on a human shape. Finally, they appeared. The new summoned one. Quite tall, a slender waist, and large. Huh? Ju-hyuk talked with Cossack late into the night. Cossack claimed it had been a mutually satisfying, win-win negotiation. He definitely said he was satisfied. I heard it loud and clear. Satisfied with what? From the sound of it, it was practically intimidation. Well, to Cossack, the artist of the red ribbon, that probably counted as negotiation. Either way, the outcome was good. Everything was good, except the items were such a waste. I barely even got to use them. That is exactly the point. It means there was no problem even without using them. Anyway, non-holy attribute items are only good up to the 60th floor. From the 61st floor onward, they are useless. From the 61st floor, the undead section, it was all about holy attributes. And Ju-hyuk was not a player who fought by relying on item power, but on summoned allies. Still, it felt wasteful. They were privilege items, after all. Then what about the 71st floor? Could we not use them there? That zone the Berserk demon said would see towers collapsing everywhere. Not a chance. Junk like that will not cut it. You would need at least legendary named, grade items, just to maybe compete. Why? What shows up there? Well, once you go past the 71st floor, some scary things show up. Like, really scary, monsters, What was it again? Cossack tilted his head, knitting his brows. That is weird. I cannot remember. Have you even been there? Or are you just forgetful? I have been up there a few times. Heard lots of stories too. But, my head feels all foggy. Ugh, it is like there is an eraser in my head. Or someone wiped it. It is driving me crazy. He clawed at his head for a while before giving up. All I remember is that it was hard. Just the feeling. Only the feeling. Were the monsters insanely strong? More like they were hard to deal with. Yeah, troublesome. troublesome to deal with. What could that be? I also remember what we talked about back then. Stuff like, we did not expect things like this, and actually, it started in the late 60s. So that is when things start changing. But which floors? The 67th floor was already known. The undead Phantom Reaper. That left the 68th, 69th, and 70th floors. Nothing. Not even a little. Suddenly, curiosity stirred. Up until now, he had not even thought about floors beyond 71. What kind of monsters would appear there? Why had the Berserk demons said towers would collapse all over the place in the 70s? He wanted to know more, but if Cossack could not remember, there was nothing to do. And it was not like Cossack would lie. Well, they would find out once they climbed there. Ju-hyuk woke up early. He went to the bathroom, washed up, brushed his teeth, trimmed his nails, changed into clean new clothes, and spent a short while meditating. Once he was ready, he took the trait enhancement rune out of his inventory. This was his first time enhancing via an item, so he felt a little nervous. Using a rune was simple. People often said they eat it, and that description was accurate. You really did eat it. When you brought the small stone engraved with characters to your mouth, it melted smoothly and slid down your throat on its own. Your awakened trait has been enhanced. First, he summoned Cossack, Gobang, Gyundale, and Rajix, and told them about the results of yesterday's negotiation. Kaiha. Who am I? The master negotiator. John Cossack. Well done. Assassin. Negotiator, you bastard. Ho. I can stay too. You can munch on carrots and hang around. Young master, congratulations. And Cossacknim, you worked hard as well. Ahem. It was not that hard, really. Hee hee. Cossack kept bragging about his exploits to the others, repeating himself so much Ju-hyuk felt his ears might bleed, but the atmosphere was lively. From the 51st floor onward, what monsters show up? You remember that, right? Griffins. Just imagine a huge bird. Rajix shot his hand straight up. Do we skin them? Only feathers. You skin hides starting from the Wyvern Zone on the 56th floor. Oh, then what do I do? Mine or during repeat clears. Now all that remained was keeping the promise. The deadline to clear the UA Black Tower was 14 days, 2 weeks. They had to climb to the 60th floor at breakneck speed. Of course, with one more summon. All right, everyone gather up. Get ready to welcome a new member. Hopefully, a combat-capable summoned one. But do not expect too much. Whoever comes, accept them gladly. Grade, class, none of that matters. Whoosh. The summoning began. A mass of light descended from the sky. At the same time, it took on human form. At last, the new summoned one appeared. The same gender as me. Cossack glanced back and forth at Gyundale, then said, same gender, but very different. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Do not play dumb. Why, you bastard? Her appearance was clearly female. Her figure made that obvious. She wore a tight black full-body suit that clung to her form, outlining every curve. Almost embarrassing to stare at for too long. But the most striking thing, something caught the eye before even her face. The very familiar object held in her hands. Made of metal, long and thick, with a hefty body, a stock meant to be shouldered, and a trigger underneath. But it differed from ordinary guns in many ways. First of all, it was huge. Bigger and thicker than standard-issue military firearms. So large you wondered how she even carried it around. Overall, it looked old-fashioned, like an early rifle, yet parts of it were strangely sleek. At the top was a faintly glowing blue glass panel, where unknown symbols and characters appeared and vanished like an LED display. If you had to describe it, it felt like a fusion of a steampunk large-caliber antique rifle and a cyberpunk electronic firearm. After taking in the gun, her appearance finally registered. Black hair, black eyebrows. By ethnicity, she looked closer to Latin. Her long hair was tightly tied back, her face small and slender, lips red. And her eyes were so narrow you could barely see them. It looked that way, but she actually had her eyes half closed, swaying back and forth. Do not tell me she is sleeping? Sticky drool stretched down from the new summoned one's lips. She really was sleeping? A woman. She is asleep. It seems she may not even realize she has been summoned. That is gross. If it keeps going, it might get sucked back in. Eek. It got sucked back in. The drool disappeared back into her mouth, and the moment it did, the new summoned one's eyes snapped open. Oh my. Where am I? Only then did she seem to grasp the situation. She stared blankly at Ju-hyuk's face, then snapped to attention. Feet together, right hand flat against her eyebrow, she shouted, "Victory! Sergeant Veron HK reporting. Thank you for summoning me, Captain." Her name was Veron HK, and she was calling Ju-hyuk Captain. Catalog. The lone woman of the Mage Empire Ranger Unit, the peerless beauty magic gunner. Name: Veron HK. Rank: SR, super rare. Type: magic gunner, human. Manifestation duration: 6 hours. Satisfaction rating: none. Resummon cooldown: 3 hours, applies after dismissal. A beautiful magic gunner from the Mage Empire's Ranger Unit. But could that firearm be used inside the tower? Well, if she was carrying it, she must be able to use it. She tilted, swayed. What now? She saluted and went back to sleep. This was ridiculous. She was even snoring. She is quite a unique summoned one. Cossack frowned as well. I do not like that woman. That salute and slogan thing. Why does that matter? It overlaps with my character. Salutes and slogans were my thing first. Look. Loyal. That is mine. He was not entirely wrong, but she is a soldier. Mage Empire Ranger Unit. I think she said her rank was sergeant. Cossack, did you ever serve in the military? Cossack's eyes darted around. I was exempt flat feet. If it were not for my flat feet, I would have quit assassination and joined the army. Flat feet, his ass. He flew around when using shadow step. Anyway, she was a strange one. Being summoned while sleeping. Was she always this sleepy? Or did she die in her previous life without getting enough rest? Sergeant Veron HK was a veteran sniper of the Mage Empire's Northern Ranger Unit. In the freezing cold, amid daily battles against demonic beasts, she earned fame as a magic gunner with unfailing accuracy. Then came an unexpected massive wave of beasts. Countless monsters surged toward the border fortress. If the northern fortress fell, the Empire would be finished. A desperate battle began. They had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Day and night, relentless assaults by all kinds of beasts. There was no time to sleep. Fighting off drowsiness, she stabbed her thigh with a great sword to stay awake and endured to the end. Her eyes grew so bloodshot that bloody tears flowed. She had long surpassed the limits a human could endure. After fighting for 100 days and nights and finally confirming the arrival of reinforcements, Veron HK at last entered peaceful rest. She died from lack of sleep. Well, technically a beast dealt the final blow, but she welcomed that death. Because she could finally sleep peacefully. He should probably not disturb her when she is sleeping. Still, the expected damage dealer had arrived. The rank was decent. SR, super rare, and the class was magic gunner. He wanted to enter the tower right away to see her in action, but she was sleeping like that. He could not exactly wake her. She looks completely exhausted. Let us just let her sleep. No way. If she is out, she has to do her duty. I cannot stand seeing someone sleep. Cossack walked over to Veron HK, who was nodding off while standing, and poked her in the side. Sergeant. Veron HK Callie. Then she saw Cossack standing in front of her. What are you staring at? Wanna dot? Did you just say that to me? Who else is here? You pretty boy-looking bastard. So what? Think bullets will not go through an LSSR gut? Or should I shove something hot up your ass? Cossack froze, completely flustered. Seriously, why does every woman Cossack meets end up like this? With no choice, Ju-hyuk stepped in. Sergeant Veron HK reporting. We are thinking of entering the tower. Is it an operation? Yes. We are planning to hunt a few scorpions. Scorpion extermination mission will be executed flawlessly. Victory. She was full of spirit. And so, Ju-hyuk's party, with their new summoned member, began a repeat clear of the 50th floor King Scorpion mission. They exited 30 minutes later. Everyone wore highly satisfied expressions. Now that they had confirmed Veronicka's abilities, it was time to begin the serious climb into the uncharted upper floors. Entering the 51st floor of the Korean Black Tower. From the 51st to the 55th floor was a zone where flying demonic beasts, griffins, appeared. Ju-hyuk's party finished preparing and moved toward the mission area. Nod, nod. Stagger, stagger. Veron HK was dozing off even as she walked. Master Summoner, she is sleeping again. At any time, any place. Is that an illness? At this point, It does seem like an illness. No wonder there is no time for bonding or conversation. But there was nothing to worry about. Once the battle started, her eyes would change. Ju Hyuk poked her arm. Ga? Sergeant Veron IHK Kali HBER. Sergeant, it is about time to get ready. Understood. Victory. 51st floor mission. Defeat 15 sharp-clawed griffins. Time limit, 14 hours. Failure conditions, death, or mission abandonment. The mission appeared. High in the sky, flocks of enormous birds circled. We will begin the operation. They had already witnessed the power of the magic gun during the 50th floor repeat clears. A large mana round that left the King Scorpion on the brink of death in a single shot, and small mana rounds that easily pierced the exoskeletons of ordinary scorpions. In truth, her physical abilities were unremarkable, stronger than an average human, but far inferior compared to other summoned beings, even considering her rank. Instead, her equipment was extraordinary. The magic gun went without saying, but also the reinforced suit, those tights, combat boots that allowed rapid movement via mana discharge, and mana defense gloves that protected her hands and fingers. High-performance combat gear produced by the Mage Empire. That seemed to be Veron HK's true strength. So how would she perform in a full-fledged SS++ rank, time attack mission? JJ Jeng. Dedudong. Drums and bells that stirred fighting spirit. Gyundale's rhythm shifted slightly. Heightened senses. At the same time, increased strength and speed. Adrenaline surged. With more people present, Gyundale focused even harder, shaking the bells like a madwoman. Excellent, princess. Thanks to you, morale is sky-high. Veron IHK dashed forward. She raised the barrel, took a standing firing stance, aimed at a sharp-clawed griffin. A milky white mana bullet struck the griffin's body. The griffin hurtled toward Veron IHK at terrifying speed. But she did not retreat. She kept firing small-caliber rounds, steadily whittling down its health. Pashuk, 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 Pashuk. While firing, she slowly backed toward Gobang. The sharp-clawed griffin's leg was seized by Gobang's hand. Perfect aggro transfer. As Gobang held the griffin in place, Cossack rushed in and smashed its head to pieces. Meanwhile, Veron HK kept moving. The moment one was handed off, she pulled another. Pashuk, 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 dealing damage with small rounds, then handing it off to Gobang again. The battle never paused for a second. One kill led straight to another delivery. Delivery after delivery. Not a magic gunner, more like a courier. Gobang and Cossack did not even need to move from their spot. All they did was finish off already wounded, tattered griffins. The speed was impressive, but more than that, it was incredibly stable. A tank, a melee dealer, a ranged dealer, and Gyundale's buffs. At this point, you could call this a complete party. He had picked well. As a summoner, he could not have been more satisfied. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on the 51st floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge awarded. Chapter 54. After finishing the 51st floor, Ju Hyuk and his party exited the tower. They had already used up their 2 daily entry chances into the tower, so now what? What do you mean, what now? There was something to do. They had to hold a welcome party for the new member. Since it is also a welcome party for Miss Veron IHK, let us have a get-together. Take the beef out of the fridge. Today, beer and soju as much as you want, huh? Gororiong, Gororong. Veron HK was already sprawled flat on the living room floor, fast asleep. Whoa, she fell asleep the moment we came out. At this point, is she not basically a sloth? She could be a panda or a koala. One of the 3 great sleepers of the animal kingdom. Veron HK clearly possessed sleep skills worthy of belonging to that group. It was kind of pitiful. She should at least eat before sleeping. Knowing exactly what Veron HK had yearned for so desperately before her death, no one could bring themselves to wake her. Looks like she went crazy from lack of sleep. Better let her sleep properly. Still, it is better to eat and then sleep. Even pandas eat bamboo before sleeping. If you wake her for no reason, she will flip out. You saw it earlier, did you not? TSK. Pretty face, but that personality. You just said it. I did not say that. You did, though. And no, I did not. Cossack slipped away under the pretense of going to grill the meat. At this rate, were not those two starting to have something going on? This could get interesting. He did not know whether romance between summoned beings was possible, but it was not impossible either. Once they were outside, they ate, drank, slept, did everything. After all, let us just have the get-together. They could save Veronichka's portion in case she woke up later. On the large dining table, beef sizzled as it cooked. They drank and ate, laughed and chatted. It was a welcome party without the guest of honor, but today was not the only day. They could always do it again later. In truth, Ju-hyuk always found moments like this amazing. Up until now, he had lived without a single proper friend. A get-together? As if. He had never even expected to be able to laugh and chat with people like this. More than succeeding as a player, being able to enjoy moments like this with his companions made him happier. Honestly, this was why he had bought such a spacious penthouse in the first place. In an instant, Veronichka, who had been sleeping in the living room, vanished. Where did she go? She had been snoring away on the floor just moments ago. She had not been unsummoned either. Then Go-bang, who was eating meat, pointed under the table with his finger. Female sergeant, she is here. Looking down, there she was. This time, Veronichka was sleeping under the dining table. It seemed she had rolled over here from the living room. The more you looked, the stranger it got. Is that a sleeping habit? She was probably drawn here by the smell of grilled meat, even in her sleep. That seemed right. Even while sleeping, her nostrils flared. Smack, smack, she even licked her lips. I think we should wake her and let her eat. Kosak stared at the sleeping Veronichka for a moment. Then, as if an idea had occurred to him, he grinned. Master Summoner, please do not wake her. Just wait a moment. There is something I want to try. Kosak gently placed a piece of beef on Veronichka's lips. Sniff, sniff, her nose twitched. Then her tongue flicked out, lick, and swept the meat into her mouth. Kosak jumped up and clapped. Incredible, incredible. She ate while sleeping. I am seriously amazed. The more he watched, the more absurd it felt. She was chewing meat while lying down asleep? Was this a skill too? Finding it fascinating, Kosak placed another piece of meat on her lips. Lick, munch munch. It is unbelievable. Master Summoner, would you like to try too? Go-bang also watched quietly. Then, he placed 2 chunks near her lips. Lick, lick, munch munch, smack smack. Rajix also looked intrigued. He snapped off the carrot he had been eating and, with a face full of anticipation, carefully placed it on Veronichka's lips. Oh, she ate the carrot too. Well done, worker Rajix. Meat and vegetables should be balanced. Suddenly, a piece of carrot shot out of Veronichka's mouth. Rajix looked crushed. She might eat in her sleep, but her tastes were very clear. Anyway, the welcome party ended well. She did eat, even if she was asleep. As time passed, and it was time to return, Ju-hyuk did not wake Veronichka. Just like that, still asleep, she was unsummoned and disappeared. 13 days remaining until the collapse of the United Arab Emirates Tower. To properly use a multinational tower access ticket, you must meet the qualifications. You cannot climb floors higher than your level. After clearing up to the 59th floor of the Korean Black Tower, the next destination was the 60th floor of the United Arab Emirates Black Tower. So today was the 52nd floor. Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, 52nd floor. Physical abilities have been enhanced to match your level. Traits and combat skills are available. Floor 52, level 52. His strength had increased to match level 52, and his magic power was so abundant he could maintain Shadow Step all day long. Time to get moving. His special privilege items had been confiscated, but he still had the mace and buckler he had purchased at the start of his player career. A real man does not blame his weapons. Go-bang fought just fine with his bare hands. Raid preparations began. As always, Veronichka Kaichbr was summoned while still asleep. Operation prep is complete. Veronichka, who had been inspecting her magic rifle, cried out with a flustered expression. Is something wrong? See Commander. I am out of ammunition. I failed to self-resupply. I apologize. I will correct this. You needed ammo for that thing? What kind of bullets? I need mana stones. Magic rifles load mana stones as live rounds. Normally, I extract them from monster corpses for self-supply, but yesterday ended too quickly. And here they had a mana stone tycoon. What was there to worry about? Where do you load the mana stones? Right here. You just put them all in. Veronichka removed the upper cover. Now he understood why the rifle was so bulky. The inside of the magic rifle was completely hollow. You could easily pour in 5 kilograms worth of mana stones. You have stockpiled mana stones, right? Oh yes. Lots of them. Give them to the sergeant. Rajix opened his backpack. Mana stones poured out in a clatter. It is more than enough. Reloading during combat. It is possible. Reload time is short. Then Rajix, if it looks like Veronechka needs ammo, resupply her immediately. Veronechka also added, when I run out of ammo, I will raise my left arm to signal supply Officer Rajix. Fire as much as you want. Do not conserve ammo. Certain victory. Once fully loaded like this, how many shots could she fire? 2 shots for large mana rounds, 200 shots for small mana rounds. Single shot and automatic fire are both possible. 200 small rounds. 2 large rounds. Roughly speaking, about 100-fold difference in power. If we keep replenishing mana stones mid-fight, can you keep firing both large and small rounds non-stop? Small rounds have no limitation even with automatic fire, but large rounds are limited to 2 shots. Even if mana stones are replenished, large rounds put a heavy burden on the magic rifle. After firing 2 shots, it requires 1 hour before it can be fired again. A kind of cooldown. No problem. Even small rounds packed plenty of punch, and she could spray them freely. 52nd floor mission. Defeat 15 steel-beaked jet black griffins. Time limit, 14 hours. Failure conditions, death, or mission abandonment. The 52nd floor went smoothly. Veronechka is pulling, shaving down HP and handing them off to Gobang. Then Kosak delivering the finishing blow. At this point, it was less smooth and more routine. Of course, unexpected situations still happened. Squad members, is it acceptable if I hand off 2 at once? Go ahead. Even 10 at once would be fine. Roger. I wish you luck. Princess, please stay focused as well. Aggro may shift, so be careful. Crash. 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 But instead of 2, 3 descended. Gobang stepped forward, blocking Veronechka. 3 of them. Magic Gunner, fall back. No. I will handle one. Veronechka's magic rifle glowed white-hot. She carefully aimed in a seated firing stance. A massive large mana round struck the body of the steel-clawed griffin head-on. Hit by the large mana round, the griffin plummeted helplessly. At the same time, the kill count increased. 1 shot was enough, but the aggro of the remaining 2 was still active. After suppressing their descent with automatic fire, Veronechka rolled away, tumbling out of the battlefield. The remaining 2 that chased her. Gobang seized both of their necks at once. Kosak stabbed their vital points with a dagger infused with sword energy, cutting off their breath. Oh, that was cool. Rajix said, eyes wide. He seemed taken by the sight of Veronechka, firing 1 huge shot, and then rolling away. Worker Rajix, I am cool when I fight too. Did I ever tell you I once walked down from the sky? Hoke. That is dangerous. Summoner Nim is cool even if you just stay still. Rajix really was good at judging people. Anyway, Veronechka KLHBER. Perhaps because she had been a soldier in her previous life, every movement she made was disciplined and efficient, especially when firing in bursts, standing and pouring small rounds mercilessly into the griffins. But she had a downside. Her cost efficiency was worse than expected. Mana stone consumption was enormous. Gobang and Kosak only needed to be fed. When Veronechka raised her left hand, Rajix dashed out as if he had been waiting for it. He opened his backpack and resupplied her with mana stones. Thank you, Supply Officer Rajix. Rajix, assigned as a supply officer, fighting on the very front lines of battle. Then I guess it is about time I join in too. Juhyuk took out his mace and buckler. The moment Veronechka saw that, she hurried over in a panic. You must not advance to the front. You could be hit by bullets coming from behind. In war, more people die from stray shots fired by allies than from enemy fire. What a wide variety of excuses. Then what about Kosak and Gobang? Kosak is slippery enough to dodge bullets, and Gobang looks like he would not even flinch if he got hit. What if I give you a direct order, Sergeant? I will recite the 3 principles of the summoned. First, a summoned being must place the summoner's life above all. All right, that is enough. Those darned 3 principles. And if you personally go out front, who will command the battlefield? A commander must not move rashly. Command my ass. I must have misheard, sir. A commander, huh? Is squatting in the rear and doing nothing really command? Thinking about it calmly, she was not wrong. If anything, it was perfect realism. If you are the commander, lazing around in the back really is how it is supposed to be. Anyway, the 52nd floor also. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rank on the 52nd floor of the Black Tower, Korea. The next day as well. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rank on the 53rd floor of the Black Tower, Korea. And the day after that. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rank on the 54th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. The United Arab Emirates is a federal state. While ultimate authority lies with the Supreme Federal Council, in practice the King of Abu Dhabi, who wields the greatest power, effectively rules the UAE. Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah of Abu Dhabi was confined to his residence. All external activities were prohibited. It was no different from being imprisoned. As soon as he returned to Abu Dhabi from Korea, that was his fate. Was it because the temporary naturalization contract failed? A mere contract failure could never be grounds for exile, especially not for a crown prince. The real cause was the rune of trade enhancement, an item he was supposed to hand over as part of the temporary player naturalization deal with Saudi Arabia. Instead, he had given it to an unidentified stranger whose identity he did not even know. And what had he received in return? 2 tower reward items and a verbal promise to clear the 60th and 61st floors for him. Because he had to bear full responsibility for that decision, bin Salah was confined to his home. On top of that, he was on the verge of losing his status as crown prince. Losing his title was not even the end of it. Eventually, he would be expelled from the United Arab Emirates altogether. And then he would be eliminated by an assassin. A deposed crown prince remaining alive would be a burden to the next ruling power. There was only one way to turn the tables. The man he had met at the hotel. If that man cleared the 60th floor of the United Arab Emirates Black Tower, everything would change. Then he could escape his exile and wield even greater power than before. A retainer knocked and entered the room where bin Salah was confined. Today, the 54th floor of the Republic of Korea Black Tower was cleared with a SS++ rank. For consecutive days of climbing. To be honest, he had had his doubts. But now he was certain. A mysterious player who could exert power in the real world that surpassed even his abilities inside the tower. Cossack was undoubtedly the holder of the SS++ clear records of the Korean Black Tower. Clearing from the 51st to the 54th floors consecutively over 4 days was proof that he intended to keep his promise. And how magnanimous had he been, casually gifting extremely rare tower reward weapons and a shield. The player Omar, who entered the tower wearing that equipment, had already climbed 2 more floors and reached level 29. If Cossack truly cleared the 60th floor as promised, I must go to Korea no matter what. With a generous bundle of gifts prepared, he had to meet Cossack again, somehow. Maintaining a long-term relationship with him was essential. The fact that Cossack was a chilling, spine-tingling man was not even a problem. In fact, being acquainted with someone like that might be a stroke of luck. Chapter 55. 10 days remain until the collapse countdown of the United Arab Emirates Tower. Even if the tower collapses, there will be no casualties. After experiencing the terror of the Mumbai Tower collapse, people would have already fled the collapse zone by then. But what about the massive sinkhole? What if a hole over 10 kilometers in diameter opened up in the UAE? It had to be stopped, no matter what. If we assume the clear fails, this is the kind of message UAE players would hear in 10 days. Notice, progress in clearing the United Arab Emirates Black Tower is insufficient. Notice, tower collapse countdown has been activated. Notice, the countdown will stop if the uncleared upper floors are successfully cleared. Notice, time remaining until tower collapse, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. There was no intention of letting it reach the countdown. The clear would be finished before that. By calculation, including today, it would take 6 days at most. It was even possible to clear 2 floors in a single day. That would mean the global announcement would ring twice in one day, which would cause another uproar. There was no rush. 1 floor per day was more than enough. Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, 55th floor. The final section of the Griffin Zone. 55th floor mission. Defeat 50 griffins of any type and 1 peacock feather storm griffin. Time limit, 12 hours. Completion conditions. All Griffin types 0 out of 50, Peacock Feather Storm Griffin 0 out of 1. The boss, the Peacock Feather Storm Griffin. Its tail was large, beautiful, and lush, like a peacock's feathers. But it was dangerous. Its ultimate attack was its tail feather assault. From the sky, it scattered feather spears toward the ground, carpet bombing the area where players stood. This was not easy to dodge. The feather spears fell densely, without gaps. Griffins filled the sky, flying everywhere. Veronejka boldly targeted one flying through the very center of the flock. The griffin recognized Veronejka, then the one beside it, the one next to that, and the one following behind. 5 descended in an instant. But Veronejka pulled the trigger again toward another group. 5 more, staggered by timing. Crash. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Small mana rounds fired in rapid succession. Not a single shot missed. But the mana stone ammo was consumed quickly. Supply Officer Rajix. Rajix dashed out eagerly. During repeated clears, the main tower material they had gathered had been ore. But after summoning Veronejka, Juhyuk had asked Rajix to increase the ratio of mana stone collection. All for supplying ammunition to Sergeant Veronejka HBR, the mana stone devouring monster. Clang clang, jingle jang, clang clang, jingle jang. Boom boom, dum dum boom, boom boom, dum dum boom. Sharp drumbeats and ringing bells. As they neared the ground, the griffin flock fell into confusion under Gyun Dale's debuff. Like pigeons pecking at feed, they settled densely onto the ground. Gobang snapped their necks one by one as if they were pigeons, while Kosak danced through them with a dagger gleaming with sword energy. At the same time, Veronejka's pulling began again. Gyun Dale's debuff. Gobang and Kosak's close-range assault. It did not take long to summon the 55th floor boss, the Peacock Feather Storm Griffin. The massive griffin spread its peacock-like feathers wide and appeared leisurely in the distant sky. Veronejka assumed a seated firing stance. Her magic rifle glowed white-hot. Struck solidly in the torso, the Peacock Feather Storm Griffin descended, and at the same time, thadoo-daduk. Brilliant feathers turned into spears and rained densely onto the ground. Gobang expanded his body and wrapped Kosak, Gyundale, and Veronejka in his arms. Juhyuk pulled Rajix close and activated an energy barrier. Of course, not a single feather spear flew anywhere near Juhyuk. He was outside the attack range from the start. After all, he was a rear-line commander. He did not go to dangerous places. Once the feather storm subsided, Veronejka fired another large mana round. The Peacock Feather Storm Griffin had taken 2 large mana rounds. There was no way it could endure that. It staggered down and barely managed to land. Kosak leapt onto its head using Shadow Step. He blinded both eyes with his dagger. Then Gobang, enlarged through gigantification, grabbed the boss's head as it entered a near-death state and twisted it a full turn. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rank on the 55th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. You are granted a platinum badge. Now it was Juhyuk's time. Even if you are going to keep climbing, you should still check your privileges first. He had already completed his trait enhancement. There was still plenty of time left on the next random summon cooldown. So the privilege reward did not feel quite as desperately important as it once had. Well, it would be nice if a summoned being rank up rune dropped. Promote our supply officer Rajix and pin an SRR insignia on him. But getting too obsessed with privileges was not very macho. He did not even perform a ritual. He had already used it twice. Now it was stale. What ritual? A ritual? Please, please. Begging who for what? Like a true tower macho man, he opened his inventory. Even if it was a privilege he did not want, he would accept it magnanimously, without complaint. With the accumulation of 55 platinum badges, a privilege is granted. Hurry up and give it to him. A privilege item would be fine. A summoned being rank up rune to promote Rajix to a SRR would be even better, and trade enhancement would be an ultra jackpot. Privilege. You may copy one skill possessed by a summoned being. Please select a target. Targets. John Kosak, Savage Meat Shield, Gyundale, Rajix, Mad Demon. It was really good. One usable skill was worth more than 10 items. Just look at Shadow Step, which he had copied from Kosak before. So then, which of the 5 should he copy from? Too many options. Juhyuk absolutely hated having too many choices. Ugh, It gave him a headache. He preferred someone else deciding for him. That was why he wore the clothes his mom bought him, and why he always went to the same hair salon. Last time the skill copy privilege appeared, it was a blessing that the options were limited. There had only been Kosak, after all. Kosak, Go Bang, Gyundale, Rajix, Mad Demon, Veronica HBR. Let us take a look one by one. Kosak's accumulated star rating is above average. Selection range expanded. List: Blade Explosion, Shock Break, Dirty Ambush, Poison Dagger, Disruption, Stealth, Invisibility, Polymorph, Lockpicking, Pickpocketing, Mugging, Kidney Stab, an offer you cannot refuse. What is this guy? The further down it goes, the more it turns into straight-up crime skills. Savage Meat Shield's accumulated star rating is above average. Selection range expanded. List: Diamond Skin, Rapid Regeneration, Gigantification, Mocking Roar, Unbreakable Spirit, Iron Skull, Silent Taunt, Last Stand, Shockwave, Crushing Grip. A tank through and through. He might want to be macho, but getting beaten up for a living was not his thing. Next, Gyundale. Her accumulated star rating was also high, so there were many options. List: Bell of Encouragement, Bell of Weakening, Bell of Confusion, Drumbeat of Fighting Spirit, Talisman Arts, Blade Walking, Fortune Reading, Casting Misfortune, Casting Karma, Majesty, Scolding. He did not want to become a clapping shaman. What about their reliable worker Rajix? List: Subspace Backpack, Leather Gathering, Mining, Tanning, Herb Gathering, Blacksmith Repair, Survival Cooking, Cleaning, Camp Construction. As expected, skills specialized entirely for labor. And Veron IHK's list? Veron IHK HBR's accumulated star rating is above average. Selection range expanded. He had not summoned her many times, but he had consistently given her 5 stars. List: Magic Rifle Marksmanship, Mana Round Focus, Speed Step, Fade Mana Round Enhancement, Mana Round Barrage. Other than Speed Step, everything was tied to magic rifles. Even if he learned them, he probably would not be able to use them. He did not even have a magic rifle. Mad Demon's accumulated star rating is the lowest. Selection range is extremely limited. 2 summons, 2 1-star ratings. No surprise he was rock bottom. Did that mean there were no skills to copy at all? List: Blood Jade Gang Chi. Just 1, but still. Choosing an R-grade skill over SR was obviously rational. And yet, decision paralysis struck again. This required careful thought. To properly use Blood Jade Gang Chi, he would have to fight barehanded, covered in blood and flesh. And even if he learned it, there was no guarantee he could display power anywhere near Mad Demon's level. Then do not learn it? But not learning it was not exactly wise either. Honestly, if not now, then when? Mad Demon might be insane, but what did the skill do wrong? There was no guarantee another skill copy privilege would ever appear again. As Ju Hyuk frowned in deep thought, the summoned beings each chimed in. Young Master Bong, learn Talisman Arts. At first, your mastery will be low and the effects modest, but it will improve with practice. Not a bad suggestion. Talismans are meh. Stealth or invisibility is better. Sneaking around the tower makes things way safer. I recommend Diamond Skin or Rapid Regeneration. If your body is tough, you do not die easily. What about Rajix? Home, you do not need to learn mine. I will do all the work. If you take Rajix's job away, he gets mad. The look on his face when electronic farmhand Rochung was executed, still vivid. Sleeping very well. So what did they think about copying Mad Demon's skill? When he casually brought it up, Mad Demon's Blood Jade Gang Chi, you say? This one is frightened. Please, restrain yourself. In no way. Absolutely not. It is blood. Blood. The word blood is in the skill name. Gives me chills. Summoner, it is fine not to learn it. Cool, HRRRP. Smack smack. After carefully considering everyone's opinion. Alright, I will learn Mad Demon's skill. A weak man's trait. He is timid, but when it comes to rebelling, he does it. To show that he is not someone to be taken lightly either. What is wrong with this? This is who he is. He will not just be dragged along obediently the way you want. Faces full of concern. He knew what they were worried about. If he learned the skill, he would want to try it out. That would eventually lead him to participate in combat, and that could become dangerous. Skill. Blood Jade Gang Chi has been acquired. Blood Jade Gang Chi has been registered in the status window. Skill: Blood Jade Gang Chi. Description: emits formless energy to weaponize the body. Power increases according to the user's magic power at their level. As proficiency increases, the range over which hardened energy can be applied to the body expands. Status window: Name: Bong Joo-hyuk. Affiliation: Black Tower, Republic of Korea. Catalog: John Kosak, Savage Meat Shield, Gyundale, Rajix, Mad Demon, Veronica KHBR. Trait skills: Designated Summon, Random Summon, Unsummon. General skills: Tower entry, 2 times per day, Tower exclusive inventory. Combat skills: Shadow Step, Hanwon Biocryok Staff, Blood Jade Gang Chi. Seeing his status window packed like this made his chest swell with pride. He would try out Blood Jade Gang Chi later inside the tower. He was not planning to fight monsters directly just yet, but he could at least train and raise its proficiency. Tower entry was twice a day. With 2 runs per day, there was plenty of time to practice. Now came the Wyvern section. On the 56th floor, Earth Wyverns. 57th floor, Flame Wyverns. 58th floor, Frost Wyverns. 59th floor, Lightning Wyverns. And on the 60th floor, unusually, no standard wyverns at all, only Venom Wyverns and a Wyvern Lord. He would push straight through, all the way to the 59th floor. No breaks. After a double S++ clear on the 55th floor, just how far will he go? An unprecedented record. He has not missed a single double S++ clear all the way up to the 55th floor. He breezed through the Flying Monster Griffin section. Now Wyverns. Player Nam Gaon herself admits it. Comparing herself to him does not make sense. She is still far behind. For the first time in a while, the media poured out coverage. Being a reporter in Korea really was easy. There were new headlines every single day. I told you, did not I? Korea? No, the world's top player. Who is it? But seriously, can he clear the Wyvern section too? That sounds rough. Lol, plenty of forum users said that before disappearing. Do not underestimate the defense of the 56th floor Earth Wyverns. Takes forever to kill even one. Was not that you Chulmin's clear video you watched? Nam Gaon said the same thing too. So what? They are completely different kinds of players to begin with. Just as the forums were heating up, a global announcement rang out to players affiliated with South Korea, as if Wyverns were no different from Griffins. Notice, you have achieved a double S++ clear rank on the 56th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. 9 days remaining until the collapse of the United Arab Emirates Tower. Notice, you have achieved a double S++ clear rank on the 57th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. 8 days remaining. Notice, you have achieved a double S++ clear rank on the 58th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. 7 days remaining. Notice, you have achieved a double S++ clear rank on the 59th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. 6 days remaining. He kept running forward without stopping. Chapter 56. He burned it all white hot. He climbed like a madman. Tomorrow, he would finally be able to enter the 60th floor. Once they entered the Wyvern section, the plan changed. 1 run per day would be for upper floor progression. The remaining entry would be used to repeatedly clear the same floor to collect leather samples. That was the plan. He did not intend to skin too many. There was already a pile of basilisk leather, after all. Just 1 hide per type. For sample submission. The rest of the time would be spent gathering mana stones. Joo-hyuk and his summoned beings had re-entered the 59th floor and were skinning a single lightning wyvern. But Rajix's expression was strange. He had been like that since the 56th floor. I am sorry, supply officer. Rajix was sulking, clearly upset. Veron IHK stood at attention, apologizing stiffly to him. What was going on? It was not a big deal. The reason was simple. Veron IHK had fired mana rounds to pull the wyverns, but ended up punching holes clean through their torsos. From Rajix's perspective, that was unacceptable. The hide was damaged. Even if they were only taking 1 sample per monster. Hook. Only hit the head. I will correct it. The reason Veron IHK was groveling to Rajix. She was a soldier herself and knew exactly how terrifying a supply officer could be. Who cared about rank? Position mattered more. If you got on the bad side of the supply officer, the one providing most of the mana stone ammunition, your military life was over. That was why, aside from Commander Bong Joo-hyuk, the person Veron IHK was most careful around was Rajix. It could not be helped. Still, As the commander, Ju-hyuk could not just watch. Sergeant Veron IHK? Sergeant Veron IHK Kalai HBER. Then he turned to Rajix. I will tell her to only aim for the head from now on, so calm down. And I will help you with the hide processing. It is fine. I can do it all myself. I want to do it. I really do. Wyverns were troublesome to skin cleanly because of their wings. You had to remove the wings first to make things easier. A blood-red, translucent hardened energy gathered at Ju-hyuk's fingertips. This was Mad Demon's blood jade Gang-chi. His proficiency was still low, so he could only manifest the hardened energy at the tips of his fingers. When he touched the wyvern corpse's wing joint, the wing was cut cleanly, like tofu. How is it? Clean, right? The first cut had been rough, but after a few tries, he had gotten the hang of it. Rajix seemed satisfied too. Hoeen? That is cool. It is nothing special. Learning the skill really did make things convenient. It felt like carrying around a razor-sharp laser lightsaber. What would Mad Demon think if he knew his legendary skill was being used to butcher monster corpses? Well, was Blood Jade Gang-chi really that noble? Using it like this was probably better than killing people with it. I should hand over the samples this afternoon. Assistant Manager Lee Min-ah, no, Team Leader Lee Min-ah, would be coming. Talking to her was still uncomfortable. Summoned beings were easy. The next morning, at last, the day to challenge the 60th floor arrived. He would finish it immediately. Strike while the iron was hot. Only 5 days remained until the UAE Tower's collapse deadline. How anxious must the people of that country be right now? He had already researched the 60th floor in advance. A little online digging was all it took to gather information. It was a floor that ordinary players could never clear alone without national-level support. In fact, the entire Flying Monster section was like that. The floors where ordinary players could safely farm and make a living through repeated clears were below the 40th floor. Anyway, on the 60th floor, they would face the Wyvern Lord. That was the only thing that mattered. Not every type of wyvern appeared. But did that mean only the Wyvern Lord showed up? A strange monster called the Venom Wyvern also spawned. They felt like summons of the Wyvern Lord. Among all wyverns encountered so far, they were the weakest. They did not even count toward the mission completion conditions. A light tap, melee or ranged, was enough to kill them. But the problem came after they died. When a Venom Wyvern died, it fell to the ground and melted, turning into liquid venom. The poison did not soak into the ground. It pooled on the surface, forming puddles. 1 puddle for every Venom Wyvern killed. The ridiculous part? Even without being attacked, they would sometimes crash into the ground on their own, creating poison puddles everywhere. If you stepped into one, you would be poisoned, and the player's body would melt away. It was venom, after all. Even chugging healing potions would not save you. How do you avoid the poison puddles? Even if you detoxify, you are poisoned again right after. Just do not step on them. You say? That is impossible. Because the battlefield is extremely narrow. You could think of it as a gourd-shaped canyon. The combat zone is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. The area you can move in is about half the size of a school playground. You are guaranteed to step into poison puddles. In situations like this, the ones who truly shine are state-backed elite players. They enter the raid with inventories stuffed full of equipment that grants poison resistance. If they have made it this far, it is not just talent. They have also gone through at least 2 rounds of trade enhancement under national support. With overwhelming backing, they simply ignore the poison puddles created by the Venom Wyverns and focus all their firepower on the Wyvern Lord as quickly as possible. That is why, even in advanced tower-climbing nations, there are only 1 or 2 players capable of clearing the 60th floor. Shall we head in now? Ju-hyuk summoned his summoned beings. Certain victory. Snap. Cossack's sloppy salute. Snap. Veron IHK's textbook, regulation salute. Snap. Rajix's short arms failing to even reach his eyebrow, a tragicomic salute. Do I have to return this? Ju-hyuk returned the salute quickly. Only then did Cossack, Rajix, and Veron IHK lower their hands. I am here, summoner. Young master, did you rest well last night? At least Gobang and Gyundale were still normal. Today, we are entering the 60th floor. The United Arab Emirates Black Tower. When do you plan to clear the Republic of Korea Black Tower, if I may ask? Can I not take that slowly? What is Korea in such a rush for? Besides, reaching the 60th floor meant thinking about privileges again. Even if he did not perform a full ritual, he would need to enter the Korean Black Tower with a reverent mindset. Master Summoner, I have a proposal. I prepared a briefing. Please review it and approve. This guy, did he get addicted to briefings or something? Well, go ahead. Kosak lit up at Ju-hyuk's permission. He went on at length, drawing diagrams, having the other summoned beings demonstrate along with him. Are you serious? This is actually possible. And everyone agreed to this? This is driving him insane. It is not like they are filming some transforming combination superhero show on the 60th floor. Can we not clear it the normal way? Like always, just melt it with firepower. Of course we can. But it hurts. It hurts a lot. All of us will hurt. And he was always sorry about that. Is it not better if only one person hurts? Wow, you sly bastard. Kosak was truly devious beyond words. It is not just me. Our lovely worker could die screaming in a poison pit while resupplying. Rajik's being in danger? That would not do. And if we use this method, there is no attack delay. Now that made it tricky. Visualizing the strategy in his head made it absurd, but, alright, let us do it according to the briefing. Shall we enter? He feels like going on an overseas trip. Well, it is an expedition to the UAE. Ju-hyuk took out the multinational tower access ticket. The usage method was simple, as always. You have used a multinational tower access ticket. Please state the country and floor of the tower you wish to enter. United Arab Emirates Black Tower, 60th floor. Entry conditions have been met. Would you like to enter now? Entering the United Arab Emirates Black Tower, 60th floor. At last, they had entered a foreign tower. There was no particular emotional impact. Just because it was another country did not mean the tower environment would change. Certain victory. Commencing the Wyvern Lord Annihilation Operation. Attention. Just trust me, Kosak. Hee. Hook. Ho-hee. Please take care of yourselves. Everyone, trust me. I will protect you. Leaving the narrow, safe corridor, they entered a wide, circular space like a coliseum. 60th floor mission, defeat one Wyvern Lord. Time limit, 12 hours. Completion condition, Wyvern Lord 0 out of 1. From the distant sky, the Wyvern Lord approached, accompanied by hundreds of venom wyverns. Gobang activated gigantification. He became enormous. They formed up exactly as they had practiced. First, Kosak climbed onto Gobang's right shoulder. Varon HK took the left shoulder. Rajix rode piggyback, with his short legs tightly wrapped around Gobang's neck, and his short arms hugging Gobang's head. Plump, squishy hips. Rajix's devastating rear view was fully exposed. This was the 4-stage summon being transformation combination, a devious idea conceived by Kosak, built entirely on Gobang's sacrifice. Ju-hyuk and Gyundale climbed up onto the cliff. To avoid the poison puddles, they could not participate directly in combat, but buffs and support were still possible. Well, cheering was all he could do. What else was there? Jang. The moment Gyundale shook her bells vigorously, crash, crash, rat-a-tat-a-tat. From Gobang's left shoulder, Varon HK opened fire with her magic rifle. Thud, thud, thudududud. Venom wyverns fell like rain. Poison puddles formed everywhere. The core of this raid was Gobang. Without directly clashing with the Wyvern Lord, he maintained a certain distance, kiting the monster in wide circles. He stepped into poison puddles without a care, constantly pulling aggro with taunt skills. So what if he stepped on it a bit? If this were a role-playing game, he would be excluded from loot distribution. But Gobang's regeneration was exceptional. His body, hardened by diamond skin, almost immune to all poisons. The sly Kosak darted back and forth between Gobang's right shoulder and the Wyvern Lord's back, dealing damage non-stop. Varon HK, comfortably perched on Gobang's left shoulder, poured out magic rifle fire. Rajix, riding piggyback, hoed and hoed, while supplying Mana Stone ammunition to Varon HK. Our dependable Gobang. The SR Savage Meat Shield. Blades erupted from his right hand, bullets fired from his left. A fully self-sustaining, transforming combination robot. It looked ridiculous, but in reality there was zero delay in their offense. Whenever aggro wavered, Gobang simply threw a punch to keep it locked. This actually works. The plan devised by the mastermind of dirty tricks, Sly Kosak, unfolded exactly as intended. Wyvern Lord defeated, 1 out of 1. You have successfully completed the 60th floor mission. Reward. Mana stones, 6 kilograms. They could use this same method on the 60th floor of the Korean Black Tower too. That was when it happened. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rank on the 60th floor of the Black Tower, United Arab Emirates. SS++ clear reward. You are granted a platinum badge. You could get them from another country's tower too? Then does a global announcement go out as well? And does it count toward privileges? The Supreme Federal Council of the United Arab Emirates. With only 5 days remaining until their Black Tower's collapse deadline, Crown Prince bin Salah attended the council alongside player Omar Hossain. A hearing and final judgment were scheduled. The crime, handing over a rune of trade enhancement without any formal contract. The consequence, placing the United Arab Emirates at risk of tower collapse. Crown Prince bin Salah, do you admit your guilt? As arrogant as we were told. How regrettable. You were so sharp as a child. Even so, bin Salah maintained a dignified posture. Will you continue to insist you did nothing wrong? It was merely an expression of loyalty to the nation. The stripping of his title and exile abroad were already decided outcomes. The Emirates other than Abu Dhabi had secretly been waiting for a chance like this. Though the UAE was a federation of 7 Emirates, Abu Dhabi effectively ruled the country. The gap in national power was simply too great. Thus, the other 6 Emirates, Dubai foremost among them, had long sought to curb Abu Dhabi's influence and take control themselves. Given the circumstances, the King of Abu Dhabi, also King and President of the UAE, Salah Mohammed bin Aziz, did not even attend the council. Bin Salah looked resigned, but he had not given up. He had staked everything on Cossack. All he needed was for him to turn the situation around. Still, anxiety lingered. Would he truly keep his promise? This certainly makes the verdict easier, does it not? Let us decide quickly. We must make a public announcement, and there is also the temporary naturalization contract. The Supreme Federal Council had decided to proceed with a temporary naturalization contract with Saudi Arabia. The King of Dubai led the push. The cost would be enormous, but one of Saudi Arabia's conditions was the ousting of Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah. After all, he had handed over a valuable rune of trade enhancement that should have fallen into their laps. How could they not be furious? Then let us gather everyone's opinion and deliver the verdict. Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah leaked precious national assets overseas. Bin Salah slowly closed his eyes. Was this really how it ended? This is a heinous crime bordering on treason. Therefore, the Supreme Federal Council hereby resolves, as of today, to exile Abdul bin Salah from the United Arab Emirates. Player Omar, seated right beside the Crown Prince, leapt to his feet and shouted. What are you doing? Shouting during the verdict? Are you opposing the Crown Prince's exile? With a trembling voice, Omar Hossain spoke. The United Arab Emirates Black Tower's 60th floor. What about the tower? Is it collapsing already? It was just cleared. A global announcement went out, and it was a SS++ clear. What nonsense was this? It made no sense. Such a lie would be exposed instantly. The council chamber fell silent. Attendants seated with the Supreme Federal Council began showing their smartphones and whispering urgently. Faces drained of color. Journalists and high-ranking officials who had come to observe sprang to their feet. Everyone began making frantic calls, moving about in a frenzy. The meeting room descended into chaos, yet no one tried to stop it. It is true. A global announcement. All UAE-affiliated players heard it. We have confirmed the SS++ clear record for the UAE Black Tower's 60th floor. The tower progression status as well. Murmurs filled the room. Faces frozen in shock. Not just a clear, but a SS++ clear? And this was not Korea. Only then did bin Salah smile faintly. Please continue with the verdict. What crime exactly am I guilty of? No one could answer. Chapter 57. It actually works. Told you it would. Hee. It was not just a matter of clearing the stage. His level had gone up. He had even pulled off a SS++ clear using a multinational tower access ticket, and he had received a badge on top of that. Up until now, players could only challenge the tower of the country they belonged to. So naturally, everyone thought that platinum badges could only be obtained from their own country's tower. In Korea's case, the Korean Black Tower. Multinational access tickets had been seen as nothing more than support perks or a kind of overseas trip. but it actually applied. That ticket, it is better than I thought? If that was true, then the floor numbers that granted perks would change from those ending in 5 and 0 to those ending in 4 and 9. In other words, the next perks would be on the 64th and 69th floors. And since he still had one more ticket, if he used that too, the ending digits would change again to 3 and 8. But nothing was certain yet. What if this was just receiving in advance the badge he was supposed to get on the 60th floor of the Korean Black Tower, but from the United Arab Emirates Black Tower instead? In that case, they might say it was overlapping and refuse to give another badge. In the end, the only way to know was to try clearing the 60th floor of the Korean Black Tower right now. What caught Ju Hyuk's eye was Go Bang's leg. He had been stepping in pools of poison, and it was a complete mess. The skin had melted away, exposing the tendons underneath. It made you wonder how he could even walk. Are you okay, Mr. Go Bang? That looks like it really hurts. A warrior does not feel pain from injuries like this. It will heal completely in a bit. And that was actually true. New flesh rapidly formed, the wounds healing at an incredible speed. His regeneration alone was on a ridiculous level. What do? Go straight into the 60th floor of the Korean Black Tower? Kosak asked. If we use the same method there, it will work. This is all thanks to my brilliant strategy and tactics. What a sneaky bastard. He says he is not hurt and wants to go right back in. Can he not see Go Bang's melted calf? He. Sensing something ominous in Ju Hyuk's gaze as he stared silently at him, Kosak glanced at Go Bang's injured leg. Maybe not today. Tomorrow would be better. Today's run ended here. Make them go through that kind of pain twice in one day? That is just cruel. Let us at least check the perk. Whether the United Arab Emirates Black Tower Platinum badge counted or not. Ju Hyuk opened his inventory. After confirming, he had 60 badges. Perk granted for accumulating 60 platinum badges. They gave him a perk. The badge counted. Then, perk. 1 ladder climbing ticket has been added to your inventory. Son of a gun. You messing with him again? Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il was meeting Lee Min-ah, who had just been promoted to team leader, in his office. Team leader Lee. Did everything go well yesterday? Every 3 or 4 days, Lee Min-ah visited Ju Hyuk's home to collect tower materials. She had also been to the penthouse right after the SS++ clear on the 59th floor. Yesterday, I met Player Bong and received tower ore and 4 wyvern full hides. He said he would send one of each as samples, but since he left work right away, I could not put them in the tower materials warehouse. Truthfully, he had been secretly expecting something. Because Player Bong had started the wyvern section, he had no worries at all about whether the clear would succeed. He had expected a SS++ rating, and that is exactly what happened. What Jun Gwang-il had been hoping for was the hide. Would they really be able to bring back wyvern hide? Turns out, he did not even need to worry. Let us take a look. Wyvern hide is something you rarely see even as a tower reward. Yes, I will take them out one by one. From team leader Lee Min-ah's inventory emerged a deep black hide. Like the basilisk, it was a full hide, one solid piece. Everything except the wings was intact. Compared to wyverns of other elements, it boasted exceptional defense, making it perfect for crafting player armor. Impressive. Incredible. Are we passing this on to HG Fashion as well? No. The administration will purchase it. Earth wyvern hide is not suitable for everyday items. It is better used for armor or bulletproof gear. Next was the fire wyvern hide. Look at this. That red color. It is so pretty. It has excellent insulation too. Wear it in winter, and you will be incredibly warm. So you cannot wear it in summer. That is what the ice wyvern hide is for. The ice wyvern hide was pure white. It gently emitted a cooling aura. Then what about the lightning wyvern? If you wear this, will it give you a shock? Does not seem like it when you touch it, but the shimmering blue color will probably make it popular. For types of wyvern hide, each with its own distinct characteristics. That is why wyverns are such a big deal. While examining the hides, Deputy Commissioner Jun noticed something strange on a wyvern head hide. Holes that looked like bullet penetrations. Not just one, but more than 10. They look like bullet holes, right? Or arrows. Or magic. Probably one of those. Since wyverns are flying monsters, using ranged weapons was not strange. Even melee players were required to carry pistols or crossbows for pulling. But player Bong Ju Hyuk, as he himself had said, had a summoning type trait. And yet, This incredibly tough hide had been pierced so perfectly. What is more, the self-regeneration had not even healed the damage. That meant it had taken massive damage. He is probably an elementalist, one who has enhanced his summons at least 3 times. If it is something that can fire arrows, then maybe wind type or water type. Yes, if it was Eliam or Sylphreon, they might be able to pierce it. If you enhanced the water spirit Undine 3 times, it became Eliam. If you enhanced the Sylphid 3 times, it became Sylphreon. If he enhanced his trait, he would have summoned multiple spirits. 1 enhancement gives 2, 2 enhancements give 3. Yes, with a double S++ clear, he would naturally have gotten trait enhancement runes as tower rewards at least once or twice. Among summoning type traits, elemental summoning was considered rare. Of course, being an elementalist did not automatically make double S++ clears easy. Controlling spirits was notoriously difficult. Enhancing summon ranks was not easy either. Even if you fed them runes, failures were common. And there were many different types of runes as well. Spirit rank enhancement rune, beast rank enhancement rune, golem rank enhancement rune. If only they knew for sure what kind of summon Bong Juhyuk had, they could at least provide support. Anyway, we will be at the 60th floor soon. Phew, that is why I am worried. It was going to become a massive headache. Back when it was below the 50th floor, it was still manageable. Most countries were clustered in the late 50s, or around the 60th floor anyway. Bong's climbing floor had risen above the overall national average. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had become the guaranteed check for the tower's conquest. They would not just leave him alone. No matter what it took, they would struggle desperately to uncover his identity. And the Awakening Management Agency could never allow that to happen. A smartphone vibrated. So did Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil's phone and team leader Li Min-Oz. They answered the call. It is me. What is it, what? Jun Guangil sprang to his feet. What? Say that again. Really? Then why is a nationwide announcement message coming from that country? Why you confirmed it? You are sure? Oh, okay. His heart pounded hard, thudding violently. He felt so dizzy he might collapse. In no way. It cannot be. It cannot be. They had to verify the facts immediately. About an hour later, the news reached South Korea. The United Arab Emirates had cleared the 60th floor of the Black Tower at double S++ rank. Of course, with social media, it spread far faster than that. But fact-checking took time. Breaking news exploded like a flood. Breaking. UE Black Tower 60th floor double S++ clear. And it was not Korea? Breaking. Fact. As of yesterday, South Korea's double S++ clear record was 59th floor. Breaking. High likelihood of naturalization. Unclear whether temporary or permanent. Breaking. Can someone naturalize in a single day? Official says it is absolutely possible. Breaking. Finally revealed. Why Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah quietly returned. Breaking. Public outrage erupts. Government and Awakening Management Agency flooded with criticism. Is it really naturalization? This is insane. I cannot focus on anything all day. I took a half day off today too. I have an acquaintance in the UAE. It is a festival there right now. Total chaos. Did they cave to an oil country's money bomb? They say it was a blank check. How much did they write on it? This is suffocating. Like choking on sweet potato. Ugh, where is my catharsis? Bin Salah stole it, did not he? I am done buying into national pride. Where am I supposed to get my fix now? I am losing my mind. Who the heck is it? If we do not know who it is, we cannot even properly curse them out. South Korea's best player is Nam Gaon. The atmosphere was anything but normal. Whether South Korea had a lot of time left to clear the Black Tower or not, had they not basically had their top player stolen right in front of their eyes? Furious people swarmed the agency website and paralyzed the forums. On the Blue House public petition platform, more than 100 related posts went up. And in the middle of all that, what about Juhyuk? Juhyuk was on the phone with Jun Guangil. No, Deputy Commissioner. It is not naturalization. I have never even been to the UAE embassy. I have not acquired citizenship either. He had asked whether Juhyuk had naturalized to the UAE. It was a misunderstanding anyone could make. The UE Tower? Well, I guess someone did it. And did it very well. It would be simple if he revealed the existence of the multinational tower access ticket, but he did not want to. They did not drop often, and he only had one left now. And contractually, He had to use it on the UAE's 61st floor. I am not going anywhere. South Korea's Black Tower 60th floor? I am scheduled to clear it tomorrow, so do not worry, just wait. Naturalization his ass. He was busy enough to die. He hung up and checked the message floating in his mind again. Privilege, you receive one ladder game pass, single use, in your inventory. Of all things, a ladder? Even spinning the roulette had made him sweat bullets. Things are going great, and then it hands him something weird once in a while. Use your finger to tap the number written on the pass. When you tap it, the ladder game begins. If you do not tap within 1 hour, the opportunity disappears. First, let us see what the ladder looks like. A hologram video popped up in front of his eyes. 8 vertical lines were drawn with wide spacing. Each line had a number. At the very bottom, where you end up after going down the line, were the prizes. 200 kilograms of magic stones, a rune to increase a summonee's rank, 50 kilograms of sectonium, a heavy strike skill rune, wyvern leather armor, 100 healing potions, a multinational tower access ticket, 1 time, and lastly, a trade enhancement rune. At least there is no nothing. But the horizontal rungs between the number and the prize were not visible. They were obscured like fog. If you chose a number, the rungs would probably reveal themselves. In that case, nobody would know where the path would lead. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see if any rungs showed through. TCH, cannot see a thing. The best outcome was the trade enhancement rune. Second best was the summonee rank enhancement rune. He did not need anything else. Well, the multinational tower access ticket would not be bad either, he guessed. Ju Hyuk copied the ladder's shape and all the prizes exactly onto a sheet of paper about the size of a wall calendar. He wanted to show the summonees too what kind of nonsense this privilege prank really was. So you are saying you cannot see how the horizontal lines are drawn at all in the middle? Ugh, if we are unlucky it is magic stones. Cossack, you pick one. Which number do you think is good? How about 7? Lucky 7. That actually did not sound bad. A summoner is a man. A man picks number 1. What did Gyundale think? On the far right, beneath line number 8, lies the trade enhancement rune I have long dreamed of. But what if there are no horizontal lines between the lines, and it simply goes straight down, a plain vertical ladder? That was a fair point. People use that kind of trick all the time. But would they really pull that kind of prank here? What about Rajix? Trembling, he avoided eye contact. Do not ask him. How about Veron HK? HRRK, smack smack, ZZ. Of course. Just let her sleep. Putting all the opinions together. A man picks 1, lucky 7. And if it is rigged then 8 where the trade enhancement rune sits. But Ju Hyuk decided he was not choosing any of those. Do not listen to the summonees. If their pick does not win, someone is getting bullied for it. If you are Korean, you pick 3. I am going with 3. Let us finish this fast. This darn ladder. Give him anything. You think he is going to get scared like he did with the roulette? He would accept it coolly. He pulled the ladder game pass out of his inventory. Then he pressed the number 3 written on it, and the pass, pop, vanished. You selected 3. The ladder game begins. At the same time, the hidden part burst into view. So how were the rungs laid out? The rungs were everywhere, dense and packed. So many it made his head spin. Corporal Veron HK HBER. Is it your turn for sentry duty? At Ju Hyuk's shout, the sleeping Veron HK jolted upright. You do not have to stand watch. Sleep. At last it started. A red dot blinked, then slowly began sliding down the line. Ju Hyuk took a pen and traced the red dot's path on the paper exactly as it moved. Is it going down like that? Ah, my heart trembles. People crowded in around Ju Hyuk, watching closely to see where the pen would go. A red dot runs down along the 3rd line. It meets a horizontal line and turns. It goes down, then turns again. No matter what, it has to reach the far right end. There is a rune for trade enhancement over there. No, go right. Why do you keep going left? I'm just following along, you know. Can you not force it to turn? This young lady is soft-hearted. I cannot bear to watch, Your Grace. Oh, it is turning, it is turning. Turn right. Yeah, let us go, let us go, let us go. Staff Sergeant Veron HK HBER. Preparing for duty. Do not get up. Go to sleep. Good. Keep going right, huh? Why the other way again? Why you cannot go there? Oh, it turned again. Yeah, the vibes are good. Just keep going that way. I will change the direction by force. Up. You little punk. Why are you doing gigantification in the living room? Coming straight done. Huh? Why left again? Ah, this young lady is about to faint. Staff Sergeant Veronica KLHBER. I misspoke, sir. Just sleep already. It is down. All the way down. That is not it. Act. Turn it. Change direction. I told you. I am not the one doing it. Left is a no-go. That is a magic crystal. Staff Sergeant Veronica Kali. It reached the very bottom. Ju Hyuk's ballpoint pen stopped too. And the item there was. A rune for summon person grade enhancement? It is an enhancement rune. Is it a good pick? It is a good pick. Not the best possible result, but the second best. Anyway, they pulled it off. Are you ready for your promotion? He was really curious. About the changed Rajix, that is. Commissioner Park Jung-soo arrived at the Awakening Management Agency and went inside while getting bombarded by reporters' questions, packed tightly in formation at the entrance. Commissioner, is the SS++ clear record holder ghost fire? Is it permanent ghost fire or temporary ghost fire? If it is temporary ghost fire, does that mean there was a backroom deal with the UAE? The public wants to know. Where are you going, Commissioner? Commissioner. Commissioner Park Jung-soo's face was rigid. He strode quickly to Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il's office and threw the door open. So what happened? It is not ghost fire, they say. Yes, I confirmed it myself. They are in the penthouse right now, and they are scheduled to clear the 60th floor tomorrow. Took 10 years off my life. Park Jung-soo walked to the sofa and dropped into it. All the strength drained out of his body. Still, thank goodness it is not ghost fire. He thought his heart was going to stop. BZZZT. A phone call came in. Is it the president? Yeah. What do I tell him? I do not really know either. If we say do not worry, it will sound like we already know who the SS++ clear player is. If we pretend we do not know, we will look incompetent. What choice do we have? We just have to keep our mouths shut until we hear the message about tomorrow's 60th floor clear. Chapter 58. Ju Hyuk prepared to challenge the 60th floor of the Republic of Korea's Black Tower together with the summoned people. The last run before Rajix's promotion. Fortunately, Go Bang showed up in perfectly fine condition. Yesterday's wounds were nowhere to be seen. It would be nice if he could at least put a boot on him, but he doubted anything would fit. Ju Hyuk's current level is 61, meaning he can enter the 61st floor as well. But the 61st is on hold. For now, he enters the 60th floor. Whether a SS++ clear of the 60th floor applies even at level 61, it is 50-50. At level 61, the 60th floor could count as a repeat clear. Then he will not get it. But for Ju Hyuk, Korea's Black Tower 60th floor is still uncleared. Since it is a tower of a different nationality, maybe it applies separately. Then he will get it. Entering the Republic of Korea's Black Tower 60th floor. The same environment, the same mission, and the same method of clearing. The only difference is nationality. Along with the Venom Wyvern, the Wyvern Lord appeared. Go Bang waded through the poison pools. His chest felt tight. He shouted, "A warrior does not get hurt." But there is no way he could not feel pain. He was enduring it. They were not doing the 60th floor clear anymore. Wyvern Lord hide. Too much hassle to skin it. And with poison pools everywhere, the environment was not right for it. Plus, the Wyvern Lord's hide was not anything special. It was big, sure, but the color was this yellowish poop brown. Not beautiful like a rainbow basilisk. Regular Wyvern hide was plenty good, so that was enough. Time passed, and when Cossack Slashes and Veronica's second massive mana shell landed, the Wyvern Lord collapsed and laid its body down in the poison pool. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating for the 60th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. A platinum badge has been awarded. The clear was recognized. That makes 61 platinum badges. Even though it was a 60th floor clear, they were still one up. The next perk is at the 64th floor. Ju Hyuk and the group returned to the penthouse. As soon as they arrived, Veronica passed out cold. Gyundale sat lightly on the sofa. Go Bang and Cossack hovered around the fridge, and Rajix started with cleaning. Now it was time to send Rajix off. They would meet again after the promotion. Go Bang, thanks to blessing enhancement, jumped up by more than 2 stages. From an egg to Sol. Was his unsummonable period 4 days? Rajix had a soul just as pure as Go Bang's. Rajix probably had a very high chance of getting blessing enhancement too. A summoned person grade increase rune was placed into Rajix's hand. Go. I will not enter the tower until you come back. I will wait. Huing, do not clean either. I will do it when I get back. Do not buy an electronic manservant. Rajix's eyes brimmed with tears. Ju Hyuk held Rajix's very short hand tightly and said, I will never buy an electronic manservant. I will hold my breath and wait. Ho, you should still breathe. He was really looking forward to it. What would Rajix come back looking like? The backpack capacity will definitely get bigger, right? The Republic of Korea was a cauldron of chaos. Yesterday, the UE received a full SS++ clear public announcement message, but Korea still had not gotten one. It had to appear sometime today. Proof that it was not Ghostfire, that there had not been a change of nationality. What if they never heard it at all? The anxiety only grew. Then, a breaking morning news alert aired an interview with UAE Crown Prince bin Salah. The broadcaster was CNM, an American news specialty channel. Bin Salah's face was visibly excited. And of course it would be. He had been on the brink, stripped of his status and facing overseas exile, only to be revived in dramatic fashion. In the UAE, his popularity had reached its peak. The interview itself was not anything special, mostly his thoughts on the UAE Black Tower being cleared and his joy at escaping tower collapse. I will visit Korea again as soon as possible. Overwhelmed with emotion, bin Salah spoke in a trembling voice. Why Korea again? To express my gratitude. To whom? Korea's government? Are you saying Korea's government approved a certain player's temporary change of nationality? That is not the case. The person who deserves the gratitude of the UAE people is someone else. Your Highness, could you explain in more detail? I cannot reveal the details, but this was all thanks to Lord Gobang. Ahem. Let us end the interview here. Wait. Who did you just say? Gobang. Who is Gobang? Bin Salah sprang to his feet and hurried off camera. I still have a lot of questions. Your Highness? Your Highness? That was the end of the interview. But the reaction was explosive. As soon as the interview clip was posted on Korea's tower climbing community boards. So you took our player, and you have got the nerve to say you will visit Korea? This is teabagging. Right. He is coming just to rub it in. Pissing me off. Ban bin Salah from entering. If they actually approve his entry, I am not letting it slide. Yeah, I am bringing a whole tray of eggs to the airport and throwing them. The end of the interview also became a hot topic. A name that slipped out of his mouth in the heat of the moment. But who is Go Bang? A top player's name? Family name Go, given name Bang? Never heard of him. Sounds like a top player's name, though? Is not it Arabic? Or maybe he used an alias when he changed nationality. Yeah, if his real name gets out, they will figure out who he is. Maybe he made a new name as an abbreviation. An abbreviation, it cannot be Meat Shield, right? High-end cushion. Advanced equation. High-fat defense council. Cat fart. Mackerel door-to-door sales. The guesses about who Go Bang might be kept going, and then. So, does that mean we are never getting the full public announcement anymore? Probably. If it was going to ring, it should have rung yesterday. No, it could skip a day, could not it? I have got a bad feeling. He definitely ditched Korea and left. Still, at least he did not go to Japan or China. Darn it, be happy. It was fun while it lasted, thanks to you. Just as the board's mood was sinking into gloom, suddenly. Huh. Gasp. Oh. KKH. A stream of short, one-syllable comments shot up the page. Huh. I have seen this situation somewhere before. Familiar pattern. Right. This happened before. Could it be? Did it pop? It popped? Replies poured in. It popped. Oh yeah. Full announcement. Korea Black Tower 60th floor SS++ clear. I told you, it could skip a day. Hey, call the landlady. Tell her to reopen for business. Already raised the shutters. Bring me a bowl of patriotism, ASAP. The board's atmosphere flipped instantly. But then who the heck cleared the UAS SS++? Yeah, it came out of nowhere. Quiet from floors 1 to 59, and then suddenly this. Seriously, no idea. How did they do it? Well, Go Bang probably knows. Breaking news also started exploding in the media. Breaking. It was not Ghostfire. Korea's Black Tower 60th floor also recorded a SS++ clear. Breaking. The nation exhales in relief. He did not abandon Korea. Breaking. The question remains, who cleared the UAE's 60th floor? Breaking. Crown Prince bin Salah. Why is he visiting Korea again? Breaking. People want to know who Go Bang really is. Breaking. How many players in Korea have the surname Go? And like that, Korea became peaceful again. Joo Hyuk saw the breaking news too, because a completely unexpected name had come up. Why would that name? But he soon understood. Why bin Salah mentioned Go Bang? It was obvious. Who else could it be? Mr. Kosak, just what the heck are you? Looks like when he went to negotiate with, threaten, bin Salah, he scammed him by saying his name was Go Bang. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Still, it was hard to truly hate Kosak. Anyway, Joo Hyuk planned to take a break from tower climbing for a while, until their worker and quartermaster returned. Could Rajix, like Go Bang, achieve a 2-stage blessing enhancement? They said if the soul was pure, the odds were there. Even after sending him off by unsummoning, Joo Hyuk could not relax. When some time passed, he pulled up the status window. It showed unsummonable, just like Go Bang. That meant blessing enhancement was in progress. Now all he had to do was wait for Rajix to return, 2 ranks higher. Ding! A smartphone message notification sounded. I have arrived. The vehicle number is. A message from team leader Lee Min-ah. Joo Hyuk was scheduled to visit the agency today, so she had come to pick him up. They changed the plate again. Must be for security. Joo Hyuk stepped outside the apartment. A car with dark tinting was waiting. He opened the door and climbed in. Hello, player Bong Joo Hyuk. Congratulations on clearing the 60th floor. After that greeting, they did not say another word the whole way. All the way past the Awakening Management Agency's front gate, until they reached the tower materials warehouse. There are 2 women in the party, and there is no problem at all with Gyun Dale and Veronichka. But, honestly, there is just nothing to talk about. It will get better over time. Someday. The car arrived at the agency. 2 people were waiting at the tower materials warehouse. Commissioner Park Jae-soo and Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il. Come to think of it, this was the first time seeing Commissioner Park Jae-soo. Is not he the kind of high-ranking person who meets the president one-on-one? Oh, welcome. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Park Jae-soo. Greetings. Thanks. Talk about looking forward to working together. He said he was always sorry he could not treat him better, because they had to keep his identity hidden. He asked him to endure it just a little longer. Well, it was what Joo Hyuk wanted anyway. While they talked, Park Jae-soo asked, casually but pointedly, Player Bong, there is something I would like to ask. Anytime. And Commissioner, you do not have to speak formally to me. Ha ha ha, I cannot do that. Should a person be judged by age? Honestly, judging by age would be better. At that level, even if he was an old-school hard-ass, it would be fine. This may be impertinent, but the UAS Black Tower, was it really not you, Player Bong? He knew this question would come. When the call came earlier, he was too distracted by the ladder drawing perk and brushed it off. To be frank, among the UAS players, there is no one who could pull that off. No. Looking at the entire world, I cannot think of anyone other than you, Player Bong. Commissioner Park sounded like he was already convinced Joo Hyuk did it. If it is difficult for you to answer. Yeah, it is a bit difficult. It is hard for me to say. An ambiguous answer. He did not say yes or no. That should be enough for him to understand, right? I am sorry. I overstepped. Not at all. If I get the chance later. I will explain it properly then. Park Jae-soo waved his hands as he spoke. Oh my, it is fine. I will not ask again. There was a reason he could not answer clearly. If he said he had cleared it, he would also have to talk about the multinational tower raid ticket. But now he only had 1 ticket left, and it was already reserved. Also, there was a limit to the perks he would be receiving going forward. At best, once on the 64th floor. As for the 69th floor, he would have to clear it slowly. Who knew when he would ever get another ticket? He might never get one again, unless a few more came out. So he just glossed over it. Still, he is not asking who Go Bang is. Even if he did, he would not tell him. There is something I would like to ask the administration office. Please, anything. If it is something we can handle, we will do whatever we can. At Commissioner Park Jae-soo's glance, Lee Min-ah took out her notebook and got ready to write. Could you help me buy some land near the capital region? Somewhere quiet in the mountains would be nice. Not downtown mountain land? Yes, Somewhere as secluded as possible, and with enough space to place a few containers. I will look into it. He had been cooped up at home too much with the summit. Sometimes you need a villa where you can go outside, enjoy nature, and relax. And one more thing. I want to gift money to my parents, about 10 billion won, and have the taxes handled. That is possible. If you leave it to a law firm, they will take care of everything. He should be filial, too. That was everything he needed. Just as he was about to leave, something inside the warehouse caught Ju Hyuk's eye. Looks like a lot of basilisk hide is gone. HG Fashion took it. They are planning to reveal prototypes soon, and the showcase date has been set. That was good news. Soon, they would be able to process not just ore, but leather in earnest, too. Once Rajix gets promoted, the subspace backpack would definitely get bigger. Now he should go home and get some real rest. And later, if he got bored, he could invite people over to hang out. The showcase date was tomorrow. CEO Go Yun-ha, the design team, and the leather craftsman pulled an all-nighter and finished the prototypes using basilisk leather. For now, it was a bag. Starting with this, they planned to diversify into wallets, shoes, and other products. First, the mid to low-priced line was set between 5 million and 10 million won. They used only basilisk leather with lower quality or patterns that were simple and faint. Even so, it was far better than crocodile leather. With its self-restoration ability, it was a bag with durability that could be used indefinitely as long as you did not get sick of it. Second was the high-quality luxury line. The smallest started at 40 million won, made only with top-grade leather. If it was a bit larger, it went over 100 million won. Lastly, the high-end luxury line. The base price started at 300 million won. They paid the most attention to the design, too, because rainbow leather was used as accents here and there. Were the bags too expensive? Would they not sell at this rate? The most expensive high-end luxury line would sell the best. They would sell out quickly because there was not enough stock. There would be an outcry from big spenders who could not buy them in time. Let us go ahead with the showcase as planned. Should we start sales at the same time? Just take reservations. Limited quantities. How many? The production facilities are not finished yet, so it will be tight to meet volume. Only as many as we can make. No need to push ourselves. Even other brands take over a year to deliver bags, so we should take our time, focus on quality control, and make them properly. What mattered was scarcity. It had to become a luxury item you could not buy even if you were willing to open your wallet. There was no plan for mass production. Even if we wanted to, we could not, because we had to make them purely by hand, using tools made from tower metal. The showcase would feature 10 mid to low-priced bags, 6 luxury bags, and 2 high-end bags. They sent invitations to famous celebrities. They also planned to livestream it on YouTube. Go Yun-ha was already excited. How would people react when they saw these bags? It was obvious, as clear as day. Even she wanted one, if she were not the CEO. Oh, make 2 more high-end bags and send them to the administration office. 1 for men, 1 for women. Yes, we will send them right after the showcase. Got to stay on good terms with the person supplying the administration office with leather. Since we do not know if that person is a man or a woman, we will make both. Chapter 59. Ju Hyuk's daily life was always the same. He lazed around at home. Every day, until Rajix became summonable again, his only task was fooling around with the summon. Verona HK was snoring away in the living room. She had started dozing off the moment she was summoned and was still asleep now. Gyun Dale sat on the sofa, reading a book. As expected of an imperial princess, such refined dignity. Go Bang was sprawled out in the outdoor garden, sunbathing. Not that his skin would tan anyway. Ju Hyuk and Kosak were playing a game. A soccer game on a console. Number 8 Kosak intercepts Bong Team's pass with razor-sharp timing. Breaks free of the press and immediately sends a through pass forward. Number 10 Kosak receives it. Dazzling dribble. Bong Team's players are in total disarray. The cross goes up. Number 7 Kosak with the heater. Goal. Goal. It is a goal. Goal goal. This is really getting on his nerves. It was only the first half, and the score was already 5-0. Of course, Ju Hyuk was the 0. How was he supposed to beat Kosak with double S rank physical stats? The guy was sly upstairs, fast with his hands, and sharp-eyed. Are you having fun? I am glad. At least one of us is enjoying it. I am not. Well, you scored 5 goals. No way you would not be in a good mood. Seriously, scoring goals is one thing, but what is with the real-time play-by-play commentary? Is this about crushing someone's mental? And no, I was just thinking it would be fun to play the game. Yes. Thanks to you, it is very fun. Fun his ass. It is only fun if he scores at least one goal. Kosak looked flustered. Should we stop? Keep going. We started it, so we should see it through. Sigh. How many goals am I going to concede in the second half? 20-0 would feel just great. At that, Gyundale lowered her book. Sir Kosak, you certainly have guts. Not knowing your place and daring to challenge Confucius himself. At this rate, you will be climbing right over his head. Veron Ihka mumbled half asleep. When the commander dribbles the ball, you are supposed to fall over on your own. If you defend, you will end up in confinement. At minimum, full combat gear and 100 laps around the parade ground. The game resumed. Kosak's mentality had already collapsed. There was no way his controller inputs would work properly. Juhyuk's players ran rampant across the field. They ravaged Kosak's goal. Yes. 5-1. Oh yeah, one more goal. Tied game. Let us go for the comeback. Games are only fun when you win. Just like that, Juhyuk slammed in 6 goals in a storm, flattening Kosak's nose. This is the class of an earthling gamer. He felt a twinge of guilt, but the world of competition is merciless. Still, playing around like this day after day, living off leisure alone made him restless. The life of a rich, unemployed man. Something he had always dreamed of, but once you actually live it, it is not much. At least the worries about money were gone. But when was Rajix coming back? It had already been 4 days since he was sent off. If he was similar to Gobang, he should be summonable around today. When is our worker coming back? I want to enter the tower. Can we not just climb it ourselves? If they climbed, there were only 2 options. Repeat clears or uncleared upper floors. Without Rajix, repeat clears were meaningless. Then uncleared upper floors. From the 61st floor onward was the undead section. Living corpses, mummies, started appearing from the 61st floor, all while spewing dark aura everywhere. Clearing it was possible. The problem was getting a SS++ clear. Confucius, please do not worry. This maiden can sufficiently suppress the aura of such impure beings. Her class was a shrine maiden. If she just rang her bells properly, negating dark aura would be easy. And if they brought out the holy sword and wielded it, a SS++ clear would be guaranteed. Even so, what fun was a run without Rajix? There was also the issue of Veronichka's ammo resupply. Let us decide after Rajix gets here. In truth, he had been checking the status window constantly since yesterday. He had checked just a moment ago. The unsummonable mark was gone. Juhyuk shot his hand into the air and cheered. Rajix is up. Sergeant Veronichka Kalihber. Has the supply officer arrived? Kosak and Gyundale rejoiced with him. Veronichka woke up automatically, and Gobang came in from the garden. All right, let us start preparing the welcome. He must have gone through a lot, getting promoted. For this day, Juhyuk had prepared in advance. Jeju-grown, pesticide-free organic carrots, spread out across the living room. A small banner reading, "Congrats." Rajik's promotion was hung up, along with colorful balloons taped to the wall. I will summon him now. I have missed you, supply officer. The warrior feels the same. I wonder how our top farmhand has changed. Juhyuk quietly intoned. Rajix, designated summon. Particles of light gathered, and spot. Rajix revealed himself. Rajix appeared, raising his short right arm high, still round, fluffy, and soft. How could he be this dependable? Certain victory. Supply officer, congratulations on your promotion. And SR worker. That is amazing, sir. The warrior is proud of this worker. Juhyuk pulled Rajix into a hug. So did Gyundale, Kosak, and Gobang. Veron Ihka snapped to attention and saluted in respect. Catalog. A loyal, reliable, all-purpose genius worker from the Beastkin race. Name. Rajix. Rank. SR, special super rare. Type. Worker, Beastkin. Manifestation duration, 7 hours. Satisfaction rating. Average 5 points. Resummon cooldown, 3 hours, applies after dismissal. Just as expected, SR. Even the catalog title had changed. A loyal, reliable, all-purpose genius worker. As for his appearance, it had not changed, which made it even better. Of course, some things had changed. His plain safety helmet was now a dazzling, gleaming golden helmet. And the backpack, its outer size had grown to more than twice its former size. It was so big you could not tell whether the backpack was carrying Rajix, or Rajix was carrying the backpack. And then, right at that moment, at some point, Rajix pulled out a cleaning broom and dustpan from the backpack. Swish, swish, roll, swish, swish, roll. He just got here, and already. He started cleaning while moving around. Even with that massive backpack on, he rolled around effortlessly. Ju Hyuk wanted to tell him cleaning was not necessary, but Rajix looked so bright and happy doing it. Honestly, during the time Rajix had been gone, the house had gotten extremely messy. In the blink of an eye, the penthouse became spotless and gleaming. Truly the unrivaled, peerless, absolute supreme farmhand of all ages. He cleaned one spot, then instantly appeared in another. He moved like lightning. Laundry went into the washer, dishes into the dishwasher. Floors wiped, windows polished. Before long, Rajix came over to the living room where Ju Hyuk stood and pointed at the Jeju-grown pesticide-free organic carrots with his hand. Oh, put the carrots away. No, Rajix. Those are for you. You have wanted them, right? Hyuk? That is too many. Ha ha ha. Take your time eating them. If you run out, we can order as many more as you want. Rajix picked up one carrot with one hand. Then he crunched it with his front teeth. Crack, crunch. While with the other hand he grabbed the remaining carrots and tossed them backward. The carrots were automatically sucked into the subspace backpack, one after another. Was he planning to ration them? He is just throwing them, and they are going in on their own, huh? The carrots were going into the subspace bag? Why are those going in? Rajix's subspace backpack. The ability to take tower items outside without any restrictions. But he could store Earth items like this too? Ju Hyuk had thought it was like a player inventory. Only tower-related items could go in. Could you put carrots in before? Oh, I could not before. Rajix is SR now. So I can. So it was possible because of the promotion. Can you take them into the tower too? And they will not disappear even if you are dismissed? Ju Hyuk pointed at a chair in the kitchen. What about that? Hoi, it goes in. The marble dining table too? Even though it is this big and heavy, the massive marble dining table vanished. The chairs next to it disappeared as well. Earth items could be taken into the tower. This was not something to brush off lightly. What about this TV? That refrigerator? Even something really big? Like, Ju Hyuk searched for a tank. To Black Panther on his smartphone and showed it to him. Hyuk, that will not work. Too big. There was a size limit. Ju Hyuk opened the fridge and the sink cabinets, pointing at various items. Each time, swish, they vanished into the backpack. Everything went in. There was nothing that would not. This is completely revolutionary. Modern scientific weapons would fit too. For example, a portable missile launcher. Well, it still would not beat Veronage Ka's magic gun. If he ever gets a chance to copy a skill, top priority would be Rajix's subspace backpack. Let us go into the tower for the first time in a while. Let us see if items could be taken out inside the tower as well. Entering the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea, 56th floor. He deliberately chose a floor in the 50s. The flying monster zone. If you did not pull them, there was no need to fight. Rajix, take out the chair and the table. The chair and table slid out of the backpack. Gobang took them and placed them on the ground. This was insane. Completely insane. That this was even possible. They also took out food brought from home. Fruit, drinks, snacks, processed foods too. It felt like a full-on picnic. If we light a campfire and grill some meat, that would be great, sir. Thanks to this, we can enjoy some fresh air. It is wonderful. Yeah, that really would work. Maybe they should try it sometime. At that moment, Rajix pointed at a wyvern flying overhead. Ho, catch it and skin it. Today, you do not have to do anything. Hoing, but I need to work. Hey, this time let us just relax. The scenery was not exactly great. A desolate wasteland, wyverns flying overhead. A conquest mission popped up, but they ignored it. They had no intention of hunting anything. They would just hang out for a bit, abandon the mission, and leave. Days like this were necessary too. Did entering the tower always mean you had to kill monsters? They took photos with the smartphone they had brought. And while they were laughing and chatting away, one spot was empty. When did he disappear? Anyone seen Rajix? Our worker was right, huh? Where did he go? He vanished in an instant, sir. The summon seemed to realize it a beat later as well. Wow. I did not even notice. Truly double SR. This maiden shall go and find him at once. The warrior will go as well. Sergeant Veron Hitchcock HBER. Search operations are my specialty. Beginning tracking now. There was no need for that. Ju Hyuk pointed in a direction and said, "It is fine. He is coming from over there." Rajix came rolling in at ferocious speed. "Where did you go?" He panted for a moment. "Oh, I smelled something." "What kind of smell? Did someone fart here?" "It was not me." "Was it the princess?" "Yes. Yes, you little brat." "Oh, then it must have been Go Bang." "The warrior does not fart. I would sooner soil myself." "Hyuk, it was not a fart." Rajix placed a pile of strange odds and ends on the table. "I dug them up from underground over there. It was not leather, and it was not her either. What on earth is all this?" Then one object caught his eye. Looking at the long, narrow object on the table. "Is not this a bone?" "That is right, sir. But it is not a monster bone. It is a human finger bone." "A human finger bone?" Rajix said he dug it up from underground. Why would something like this be buried beneath the tower's ground? Could it be part of a player's body who died here? But it was extremely decayed. Pitch black, looking like it would crumble the moment you touched it. Gyun Dale examined the bone carefully. It appears to be at least 100 years old. 100 years. Was that even possible? The year the tower appeared on Earth was 2004. Only 20 years had passed. Yet a bone over 100 years old? The timeline did not match. Still, if it was definitely human bone, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. A human from another world? He remembered a conversation he had had with Kosak not long after awakening as a player. Kosak had known a lot about Earth civilization. When asked why, he said there were quite a few worlds similar to this one. Those worlds also had black towers. Guangma and Gyundale had said similar things. If a tower existed, then players must have existed too. This could be part of a player's remains from over 100 years ago, in a tower that had existed here for only 20 years. What that implied was that a floor once cleared, or a floor where a player had died, could be entered again by others. However, it seems something is stuck on the finger bone. Looking closely, it was true. A thin silver ring. "I will take it off for you, sir." Kosak removed the ring and handed it over. Ju Hyuk checked the information. His guess was right. Brilliant Tower Master's Blink Ring. Effect: allows use of the 5th circle magic blink without magic power infusion. Limit: consecutive use limited to 10 times. Feature: recovers 1 use every 2 hours. It lets you use blink. "Oh, blink. That is good stuff, sir. Top tier." The warrior agrees. "It is indeed good. Congratulations. Certain victory. Our peerless farmhand has done something incredible once again." Blink was a skill used by high-level mage players. A magic-type trait skill that could only be obtained after strengthening one's traits. And it did not even say tower only, meaning it could be used in the real world as well. Right? It said no magic power infusion is needed. No, seriously. He becomes double SR and immediately pulls something like this? How could he be this adorable? A pose he had not seen in a while. Rajix planted his short arms on his hips, puffed out his round chest, and snorted proudly. But the ring was not the only thing Rajix brought back. There were other items on the table. A fragment of stone and a yellow piece of paper. They looked trivial, but there was no way they were ordinary. Ju Hyuk picked up the stone fragment first. Check information. Unknown rune fragment, 1 of 7. Unknown ticket fragment, 1 of 5. A rune? A ticket? This is insane. Chapter 60. Ju Hyuk and his companions returned to the penthouse. They put the dining table and chairs back where they belonged. No matter how he thought about it, this was insane. Rajix had become double SR. 2 things had changed. Earth items could now go into Rajix's subspace backpack. It was not that Earth items were absolutely forbidden from entering the tower. Clothes you were wearing, shoes, hats, smartphones, body cams, pistols, there were items that were allowed. This was called a personal item classification. Small, lightweight items you could hold in your hands. But no matter how small an item was, it could not be stored in the tower-exclusive inventory. Players simply carried those items in with them. The tower-exclusive inventory was only for items received from the tower. Now all of that had changed. As long as the size was reasonable, the limits were gone. An all-purpose worker and an all-purpose porter. You could put almost anything into Rajix's backpack. Item detection ability. When Rajix was rare, he could only smell but now that he was SR, his item search ability seemed to have advanced by at least 2 stages. That was probably why he had found the blink ring and the fragments. Ju Hyuk took the ring out of his inventory. It was covered in scratches, likely from the passage of time. Fortunately, it was not rusted. Blink, huh? Let us try it. As soon as he put the ring on, the method of use surfaced in his mind. A kind of short-range teleportation. Long distances were impossible. About 3 meters was the limit. Ju Hyuk, who had been in the living room, appeared in the kitchen. Let us keep going. Blink, 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 blink. Flash, 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 flash. Like a ghost from a horror movie, Ju Hyuk's figure popped up all over the house. Ugh, I am getting dizzy, sir. Truly an excellent art of shifting forms and positions. The warrior is relieved. The summoner is now safer. Had he used it about 5 times? 10 consecutive uses were possible. It recharged once every 2 hours, but there was no need to use it all up. And then there were the unknown rune fragment, 1 of 7, and the unknown ticket fragment, 1 of 5. Judging from the item information, the rune was 1/7 of a whole, and the ticket 1/5. So far, the runes Ju Hyuk knew were the rune of level up, the summoned rank increase rune, and the trade enhancement rune. As for tickets, there were tower jump tickets, skill cooldown reset tickets, multinational tower access tickets, and guaranteed rank summon tickets. Of course, that could not be all. They said that as you climbed higher floors of the tower, items that had never appeared before would start showing up. What if the unknown rune fragment turned out to be a trait enhancement rune? What if the unknown ticket fragment was a skill cooldown reset ticket? And what if these fragments could be combined? That would be a jackpot of jackpots. In fact, there was something Ju Hyuk had been worrying about while clearing up to the 60th floor. The opportunities to receive perks were steadily decreasing. There were currently 61 platinum badges in his inventory. By calculation, he would receive a perk on the 64th floor. The next one would be the 69th floor. If he used a multinational tower access ticket, that would be the 68th floor. But from the 67th floor onward, you could not just brute force your way through. You had to climb slowly, in line with the conquest deadlines. When would he even reach the 68th floor? He only had 1 multinational tower access ticket left. But with Rajix's ability, runes and tickets that you normally could only obtain as perks or tower clear rewards, already extremely rare to begin with, could now be created through gathering. After realizing that, how could he just sit still? First, they needed to see whether fragments of the same type would combine. I think we need to enter other floors too, to look for fragments. The summon nodded at Ju Hyuk's suggestion. What about the 61st floor? The uncleared upper floor, I mean. It was a decent idea, but they also had to consider a SS++ clear. Let us go there with the Holy Sword. After coordinating schedules with Deputy Director Jun Guan-il. Then should we go to the 60th floor? I bet tons of people died there. That was not a great choice. The 60th floor was where the Wyvern Lord and Venom Wyverns appeared. Naturally, many people must have died there. But the real issue was whether anything had remained intact. Because of the poison pools on the 60th floor, both bodies and items might have completely melted away. Right, sir. Truly a wise judgment. In the end, the best choice was, let us go to the 59th floor. Just item searching this time too. No wyvern hunting. Entering the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea, 59th floor. The moment they left the safe zone. Rajix, I am counting on you. Rumble. Rajix rolled forward at high speed. Ju Hyuk followed using Shadow Step. They paid no attention to the lightning wyverns flying overhead. Kosak, Gobang, Gyundale, and Veronichka stayed alert, providing cover fire with the magic gun. It was quite a wide area. Yet Rajix rolled around effortlessly. He stopped short. He seemed to have caught a scent. He pulled a golden pickaxe out of his backpack and started digging into the ground. He found something. What could it be? An item? A fragment? Rajix stopped swinging the pickaxe, then plunged his body straight into the deep pit he had dug. He pulled out a bent stick-like object. Ju Hyuk took the stick Rajix handed him and checked the information. The rotten world of the elves, ? Effect destroyed. Limit, cannot be repaired. It seemed to be made of wood. The world of the elves, what? No further information appeared. What is this even used for? Go Bang held out his hand. I think I know. I will show you. Ju Hyuk handed the stick over to Go Bang. This is a bow used by herbivores. If you bend it like this and string the bowstring on both ends. The stick snapped cleanly in the middle. It broke, sir. Rajix's body trembled as his eyes welled up with tears. He had gone through all that trouble to dig it up. Cossack exploded in anger and lashed out at Go Bang. I knew this would happen. Always showing off brute strength. Go Bang must take responsibility. Worker Rajix will never forget this. Sir Go Bang, how could you be so careless? To break something the absolute supreme farmhand worked so hard to find so easily. Cutting off a finger in apology would not even be enough. Damaging supplies is a serious crime. You will be court-martialed. Sergeant Veronijka Klhber, under military law, arrest Go Bang. Prepare for 100 days of confinement. Go Bang looked utterly flustered. Cold sweat poured down his face as he stumbled backward. The warrior is sorry. Seeing him this panicked. This was the man who could grab a basilisk by the tail and slam it into the ground. All right, that is enough. Let us look for something else. It was a mistake, so you should forgive him too, Rajix. Once Ju Hyuk stepped in, the situation quickly settled down. Rajix went back to searching. He stopped short. Then he swung the pickaxe. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Rajix raised his tiny hand high. It was a stone fragment. Ju Hyuk quickly took it and checked. Unknown rune fragment, 1 of 6. It really was a rune fragment. But its color and material were slightly different from the one collected earlier. Even the completion count was different. The previous one was 1 of 7. This one was 1 of 6. Just in case, he tried pressing the two together. They do not combine. Different rune fragments. No need to be disappointed. Something similar would show up eventually. Rajix kept searching. Before long, another ticket fragment appeared. But again, it did not combine. Do not tell me we can only collect fragments? Were they never meant to combine at all? Another paper fragment. Ju Hyuk took it and matched it with the ticket fragments he already had. At last, the fragments fused together. The item information, which had been unknown ticket fragment, changed to damaged ? Ticket, 2 of 5. They stuck together perfectly. Amazing, sir. Thank goodness. Congratulations. Supply officer. Excellent work. It was now certain. If you gathered fragments of the same type, they became a complete ticket. The same would apply to runes. All thanks to Rajix. He was unbelievably adorable. Ju Hyuk hugged the dirt-covered Rajix tightly and said, Do not ever go anywhere. Let us stay together for a long, long time. Prepare the cheering toss. The ball of fur shot high into the air. Do not throw him too high. You might aggro a wyvern. At last, Ju Hyuk felt at ease. He himself was the perk. Special Intelligence Division for Tower Conquest. Even within China's political circles, very few people knew this department existed. Not even Central Party officials. They were kidnapping foreign players and forcing them into China's tower conquests. Only a handful knew, the Chinese president and a few standing committee members. Director General Lai Yuan, head of the Special Intelligence Division, was receiving a report from Deputy Director Xiao Jun. Did you find out? Lai Yuan's voice was indifferent. Xiao Jun answered, sweating profusely. We compiled a complete list of Korean players. Using Go Bang, the keyword mentioned by Crown Prince Bin Salah. We are investigating players connected to him. Lai Yuan snorted. So you still do not know? Let me ask you something. Xiao Jun swallowed hard. You barely managed to clear the 59th floor by borrowing the strength of the Russians. But with our current players' capabilities, do you think we can break through the 60th floor? Xiao Jun could not answer. Because he knew it was impossible. One failure can be tolerated. But not two. The incident where the Special Forces Brigade soldiers infiltrated into Korea to kidnap elite players were killed. China's Northeastern Special Forces Brigade, led by Deng Guanlin, their finest elite operations team. They had never failed a mission before. They were not the kind of team that could be taken down by the NIS, nor a team that would be wiped out so helplessly even if confronted. And yet, they were annihilated. By someone unknown. Xiao Jun, you go to Korea yourself. Did you think sitting here and giving orders would be enough? Bring them back, no matter what. The Korean SS++ grade clear record holder. If you fail, die there. Yes, understood. Japan was no different. Prime Minister Kawaguchi took charge personally. Mobilized the entire Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office immediately. Do not bring me dead weight. Bring me the real prize. A being absolutely necessary for Japan's future. And look into the political side as well. Money is no issue. While you are at it, find out who owns the Holy Sword. It might be the same person. It was not just China and Japan. Every nation that was beginning to approach the higher floors started moving at the same time. Find out who Gobang really is, whether he truly is the SS++ grade clear record holder, and who the real owner of the Holy Sword is. Crown Prince bin Salah of the United Arab Emirates arrived at Incheon International Airport on a private jet. Because he had announced his arrival in advance, reporters gathered like clouds. Bin Salah smiled, answering their questions one by one. It was an extremely rare sight. Your Highness, what brings you to Korea? I plan to discuss the joint development of Korea and the United Arab Emirates. Is your purpose to request temporary naturalization for the upcoming 61st floor conquest? Or to borrow the Holy Sword? Not temporary naturalization. However, borrowing the Holy Sword is under consideration. Questions about Gobang followed. What does Gobang mean? Is it a person's name? Or the name of a group? Gobang? I have never heard of it. But in the interview, I never said anything like that. You must have misheard. The reporters were relentless, but bin Salah denied it firmly. What are your future plans while in Korea? Nothing is scheduled yet. I will be staying at the HG Hotel for now and decide later. And your planned departure date? That has not been decided yet. On the news, bin Salah's expression was calm and relaxed. It was already the third day of tower searching. Even today, they scoured 2 floors from morning onward, but there were no real results. A few items that were broken or corroded and no longer functional. If they at least said reparable, like the Holy Sword, they could be fixed and used. But when it flatly said cannot be repaired, there was nothing to be done. Fragments were also hard to come by. It seemed they would need to go to higher floors. Maybe there would be more in the 60s? In any case, Ju Hyuk had used up all his tower entry chances for the day. The summoned were lounging around in the penthouse. A sudden message alert rang on his smartphone. This is Jun Guang-il. If you are not busy, I would like to meet you. I am in the apartment's underground parking lot. The car number is... Perfect timing. He did not have anything else to do. Ju Hyuk headed down to the underground parking lot and found the car. Yes, Deputy Director. Ju Hyuk got into the passenger seat. I came to give you something. What was it? Something good? Jun Guang-il handed him 2 large paper bags from the back seat. Yes, high-end luxury bags made by HG Fashion. One is a men's pouch, the other a women's handbag. At a glance, they were anything but ordinary. With rainbow leather mixed in, they were dazzling to an extreme. But they stand out too much. How was he supposed to go out carrying something like this? Should he give them to mom and dad? But they would not really suit their age. And this as well. Jun Guang-il showed him a card that looked like a wedding invitation. It is an invitation. In a few days, there will be a wildflower and basilisk showcase at the HG Hotel. A fair number came in for the administration office. Many elite players are expected to attend. An event with celebrities you only ever hear about. There will be a lot of entertainers there too, right? Yes. It is a showcase, after all. It seems mostly top stars were invited. Meaning he could see, with his own eyes, people he had only ever seen on TV. Wow, that would be interesting. His ears perked up. His interest was piqued. If you do not feel like it. No, I will take it for now. Ju Hyuk accepted the invitation and carefully slipped it into his inner pocket. Oh, Deputy Director, what is the schedule for the Holy Sword reservations? In 3 days, a Norwegian state-affiliated player is scheduled to visit. 1 week after that, Russia, and then Saudi Arabia. Then after the Norwegian player uses it, could you hand the Holy Sword over to me for a bit? I have a use for it. Are you planning to challenge the 61st floor? Yes, I am thinking of going up. Just to the 66th floor. Understood. We will have team leader Lee Mina deliver it to you in 3 days. It would probably be better to search for fragments on higher floors. With that, all business was done. Ju Hyuk said goodbye to Jun Guang-il and went back up to the penthouse. He opened the door. Gobang was watching TV with a stiff expression. The moment he saw Ju Hyuk. Summoner, something is strange. My name keeps coming up on TV. It turned out to be an interview with Crown Prince bin Salah of the UAE, who was visiting Korea. Ju Hyuk glanced sideways at Kosak. But Kosak's expression did not change at all, as if it had nothing to do with him. Truly shameless. Shameless to the extreme. At this point, he probably deserved another flick to the forehead. Ju Hyuk said calmly to Go Bang. Could someone be stealing your name? Stealing? As in taking it? Yes. Using your name instead of their own. Go Bang's face flushed red at those words. To steal the sacred name bestowed by the summoner, this warrior is enraged. Very angry. The atmosphere turned ominous. What would you do if you found out who it was? I would break them in half at the waist. That was a bit much. Would not a forehead flick be enough? Very well. If that is the summoner's will, I will restrain myself to a forehead flick. Ju Hyuk grinned and said, well, what happened was, back when I tried to negotiate for a trade enhancement rune. Kosak dashed over in a flash using Shadow Step and whispered urgently, Be Bong Summoner. Please, just this once. I will live an upright life from now on. What should he do? Chapter 61. Ju Hyuk visited his family home. He had called ahead to say he was coming today. He opened the door and stepped inside. His father, mother, and younger sibling were sitting quietly in the living room. A heavy, sunken air weighed down the entire house. Trying to stay calm, he heard, Come here and sit down. His mother's low, subdued voice. He did not know why, but should he run? Anyway, once he sat down, a bankbook was tossed onto the living room floor. At the very bottom, the amount was written. A staggering 10 billion won, deposited by Bong Ju Hyuk. What is this money? That is just allowance. The gift tax has already been taken care of, so you do not have to worry. We know you are an elite player and that you make good money. We have always been proud of you. He made good money. 10 billion won was something he could earn just by mining ores for a few days. But you expect us to live in luxury on money you earned by risking your life? Are you trying to turn your parents into shameless people with no decency? It is not like I risked my life or anything. He did not even move. He wanted to hunt monsters, but they would not let him. There were people who took care of everything, and he even had a cute little worker. Use the money you earn for yourself. You have worked hard. We do not need it. Take it back. We already feel guilty just receiving this big house. It is not even that big. The penthouse he lived in was 3 times larger than this place. Did they know how many rooms it had? There was no helping it. Time to reveal the truth. Mom, do you know what a holy sword is? His father and sibling reacted too. I know. They say above a building owner is a holy sword owner. I heard it costs 10 billion won just to rent one. To be precise, $10 million. Over 13 billion won. I am the owner of a holy sword. I picked it up in the tower. Total lucky drop. Everyone looked at him like he was spouting complete nonsense. Hyung, if you keep lying, it will become a habit. Even if fraud does not apply between parents and children, morally. Ju Hyuk opened his banking app on his smartphone and showed them. See this? Holy sword rental fee, 26.8 billion won. The management agency deposited it. Min Hyuk's eyes went wide as he stared at the phone screen. His father leaned his face in close too. It is real. Wait. That circled number is ugh. Let me see too. Where? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why, you little punk? You were rich. With a faint grin, Ju Hyuk said. So you finally noticed? I do not even have to climb the tower. Just renting out the holy sword is enough to live very comfortably. Oh my dear son, in this humble place. I, Bong Min Hyuk, will pledge my loyalty to Big Brother. Even his mother looked utterly shocked. She kept glancing back and forth between the account balance on the phone and Ju Hyuk's face for a long while. Good grief, you idiot. You worked so hard for that money. Does it feel good giving it to others? So what if he was a sucker? That was just how losers were. Still way better than being a psychopath. What was the fun in earning money just to spend it alone? If the family he loved got to use the money he worked hard for and live well, that was joy in itself. Somewhere in Seoul, Deputy Director Sheo Jun reviewed the operation plan. At first, Sheo Jun had come to Korea almost as if he had been driven out, with no idea what he was supposed to do. Bring back Korea's SS++ rank tower conqueror? Even knowing who it was would make it difficult. The Chinese government knew it was impossible too. So why send him anyway? They probably just wanted him to try something. He had to show something. Show his loyalty to China. Strutting around, calling itself an advanced tower climbing nation. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. How dare such a small country? China could not even clear the 59th floor and had practically begged Russia for help. And the 60th floor did not even look remotely conquerable. Meanwhile, Korea was guaranteed to clear the 67th floor. No, 70 floors would probably be nothing to them. The gap would only keep widening. While China trembled in fear of tower collapse, Korea would hold its head high, boasting as a tower climbing powerhouse. Jun could not bear to watch that. They needed punishment, like the player terror incident that had occurred in the United Arab Emirates. Then an opportunity arose. He received information that a fashion brand showcase would be held at the HG Hotel in a few days. Rumor had it that elite players would be attending. How could he stay still? Make Korea taste the despair of tower collapse. If China's tower collapses, then Korea should suffer the same fate. Was he not underestimating the National Intelligence Service and the Korean government? So what? Are they gods? Even the CJ, the world's top intelligence agency, makes mistakes. Just type keywords like CA humiliation, CA failure, or CA mistake into an internet search engine, and countless stories pop up. They get caught wiretapping, exposed while trying to assassinate enemy officials, and have even had their lists of intelligence agents leaked, leading to arrests or mass expulsions. The Russian intelligence agency? It has been a global joke for ages. When things like this happen, some people usually say, they are too sloppy. How can a nation's top intelligence agency fail to prepare for something like this? Even a novel would flop with that kind of weak plausibility. What in this world is perfect? Reality is a horrific mess. Worse than movies or novels. No matter how tight the security, holes always appear. Because it is people doing the work. Even now, they do not even know that they have entered Korea. Special intelligence teams infiltrated Korea through Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. This is war. There must be no hesitation. No matter how meticulous a plan was, most of the time it did not go exactly as intended. Variables arising from unexpected situations could never be fully predicted. What mattered was bold execution, doing without hesitation what others think. Surely they would not go that far. That was the key to success. This time, it would be the same. Ju Hyuk finally made his decision to climb the unchallenged upper floor. Floor 61. After returning from his family home, he had continued searching for fragments through repeated tower missions. At the same time, he skinned basilisk hides, skinned wyvern hides, and mined ores. He mainly ran floors in the 50s, and even dipped into the 40s for basilisk hides, but there were no real gains. The items that dropped were basically trash. Worse, there were not even rune or ticket fragments. It is because the floors are too low. You got to go floor 61 or higher. And even if you did find items on the lower floors, they would be useless anyway. No offense to the dead, but would gear carried by low-level players really be worth using? Climbing unchallenged upper floors was essential. However, he planned to stop at floor 66. He could not just recklessly clear floors. What if some talented, insane player suddenly blasted through floors 67, 68, 69 in just a few days? The world would be doomed. Nations have no way of knowing when, where, or which floor a player is challenging. They cannot block entry either. And when the limit of tower climbing is reached, the consequences fall squarely on the nation. From floor 67 onward, everything had to be aligned with the collapse deadline, in step with the government's plan. Ju Hyuk went down to the underground parking lot. There was something he needed to pick up. As always, the car had changed. This time, team leader Lee Min-ah was there. Just a moment ago, a Norwegian player cleared floor 66 and left the country. They asked me to pass along their thanks to the true owner on their behalf. Ah, that is good to hear. As long as the rental fee got deposited regularly, that was enough. The holy sword emerged from team leader Lee Min-ah's inventory. As he accepted it, he checked the item information. Holy sword of the paladin commander of the Roland Holy Kingdom. Tower exclusive. I will return it before the next reservation. Please clear floor 61 safely too, without a single hair harmed. Fighting. How embarrassing. Lee Min-ah looked like she still had something to say. Oh, are you coming to the showcase event tomorrow? I have not decided yet. Yes, just call anytime. The security team will come pick you up. Other elite players do the same. Since it was an event jointly hosted by HG Fashion and the Awaken Management Agency, other elite players would also attend. Should he go or not? Honestly, he was curious what those kinds of events were like. In his 25 years of life, he had not even been to a single concert. People needed to experience some social life now and then. And it was not often you got to see famous people up close. Ju Hyuk returned to the penthouse, the summoned beings waiting for him. He pulled out the holy sword from his inventory and showed it off. Is that the holy sword? It looks even more worn than before. At this rate, all the engravings will be erased. Way to kill the mood the instant it came out. Why? You want to take a closer look? When he gently placed the holy sword on the floor, Rajix pulled out a large magnifying glass from the subspace bag. It even has a magnifying glass in there. Rajix carefully examined the engravings carved into the holy sword. Then, SHFFK, he pulled something else out of the bag. It was a thick tome almost half his own body size. What a strange bag. Cleaning tools, pickaxes, tongs, a magnifying glass, even books. Flip, flip, frap, frap. He rapidly turned the pages. Rajix fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself, closed his eyes tightly for a moment, then rolled around here and there. Home, I can fix this. You can fix it? I need materials. If I find them, I can fix it. Hoi. What materials? Home. I need to look for them. So if there are no materials, you cannot fix it? Can you obtain the materials in the tower? Meaning nothing was certain. It might be fixable, or it might not. Still, having even a possibility was something. If the holy sword's effects get better, he would have to charge higher rental fees, right? He would have to search diligently, starting from floor 61. Entering the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea, floor 61. The beginning of the undead zone. Ju Hyuk held the holy sword. That was the safest option. Come to think of it, even though he was the owner of the holy sword, this was his first time using it inside the tower. A soft white radiance enveloped his entire body. Confidence welled up inside him. It felt as though the light itself was protecting him. Floor 61 mission, defeat 20 dark mummies. Time limit, within 15 hours. Completion condition, dark mummies 0 out of 20. Failure condition, death or mission abandonment. The mission appeared, the weakest of undead. Accordingly, their dark aura was very faint. They shambled forward slowly. Corpses draped in rags so rotten they looked ready to slough off at any moment. If not for the dark aura, their skeletal bodies looked like they would crumble from a single punch. But underestimating them would be a grave mistake. Just touching the dark aura was enough to corrupt a player's mind. In truth, there was something he was more curious about than the holy sword's effects. How did the shaman Gyun Dale neutralize this dark aura? Dark aura, in essence, is the resentment, hatred, and malice humans held in life, condensed into a tangible form of energy. Gyun Dale stepped forward lightly. If the holy sword suppresses and subdues dark aura through overwhelming holy power, then this girl's method follows a different path. She took a portable speaker out from her robes. Young master, do you know which gut ritual this girl learned first from her master? How would he know? And she clearly was not asking for an answer. It was the Sit Jim gut, a ritual for the dead, also called the Ogu gut. It is a shamanic song, a muga, meant to soothe and comfort pitiful souls who, unable to release their grudges in this world, wander the 9 heavens, and to pray for their rebirth in paradise. Gyun Dale lightly gathered her skirt with both hands and stepped forward in socked feet. Then came the sound of a drum. Doom, doo-doom, doo-doo-doom, doom, doo-doom, doo-doo-doom. An extremely slow rhythm. Moving to that beat, Gyun Dale drifted gracefully among the dark mummies in flowing dance steps. Her bearing was noble, solemn, and so sacred it felt untouchable. She gently shook her bells, jingle, jingle, and a mournful melody flowed from her lips. Impure and agonizing Saha world. Life has ended, and only the soul remains, yet there is nowhere to go. Release your bound resentment, cross the river of 3 crossings, and go to the flower garden of the western paradise. Come now, come along. The dark mummies seemed affected by her song and dance, shrinking back as one. It was beautiful. The cleansing ritual of the foremost shaman maiden of the heavenly empire, gently consoling the dead. Ju Hyuk was left speechless. So were all the summoned beings. The dance of the Sit Jim gut. and the song that pierced straight into the heart. The dark aura pouring from the mummies' bodies was visibly weakening. Go Bang, his body enlarged through gigantification, swung his fist. The dark mummy shattered into dust. Only then did Cossack and Veronechka snap back to their senses and charge into the battlefield after Go Bang. Ju-hyuk moved as well. This time, no one stopped him. Crunch, crash, crunch. There was no need for skills. With every swing, a dark mummy crumbled and vanished. At this point, did he even need the holy sword? It did not seem to matter whether it was repaired or not. Still, since it was not a holy sword he would be using himself, better to get it repaired, right? Thus, the first clear ended. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on Black Tower, Korea, floor 61. Dark mummies defeated, 20 out of 20. Floor 61 mission completed. Reward: magic crystals, 6.1 kilograms. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge awarded. You may challenge floor 62. Exiting the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea. It ended far faster than expected. Then came the second run. He left just one dark mummy alive. From here on, it was Rajik's time. Under Go Bang's protection. Roll. Crack, crack, crack. Roll. Crack, crack, crack. Fallen question mark, question mark, question mark. Rune fragment, 2 of 7. He completed 1 rune fragment and attached 2 ticket fragments. Illegible question mark, question mark, question mark. Ticket, 2 of 8. Half-torn question mark, question mark. Usage ticket, 3 of 5. The haul exceeded expectations. As expected, the higher the floor, the better the gains. He had a feeling he knew what one of the tickets was. A multinational tower access ticket. Once completed, that would be valuable too. Chapter 62. A floor 61 SS++ clear. The moment the nationwide announcement went up, news articles exploded. The uproar lasted until the next morning. At last, a floor 61 SS++ clear, but it is not time for celebration yet. How far will it go? The time has come for breaks. The tower collapse deadline is 6 months. The SS++ clearer must not forget this. Blinding talent may instead become a harm to the community. Identity unknown, but a request to the SS++ clearer to adjust the pace of tower conquest. The contents were all similar. Stop climbing the tower. Floor 67 is absolutely unacceptable. Ju-hyuk understood why the media and the public were worried. An uncontrollable player climbing the tower. Charging upward like a madman is not necessarily a good thing. You have to climb according to a schedule. Ju-hyuk also planned to stop at floor 64. Today, he did not summon any of the contracted beings. He had asked for their understanding in advance. When he said he planned to attend a showcase event, they had all gone into an uproar. That going outside was dangerous, to be careful, again and again, and to summon them immediately if anything happened. Ju-hyuk wanted to go with them too. But since he had to ride in a designated car and move with bodyguards, he could not bring them along. Unless he summoned them inside the venue, that was. What could possibly happen? The venue would be crawling with police, NS agents, and management agency staff. On top of that, he had an energy shield and a blink ring. The safest person in the world right now was himself. Shall he get ready to go out? A message arrived. It seemed the car had arrived to pick him up. Neat clothes, clean shoes, wallet packed. Would he ever have imagined being invited to a fashion event? The showcase for HG Fashion's new brand. The venue was packed with people. Famous domestic and international celebrities, singers, actors, politicians, business leaders, fashion industry figures, and reporters. But plainclothes police officers and NS agents were mixed in among the crowd. On the surface, it was an event hosted by HG Fashion, but since many elite players were attending, the NS and the management agency could not help but stay on edge. Player Nam Gaon was also scheduled to attend for a surprise event. Jun Guang-ael was slowly walking around the perimeter of the venue. He spotted player Bong Ju-hyuk entering the hall, but he did not acknowledge him. Instead, he kept an unobtrusive eye on him, to make sure security was being properly maintained. No one knew it, but in reality, the top VVIP here was Bong Ju-hyuk. Even more so than Crown Prince bin Salah of the United Arab Emirates sitting over there. But why does that guy keep coming to Korea? It makes him uneasy. In any case, security seemed solid. An event attended by Crown Prince bin Salah. and he had brought quite a few personal bodyguards of his own. The venue was on the hotel's top floor, a place no one could easily access. As Deputy Commissioner Jun Guanil was surveying the surroundings, someone approached him and spoke. Deputy Commissioner. Oh, Director, you came in person. It was NGE's first Deputy Director, No Young-gun. Please do not worry too much. We conducted thorough security inspections. Haha, worry. To be honest, I am just tired. I want to wrap this up and go home to sleep as soon as possible. Same here. All civil servants are alike. By the way, No Young-gun glanced at Jun Guanil's expression before asking, is the rumor true? That the products being introduced this time are made from basilisk hide. Tower monster basilisk hide. It would be known soon enough anyway. Yes, that is correct. Is the supply sufficient? Enough to release to the private market? It is. That is why we are supplying it. Do not tell me this time too. Jun Guanil shook his head from side to side. It meant two things. Do not bother trying to find out, and he would not tell him either. Then, smoothly changing the subject. Nothing happening outside. No incidents or accidents. There was a forest fire on Guanake Mountain. Firefighting helicopters have been dispatched, so it should be put out quickly. Come to think of it, it was wildfire season. The firefighters must be having a hard time. Hopefully, it would be extinguished safely. Ju Hyuk could not quite get his bearings at this showcase, his first ever. He was glad he had come. Celebrities to his left, celebrities to his right. Singers, actors, entertainers, people he had only ever seen on TV were everywhere. It really felt like being inside a broadcasting station. Should he ask for a photo together? If he bragged to his younger brother Min Hyuk, the kid would bounce around in excitement. If he showed photos to the summoned beings, saying he had met people he had only seen on TV, their eyes would go wide in shock too. But the first hurdle, starting a conversation, was hard enough. And even if he cleared that hurdle, what if they refused to take a photo? Just seeing them in person was already something. Oh, a Hallyu star. A girl group with explosive popularity in Southeast Asia. Every member was here. This is hard to resist. Of course, as a fan. If he walked up and said, I am an elite player, would they think he was crazy? But elite players were not inferior to celebrities at all. Man or woman, elite players were top-tier marriage candidates. They earned tons of money and had high mortality rates. As he wavered like that, the event began. Let us stay quiet for now. There would be opportunities later. CEO Go Yun-ha appeared on stage in a sharp suit, holding the microphone. Hello, I am Go Yun-ha. She went straight to the point. Many of you are probably curious about what the brand name Wildflower and Basilisk means. Shall I start by explaining that? Go Yun-ha pressed a remote. A video appeared on the large screen behind the stage. It looked like footage recorded from players' body cams. In the video, a gigantic crocodile, no, a basilisk, was moving while baring its massive fangs. Yes, it is a basilisk. Basil in our brand name comes from this creature. People tilted their heads in confusion. Using a tower monster as a trademark? What connection did that have? Let me show you. A real basilisk. The screen that had been playing the video slid down all at once. At the same time, multiple spotlights illuminated the stage, and to the accompaniment of grand music, the overwhelming presence of a massive, full basilisk hide was revealed. People surged toward the stage. Click, 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 click. Camera reporters fired off photos nonstop. That is real? A full hide? Does that even drop as a reward? Did they not just stitch together all the basilisk hides collected so far? Yeah, it has to be a replica. No, if it were fake, you would know immediately. It is real. Would CEO Go Yun-ha hold an event like this just to show a fake? Up close, it felt as if a real basilisk had leapt straight out of the tower. We have signed an exclusive hide supply contract with the Korean Awaken Management Agency. From now on, basilisk hides will be supplied steadily. At those words, the faces of representatives from other fashion companies stiffened all at once. What kind of nonsense was that? Our HG Fashion has produced prototypes using this hide. We plan to sell them as products. The eyes of the crowd, which had been fixed on the massive hide, now turned to Go Yun-ha. Products, surely not bags, wallets, shoes, those kinds of things? The venue grew noisy. Please, take a look. From behind the stage, models began walking out one by one. These are Wildflower and Basilisk light quality products. Each model held a bag. They switched hands, held them out with both hands, making sure everyone could see clearly. That is made from basilisk hide? How much do you think it costs? If it is real, does the price even matter? But if this is light quality, that means there are higher tiers. Interest exploded. Next, we introduce Wildflower and Basilisk luxury quality products. Heads snapped around. This time, 6 models. No one cared who the models were. All eyes were fixed on the bags they carried. It is different. Definitely different. It deserves to be called luxury. Yeah, you cannot compare it to the light tier. You can tell the difference? Look at the pattern. That is probably the basilisk's belly hide. Crocodile leather does not even compare. Since it was a showcase, many industry professionals were present, as well as top-tier celebrities, people who could recognize the value of an item at a glance. Products of far higher quality than the light tier. There was no doubt. This was the brand's core line. Luxury was not the end. We will show you Wildflower and Basilisk's high-end masterpiece. You will experience what the finest leather truly is. A single model walked out with practice steps, and in her hands, a mysterious bag. No words were needed. A bag made of base leather, accented here and there with vividly colored hides. Our rainbow, Basilisk boss? Everyone was utterly captivated. The vibrant, living radiance of rainbow leather interwoven with traditional basilisk hide. And as everyone stood transfixed, another model stepped onto the red carpet, holding a high-end bag. Her walk was awkward, but people instantly recognized who she was. Because instead of ordinary clothes, she wore a form-fitting leather armor. It is Nam Gaon. Our top player is modeling too. But what is that outfit? That is full-body armor. Even the boots are leather. The elite players in attendance were even more excited than the general public. They did a great job. She looks like a game character. So tower gear has entered the fashion era. But you would not wear that in real combat. The sides are completely open. Still, it is pretty. You could use it as bulletproof armor. Desire began to simmer throughout the venue. Bag or armor, it did not matter. They had to buy it. The price did not matter either. Everyone gathered here had the means. Crown Prince bin Salah, who had happened to enter Korea and attend the event, also could not hide his admiration for the bags the models carried. When the high-end masterpiece with rainbow leather and player Nam Gaon's leather armor were unveiled, he was so shocked he let out an audible gasp. I should buy a few. He had 3 wives, he would buy 1 for each. He had come to meet Gobang, but instead encountered such luxury. Wait. A full basilisk hide. That too was an item. Someone must have obtained it in the tower. It would not be a normal reward. At minimum, it would require a SS++ rank clear. Bin Salah sprang up from his seat and looked around. Had Gobang come here too? The event was proceeding smoothly. Interest was explosive, and the showcase was being live-streamed worldwide on YouTube. The number of concurrent viewers was skyrocketing. Products made from Tower Monster Basilisk hide. How could anyone resist that? As the event reached its peak, player Nam Gaon even participated as a model for a surprise segment. Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil was convinced of the event's success. Even he found himself wanting one of the bags. With all the recent overtime, his wife had been giving him looks. How happy would she be if he bought her a light-tier bag? But on a civil servant's meager salary, even one was a burden. And even though CEO Go Yun had offered to gift him one, the law got in the way. A pie in the sky. Jun Guangil shook his head and walked toward the glass windows. There was something that had been bothering him for a while. The sound of helicopters. With a wildfire on Guanake Mountain, firefighting helicopters being deployed was natural, but the sound was too close. It felt as if one had landed on the hotel rooftop directly above. Well, while extinguishing fires, helicopters could malfunction and make emergency landings, but a firefighting helicopter visible in the distance. It looked like it was scooping up water from the Han River and heading toward Guanake Mountain. It would soon be evening rush hour. Hope they can get off work before traffic hits. And then, at that moment, something caught Jun Guangil's eye. A group flying together. It was not the movement of birds. And they were far too fast. They were getting closer. That was exactly what they were. Dozens of drones were charging straight toward the glass windows of the hotel's top floor. Could those possibly be ordinary drones? It was a fashion showcase, yes, but look at the attendees. Elite players, and even Nam Gaon, not to mention Crown Prince bin Salah. Jun Guangil stiffened. Just as the drones were about to slam into the glass, that was when it happened. Spot. Someone suddenly appeared right beside him. In an instant, Ju Hyuk and Jun Gwang-ael were teleported far away from the glass windows. It was the blink skill. At the same time, the drones smashed into the hotel's thick glass facade. Bang! Ka-ka-bang! Bang 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 bang. The massive windows shattered as if exploding. What is this? Everyone get down. Thankfully, there were not many injuries. Most people had crowded toward the stage to look at the bags. Still, chaos reigned as people panicked, unsure what to do. Ju Hyuk let out a breath of relief. He had not been particularly interested in the bags and had turned his gaze outside to look at the view, only to spot the drones charging in. There were an overwhelming number of them. Were they just ordinary drones? Whatever they were clearly dangerous. And Jun Gwang-ael had been standing right up against the massive glass windows. In that split second, countless thoughts flashed through Ju Hyuk's mind. What should he do? He thought he could save him. Scary as it was, Deputy Commissioner Jun was one of his few acquaintances. Just leave him to die? If he could save him, he had to try. So he activated his energy barrier and cast blink. Thanks to that, Jun Gwang-ael was safe. But Nam Gaon was not. Someone who looked like a hotel employee had grabbed Nam Gaon from behind, pressing a cold blue blade against her carotid artery. In his other hand was a loaded crossbow. In Nam Gaon, player Nam Gaon. Because the armor focused on design, the neck area was not protected. Do not move. Everyone, put your guns down. At the assailant's threat, the guards who had been about to rush the stage froze in place. If you do not put your guns down, I will slit this woman's throat. Think I cannot do it. The NS agents and guards slowly lowered their guns to the floor. The venue had metal detectors. No weapons were allowed inside. The man holding Nam Gaon hostage was a player. He must have pulled a tower-made weapon out of his inventory. They are deploying players for a terrorist attack? Either way, no one could move. Korea's top player, Nam Gaon, was being held hostage. Ropes dropped down through the shattered windows. Sliding down them, more assailants swiftly entered the venue. Automatic rifles were raised. If anyone moves, we shoot. Xiao Jun, wearing a mask, looked at the captured Nam Gaon and grinned. A flawless operation and the best possible outcome. Ju Hyuk let out a long sigh. He had just been enjoying sneaking glances at celebrities, and now this? At least he had saved Jun Gwang-ael. He knew it. Going outside is dangerous. He never should have left home. But what could he do? It was his own decision. Designated summon. John Cossack. A mass of light surged upward. Loyalty, huh? As you can see, this is the situation. We should summon Gobang too. We need a tank to block bullets. The moment he was summoned, Cossack understood what he needed to do. And beside them, Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-ael stood frozen, mouth agape, watching everything unfold. Chapter 63. Assassination is a comprehensive art. You have to consider everything. That was why, the moment he was summoned, Cossack always surveyed his surroundings and assessed the situation first. Even while greeting his summoner, it was a habitual action. It took Cossack only 3 seconds to grasp the situation in the venue. Just one sweeping glance was enough to understand how things were unfolding. First priority, the safety of Summoner Bong. Above all else, that mattered the most. For now, he was safe. The energy barrier was active. A few bullets would not be a problem. However, he was shielding someone with his own body. The very person who should have been prioritizing his own safety. Summoner Bong was too kind for his own good. Far too considerate. This guy appeared to be Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-ael. A stupid bastard. A shameless bastard. He should be the one protecting Summoner Bong. Yet he was being protected instead? And on top of that, he had dragged him into such a dangerous situation? There was a reason people said that life outside the tower was more dangerous to players than tower climbing itself. In any case, there were 2 points of trouble. One was on the stage, the woman being held hostage. A face often seen on the news. Player Nam Gaon. She was, in her own way, an acquaintance of the summoner. If she died or was injured, it would seriously upset him. And then, on the opposite side, 5 armed assailants threatening people with gun barrels. They were wearing helmets and body armor. Resolving both points of trouble at once was too much, even for Cossack. If he dealt with the gunman first, Nam Gaon would be in danger. If he saved Nam Gaon first, gunfire would put everyone else at risk. To be honest, he did not care if other people died. That was just their fate. What he feared was hurting the gentle heart of Summoner Bong. That was why he had suggested summoning Gobang. He would be summoned shortly. So where should he go? The conclusion was clear. Have Gobang handle the armed assailants. Clean up the stage first, then regroup. Kosak's figure vanished in an instant. Deliberate arson on Guanake Mountain. Hijacking of an aerial firefighting helicopter. Threatening the pilot and landing on the HG Hotel helipad. Blowing out the venue's exterior glass wall with bomb drones. Leaving one man behind on the firefighting helicopter to monitor the pilot. Entering the venue with 5 team members, including himself. To accomplish this, one player had been infiltrated into the venue in advance. After the drone attack, they needed hostages to secure control and ensure safe entry. They bribed a longtime hotel employee. With an amount of money he could not possibly refuse. By now, that employee was probably already on a flight to China. The top priority hostage had originally been CEO Go Yun-ha. But just before the operation, the target changed. Korea's top player modeling at a showcase? Go Yun-ha was discarded. With the top player as a hostage, no one would dare move. The plan had gone off without a hitch. So perfect it was almost frightening. There was one more crucial point. Since the main targets of the terror were players, something had to be checked without fail. Whether the elite players had already entered the tower that day. Once per day, had they already entered or not? That had been checked. The Chinese Special Intelligence Department's primary task was player abduction. They had conducted countless operations. There was no way they would miss that. Korean elite players belonged to the state. They were obligated to clear the tower, whether upper floor challenges or repeat runs. They had to record their progress with body cams and submit it to the management agency. Tower climbing usually happened in the morning. After fulfilling their duty, afternoons were for leisure. Nam Gaon was no exception. Her tower entry waiting area was the management agency. Her routine was working out at the agency gym in the morning, then entering the tower. Of course, not everyone followed the same pattern. He could see about 3 players fleeing into the tower. Well, small fry could be ignored. In any case, the capture of player Nam Gaon was a success. And with that, greed began to surface. Was it really necessary to kill Nam Gaon? Her value as a hostage was greater than even the Korean president's. As long as they kept her with them, they would be safe. If we can keep her as a hostage and take her with us. Of course, not to China, but to a third country, say North Korea. If they could safely reach North Korean territory, the game would be over. No one would be able to pursue them. Humph. A bunch of fools. The Korean police and NGES agents stood frozen, eyes darting around, but bodies unmoving. These were the people Deng Guanlin's team had lost to. Xiao Jun signaled with his hand to the team member holding Nam Gaon hostage. Keep the hostage alive. Apply pressure only. Kill everyone else here. The team member nodded. All right, let us begin. At that very moment, someone suddenly appeared on the stage, right behind the team member holding a blade to Nam Gaon's neck, so silently that no one noticed his arrival. A hand dropped to the floor. Xiao Jun's eyes widened. What was that? The team member who had been holding the knife had not even realized his hand had been severed yet. He heard something fall and looked down. That is a hand. Is it a human one? It looked extremely familiar. So did the knife clutched in the severed hand. There was not even any blood. It looked like a fake hand from a mannequin. Feeling unsettled, he looked at his own arm. A wrist cut clean through. Why is my hand? He looked once at the hand on the floor, then once at his own severed wrist. At the same time, a hot sensation flared across his neck. His head separated from his body and bounced onto the stage. Thud thud thud. Two. Then his body, still standing upright, toppled backward. The onlookers fell silent. Nam Gaon, who had just been held hostage, stood there blankly, stunned. It felt like watching a stage play. He was seeing it with his own eyes, yet he could not believe it. K kill them. All of them. K kill them. Only then did the team members snap out of it. They raised their automatic rifles toward the crowd, fingers tightening on the triggers. Something gigantic suddenly grew right in front of them. They lifted their heads to look. What is that? A human? No, a giant. An enormous body, so tall his head nearly touched the ceiling. Was this a movie set? A fashion show venue? A roar thundered out, loud enough to burst eardrums. Xiao Jun and the Special Intelligence team members froze solid. A howl that clawed at humanity's most primal fear. Knees buckled on their own. Hands holding guns trembled violently. A trigger was pulled unconsciously. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. No one knew who fired first. It was not even with the intent to kill. It was pure instinct, born of terror. Thud. Thud thud thud. Poo poo poo. Go Bang took every bullet head-on. If he manifested diamond skin, the bullets would ricochet, but if even one round flew toward the summoner, that could not be allowed. Besides, the bullets could not pierce his skin anyway. They just stung a little. Boom, boom, boom. 3 steps were all Go Bang needed to close the distance. He grabbed one assailant's helmet with a hand and applied a little force. The helmet shattered, and so did the skull beneath it. Helmet fragments embedded themselves in the head, making it even more gruesome. These were the bastards who dared threaten the summoner. The summoner who gave him a name, who bought him delicious beef. Ideally, he would break every bone in their bodies and let them die slowly in agony. But if the summoner were endangered in the slightest, that was unacceptable. So he finished it as quickly as possible. He grabbed the leg of one man struggling to change magazines and slammed him straight into another. Like swinging a weapon. Whyish. Crack. Whyish. Crack. After 3 swings, both the weapon and the target were equally reduced to bloody pulp. Xiao Jun stared at the scene, frozen in terror. A hollow laugh escaped him. Was he fighting monsters inside the tower? But he was not a player. This could not be the tower. Xiao Jun pulled a grenade hanging from his chest. There was nothing else he could do. The hand holding the grenade was severed. This is how you do /clean. No blood splatter, keeps things tidy. Do not worry. Before, I did not know any better and wiped everyone out, regretted it. I should have left one alive. I will leave you alive. These countries' civil servants need something to do they not? Only then did he understand. The being who had annihilated Deng Guanlin's team. If I had known from the start, I never would have made such a plan. A fist slammed into his face. Teeth scattered across the floor. Xiao Jun lost consciousness. Things here were cleaned up. Cossack gazed quietly at the ropes hanging outside the shattered window. They must have come down from the rooftop. Fast work, right to the end. Cossack launched himself, grabbed the rope, and climbed upward. A helicopter came into view, and a man pointing a gun at the pilot's head. Good thing I came. Crown Prince Bin Salah was still dazed. Korea's top player, Nam Gaon, had been taken hostage. Then the drone attack. The venue's glass walls shattered, and armed assailants in helmets and body armor stormed in. Bin Salah recalled the incident in the United Arab Emirates, when state-affiliated players had been massacred in a terrorist attack. It was trauma he still had not overcome. And now, terrorism even in Korea, where he had thought it was safe. His guards were shielding him tightly, but with just pistols, what could they possibly do? A man suddenly appeared on the stage and rescued the hostage, Nam Gaon. The moment Bin Salah saw him, he knew who it was. No doubt about it. The player who had saved the United Arab Emirates. How he appeared did not matter. Knowing what kind of power he possessed, Bin Salah finally felt relief. With an odd expression, he looked at Go Bang on the stage. Their eyes met naturally. But the moment Go Bang recognized him, his face twisted into a deep scowl. A chill ran down his spine. Did I do something wrong? Was it because he had mentioned the name Go Bang during that interview? That had to be it. They had agreed to keep it secret. Does that mean I am next too? Did I come to Korea for nothing? A roar filled the entire venue. Everyone's gaze snapped in the same direction. And there was no other word for it, but huge. So massive that the armed assailants were completely hidden behind its bulk. Gunfire erupted, but the assailants were taken down in an instant. Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil saw and heard everything clearly. Player Bong Joo-hyuk was still standing beside him. The words he had spoken when he realized Nam Gaon had been taken hostage after saving him. It had not been perfectly clear, but he had definitely said summon. Then a man had appeared in a burst of light. After exchanging a few words with Player Bong, he was suddenly on the stage. And then, once more, this time, a man of overwhelming size appeared. The first man had rescued Nam Gaon from danger. The second, a giant, crushed the enemies without flinching despite the hail of bullets. So that is what it was. It felt as though every mystery had fallen into place. Jun Guangil turned his head toward player Bong Joo-hyuk. Excuse me, could it be that? Ah, well, why yes. You were probably thinking the right thing. There was no need to ask further. What more was there to say? He had seen everything with his own eyes. Wait, this is not the time. First, he checked the cameras installed for the YouTube livestream. They were still pointed toward the stage. Even if Nam Gaon's rescue had been broadcast, the other scenes likely had not been captured. Then he walked over to NAS First Deputy Director No Young-gun, who was still dazed. Deputy Director, immediately confiscate the smartphones of everyone here. We do not know if photos or videos were taken. Understood. And that guy does not look dead yet. Arrest him. Only then did the NIS agents begin moving. He had a lot to say. Back when Yu Chul-min was naturalized, during the attempted elite player abduction, and now again. He was not sure he could continue trusting them. It might be better to form an independent team altogether. At least we need to stop the footage from spreading. But that was wishful thinking. What good was confiscating phones? Everything would already be backed up to the cloud. Jun Guang'il turned his gaze back to the stage. Nam Gaon sat slumped there, utterly shaken. Thankfully, medical staff and management agency employees were already rushing to tend to her. Of course, he should be over there too. Player Bong, thank you for saving lives. Oh, come on. I did not really do anything. Ju Hyuk waved his hands in a fluster. Please do not look at me like that. It is uncomfortable. I just called a couple of older brothers I know. They just happened to be a bit unusual. Who do you think these people were? China, perhaps. We will need to investigate, but it does seem very likely they are Chinese. Ignorant bastards. But now the question was, should he just let this go? In the past, when he was a pathetic loser, he had swallowed injustice and moved on. But now things were different. Now, if he said please teach them a lesson, reliable older brothers and sisters would rush out immediately. That is how it works. When a loser has athlete older siblings, even bullies do not dare touch him. I will tell them when I get home. That China did this. The situation seemed mostly under control now. Sorry, but it was time to send Gobang back first. Ju Hyuk casually waved at Gobang. The massive body vanished without a trace. People murmured in shock at even that sight. I really caused a huge incident. His worries piled up like mountains. How was he supposed to clean this up? Would it even be possible? But he did not regret it. If he had done nothing just to protect his secret, what greater evil karma could there be? He would deserve to be struck dead by lightning. Chapter 64. An attempted terrorist attack at the HG Hotel showcase venue. Amazingly, there were 0 civilian casualties. That is, excluding the terrorist himself. A massive incident that shook the foundations of the nation. Because elite players had been the targets. Until now, Korea had been known as a safe haven from terrorism, which made the shock to the public all the greater. Deputy Commissioner Jun Guang'il moved swiftly to contain the incident. The very first thing he did was delete all CCTV footage inside the venue. He went so far as to rip out and physically destroy the storage devices, so that recovery would be impossible. Soon, countless videos began popping up everywhere. They flooded the internet. Jun Guang'il ordered the administration staff to collect every video circulating online and on social media. Was there anything dangerous among them? What if footage existed of player Bong Ju-hyuk summoning those two? Fortunately, there was not. Instead, most clips focused on the terrifying giant in action or on the Westerner rescuing Nam Gaon. They were all short, fragmentary videos like that. The only footage that captured the entire event from start to finish was the showcase video by the YouTubers Wildflower and Vasily. Which made sense. When armed attackers burst in with guns, who would have the guts to keep filming with a smartphone? You could get shot dead doing that. Everyone must have been in total chaos, lying flat on the floor, trembling in fear. Only after the situation suddenly turned around would they have mustered the courage to pull out their phones. Then a thought suddenly occurred. Were there really only those two? The people Bong Ju-hyuk could summon, that is. What if there were more than that? Terrifying, superhuman power. Who in the world could possibly deal with beings like that? How fortunate it was that he was Korean, and that he had absolutely no intention of naturalizing elsewhere. On top of that, he was a lifesaver. Without fearing that his abilities might be exposed, he saved both himself and player Nam Gaon. His character was outstanding. He was not greedy either. They would do everything they could for Bong Ju-hyuk, starting with preventing his identity from being revealed. But then something unexpected happened. The media started moving on its own. Elite players exposed to terror. What countermeasures are next? Who is behind it? Speculation points to China. A giant appeared and took care of the terrorists? Sounds ridiculous, but it was real. Video attached. Player Nam Gaon narrowly escapes death in hostage situation. Video attached. Who on earth were they? High probability of SS++ rank clear record holders. The reason for the tower's rapid clear speed. Was it not one person, but two? Believed to be power from items that work even in reality, not just inside the tower. Whoever they are, one fact is clear. They saved the Republic of Korea. They did not lay a finger on civilians. Only the terrorists were eliminated. Player Nam Gaon, in tears, says they are her lifesavers. Then came the decisive article. Crown Prince bin Salah finally speaks. I feel so relieved. Keeping it secret until now was agonizing. I will never forget the debt of saving my life at the showcase, nor the favor of clearing the United Arab Emirates Black Tower. I am truly sorry for accidentally revealing a name on broadcast. Please forgive me. That seals it. A SS++ rank clear record holder. Even bin Salah confirmed it. One of those two was Go Bang. To think there were two of them. During the 60th floor clear, Go Bang temporarily naturalized with the UAE, and one stayed behind in Korea. But which one is Go Bang? Bin Salah would know. Did you see the giant enter the tower at the end? Cool as heck, like he was done with everything. No matter how you look at him, he does not seem Korean. Did they naturalize him? Do not be racist based on skin color. If he has Korean nationality, he is Korean, part of Korea's Black Tower. The administration is doing a good job, even handling naturalization. Just think about what could have happened to player Nam Gaon. Ugh, it makes my skin crawl just imagining it. Is this another national pride circle jerk? Yeah, drink it up. Chug it all. Long live Go Bang. My daughter's name will be Go Bang. Kim Go Bang. By the way, what kind of lunatic carried out that terror attack? Japan or China? I will bet my on it. Oh my. I do not have any. But you are probably right. Ugh. What is the government doing? Fire a Hyunmoo missile or something, and start a war while you are at it? Nam Gaon is at fault. What kind of model is she? She should have just climbed the tower somewhere safe. Nonsense. So players should do nothing but climb the tower? What? Did she commit a crime? Players are not allowed to have outside activities? And this is why I am quitting being a player. Originally, it was supposed to be a showcase where leather and bags took center stage. But of all things, a terrorist incident had to break out. Was CEO Go Yeonha disappointed? It was a massive hit. Because of the videos, even people with no interest in fashion came to know the Wildflower and Vasily brand. Reservation inquiries poured in nonstop. But they did not take orders by phone. Reservations were accepted only through existing Wildflower stores, an established HG fashion brand, and even then in limited quantities. The entire first batch sold out. The rainbow bag, in particular, saw explosive interest. People begged them to sell it no matter the price. So they planned to raise the price significantly starting with the second batch. Even so, buyers lined up. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Tower Clearing Bureau, a conference room with a large monitor connected to a laptop. Secretary of Homeland Security Macmillan and Director Antonio were analyzing several videos. Who on earth are they? And how can they use power like that? How would I know? Antonio replied. It was unbelievable. More intense than any movie. Let us assume Gerald could manifest player abilities in the real world. Could he do anything like that? Antonio pondered carefully. I believe it is impossible. The giant blocked bullets without even using a defensive barrier like a shield. And that red-brown, haired Caucasian, fine, dagger techniques aside, he was far too fast. Even in slow motion, we could not track his movements. Power surpassing even players inside the tower. At the very least, he does not look Korean. If he is Go Bang, does that mean his surname is Go? Korean names place the family name first. If he naturalized, he likely took a Korean surname. Which one of the two? I would not know. At this point, it was clear. Those men were Korea's SS++ rank clear record holders. And not just one, two of them. Bin Salah confirmed it. That is the decisive factor. Korean media is already treating it as established fact. Exercising that kind of power in reality? An item, most likely. It is just a hypothesis, but there is no other way to explain it. An extremely rare category of items. Those without the label tower only. items that could be used in the real world, even by ordinary people. Even if it is an item effect, it is still absurdly powerful. 61 consecutive SS++ clears. Do you really think all they got was a handful of magic stones? It truly was a different dimension of clearing. Naturally, the rewards would be immense. The giant disappearing at the end. Entering the tower? Yes, that is how it looks. Then he will reappear at that spot. Should we send our agents? That will be difficult. Korea's administration and the NGES are tightly controlling the area. He might have already left. The administration probably extracted him quietly. It also seemed clear that they had connections with the NS. They did not even kill the last one. Almost as if saying, come arrest him. Macmillan shook his head in disbelief. What a strange country. 61 consecutive SS++ clears, a holy sword, basilisk full-hide leather, and massive quantities of tower ore. Director Antonio moved the mouse. At this point, there is a high probability that even the so-called true owner of the holy sword is a smokescreen. A man appeared on screen. It was Bong Joo-hyuk. Name: Bong Joo-hyuk. Age: 25. He has been active as an elite player for less than 6 months. After the holy sword had been loaned out twice, would the US really just sit still? They gathered information through multiple channels. The person they arrived at was Bong Joo-hyuk, the most likely candidate. They traced the flow of funds. He was also frequently spotted alone with Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il. Additionally, after Korea's top player Yoo Chul-min naturalized to Japan, Bong Joo-hyuk purchased the penthouse you had lived in. That is why he had seemed like the prime suspect. So Bong Joo-hyuk was just a front man the administration put forward to divert public attention. There is no definitive proof, but circumstantially. Talking with you any longer makes my head feel like it is going to explode. There was only so much that could be uncovered from videos alone. Aside from directly questioning Korea's administration, what about their disposition? At the very least, they do not seem like villains. They saved people. Could we recruit them? I cannot guarantee it. The Korean government will not sit idly by. And what if they do not? International relations still ran on the logic of power. And since the tower's appearance, that tendency had only grown stronger. You compiled the report? Yes, here it is. Good work. Let us review it again after I return from the White House. The meeting ended. In the end, the final decision would be made at the White House. Cheongdam-dong penthouse. Joo-hyuk and the summoned ones were all gathered in one place. Everyone was furious to the point of boiling over. Do not worry, sir. Bong Summoner's right hand. This Cossack took care of everything. The warrior helped too. Gyun-dale snorted disdainfully. You say you took care of it? Was it not handled far too easily? Those wretches dared threaten young master. An unforgivable crime. Slowly, drying them to death, burning them alive, cutting them apart, filleting them. Doing all that still would not have been enough. Veron H. clearly seething as well, added, if it were me, I would not have let them die right away. I am so angry I cannot even sleep. When a commander falls, the army is as good as annihilated. Retaliation must be carried out with shock and terror. Gyun-dale and Veron H. were far more agitated than expected. Even Rajix was the same. His fluffy, round body trembled violently as he raged. Hook! Ho! Kill them! I will kill them! If even Rajix was like this. Joo-hyuk stepped in. Hey. The outcome was good, so let us just let it go. No one got hurt. Had he said the wrong thing? He thought it would end with them venting together. But the atmosphere turned ominous. Gyun-dale sprang up and bowed deeply toward Joo-hyuk, almost flying at him as she spoke. Young master, forgive me, but this is not something that can be overlooked. Retribution is required. What are you planning to do? I shall unleash killing intent. The target of my killing intent shall be the Emperor of China. The sins of the underlings must be borne by their master. As if the Emperor of China were just sitting around somewhere. She clearly meant the supreme leader. Let us say you unleash it. Will not there be repercussions for you, princess? This maiden has already died once. What would dying twice matter? I would merely be unable to be summoned for 100 days. That was hardly a comfort. Gyun-dale really did seem a bit unhinged at times. Let us just fling some karma instead. If we ask Mr. Cossack, he can go to China and bring back a suitable sacrifice to use for karma. I beg you to reconsider. Karma alone is woefully insufficient. Cossack raised his hand high. I will go, Cossack declared. This Cossack, genius of assassination and artist of the red ribbon, will create a masterpiece and return. Veron HK spoke up as well. If it is sniping, I am confident too. One shot is all it takes. Even Rajix joined in. Home. I will go. What are you planning to do, Rajix? Rajix pulled a dazzling, gleaming golden pickaxe from his subspace backpack and struck a solemn pose, as if he were about to smash an enemy's skull with the pickaxe. This is driving him insane. Gobang raised his hand high as well. What was he about to say now? Summoner, let us use the mad demon. Drop him in China and come back. 3 hours will be enough. This guy has lost it too. Unleashing the mad demon in China was no different from dropping a nuclear warhead. It would be pressing the launch button yourself. He would kill indiscriminately. Guilty or not, everyone he saw would be torn apart. And then he would say this. Summoner, I have taken care of everything. You may take over China now. The mad demon? Do not you know I have been keeping him at 1 star and not summoning him all this time because I do not want to do that? You want me to just let him loose here? This needed to be stated firmly. Try doing anything behind my back, and I will dismiss you on the spot. Got it. And I will never summon you again. Random summoning is coming up soon anyway. I will just build a new team and run repeat clears with Rajix. The atmosphere turned icy. At least I can tolerate throwing some karma. Can you manage that, Mr. Cossack? Cossack jumped to his feet. He scurried right up next to Ju Hyuk. Ah, this Cossack, admiration upon admiration. To think I serve such a benevolent and broad-minded summoner. What fortune. Just say the word. I will do anything. He. Sergeant Veron HK HBER. I solemnly vow absolute obedience to my commander's orders. Certain victory. The warrior also supports the summoner's decision. Gyun Dale hesitated for a moment, then said, This maiden shall obey the young master's august command. Ju Hyuk smiled in satisfaction. Good. Then let us prepare to throw some karma. But what if the effect of the karma was too weak? They would definitely cause another uproar. Gyun Dale would insist on unleashing killing intent. Cossack would reach for his ribbons, Rajix for his pickaxe. The mad demon. If he were even a little more sane, he would not be a painful finger. He would be the most reliable one of all. I should summon him later and ask him a few questions. Had his thinking changed at some point? Chapter 65. He spent 2 full days staying home, partly to rest, and partly to calm down the overly excited summoned ones. Ju Hyuk was not exactly fine himself. He had been directly caught up in a terrorist incident, and people had died in the process. No, I killed them. It amounted to him killing them. Someone had summoned Cossack and Gobang. After all, on the surface, he acted as if nothing was wrong, but inside, Bong Ju Hyuk, the loser, had been deeply shaken. To recover mentally, he did not even enter the tower and just took proper rest. Cleaning while going home with Rajix, grilling meat, feeding Veronica while she slept, cooking ramen as a palate cleanser, listening to Gyun Dale shout, "You bastard," at Cossack over noodle-cutting mishaps. I feel a bit better. After spending time like that, he sent everyone back once afternoon came. Sometimes, you need time alone. It had been a while since he drank alone. He prepared alcohol and snacks, an expensive whiskey bought at a department store, no less. Something about a single malt sherry cask. He had originally bought 3 bottles to drink with the summoned ones, but they all waved it off, saying it was too strong. I am grateful, honestly. Thanks to that, he got to drink expensive liquor by himself. With the TV on, he poured it over ice into an on-the-rocks glass and sipped slowly when the news happened to come on. The heroes who appeared at the showcase terror site. Sure, calling them heroes was not an exaggeration, but what a mess. Absolute chaos. The news was full of wild speculation. Before he knew it, Cossack and Gobang had been labeled SS++ rank clear record holders. Is that really a misunderstanding? As it turned out, the media had hit the mark exactly. It was Deputy Commissioner Jun Guang-il. Player Bong, are you experiencing any discomfort? No. After resting a bit, I am fine. And he had even had a glass of expensive liquor. This may be bothersome, but I thought you should know. The reason Jun Guang-il called. First, he told him not to worry about the media. There had been many interview requests, but they had refused them all, and everything being reported was purely speculative. Then, the identity of the terrorist. It was certain he was Chinese. At the same time, there was a strong possibility he was one of the rumored player kidnappers. But since he was keeping his mouth completely shut, it would take time to confirm things definitively. Player kidnapping? Was not that just an urban legend? It is happening in reality. Not just China. More countries than you would expect are doing this. India is also under suspicion. That sent a chill down his spine. In some ways, humans were scarier than the tower. So there are still kidnapped players being held somewhere in China right now. Yes, that is our assessment. No matter how desperate they were, kidnapping people and forcing them into tower clears? What if they died? No evidence would remain. They would just disappear. And not just the kidnapped players. What about their families? He had been drinking alone to recover mentally, but somehow he felt even worse now. Should I call Mr. Cossack? At least to talk things out. 3 hours had already passed. Designated summon. John Cossack. Salute. Cossack reporting. Eek, you actually drank that strong stuff? Your liver values are rising. Please restrain yourself. Then Cossack realized he alone had been summoned. See, could this be a mission? No. I have just got something on my mind. Well done. And who might I be? Bong Summoner's right-hand man. There are no bad players in this world. Counselor Cossack is here to hear your worries. Who are you calling troubled? It is not that, it is just. Ju Hyuk relayed Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil's story exactly as he had heard it. Cossack's expression gradually hardened. 100 deaths would not be enough for those bastards. Knight? I just feel bad for the kidnapped players. It is weighing on me. Kind of depressing. This Cossack is deeply moved by Bong Summoner's benevolent heart. My vision blurs with tears. He was telling him he was depressed. Cossack suddenly stood up. May I step outside for a bit? The one I spared. You know where he is? I marked him beforehand, just in case he tried to run. He had seemed like an airhead, but Cossack was surprisingly meticulous. Really, you should not judge people by appearances. And if he does not tell you, then we negotiate. You mean threaten. Even if you find out, what will you do with that information? The decision is always the summoner's. We simply follow orders. At least knowing would be better. Take your time. We can talk tomorrow. If you get hungry, buy something good with the money. Ju Hyuk opened his wallet and handed Cossack a few bills. Oh, you did not have to do that. It is allowance. Salute. Thank you very much. Then I will be off. Hee. Once Cossack left, the loneliness returned. Was it because of the alcohol? Was there not anyone to drink with? With such a narrow social circle, times like this felt especially sad. Ju Hyuk opened the status window catalog. One name stood out among them. The name was listed in the catalog, but it had the lowest star rating, and he had only summoned him twice. Honestly, he felt a bit guilty. His methods were extreme, but everything he did was for Ju Hyuk's sake. Yet every time they met, Ju Hyuk gave him 1 star and dismissed him like he was shooing him away. Maybe tonight, until the summon time limit ran out, they could actually talk? Had his thinking changed without him realizing it? Whether his thinking had changed or not, as they drank together. Designated summon. Mad Demon. A mass of light flared, and the Mad Demon appeared. Still frightening, but borrowing courage from the alcohol. I wanted to talk for a bit. If it is uncomfortable, what discomfort could there be? Being summoned at all is something to be grateful for. Ju Hyuk and the Mad Demon sat facing each other at the dining table. Would you like a drink? I do not know if it will suit your taste. Oh, this old man's palate shall be indulged. I will pour you a glass. And the summoner? I will drink too. It is expensive, after all. Ha ha ha, as you should. Hand it here. I will pour first. In a way, the Mad Demon really was a sucker. He had been forcibly dismissed twice and slapped with 1-star ratings. Yet he was smiling like that. What was he so happy about? The glasses filled. One drink, then another. Alcohol gives people courage. Ju Hyuk asked the Mad Demon. The thoughts you mentioned before. You have not changed them, have you? Conquering Earth, uniting the world into a single nation. The Mad Demon let out a deep sigh. Who? Do you wish for me to change my mind? Summoner. Of course I could obey your command. If you told me to change my resolve, I could answer right now that I would. This was going better than expected, but could you truly trust it? My obedience. Thinking about it calmly, he probably could not. The third principle, Clause 3, decisions made autonomously by summoned beings. All summoned ones have their own standards. If they judge the summoner to be dangerous, they may commit any act. even one that goes against the summoner's values. The mad demon downed another drink. My third principle, Clause 3, is a belief born from my identity and life experience. The true enemy lies within. If the inside is not purified, I believe complete tower conquest will remain difficult. The mad demon's expression looked strangely lonely. Summoner, there is no need to try so hard to persuade me. It would only drain your resolve. When the day comes that you judge me useful, you may use me then. Hard to change, indeed. But then again, what in this world is truly eternal? Ju-hyuk refilled the mad demon's empty glass. It seems you can stay quite a while today. Yes, I will not forcibly send you back. Ha ha ha, what an honor. Let us spend some time. Whether Ju-hyuk would be drawn into the mad demon's convictions or the mad demon into Ju-hyuk's, something would change eventually. Ju-hyuk drank with him, back and forth, until they emptied an entire bottle of whiskey and opened a new one. The mad demon seemed to be in a good mood. His face flushed red, as if intoxicated. Summoner, there is something I wish to tell you. May I? Haha, say whatever you like. The tower cleared deadline for this world. 6 months, is it not? But do not feel at ease. One day, that deadline may change. What was he saying? Could it shorten? Yes, the tower is ever-changing. One day it may become 3 months, or 1 month, perhaps even half a month. Truly cunning. Just when clearing the tower to a fixed deadline becomes routine, it strikes you from behind. A sudden wave of anxiety hit. Please keep that possibility in mind at all times. And summon me whenever you need. When, and how it might change, could you explain in more detail? A prohibition binds me. I cannot say more. Someone like the mad demon must have climbed high floors, perhaps even witnessed worlds fall to ruin. What about the missions on higher floors we will have to climb? For example, floors above 71. The same applies. I do not even remember them. The mad demon was like that, and so was Cossack. There really did seem to be such a thing as a prohibition. Either way, he would just have to climb and see for himself. Suddenly, he grew curious. This was his third summon, but he had never once seen what the mad demon could actually do inside the tower. Ju-hyuk glanced at the clock. Nearly 3 hours had passed since they started drinking together. Maybe 10 minutes left until the summon time limit. HM, is it time to go? It is, but would you like to go into the tower with me once? Ha ha ha, no problem at all. Let us go. Might as well watch. If they could fight together, then fight. Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, floor 61. It truly has been a long time since I last cleared a tower. I am grateful to the summoner for granting me such an opportunity. An opportunity? I was the one asking. I shall do my utmost. Perhaps we will even draw a useful item while we are at it. Oh please, I am not expecting anything. Item rewards had abysmal odds. Even SS++ clears rarely gave them. And this was a repeat clear. There was no way they would give an item. A floor with crude juncture, I see. Though they are cloaked in demonic energy. That is right. Ah, should we not use the holy sword? That made him uneasy. We need to strip the dark aura. I learned a skill called Hanwon Lightning Staff, and I can use it with the holy sword too. Will you even have time to use a skill? You may be injured if you advance. Simply watching will suffice. Not again. Was he telling him to just watch, too? The mad demon and Ju-hyuk stepped out of the safe zone. Hands clasped behind his back, the mad demon walked forward as if on a leisurely stroll. There are 2 ways to deal with demonic energy. One is to use a power that stands in opposition to it, such as holy power, or to crush it with even stronger demonic energy. From his entire body, a sinister black aura began to rise, more ominous than the dark aura itself. They are not even worth being an after-meal snack. So befitting of the mad demon. There is a reason the word demon is in his name. Let us finish this quickly and head out. The summoner must be tired. You should get some proper rest. The mad demon raised his hand. At that moment swung. From his hand, an enormous, intangible force took shape. A blade of energy shaped like a crescent moon or a boomerang. The instant it formed, it shot forward. The rotating boomerang of force swept through the dark mummies. The dark mummies crumbled and vanished like dust. They were there, and then they were gone. The boomerang had simply made one circuit around the 61st floor. That was it. No second attack. You have cleared floor 61. Reward, 6.1 kilograms of magic stones. Reward. Tower-only ring of exit. Is there a problem? We actually got an item. Oh, is that so? Well then, I suppose I have earned the price of the drink I had. Calling the Mad Demon was the right choice. National Intelligence Service Building, Republic of Korea. Deep underground lay a detention cell secured like a fortress. Seo-jun sat on the bed, his severed wrist tightly wrapped in bandages, a suicide prevention restraint fastened to his body. He had just been interrogated again with an interpreter present, then returned to confinement. Of course, he had not said a single word, despite understanding Korean perfectly well. Pathetic fools. Interrogation, coming from an incompetent NIS? They thought they could pry his mouth open. Before becoming deputy director of the Special Intelligence Bureau, Seo-jun had been a trained soldier. He had been deployed on dozens of operations to kidnap players. Given the nature of the mission, he had also trained extensively for the possibility of capture. He was confident he could endure any torture. He had even undergone resistance training against truth serums. He would endure to the end. And if he did, an opportunity would come. Escape, or walk out proudly. I should sleep. To withstand torture and interrogation, maintaining stamina was essential. Fortunately, they fed him and let him sleep. They would not even let you sleep. Pretending to care about human rights, it seemed. Seo-jun lay down on the bed. Just as he was about to drift off, the sound of the cell door opening. There had been no footsteps. He sprang up and scanned the room. Still no one. A palm clamped over his mouth. At the same time, some kind of force surged into his body. Seo-jun's body arched like a bow. Agony beyond anything he had ever experienced. As if his muscles were being torn apart. As if his bones were being scraped with a rasp. As if his internal organs were melting. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Chill. I am just giving you a taste. What will you do if you cannot even handle this? The voice was familiar. The man who had severed his wrist. From now on, I am going to ask you a few questions. You must answer in Korean. Kosak whispered quietly into Seo-jun's ear. Where are the kidnapped players being held? If you plan to talk, just nod. Seo-jun's eyes rolled wildly. What should he do? In that instant? No good. Just rolling your eyes. Still have not come to your senses, huh? Another wave of searing pain surged in. Incomparable to the first. I was hoping we could do this nicely, you know? Try to hold out. Your mind is going to break anyway. He wanted to pass out. Anything to escape. Hey, we have not even started yet. Seo-jun wanted to nod. He was confident he could give the exact location in Korean. But he could not nod, because a hand was clamped tightly over his mouth, and another gripping his head. MMPH. MMPH. No. Please, let him nod. He would talk. He would tell him everything. Chapter 66. Ju-hyuk and Gwangma exited the tower. Even though he had experienced it firsthand, it was still hard to believe. So that is why they call it legend after legend. Just in SSR alone was terrifying enough. There was no way an LSSR ranked being would be handed out for free. This is easily a 5-star rating. How could anyone give this just 1 star after seeing it? That would be shameless. Having cleared the tower and come out, it was now time to go. Gwangma looked at Ju-hyuk and spoke. Do not overexert yourself. You do not have to climb. Even if you hide behind the others, no one will criticize you. In fact, they would applaud you. He knew it was concern, but being told to just hide behind everyone else was a bit. I will wait for the day when I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, summoner. And even if that day never comes, call for me anytime you feel like drinking. With that, Gwangma disappeared. When they first met, Gwangma had been overflowing with madness. The second time, he had reflected, yet the madness remained. The third time, the atmosphere had definitely been better, even if his way of thinking had not changed. Still, Ju-hyuk had no intention of teaming up yet. Above all, there was simply no open spot. And in a few days, random summoning would become available again. Come to think of it, what about random summoning? A tank, melee dealer, ranged dealer, supporter, and an all-rounder. The team was already well balanced. Should he summon, or not? If there is one open slot, I will try it. The most important condition was having a free spot. A summoned being was not some mindless spirit or golem that could not communicate. They met as person to person. He had experienced that before, when he summoned Rajix. Back then, he had apologized, said there was no room right now. promised to call again later, and sent him back. Rajix's sad eyes from that moment were still burned into his memory. The rule of random summoning. If a slot opened up through trait enhancement, then he would summon. What if something unexpected happened later? Would it not be better to summon in advance? It might sound unpleasant to hear, but he had a spare, a reliable backup summon being Guangma. As the thought crossed his mind, Ju Hyuk opened the status window catalog. After selecting Guangma's name, Guangma's satisfaction rating has been set to 5 points. He more than deserved 5 points. He had even received an item reward. Oh, right, I need to check the item. From his inventory, he took out the freshly acquired, still warm ring. Check information. Tower exclusive exit ring. First of all, it was tower exclusive, an item usable only inside the tower. And it was another ring. One on the left hand, one on the right. Wear them as a pair. Then what about the item description? Tower exclusive exit ring. By using the tower's network, upon exiting, you can emerge near the tower of a designated country. You must designate the tower you will exit from in advance. If not designated, you will exit at the location where you first entered. Upon exit, you will appear in an uninhabited area within a 10-kilometer radius centered on the tower. Did he read it wrong? No matter how much he rubbed his eyes, the description stayed the same. Exiting near a tower in a specific country meant. Was this a teleport ring? For example, you could enter the tower in Korea and exit near the tower in the United States. Like wormhole travel. Even the item name was wrong. This was not an exit ring, it was a movement ring. And for Ju Hyuk, who could enter the tower twice a day, its utility was absurd. On top of that, it was not a one-time ticket. It was permanent. With this, there was nowhere on Earth he could not reach. Enter the tower, then go to Japan, Italy, the UK, Australia, China too. Even if Cossack managed to find out where the players had been kidnapped, Ju Hyuk had thought rescue would be difficult. Because of the physical distance. It was absurdly far. But with this ring, going to China would take no time at all. This is ridiculous. Of all things, an exit ring dropped on the floor Guangma cleared. Everything fit together perfectly. Are they telling him to conquer the world or something? Let us not even think about that. This ring would be used for a different purpose. The next morning, Ju Hyuk summoned the summoned beings one by one. Today was scheduled for the 62nd floor of the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea. But the moment Cossack was summoned, he meticulously explained everything that had happened the night before. Naturally, all hell broke loose. A kidnapping. Alas, this young maiden may faint once more. How can one commit acts worse than beasts? The warrior is enraged. This is something no human should ever do. The enemy of humans is humans, indeed. Staff Sergeant Veronechka KHBR agrees with Cossack's statement. That is precisely why my magic rifle is optimized more for killing humans than monsters. These guys were angry all the time lately. Even cute Rajix. What in the world are the rulers of this world doing? Gyundale's face flushed bright red. We must rescue them immediately and expose China's atrocities to the entire world. Calm yourself, princess. Do not make a needless fuss. What did you say? A fuss. You must know your place. Someone unqualified. Why, you bastard? Summoner Bong must give permission. The authority to decide lies with Summoner Bong. Gyundale's expression changed instantly. She turned toward Ju Hyuk and bowed deeply, as if about to fly toward him. Please forgive me. I beg you to scold this foolish girl for her reckless behavior, unbefitting of her station. In truth, Ju Hyuk had been thinking hard since earlier. Staring quietly at the exit ring on his finger, what should he do? The ones who clear the tower are players. The problem is that each tower is assigned a nationality. Because of that, the scope expands into an issue of national survival. To prevent collapse, each country must mobilize all its resources and clear its tower no matter what. Nurturing players at the national level is the representative method. No matter the cost, they buy items, potions, skill runes, and trait enhancement runes, investing everything into their players. If even that fails, they temporarily naturalize players from other countries and have them clear the tower. But China had crossed the line. Forced naturalization through player kidnapping. A selfish act of sacrificing others just to save themselves. It was incomparably more despicable than the previous case of Yu Chulmin's secret defection and naturalization, which Japan had orchestrated through backroom schemes. How did they plan to bear the karmic consequences of such evil deeds? At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. Is this not just meddling? Who was he to interfere? Just a single player. All he had was better awakening traits than others. Was he the world police or something? Besides, he had always lived by the principle of enduring injustice rather than confronting it. That was his personal philosophy and way of surviving. But what if there was no risk, even if he failed? Then maybe, just once, a little meddling would not be so bad. After serious deliberation, Ju Hyuk finally spoke. Then let us rescue as many as we can, safely, as much as possible. As if he had been waiting for this, Kosak connected his laptop and displayed a map on the TV. Summoner Bong's right-hand man, creative strategist, tactical genius, and master of life-saving. Kosak will now begin the briefing. Another briefing? The kidnapped players are being detained in a place called Zhongnanhai, Beijing, the capital of China. This is where we live. Seoul, and this is Beijing. Rajix shot his hand up. Go ahead, Worker Rajix. Worker Rajix, that is an accurate assessment. Properly allocating the 7-hour summoning time is crucial. The success or failure of this operation depends on it. There was no need to overthink it. The most common way to get to China is by airplane. An image of an airplane appeared on the screen. Gyun Dale raised her hand and asked, how would we board a plane? We do not have passports, and we would have to pass facial and identity checks. After infiltrating with stealth, we can use perception disruption devices inside the cabin. Oh, such a method exists. As expected of the operations chief. Kosak smiled smugly, the corner of his lips twitching. All plans are already in my head. No matter what unexpected situation arises, I will adapt on the fly. Clap, 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 clap. Applause broke out. Now, I will explain the details. After taking a taxi to Incheon Airport, Ju Hyuk raised his hand high. Ah, Summoner Bong, you do not need to raise your hand. Go ahead. Let us stop here and enter the tower. Today we are scheduled to clear the 62nd floor, remember? Huh? Ah, but the briefing is not finished yet. That is enough. Just prepare for the clear. There was something much faster than that. Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, 62nd floor. If the 61st floor had been a tutorial section for undead, this was the real starting point. Mummies were fake undead. They felt like they existed solely to demonstrate the power of dark aura. Because of that, they were easily dealt with using light attribute items alone. But from the 62nd floor onward, it was different. Dark zombies, sturdy, strong, and fast. First, he should choose the tower to exit from. As soon as the thought crossed his mind. Using the tower-exclusive exit ring, please designate the nationality of the tower you wish to exit. There are 3 black towers in China. Please select a number. He had looked it up in advance. The one closest to Beijing was tower number 1. Designation complete. Your next exit will be within a 10-kilometer radius of China Black Tower number 1. Enter in Korea, exit in China. And how would they get back from China to Korea? Just enter the tower one more time and exit again. Soon, the 62nd floor clear began. Once they left the safe zone. 62nd floor mission, defeat 15 dark zombies. Zombies began spawning from all directions. A darker aura than the mummies. And faster movement. The humanoid undead charged at them with eyes full of hostility the moment they saw the party. Gyun Dale's cleansing ritual began. Drum beats of the gut Jori rhythm, bells, and a mournful chant. The zombies' dark aura thinned, and their movements slowed at the same time. Pierce, pierce, pierce. Veron HK, firing from a standing shooting stance, began dealing damage. Small caliber rounds struck the dark aura, then pierced through it and burrowed into the bodies beneath. Gobang roared and charged into the horde of zombies. Kosak followed closely behind him. It was definitely harder than the mummies, and it would only get harder as they went higher. Would Gyun Dale's cleansing ritual still work in the late 60s? With the holy sword, there was not much to worry about, but still, what was he even looking for during the very first clear? What if he got caught by a zombie like that? Spot, spot, spot. Ju Hyuk chased after Rajix using Shadow Step. Rajix rolled away quickly. The moment he entered, he smelled it. That same scent that had come from the holy sword. Swinging the golden pickaxe, he dug into the ground with excitement. At last, something came out. A very small piece of wood. At a glance, it looked like trash, but there was no doubt. a fragment of a holy relic, still retaining traces of holy power. Its original form had probably been something like a statue, a fragment of a holy attribute item. If he gathered a few more like this, repairing the holy sword would be possible. The summoner would be pleased. Rajix felt a bit relieved. Before long, the summoner might call forth a new person. His own position could be threatened. He had to prove his worth without rest. And then, he would seize the position of the summoner's right hand from that assassin. That was Rajix's grand ambition. Just imagining himself confidently giving briefings in front of the summoner made him feel incredibly good. He carefully placed the relic fragment into his backpack. Ju Hyuk, who had chased after him a moment late, asked Rajix, "What did you find?" "Something good." "That is right." "Ho! You have successfully completed the 62nd floor mission. Your level has increased. Reward, 6.2 kilograms of magic stones. It is already over. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on the 62nd floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. You have been awarded a platinum badge. All right, good work, everyone. And do not be too shocked when we go outside. The summoned beings tilted their heads, as if wondering what he meant. You may now challenge the 63rd floor. Exiting the Republic of Korea Black Tower. Ju Hyuk and his party exited the tower. China has 3 towers. One near Shanghai, another east of Xi'an City, and the last one in the mountainous region west of Beijing. Among them, the Shanghai Tower is the most dangerous. It is too close to a major city. Half of Shanghai would fall within the collapse zone. Xi'an itself is an ancient historic city. If it collapsed, the material damage would be enormous. The Black Tower west of Beijing is comparatively better off. It rises in the middle of rugged mountains and is about 40 kilometers away from Beijing. Considering that sinkholes usually have a radius of 10 kilometers, Beijing lies outside the collapse range. Ju Hyuk and his party appeared on a mountainside with a clear view of the Beijing Black Tower. The summoned beings were stunned. What? This is the penthouse. We came to the mountains. What is going on? Why, young master? Where in the world is this? The warrior is also bewildered. Ju Hyuk spoke with a small grin. If you go about 40 kilometers east from here, that is Beijing. Oh my, Summoner Bong, you are quite the joker. Excellent sense of humor. Hee hee. After Ju Hyuk explained the effects of the exit ring in detail. Commander, congratulations on securing strategic combat mobility. Cossack looked extremely excited as well. So Beijing is east from here. I am not really sure which direction is east, west, north, or south. He stared intently in one direction. Please grant me permission to make a quick trip to Beijing. You mean rescue them right away? That is right. A preliminary reconnaissance is necessary. I will just confirm things. Still, that will take a lot of time. I will be back from Beijing. Well then, go ahead. The moment he finished speaking, Cossack disappeared. With his movement speed, an hour would be more than enough to reach Beijing. Now what should he do? Let us dive into the 40s and skin some basilisks. Even without Cossack, it will be fine. And when exiting, he will set it to the penthouse. Chapter 67. Cossack sped off toward Beijing. Advanced reconnaissance is extremely important, even more so for a rescue operation like this. Summoner Bong had given the order. Save as many people as possible, bring them out alive. Then that is what would happen. A wide highway stretched out before his eyes, and beyond it, a vast metropolis of towering skyscrapers. It was Beijing, the capital of China. From here on, slow and steady. He attached an interference module and reduced his speed. There was plenty of time. He had already said in advance that he was leaving work early. The word Xiao Jun had spilled before completely losing it. The player detention facility was in a building behind the Forbidden City, in Zhongnanhai. Not just the address, but the building's appearance and the method of entry had all been identified. First destination, the tallest building in Beijing. To grasp the overall layout, a high-rise was ideal. Conveniently, there was a tower in the city reminiscent of Namsane Tower. As a tourist attraction, it was crowded with people. Cossack blended into the crowd and climbed to the top. The city spread out below in a single glance. The Forbidden City and the buildings behind it came into view. Location confirmed. Every route was stored in his head. Now for the on-site survey. He left the tower and walked leisurely. Passing a wide plaza, circling the pond beside the Forbidden City, He soon arrived at the target area. This was a restricted zone, off-limits to civilians. From here on, stealth mode. Move too fast, and stealth breaks. Carefully, patiently. He infiltrated the building Xiao Jun had mentioned. The interior layout was complex. Guards were posted everywhere, and every tightly sealed door had fingerprint scanners, iris scans, and facial recognition. He lightly placed a hand on one. With sword energy, it would slice right through. Chinese steel doors were all like that. Of course, there was no need to cut it now. Just wait for someone to come and slip in behind them. Or something like a psychiatric ward. Along a stark white corridor, rooms lined both sides, with people who looked like players locked inside. Mostly Southeast Asian individuals, all wearing identical clothing. About 8 of them. His mind worked rapidly. The fastest paths, the number and placement of guards to neutralize, the locations of emergency stairwells. Cossack exited the building again. Surrounding structures, connecting roads, guard posts. He remembered everything, but there was still a lot of time left. Take a look around a bit more. This place was the very core of Chinese power. A location ordinary people could not approach lightly. A line of black vehicles moved in formation toward somewhere. Someone important here would mean. Cossack followed the cars. They stopped in front of a building. Rows of people stood at attention, welcoming the vehicles. And from the central limousine, one person stepped out. Cossack let out an exclamation. He had seen him on TV, China's top leader. The core of Chinese power itself. Was he really just going to look and leave? Of course not. He had to plant a tracking mark. A tiny mass of chi shot toward the supreme leader. An unexpected bonus. He had been needing to shed some karma anyway. The advance reconnaissance had gone extremely smoothly. Zhu Hyuk asked Cossack, who had been summoned back. Did the reconnaissance go well yesterday? Perfect, sir. We can execute the operation tonight. I will need Sergeant B. Sergeant B. Ms. Veronica. At that, Veronica, who had been dozing off nearby, snapped her eyes open. Sergeant Veronica KLIHBER. Operation readiness complete. An assassin and a sniper, an optimal combination. What about Rajix, Mr. Gobang, and Princess Gyundale? Our Rajix laborer can just stay home and clean. Same for Gobang and Lady Gyundale. Still, you should all gather and discuss it. Even a sheet of paper is better when lifted together, sir. Hee. And so the summoned ones gathered in a corner of the living room. Sergeant B, how low can you set the rifle's output? Enough to knock someone unconscious if hit. Stun rounds are possible. Would they die if hit? Usually not. Well, if they are unlucky, maybe. Want to try? I would rather shoot you. Show me your ass. Oh, really? Should I pull my pants down? Warm, friendly banter filled the room. Being summoned so often, they really had grown close. Rajik's laborer. Make sure Sergeant B has plenty of ammunition. Princess Gyundale. Please prepare interference talismans. 8. It would be good if the effect lasts about an hour. Is that possible? Not difficult at all. And I saw someone there as well. He was clearly excited. Absolutely thrilled. The meeting went on longer than expected. After all, the more thorough the plan, the better. All preparations were complete. After the summoned ones returned, Zhu Hyuk called for Cossack and Veronica around midnight. They entered the first floor of the Black Tower, finished setting the exit, and dealt with the maggots. The three appeared at China's Black Tower No. 1, west of Beijing. Then, good luck. Certain victory. All glory to the commander. Chum, the right hand of Summoner Bong, master of guerrilla warfare, ace of hostage rescue. This Cossack will complete the mission and return. What is this? A competition in loyalty. Cossack and Veronica vanished swiftly. Zhu Hyuk waited for a bit, until they were far enough away from him. If they stayed close, they would enter the tower together. About an hour passed. That should be enough, right? Zhu Hyuk entered the first floor of the Black Tower alone again. He abandoned the mission, stepped outside, and found himself back in the penthouse. This is really convenient. No risk involved, either. He never once thought the operation would fail. Who would dare mess with those two? If anything, he pitied the ordinary people on the other side. He just hoped they would not cause a massive incident. Zhongnanhai Special Intelligence Department headquarters. It was past 2 a.m. Yet Nguyen, a Vietnamese player, could not fall asleep. He still regretted it. Why had he acted alone that day? Going out by himself for a late-night bowl of bun cha when he felt hungry. That had been the mistake. dragged away by assailants, injected with a drug-laced syringe, losing consciousness. And when he woke up, he was here. The rumored player kidnappings. There were many others in similar circumstances. The moment he arrived, they tortured him. They threatened to kill his family if he did not cooperate. In the end, Nguyen gave up. He stamped the papers renouncing his nationality and applying for Chinese citizenship. Something truly strange happened. The moment he stamped the naturalization papers, his Black Tower affiliation changed. Thus began the Chinese Black Tower campaigns. Nguyen cooperated as much as possible. He even cleared uncleared upper floors. If he did not, he would be killed. 3 towers in total. Teams were assigned to each, and if uncleared floors were not completed within the time limit, horrific torture awaited. More than 10 people had already died that way. They also kept threatening to kill families. Once a week, they showed him photos of his family in Vietnam. His wife riding a scooter to work, his young daughter heading to school, his parents. His family probably believed he was already dead. If only he could tell them he was still alive. How could anyone sleep in a situation like this? He did not even know if he would get to see them before he died, his beloved family. Tap, thud, thump, thump. Strange sounds echoed down the corridor. What is going on? The noises continued. Nguyen sprang to his feet. Something was happening. He pressed his ear tightly against the door. The sound of doors opening startled voices. Nguyen's door opened too. Someone stood in the doorway. Definitely a person, but he could not make out the face. The unidentified man put a finger to his lips, then pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to Nguyen. Yellow paper, red letters. Something commonly seen even in Vietnam. The man lifted his shirt. A talisman was stuck to his chest. You want me to attach it? Like this. There was no choice. Nguyen did as told. He stuck the talisman on and stepped outside. And froze in shock. People stood awkwardly lined up in the corridor. Players who, like him, had been kidnapped. He could not tell who was who. Was it because he was tense? Nguyen looked around. Chinese government guards and public security officers were sprawled unconscious throughout the hallway. The only ones standing were the unidentified man and the kidnapped players. A deafening explosion shook the building. Where was that? The players panicked. But the man, as if he had known the explosion would happen, did not even flinch. He simply motioned calmly. If this was their way out, Nguyen and the other kidnapped players followed. A closed door at the end of the corridor. The man drew 2 daggers, blades glowing like lightsabers. The steel door was cut cleanly into a square. An actual lightsaber? No time to figure it out. The kidnapped players passed through the cut door. No one tried to stop them. No, there were people, but all of them were already down on the floor. They ran blindly after the man. Chinese public security and guards poured out from everywhere. Pashuti, Pashuti, Pashuti. They fell one after another to bullets flying in from somewhere unseen. Only then did the surroundings come into focus. An old, palace-like complex, and far beyond it, towering skyscrapers. Nguyen was overwhelmed with emotion. How long had it been since he last stepped outside like this? Would he really be able to return home? Veron Ka, the ranger of the Magic Empire famed for never missing. Her power came from the equipment she wore. A reinforced suit that clung to her body without even a flutter, magic eyes that enabled automatic targeting, and an assault combat walker. From atop a roadside tree, Veron Ka watched the rescued targets sprinting out of the building. Friend, foe identification complete. Escort mission start. One more distraction was needed. She fired a high-explosive round at the upper floors of a dark building far away. Pajujuk. Quack quack wa boom. Then she leapt down from the tree and followed behind the kidnapped players, escorting them from the rear. The assassin in front, herself behind. With interference talismans attached, there would not be many charging at them. But just in case, she subdued every noticeable armed unit with stun rounds. Pashuti, Pashuti, Pashuti. The final destination was the U.S. Embassy. The assassin had said the mission would end once they reached it. What a strange man. Normally a schemer, frivolous beyond belief, but credit where credit was due. This entire plan had come from his head. Veron Ka kept running in the rear. The U.S. Embassy came into view. The operation was a complete success. Chinese President Lin Chiming jolted awake after the first explosion. Then, moments later, a second blast echoed. What in the world? A phone call came at just that moment. his secretary. All right, meet me in the office. President Lin Chiming hurried out of the bedroom and into his office. What is all this about? It appears to be a terrorist attack. A terrorist attack? Our naturalized players, they have escaped. If the naturalized players had escaped, the Special Intelligence Department? He was not even angry, just dumbfounded. Explosions in the very heart of Chinese power and kidnapped players escaping? Was that even possible? Did you catch them? I am going to lose my mind. President Lin Chiming slumped into his chair and slowly closed his eyes. What mattered now was cleanup. Damage control, fast. Declare an emergency alert across all of Beijing. Mobilize everyone, public security, the military, all of them, and hunt down the escapees. And revoke the Chinese nationality of the escaped players immediately. Erase all records and evidence. Leave no trace. A leader must always assume the worst. If this became public, China's prestige would be dragged through the mud. Purge the Special Intelligence Department as well. Meaning, kill them. The entire organization? Yes. Executives, staff, field agents, even those dispatched overseas. Recall them all and act quickly. The secretary left to carry out the orders. Left alone in his office, President Lin Chiming pulled out a cigarette, put it to his lips, and lit it. It would be nice to catch the escapees, but if they got away, so be it. Cut off the tail. As always, the Chinese government would deny all allegations of player kidnappings. Besides, those they had taken were players from weak, developing countries. They would bark and scream, sure. But that was all. What could they really do? President Lin Chiming approached the map hanging on his office wall. China, vast territory, the world's largest population. So why were talented players always in short supply? Why could they not even cross the threshold of the 60th floor? Meanwhile, neighboring Korea was the complete opposite. Overflowing with talent. The SS++ rank clear record proved it. Cigarette smoke thickened the air. Lin Chiming shook his head slowly. He had purged his opponents and climbed to the pinnacle of power, all for the glory of China. If he had his way, he would annex Korea outright. Even start a war to unify them into a single nation. If only the US were not in the way, war would have broken out already. Use North Korea to provoke a full-scale conflict. A chill ran down his spine. Footsteps, step, approaching. Was someone there? This was his office. He tried to turn his head. His body would not move. It felt as if his entire body were glued in a spider's web. He could not even open his mouth. Our princess says, generally, emperors and national leaders are judged by a different standard of karma than ordinary people, you know? Cossack gently placed both hands on Lin Chiming's shoulders. They say a ruler's greatest sins are sloth, laziness, indulgence, those kinds of things. Whether Lin Chiming understood him or not, Cossack kept talking. Neglect politics, drink yourself into excess, wallow in pleasure, abandon the nation, and the people suffer. Lin Chiming felt like he was going to suffocate. But dictators are different, apparently. Especially ones with lots of supporters, ones who govern according to their own policies. Since some people benefit, they can even be judged as having accumulated good karma. Funny, is it not? It was clearly Korean, but he could not understand a word. No matter how many people they kill or purge, if the country develops and grows rich, it is considered legitimate governance. TSK. I cannot agree with it at all, but if the princess says so, I suppose I have to believe it. A strange energy seeped in through his shoulders. And still, the man kept talking. Does that make any sense? Why do the standards change? It is not even preferential treatment. That is why I hate politicians. Who was this man? Was he the same one who had appeared at the HG Hotel in Korea? The one who had wiped out China's special intelligence agents? If so, he wanted to speak. He would grant anything. Just come to China. But his tongue was rigid. His breathing nearly stopped. Suddenly, his head felt like it was about to split open. His vision began to blur. If karma will not work, then I will just have to find another way. You are someone who threatened my summoner's life, and could threaten it again. Lin Chiming struggled desperately to stay conscious. Consider it good fortune that you did not meet the mad demon. Die quietly. His knees trembled as if he were about to collapse. Cause of death will be cerebral hemorrhage, got it? Blood vessels bursting in the brain. Nothing anyone can do about it. Especially since it will not be just one. You will not die right away, though. Suffer in bed for about 10 days. After that, things will get comfortable. Lin Chiming finally collapsed to the floor. I wonder if you have chosen a successor. Honestly, I hope you have not. It would be more fun if China descended into chaos. Cossack smiled darkly. The injection of malignant energy was complete. A poison created by transforming his own qi. Not especially strong. Anyone who could handle mana could detoxify it. But an ordinary human would never endure it. They would not even be able to identify the poison. With everything done, Cossack slipped quietly into the darkness. Chapter 68. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Washington, D.C. Antonio, Director of Tower Ascension, rushed to his office after being summoned by Secretary Macmillan. With so many incidents exploding left and right lately, he felt uneasy. You're saying players requested asylum at the U.S. Embassy in China? And they claim they were kidnapped? Right. Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, 8 in total. No, kidnapping aside, how did they even escape? They didn't give details. Just said the detention room doors suddenly opened, and when they came out into the corridor, all the guards were already down. That was impossible. There had to be helpers who rescued them. For example, like those 2 players who had instantly neutralized terrorists at the HG Hotel fashion show. Could it be those people from back then? I know what you're getting at, but nothing's certain yet. Antonio agreed with Secretary Macmillan. They'd only know after a thorough investigation. How does the White House plan to respond? For now, we protect them. We've already contacted the embassies of their respective countries. And after that, we're still deliberating. This is a pretty big issue. China's player kidnappings. Until now, it had been nothing more than rumors. There was no concrete evidence. But now it was different. There were witnesses. 8 of them, players of different nationalities. And this came in from the CIA. Macmillan lowered his voice and spoke carefully. It seems Chairman Lin was involved in an incident. Why you mean Lin Chiming? China's top chairman? No. What kind of incident? Illness? An accident? Don't tell me an assassination? They're leaning toward illness, but even that isn't confirmed yet. Serious enough that we should prepare? Apparently, it's quite serious. A major incident. The exposure of player kidnappings alone was huge, but trouble befalling China's supreme leader was even more shocking. Things are going to get noisy for a while. You'll have a tough time too. Secretary, who was he kidding? At this rate, he wouldn't even be able to go home. You should also keep an eye on tower clears. How about scouting new talent while you're at it? We can't rely on Gerald forever. I'm working on it. Just words. Let's get ourselves an S++ rank clear record holder too. Antonio wanted that as well. An American S++ rank clear record holder. He'd be willing to treat them like an emperor. If only one would appear. The terrorist incident in central Beijing. Yet Chinese media didn't even mention it. 2 thunderous booms echoed through the city before dawn, and public security, soldiers, ambulances, and fire trucks swarmed everywhere. And still, not a word. The news broke first through foreign outlets. An expose aired on a major U.S. news network. I am Gwen, a level 57 player from Vietnam. I was kidnapped by China. I was imprisoned, tortured, threatened, and forced to clear China's Black Towers. I am Imisha Shard from Malaysia. I've been kidnapped by China for over 3 years. Look at these scars, evidence of torture. I want to see my family. Please hear my injustice. My name is Zhang Jinping. I am not a Chinese player. My homeland is Taiwan. Kaohsiung is my hometown. They kidnapped me, calling me a fellow Chinese. There are traitors inside Taiwan. One of them is named. Players claiming to have been kidnapped appeared one after another, exposing China's atrocities. The world was thrown into chaos. China kidnapped players, forcibly naturalized them, and deployed them to clear towers. It had once been nothing more than an unverified urban legend. There had been suspicion, but no proof. Now there were 8 witnesses. All players previously declared dead in towers or listed as missing in their home countries. Each affected nation issued statements condemning the Chinese government, demands for punishment of those responsible, a direct apology from the Chinese chairman, compensation measures, and more. Even countries not directly involved joined in condemning China. If it didn't want to be branded a criminal state, it should issue a sincere apology immediately. Despite the entire world lodging formal protests, the Chinese government made no response whatsoever. Normally, by now, A spokesperson would be on state TV shouting about slander, baseless accusations, and vowing to punish nations spreading rumors without evidence. China did what China does. Wow. Somehow our country dodged it. Is it because we're a developed nation? Dodged it. Apparently, there were similar attempts before. The hotel incident too. So what happens now? Is China going to grovel? Like hell they will. They'll just deny everything. Then why are they totally silent? Yeah, the whole world's cursing them together. This is prime time for excuses. We will never tolerate insults to the Chinese nation. Maybe they're trying to build mental toughness? This isn't confirmed info, but someone's hospitalized in a VIP ward at Beijing University Hospital. I've got a contact there, and there's a rumor going around, the name Lin Chiming. No way. The Chinese chairman? The rumors spread further and further. China was in upheaval. Zhu Yiyak was watching the TV as well. Complete rescue of the kidnapped players. How could he not trust them? As expected of the original members. Loyal Kosik. Amazing. I can't help but admire it. How did you rescue everyone without a single casualty? I just showed off a little skill, sir. Hee. Man, if you show off that skill twice, China might collapse. Ha ha ha. Honestly, I used my trick twice. What did you just say? Ah, no, sir. I didn't say anything. Besides, Veronica was also. HRMP. Cool. She was asleep, so better not wake her. Anyway, the nagging discomfort that had been stuck in the back of my mind was completely cleared away. I honestly feel like I should give you a real reward. Like before, some pocket money? Oh no. Please put it away. I still haven't even spent what you gave me last time. It feels rude to just say thanks with words. No, sir. Just one warm word from you. Summoner Bong. And this Kosik feels his energy surging. Still, I couldn't just gloss over it. Anyone can praise with words. He said no to money. Treating him to beef had already been overused, and giving him a car each was unrealistic. It'd be nice to have something symbolic. Something permanent. Like a medal, for example. There was something similar. How about I pin a medal on you? Kosik looked completely baffled. Why, you mean the thing you pin on your chest? The shiny, sparkly one? Veronica sprang up beside them. Sergeant Veronica Caliber. Is it a commendation medal? The other blood summoned reacted too. They stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze to Zhu Yiyak at the word medal. Wow, that got more attention than expected. I'll pin it on you. Come here. Kosik stepped forward stiffly, his face tense. Just pinning it on him would be boring. Might as well make it ceremonial. Blood summoned Kosik. Zhu Yiyak opened his inventory and took out a platinum badge. For your great merit in safely returning the kidnapped players home through flawless planning and execution. I hereby award you this medal. No, this badge. Kosik's eyes went wide. Hurk. This precious thing. You deserve it. Mr. Kosik. You handled everything excellently. Yuwa? Summoner Bong. The other blood summoned looked on with envy. The assassin Kosik receiving a medal from Summoner Bong. There was no precedent for this. TSK. I'm jealous. The badge was one Zhu Yiyak had received as an S++ rank clear reward, including the ones from the Black Tower of the United Arab Emirates. He owned a total of 63 badges. He'd already gotten all the perks he could from them. So what use was hoarding them? Turns out, there was a use. This was exactly the moment. A complete rescue of players was worthy of an S++ rank clear. The badge even had a pin to attach it to clothing. Zhu Yiyak pinned the platinum badge to Kosik's chest. Thank you. I don't know what to do with myself, but I won't be satisfied here. Until the day my entire chest is filled with badges. This Kosik will devote every ounce of strength to serving Summoner Bong. Kosik raised both hands high, his face brimming with pride. He puffed out his chest and made a full lap around the living room so the other blood summoned could see the badge clearly. How could applause not happen? It was quiet, but it was applause nonetheless. They congratulated him, but they were jealous too. I could do well too. A platinum badge personally pinned by the summoner. How are we supposed to endure that? Next, Veronica Caliber stepped forward. Veronica reacted like lightning. Oh my, me too? Veronica hurriedly, yet swiftly, stood at attention before Zhu Yiyak. Blood summoned Veronica. Sergeant Veronica Caliber. For your great merit in protecting the hostages with your elusive magic gun marksmanship and escorting them safely alongside Kosik. I hereby award you this badge. Certain victory. Zhu Yiyak took another badge from his inventory, and just as he was about to pin it on her, Veronica pushed her chest forward to make it easier. What should I do? Two enormous things filled Juyeok's entire field of vision. On top of that, her reinforced suit was a full-body tights type, which meant it clung tightly. This was dangerous. I can't not pin it on her. Juyeok swallowed dryly. With trembling hands, he lightly pinched the fabric of Veronica's reinforced suit at her chest, and click. This is the most glorious and proud medal I have ever received. Sergeant Veronica Caliber. I will fight with blazing fervor for my commander's victory. The applause was weak, drained by envy. Kaya! It's a medal. A medal! Veronica shouted hooray and bounced all over the living room. Meanwhile, Gobang shut his eyes tightly. Giant Dali sighed, and Rajix lay face down on the floor, mopping with a despondent expression. Next, Blood summoned Giant Dali. Giant Dali's eyes sparkled. I receive your command. For your great merit in performing the prayer ritual and contributing to the effortless acquisition of a trade enhancement rune, I award you this badge. I am deeply honored. How could such a great reward be bestowed upon a humble girl like me? A great reward, my foot. It's just one badge. She looks like she's about to die of happiness. But that just makes the giver feel good too. Clap, clap, clap. The applause grew louder. Now, disappointment had turned into anticipation. Even Giant Dali got one. Past achievements counted retroactively. Blood summoned Barbarian Warrior. Meat Shield. H here. I'm going to. Overexcited. Gobang enlarged his body with gigantification. Shrink back down. You're too big. For your merit in throwing your own body into a poison pit to protect your comrades during the Wyvern Lord Clear on the 60th floor, you are hereby awarded a merit badge. With his upper body bare, there was nowhere to pin it. So, with no other choice, Juyeok attached it to the waistband of the pants that hadn't torn even after gigantification. Gobang grinned widely, stroking the badge on his waistband with his hand. Is he really that happy? At that moment, roll. Unable to hold back, Rajix came rolling right up in front of Juyeok, stamping his feet. Rajix shot pleading looks, desperate to have his badge pinned quickly. Good grief, how adorable. He was already snorting hot breaths like a steam engine. Blood summoned Rajix. For your great contribution to our finances through the collection of basilisk hides and tower ores, you are hereby awarded a merit badge. For Rajix, Juyeok pinned the badge onto his subspace backpack. Hoi, it's nice. Right there on the spot. Rajix spun his chubby body around and around, basking in joy. Juyeok took out one more badge. Blood summoned Rajix. Why call him again? He's not going to give it and then take it back, right? For your collection of rune fragments and ticket fragments, which will play a pivotal role in future tower climbs, I hereby award you one additional badge. Rajix's entire body trembled. 2. I'm the only one with 2. The other blood summon nodded as if in agreement. Just how many achievements had he racked up? Tears welled up in Rajix's big eyes, but his face was full of bliss. Are badges really that good? If I'd known, I should have given them out earlier. One tangible badge is far better than hearing praise 100 times. Juyeok was satisfied too. Later, I should give special perks to any blood summoned who collects 5. By the way, today's 63rd floor clear, it's dark skeletons. It won't be too hard, right? The blood summoned suddenly looked solemn. Leave it to us. Summoner Bong's right-hand man, master of bone broth extraction, Majangdong Butcher. This Kosik will handle everything. Sergeant Veronica Caliber, magic gun sharpshooter with 100% hit rate. Grim Reaper of monsters, the milk white Lone Ranger. I'll sever every skeleton joint with magic gun bullets. Warrior Gobang, incarnation of regeneration, living shield tank. Aggro specialist, I'll earn the badge I got. This girl, the greatest shaman of the Celestial Empire, professional of purification rites, conductor of bells and drums. I'll shake these bells until my wrists break. Why is everyone copying me? See character overlap. Rajix pulled out a gleaming golden pickaxe, slung it casually over his shoulder, and shot a fierce glare as if to say trust only me. That's a little scary. You could practically feel his desire for badges radiating off him. Still, the motivation was spot on. Entering the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea, 63rd floor. Barebone bodies without a shred of flesh. Incredibly tough. Not bone anymore. More like metal. Bladed weapons are less effective, Blunt force works better here. Great maces or greatswords do fine. And as if they'd been soldiers in a past life. They don't charge in barehanded. They come wielding shields, swords, blades, and spears. 63rd floor mission. Defeat 15 dark skeletons. The mission dropped. The party stirred. A chance to earn merit. Rajiks, especially, wore an ecstatic smile the moment they entered. There's a smell. A smell. The scent of holy power buried somewhere underground. Materials to repair a holy sword. Another platinum badge gleamed in his mind. Rajiks was still hungry. He wouldn't stop. Not until his entire subspace backpack was packed full, glittering with platinum badges. Chapter 69. Barbarian Warrior Gobang. Honestly, when the assassin received a medal first, he felt a bit envious. Unbefitting of a warrior, he even felt jealous. But it could not be helped. There was no denying the assassin had earned merit. Still, to think they would pin a badge on him too. How could he not be grateful? He would repay that trust with faith. Skeletons empowered by a dark aura. They were troublesome foes. Solid bones, and they even wielded weapons. Let your guard down for a moment, and a blade would slip right in and damage the flesh. Even a body tougher than steel could be pierced. That was the terrifying part of the dark aura. This was a section that required evasive tanking. You could not just charge in blindly. But Gobang had no such thing as evasion. A roar of provocation. Come at him. He would take it all, so as not to disgrace the badge. Veron HK, 2, rolled across the battlefield without a moment's rest. Shoot and scoot in prone sniper mode. Burst fire in assault mode. And whenever enemies closed in, she swung the rifle but to secure distance. A full array of tactical maneuvers unfolded. Pashut, Pashut, Pashut. The more medals, the better. They were proof that a commander had acknowledged you as a soldier. That was how you became top priority for promotion. Veron HK's regrets from her living days were not limited to never getting enough sleep. She had earned merit right before dying, yet was killed without a promotion. A 2-rank special promotion had been all but guaranteed. In the end, she died as a sergeant. She never even got to see the chevrons of a staff sergeant. Could not that fulfill the wish she never achieved in life? Gyundale was drenched in sweat as she devoted herself to the cleansing rite. Compared to the overwhelming power of holy energy, her ritual was admittedly a bit lacking. After all, her focus was more on appeasing the dead than suppressing them. That meant she could only weaken the dark aura. She could not deal direct damage. If, in the next random summon, a saint or priest class were to appear, she might get kicked out, badge or no badge. At this point, she could understand how Cossack and Rajiks must have felt back then. You had to constantly prove your worth. If only to repay the symbol of trust bestowed by the young master, the platinum badge. The dance of the shamanist Gyundale grew even more intense. Thunk, 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 thunk. Eyes bloodshot, Rajiks dug furiously into the ground. If there was even a hint of something suspicious, he dug without question. Just look at this. The warrior, the magical gunner, the shamanist, the assassin, all frantically hunting skeletons. Why are they so fast? At this rate, once the clear is finished, exploration will end immediately. It is probably not intentional, but, either way, they are basically enemies who get in his way. Another fragment of a sacred relic acquired. And a ticket fragment, too. The next badge is mine. The higher the floor, the more advantageous it becomes for him, because he will be able to unearth even more item fragments. Cossack was slightly flustered. No, what is wrong with these guys? Since when were they this hardworking? They were carrying out the mission as if they had no tomorrow. And it was not like their teamwork was off, far from it. Gobang pulled aggro, Veron HK sprayed area damage with rapid-fire small-caliber rounds, and Gyundale's dance grew ever more languid. The hunt was extremely efficient. If anything, things were running more organically than before. You could tell just by looking at his face. He had found something again. The most threatening competitor here. Huh. Rajik's the worker. Cannot he make a living too? He needed to work harder at stripping the bones. At this rate, he would not even catch a whiff of a badge. Left alone, Ju-hyuk. He just stood there blankly, holding the holy sword. Why did he even bring the holy sword? What was he planning to do with this? Is it just for decoration? Well, it does look cool. Radiant light was enveloping his entire body. The party's momentum had changed. Before he could even do anything, the skeletons were already cracking apart, turning into ingredients for bone broth. Why is everyone like this? Do you all want the badge that badly? Busy. Do not talk to me. S. Sergeant Veron IHK. Skeleton approaching from the front, skull penetration confirmed, cumulative damage sufficient, requesting finishing blow. Hoi oi. Hoi, the flower garden of the Western Paradise is that way. What is Rajix doing now? Thud roll. Thunk. 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 He thought after awakening as a player, he had escaped being a loner. That was a misunderstanding. If this is not being ostracized, then what is? Do you want the badge that badly? You want to pin it right on your chest? He is not giving it out easily. He would make you beg on your knees for just one. You have successfully completed the 63rd floor mission. Your level has increased. Reward, 6.3 kilograms of mana stones. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on the 63rd floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge has been awarded. You may now challenge the 64th floor. Exiting the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea. Guess he would just do repeat clears. Might as well skin some hides. Awakening Management Administration. Commissioner Park Jang-soo and Vice Commissioner Jun Gwang-il sat facing each other in discussion. Honestly, if it were not you, I would never have believed it. I feel the same way. If you only heard it described, how could anyone believe it? And control? For players with summoning traits, the hardest part is usually the summons themselves. Should I call them summonees? Anyway, did you have any trouble controlling them? No, at least not so far. Jun Gwang-il recalled the events of that time. When Bong Ju-hyuk shouted summon, a white man appeared. When told, this is the situation, he said Go Bang needed to be called too, and vanished in an instant. The giant named Go Bang was the same. With his massive body, he shielded Bong Ju-hyuk and crushed the terrorists. At a single word from player Bong, they moved in perfect unison. What control is there to speak of? They handled everything on their own. Unbelievable. Summoning people? And people who speak Korean. It was absurd. Human summoning. Let us say that is possible. People already summoned spirits, golems, and beasts, so maybe humans, too. But this had not happened inside the tower. It happened in reality, which meant Bong Ju-hyuk was a player who could use tower abilities even in the real world. If that fact became public, it would cause an uproar. This was not a simple matter. He could instantly be classified as a dangerous individual. He is not some villain or criminal type, is he? Not at all. Of course, I was the only witness, but why do you think player Bong revealed his abilities? It was to save player Nam Gaon and the others. What you are saying makes sense, but if he had been cruel or selfish, he would have fled alone. He certainly had the power to do so. But would others see it that way? Humanity shared a common enemy, the Black Tower. Ideally, people should unite, show consideration, and stand in solidarity. But that was nothing more than an ideal. Competition between nations had only grown fiercer. Petty and unethical acts were committed without hesitation. Just look at China's abduction of players. Phew, the secrets just keep piling up. I do not even know how to respond anymore. My head is about to burst. Watching Park Jang-soo fret, Jun Gwang-il cautiously made a suggestion. What about this? Player Bong summons. No, summonees. They are people, are they not? Then we treat them as people. We make them citizens of the Republic of Korea. Park Jang-soo stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly straightened in his chair. Korean citizens? All we have to do is hide the fact that they are summonees, right? Even if their identities are revealed later, people will only know them as Korean players. Player naturalization falls under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Management Administration. We can create new identities flawlessly. Creating an identity was not difficult. They had done naturalization countless times already. Players themselves were national assets. Elite players tackled uncleared towers. Ordinary players supplied mana stones and tower materials. If a foreign player requested naturalization, they accepted as long as they were not criminals. They had processed many such cases recently. Defector players from North Korea. Asylum-seeking players from politically unstable countries. Immigrant players who simply liked Korea. A new beginning as a Korean. Their pasts were completely wiped clean. Player Bong's summonees would be no different. What is the problem? That is a very good idea. I will meet Player Bong and suggest it to him. Yes, but do not push too hard. Be careful. At that moment, Team Leader Lee Mina entered the office. Team Leader Lee, welcome. What brings you here? The 63rd floor of the Black Tower, Korea, has just been cleared with a SS++ rating. I contacted him separately. He said he will challenge the 64th floor tomorrow and then return the Holy Sword. They had discussed it before. He said he would go up to the 64th floor and then rest for a while. He could even do the 66th floor. But would not that make the public anxious? They will not know when the 67th floor might be cleared. It was true that they needed to pace it. They had to use the 6-month deadline efficiently. Which country has the next reservation for the Holy Sword? I do not trust those bear cubs. Do not worry. They will not dare do anything foolish. The Holy Sword was already a global public asset. If it disappeared or was damaged beyond repair, the entire world would rise up in outrage. Unless some insane terrorist decided on mutual destruction. That was why, at the national level, the sword was only loaned, after thorough vetting, to each country's top player. And after Russia, Saudi Arabia should be fine. Maybe they will even rent it twice. I am looking forward to it as well. Player Bong will be pleased. They could rent it even 3 times, as long as the rental fee was paid. Still, there were 2 of them. 2 copies of the naturalization paperwork should be enough, right? There could not possibly be more. Ju Hyuk's penthouse. Laughter was in full bloom. Normally, the higher the floor, the harder it should get, but instead, it had become easier. Hee, did you see? I am Summoner Bong's right-hand man. I am. It cannot be helped. This maiden is the young master's left arm. A warrior is the summoner's sturdy right leg. Then what about Sergeant Veron IHK? I am the commander's burning heart, obviously. That is a bit much. What about Rajix the worker? I am the summoner's nose. The flaring nostrils? I sniff smells instead, With that, Rajix rolled right up in front of Ju Hyuk. He spilled something out. Runes and ticket fragments. Looks like he really dug the ground like his life depended on it. Want to try fitting them together? Matching pieces snapped together, mismatched ones did not react, and then, suddenly, whoosh, a flash of light. All fragments have been assembled. You have obtained the item. Multinational Tower Access Ticket. At last, a completed item. He had earned another merit. Should he give him a badge or not? I will work even harder. Before Ju Hyuk could even think about it, Rajix rolled off again. Looks like he judged that this was not enough to earn a badge yet. Well, if he completes one more, he would have to give him one. At this rate, Rajix might end up monopolizing the badges. Tomorrow is the 64th floor clear. After that, he should return the Holy Sword. The reservation list for the Holy Sword is backed up anyway. And there is also the event scheduled for the 64th floor. It is usually on the 65th floor, but with the multinational tower access ticket, it has been pulled forward by 1 floor. Let us see what comes out. And then, the random summon. He still had not decided whether to draw or not. Might be a good idea to discuss it with the summon once. Anyway, after finishing the 64th floor, what should he do? There is plenty of time. Feels like it is about time to seriously start doing things outside. Of course, not alone, together with the summoned ones. At the moment, there were no bodyguards either. The perceptive Vice Commissioner Jun Guangil had pulled them all out. He could move around freely. No need for perception jamming talismans either. Go Bang had evolved, and in his normal state, he was not even 2 meters tall anymore. Kosak had a skill that let him freely change his facial features. Gyundale looked like an ordinary high school girl when outside. Veron HK would just pass as a foreign tourist. Only Rajix was a bit concerning, but how about going shopping at a department store? Buy a few outfits. Still, there was something he was curious about. Speak, if you please. If you are wearing real-world clothes when your summon is released, do you appear wearing the same clothes the next time you are summoned? That is correct. The last appearance is automatically saved. And when we come outside again, any changes are applied automatically. So they do not disappear. You said that when a summon is released, you go to the world of souls, right? What kind of place is it? And what do you summoned ones look like there? I shall answer only within the bounds permitted to this maiden. Gyundale began explaining point by point. It is a place so vast it defies imagination. There, we exist only as souls, as spiritual bodies. Spiritual bodies. Ghosts. They were people who had already died, after all. Everything becomes conceptual. The items I possess, the clothes I wear. You might think of them like data in a computer game. Well, tower clearing itself was pretty game-like. That is why awakened ones were called players. Can you meet each other there? Us summoned ones, I mean. Who knows? It is so vast that, of course, if one truly wished to find another, it would be possible. But is there any real need to do so? You would meet again anyway when summoned. So, to sum it up, when summoned ones are released, they are saved in their immediate prior state and return to the world of spiritual bodies. When summoned again, those spiritual bodies materialize, manifesting in forms no different from living humans. Then let us enjoy it. The abundant world of Earth. Let us pick a day and go out. So beef? We eat beef. No. Shopping. Department store, let us buy some clothes. The warrior dislikes shopping. But if the summoner says go, I go. Oh, I love it. I will dress up real sharp. Let us each put on a perception-jamming talisman. Rajix, you will be okay too, right? Rajix the servant shall appear as a morbidly obese child. Since the holy sword rental fees will be coming in back-to-back soon, he should not hold back, spend freely. Blowing money. He had always wanted to try that at least once. Come to think of it, having some transportation would be nice too. With this many people, taking taxis is awkward. He does have a license. Got it near the end of his military service. A van would be just right. Maybe a 15-seater. Better to have extra space. You never know how many more people there will be in the future. Chapter 70. Today is the day to clear the 64th floor. Clear it, return the holy sword, and then rest for a while. He needs to make money by collecting the rental fees. He should also stop by his parents' place. It has been a while since he last visited. He wonders if they are using the money he gave them properly. He will tell them to spend it freely. If they do not, he will threaten to give them even more. He has been running nonstop for far too long. It is about time to enjoy the spoils. What is the point of feeling happy just looking at the number in your bank account? It only means something if you actually spend it. And then there is the perk he will receive after clearing the 64th floor. If he gets a perk this time, the next one will be on the 69th floor. It might take over a year. With the normal tower clearing route, perks have become hard to obtain. Of course, if he uses another multinational tower access ticket midway, it could be faster than that. If he gets really desperate for perks, he could consider other methods too. For example, temporary naturalization. Temporarily naturalize to a suitable country, then sweep their tower from the first floor to the top. Naturally, all SS++ clears. He could easily get at least 55 platinum badges. But even that is not guaranteed. Is the tower really that easy? There is no way it would hand out perks so freely. Even if you get a first clear judgment, if the level gap is too large, the SS++ rating might not be recognized. And temporary naturalization has to be handled carefully. It is something to consider only when there is a compelling reason. Either way, his expectations for this perk are not as high as before. Maybe it is because of Rajix collecting fragments? He should just go in with an easy mind. No need to overdo things and make Gyun-Dale suffer with excessive rituals. Honestly, the issue Ju-hyuk is facing right now is not the perk. It is the random summon. Does he draw it? Or does he save it? The deck is important. You need multiple usable cards so you can make combinations and clear more efficiently. You should draw. The tower clear borrows the format of a game. The more diverse the cards, the better, but still, I believe it would be best to perform the random summon. This maiden shall follow the young master's decision alone. Please do not concern yourself with us. Reinforcing the troops is the commander's authority. I hope you recruit good branches and strengthen our overall combat power. The warrior thinks the same. The summoned ones are clearly leaning toward drawing. Of course they are. They only want things to go well for him. And because he understands that feeling so well, Ju-hyuk cannot help but hesitate. This makes him want to cry. Really, at this point, even the heavens should be moved and toss out a trade enhancement rune or something. All right, let us just get the perk first. It should not be too hard, right? The 64th floor should be manageable. Entering the 64th floor of the Black Tower, Republic of Korea. The 64th floor of the Black Tower is infested with ghouls. The terrain is a massive cave with a high ceiling. Holes were bored through the walls in every direction, above, below, all around, like a honeycomb. Torches were sparsely mounted on the walls, but the light was weak, making the cave extremely dark. You could think of them as upgraded zombies, but from what he had heard, The differences were significant. Zombies were originally humans. They are based on human bodies. Strip away the aura, and they are weak. Same goes for mummies and skeletons. And their brains are rotten. They are stupid, just moving on instinct. They were born that way. The entire species is ghouls. Their movements are natural and strong. They do not creak and stumble like zombies. Their brains are fresh, so they are smart. Their bodies are tough too. Even sword aura does not cut them easily. If you do not kill them properly, they revive using dark power. That is how monster undead are. Gyundale nodded in agreement. That is why the type of ritual must also change. From here on, it is not a cleansing rite, but an exorcism to subdue evil spirits. Time to hunt evil spirits. 64th floor mission, defeat 15 dark ghouls. From here and there, dark ghouls revealed themselves from holes in the cave walls. They did not charge in recklessly. Crouching low, they crawled out slowly, flashing their yellow eyes as they watched the summoned ones warily. Gobang stepped forward alone. The ghouls lunged at Gobang with startling speed. They drove their sharp claws into his back, shoulders, and legs. Gobang's body was quickly covered in ghouls. Varon Hka's magical gun roared. Kosak approached with shadow footsteps. At the same time, Gyundale's exorcism ritual began. Rajix, too, had already rolled his way to the front lines. He seemed to be exploring the empty holes left behind by the ghouls. Probably fine to leave him alone. Rajix was clever in his own way. He never went near truly dangerous places. Even while digging, he kept looking around, fully alert in case a ghoul approached. This time, Juhyuk fully intended to step in himself. Once the clear is over, the holy sword will be stored by the administration for a while. There are so many reservations lined up. If he just sits around during this clear, when is he ever going to kill even one monster with it? This is his chance to really use the holy sword. Of course, it is scary, but one of the holy sword's effects, maybe because of that, courage welled up even in the Wimp's chicken heart. Just then, the summoned ones were all too busy dealing with the ghouls. Kra, come at me. Sir Kosak, a ghoul has latched onto me. Please take care of it. Roger. Princess, please step back a bit. Even without getting close, the weakening debuff will apply. Quartermaster. Requesting ammunition resupply. Juhyuk moved closer to the battlefield. He had already activated his energy barrier earlier, and he was fully prepared to use blink magic as well. That one should be just right. A ghoul that had emerged late from a hole and was wandering around. He gripped the holy sword tightly. An image of himself formed in his mind. Shadow steps. Pop, pop, pop. Create afterimages, then blink. Wah. Shoot. You scared the heck out of me. From the hole immediately to his right, a ghoul burst out like lightning and pounced on Juhyuk. In the blink of an eye, the ghoul's black, long claws slashed diagonally across Juhyuk's upper body. Chong. Patchy Jik, the energy barrier shattered into pieces. At the same time, sharp yellow fangs lunged for Juhyuk's neck. Acting on instinct, Juhyuk slapped the ghoul across the face. The creature's head was cut cleanly at an angle. Thud. That startled him. This was an area the party had already swept through. Looks like it had stayed hidden in stealth instead of fighting. Who cuts in without even using a turn signal? If not for the energy barrier, that could have been disastrous. Its head got cut off with a single slap? He had not expected that. Looks like the Berserker's Blood Jade Gang Chi had activated automatically. On top of that, the Holy Sword's radiance. The radiance neutralized the dark aura, and the Blood Jade Gang Chi split the ghoul's tough head clean in half. The true core of the Holy Sword is its radiance. When you wield the Holy Sword, your entire body is affected by that radiance. It even applies to skills. You can tell just by looking at the Norwegian player who previously rented this sword. His trait was a long-range archer, not melee. He did not have a single sword-related skill. So how did he kill things? He held the bow grip and the Holy Sword's hilt together in his left hand, and drew the bowstring with his right to kill enemies. It was extremely cumbersome, but even those arrows carried radiance, allowing them to damage specters. It was the same for Juhyuk. A collaboration between the Berserker skill and the Holy Sword's radiance. Suddenly, the back of his head prickled. He glanced behind him. The summoned ones had stopped fighting and were staring at him blankly. They saw everything. Subtle expressions. Worry, pity, guilt, shame, self-blame, regret, emotions all tangled together. Don't worry. I am Finn. That was when it happened. Gobang leapt so high he nearly touched the cave ceiling and slammed his feet down. The impact sent ghouls flying, and Gobang mercilessly stomped on the ones pinned to the ground. Then he grabbed a ghoul with his hands and began smashing it repeatedly. Whir, crunch, whir, crunch, whir, crunch. I will kill them. I will kill every last one. Cossack, his expression frozen, wildly swung his dagger, its blade glowing with blue sword aura. Defense? Evasion? He did not do any of that. Pure, relentless offense. Flash, flash, flash. Ghouls were carved apart. Veron IHK switched to assault mode. No cover, no concealment. She charged straight in, shoved the magical gun into a shrieking ghoul's mouth. Crunch. And fired. The ghoul's head burst like a watermelon. Gyundale's exorcism ritual changed as well. The rhythm grew faster and faster. Talismans flew from her hands. Yellow paper filled the cave. The moment a talisman touched a ghoul's flesh, it burst into flames. Rajix, holding the golden pickaxe he used for mining, mercilessly smashed the heads of fallen ghouls. Hoek, Hoey, Hoek, everyone had gone berserk. Those filthy, wretched dark ghouls. How dare they lay a hand on the summoner? Of course it turned out like this. That moment had been the most dangerous one Bong Ju-hyuk had faced all the way up to the 64th floor. His energy barrier shattered in a single hit, and he had nearly been bitten on the neck. He was going to hear about this too. The summoned one's fury was so intense that you almost felt sorry for the ghouls. Thanks to that, the clear ended quickly. You have successfully completed the 64th floor mission. Your level has increased. Reward, 6.4 kilograms of mana stones. Mission complete. And of course, the clear rating. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on the 64th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge has been awarded. Ju-hyuk's penthouse. The summoned one's war grave expressions. The warrior was foolish again. Strike me. I am a worthless bastard. I will give up my right arm. This is due to this maiden's meager abilities. Blame me. My situational awareness was lacking. I am unfit to be a ranger. I deserve dishonorable discharge. What is wrong with you all? It is not like they failed the clear. Of course, he knows why, but... All right. It was a great clear. And look, I am perfectly fine. He just lightly took down one. My carelessness put you in danger, BOM Summoner Nim. I have committed a sin worthy of death. Sob. Hey chick, sob. Someone like me is a useless assassin. Please abandon me and summon one more capable DPS to fill my spot. He is really crying. Choosing a smart knight instead of a stupid warrior would be more stable. A soldier who fails the mission cannot be forgiven. I will return my badge. Victory at all costs. A maiden's heart is torn asunder. Please take my head and make an example of me. Even Rajix joins in. Who? Hugh. This is driving him crazy. A grand criminal has appeared. They are making way too big a deal out of this. Did they do this on purpose? Because he joined the fight? There is a very high chance of that. All right. From next time, I will not step in. I promise. Snap. Cossack stops crying. A man's word is worth its weight in gold. Gyundale bows so deeply she looks like she might take flight. A warrior is hungry. Gobang walks toward the refrigerator. Veron IHK has already fallen fast asleep. Rajix starts tidying the room little by little. He knew it. It was all a coordinated act. You people, seriously. I mean, what? I am level 64, okay? I have got an energy barrier, blink, and I am even wielding a holy sword. You saw the blood jade mad demon aura, right? I am allowed to fight a bit. What is with all the complaints? The blood summons fall silent. Who are we? We are comrades who crossed the boundary of dimensions and united as one. If mutual trust collapses, then climbing the tower means nothing. The blood summons bow their heads so low they almost touch the ground. If I fight once and you overreact like this, huh? Can we even keep working together going forward, huh? People really need to know moderation. The mood was set. So at this point, from now on, I will also participate in strategies from time to time. So just know that. Suddenly, everyone stiffens. That is not right, sir. And if you still participate, we will go on strike. United struggle. This maiden may faint. Sergeant Veron HK Kalai HBER. I will commit insubordination and report myself for confinement. Their faces are firm with resolve. They will not back down. Not working, huh? It cannot be helped. Fine. Fine. I will act like a wimp. Satisfied? Oh, come on, wimp. BOM summoner Nim is an absolute alpha male. Hee hee. Well then, let us check the perk. Ju Hyuk opened his inventory. Perk granted for accumulating 65 platinum badges. He wishes they would just give it straight away. Roulette wheels and ladders make him dizzy. Perk 1 Restore, Restoration, Scroll has been added to the tower exclusive inventory. It is his first time seeing this. Restore, Restoration, Scroll. Restores a damaged item to its original condition. A simple description, but he thinks he knows what it is. What did you get? A Restore Scroll. It repairs items. Oh, that is good. Congratulations. What should he use it on? Fix the Holy Sword. It will be perfect. Undead will melt away. The Holy Sword, huh? He can just leave the Holy Sword to Rajix. The Restore Scroll has a different use. Ju Hyuk took out the half-assembled rune fragments from his inventory. A rune of question mark, with more than half broken off, 3 of 7. A severely damaged rune of question mark, 3 of 8. A rune of question mark, shattered beyond recognition, 2 of 6. Which of these 3 is the trade enhancement rune? There is no way to know yet. Once more than half is assembled, its identity will be revealed. If the completed letters form rune of karma, it will be rune of level up. If it is rune of victory, rune of blood summon rank up. If it is rune of flame, rune of trade enhancement, like that. Once it is confirmed, he will use it immediately. A holy sword, his ass. Of course the Restore Scroll should be used on the trade enhancement rune. Chapter 71. In the Undead section, it goes without saying that a holy sword is an essential element. However, that only applies to other players. Ju Hyuk is the exception. His power comes entirely from his summoned beings. Therefore, strengthening traits takes priority over restoring the holy sword. The holy sword is just something that sucks up rental fees. And once you pass the undead section, the holy sword's usefulness drops sharply. Besides, restoring the holy sword is not permanently impossible. Rajix said he would handle everything once all the repair materials were gathered. So the Restore Scrolls would be used on rune fragments. To do that, they first needed to identify exactly what the rune fragments were. I need to find more fragments. They had just finished clearing the 64th floor, but it had been too fast. Because of that, Rajix had not had enough time to fully exercise his abilities. 2 tower entries per day. There was still 1 run left. Let us proceed with a repeat clear of the 64th floor. If we find rune fragments during a repeat clear, that would be insanely huge. Do we award a badge to whoever finds one? Is not that obvious? If you find one, it is an automatic badge. Rajix's hamster ears snapped upright. Badge. Rummaging around, Rajix pulled a golden pickaxe from the subspace backpack and began carefully polishing it. A resolute expression, as if determined to succeed no matter what. Entering Republic of Korea Black Tower, 64th floor. Give the order, summoner. Gather as many ghouls as possible and stall for time. Understood. I will stall. He also spoke to Kosak and Veronechka. It is fine even if the clear fails. Deal damage slowly and protect Mr. Rajix and Princess Gyundale. Leave it to me. Sergeant Veronechka KHBER, you have acknowledged the instructions, correct, sir? Before long, the ghouls reset and came pouring out of their holes. You, come at me, you filthy monsters. A swarm of ghouls lunged at Go-Bang. Gyundale's exorcism ritual began, and Rajix's search started simultaneously. Rumble. Crack, 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 crack. The golden pickaxe gleamed as it reflected the torchlight. Everyone was working hard. Everyone except 2 people. Kosak, despite not having any detection abilities, was sniffing the air and poking the ground here and there with his dagger. What is he, an archaeological excavator or something? Veronechka was nodding off, occasionally jolting awake to fire her gun. If there is nothing to do, she just sleeps. It was understandable. This was not a situation that required ghoul clearing. Still, are they not slacking off a bit too much? Ju Hyuk took out a ballpoint pen and notebook he had prepared in advance and started writing. Kosak, wandering around the cave with his hands behind his back, seemed curious about Ju Hyuk writing and came closer. What are you writing, sir? A diary. No, a merit record. For reference when awarding badges. If we just hand them out based on mood, there will be fairness issues. It was time for a systematic badge awarding system. Mr. Gobang, you are working alone, so 20 points. Princess Gyundale gets 20 points too. Mr. Rajix gets 40 points. How many points do I get, sir? 0 points. Same for Sergeant Veron H. Seems like you are not doing much. Oh dear, Mr. Rajix, your face is covered in dirt. You are working so frantically. At this rate, you would not even notice a ghoul right behind you. Kosak vanished in an instant. Gobang. I will help. Unnecessary. Assassin. You are no help. You punk. I can tank too. Do not you know about evasion tanking? Go away. The ghouls are mine. Shut up. Let me get some too. Stab, stab, stab. After peeling a few ghouls off Gobang with dagger strikes, Kosak frantically cast Shadow Step, luring enemies here and there. Commander Summoner, look at this. Seasoned evasion tanking. Truly fantastic, sir. It seemed Veronejka had heard the conversation too. She jolted awake from her nap, regained focus. Pahat, 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 and began suppressive fire with light rounds. Commander, I will cover Quartermaster Rajix. I will not let a single one get close. Gyundale's exorcism ritual grew more intense. By the command of the greatest shaman of the heavenly empire, you vermin shall rot and depart for the scorching hell. Gobang grabbed the charging ghouls, shoved them away, and threw them aside, perfectly maintaining aggro. The ghouls were pushed back in a long line, all the way to the end of the cave passage. This is going well. Thanks to that, Rajix was freed up. His detection range expanded dramatically, appearing here, appearing there, swinging his pickaxe nonstop. Crack, 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 crack. Smash, 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 smash. Time flew by. At last, Rajix's pickaxe stopped. It seemed there was no more scent. He rolled back over. Oh, I am done. Judging by how drenched in sweat he was, he must have searched every nook and cranny. Okay, all right, let us wrap up and head out. Thus, the repeat clear mission on the 64th floor was completed. 64th floor mission successful. Reward. Magic stones, 6.4 kilograms. Back at the penthouse, just how many rune fragments had Rajix found? Rajix scattered the collected rune and ticket fragments across the floor. There were quite a lot. 6 rune fragments, for ticket fragments, along with broken wood shards and bits of metal. Just because there were many did not mean they were all useful. More did not fit together than did. Ju Hyuk also took out a few assembled ticket fragments from his inventory. Did any match? Then one of the 4 fragments slid over and attached itself. It is torn, but its identity is partially revealed ? Vaporization ticket, 4 of 7. A vaporization ticket. What could it be? Obviously, a skill reset ticket. Its utility was extremely high, but he is not using a restore scroll on this. The remaining ticket fragments did not attach to anything. They simply did not match. Whether they were duplicate fragments or simply too badly damaged. Even so, they had to be stored. Next came the runes. There were 6 pieces to try matching. When he lightly tested the one labeled, more than half broken off ? Rune, 3 of 7. The rune fragments did not move at all. The same was true for several others. Broken beyond recognition ? Rune, 2 of 6? Not this one either. Now the last one. Severely damaged ? Rune, 3 of 8. Only one remained. Ju Hyuk carefully tried attaching the stone fragments one by one. This one has to fit. Did not work again. Still did not work. Just one piece, please. They had found 6 rune fragments, yet not a single one fit. It will definitely stick. Even Kosak sounded anxious. It is because your desperation is lacking. Everyone, repeat after me. When I say heave, you all say ho. Heave. Heave cha no heave ho. Hoing heave ho. At that very moment, as if drawn by a magnet, a fingernail-sized fragment slowly began to move. They snapped together as if they had always been one. Ju Hyuk shot his hand up. It has attached. It is stuck tight. Princess, strike up the music. But it was not time to celebrate yet. One final step remained. Checking the item information. To use a restore scroll, At least a minimal hint had to be visible. Ju Hyuk swallowed dryly. A tense moment. What would it be? Check item information. Damaged, but characters revealed question mark. Rune of Fire, 4 of 8. As soon as Ju Hyuk spoke. If it is a Rune of Fire, T-trait enhancement? Is that correct, sir? No doubt about it. A damaged trait enhancement rune. What else could it be? The heave-ho worked. That is right. Kosak, 10 points. Restore it immediately. Ju Hyuk took out a restore scroll. The method was simple. Bring the restore scroll into contact with the item to be restored. With trembling hands, he moved the scroll toward. Damaged, but characters revealed question mark. Rune of Fire, 4 of 8. A sudden thought crossed his mind. A Rune of Fire. Was this really a trait enhancement rune? There was also the possibility it was a new kind of item. Kosak had said that as you went higher, more varied items appeared. The restore scroll itself was something he had never seen before. Enhancement would not be limited to traits alone. What if it were a weapon enhancement rune? Or an equipment enhancement rune? Or even a skill enhancement rune? And it might not even be enhancement fire at all. Harmony, purification, conversation, cinema, fairy tale, fresh flowers, chrysanthemums, boots, beautification, gold coins, silver coins, sneakers, indoor slippers. Ah, darn it. His weakling syndrome was flaring up again. Negative thoughts chained endlessly together. But still, what is life anyway? Either you hit the jackpot or you go bust. You have used a restore scroll. The item is being restored to its original state. A brilliant radiance burst from the rune fragments. In the next instant, restoration of the damaged question mark. Rune of Fire has begun. Time remaining until restoration is complete. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. It was not instant. He would have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Making people nervous for nothing. The Prime Minister's residence, Japan. Officials, including the director of the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office, gathered in the conference room. Age 25, Bong Ju-hyuk. As far as we know, he recently signed an elite player contract with the Awakening Management Administration. Prime Minister Kawaguchi frowned as he looked at the photo displayed on the screen. You are saying this man is highly likely to be the true owner of the Holy Sword? He looks completely different. Gobang and the giant revealed during the HG Hotel terror incident. Compared to them, this was an utterly ordinary face, with not a single similar feature. How reliable is this data? The source is the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. We believe it is credible. Are you certain? I have a close acquaintance among DHS executives. He personally passed this information to me. Up to now, Japan had assumed that the SS++ rank record holder, the true owner of the Holy Sword, and the supplier of basilisk hides and tower, or were all the same individual. That was the only explanation that made sense. Multiple people with entirely different abilities appearing all at once. Has the United States made contact with this Bong Ju-hyuk? At present, there are no signs of that. Prime Minister Kawaguchi let out a cold snort. Such an obvious ploy. The United States is not confident. This information was likely discarded on their end. That is why it was leaked to Japan. They want us to investigate in their place? That was highly likely. Considering relations with South Korea, it would be risky for the U.S. to move directly, especially on unconfirmed information. The same applied to Japan. For now, restraint was necessary. Reaching out recklessly to a foreign player was taboo. After all, there was precedent. Other countries would not look kindly on Japan. On top of that, there was also the exposure of China's player abduction incident. Still, it was not like they could simply discard the information they had worked so hard to gather. Would not at least a basic confirmation be necessary? Which company is receiving exclusive supply of basilisk leather? That would be HG Fashion under the Wildflower and Basilisk brand. And HG Fashion's biggest competitor? The company that originally dominated the Korean fashion market is Ilsung Apparel, a major Korean conglomerate. Kawaguchi had personal ties with Ilsung's chairman. Go to Korea yourself and leak the information to Ilsung. Tell them that the Holy Sword, no, the basilisk leather supplier, might be Bong Ju-hyuk. Yes, understood. Let us see how things unfold. Who knows? In the process, a clue about the SS++ rank record holder might surface. The next morning, the moment he woke up, Ju Hyuk pulled the rune out of his inventory to check the restoration progress. The characters are becoming clearer. Enhancement rune restoration in progress. Time remaining until restoration is complete. 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 32 seconds. Phew, it is enhancement. He had cleared one big hurdle. It was definitely an enhancement rune. Now all that remained was to confirm whether the word in front of it was trait, item, or skill. If even a single character shows up, if it is a trait enhancement rune, then it is basically confirmed. Today was the day he had planned to go shopping with his summoned beings. They were going in the evening. Within a few hours, the rune's identity would be revealed, so he would check that first. He used the bathroom, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and grabbed a simple breakfast. Let us return the Holy Sword. Ju Hyuk contacted the Awakening Management Administration. He told them he would be returning the Holy Sword. A short while later, ding, a message arrived. He went down to the underground parking lot. As usual, it was a different car, different model, different license plate every time. But the people were always the same. Jun Guang-il, or Li Min-ah. Today's driver was team leader Li Min-ah. I will return the Holy Sword. Yes. Received. We will store it safely so there will not be any issues with rentals. Oh. The deputy commissioner asked if you could spare a moment to see him. Do you have time? We will escort you to the administration. Ju Hyuk got into the car driven by team leader Li Min-ah and headed to the Awakening Management Administration. Soon, the car arrived at the Tower Material Storage Warehouse. Have you been well? Ha ha ha, I have been fine. This way. Jun Guang-il was waiting near where the basilisk leather was stored. The stock was being depleted quickly. Business must have been good. The payment for the leather will be settled soon. I think you will be quite pleased. Money was flowing in steadily. When would he even get around to spending it all? And we also looked into the land near Jiangji province that you mentioned before. Jun Guang-il unfolded a map and pointed to an area marked in red. It is a 3,000 pyong plot on the outskirts of Namyangju. A quiet area. No villages nearby. There is a road, so access is convenient. There were photos as well. A prefabricated container stood on a flat open lot, but it looked surprisingly nice. This is a container? These days, residential containers are all built like this. What about the price? Land plus the container. It is state-owned land. The title transfer has already been completed. The container is included as a service. Huh? I said I would pay for it. Please, just this once, bear with us. The land itself is not very expensive. Well, there was nothing he could do. They were asking so earnestly. If I may, there is something I would like to propose. About those people. By those people, he meant Kosak and Gobang. Why? Is there some problem? The Awakening Management Administration can register them as players. Registering them as players in Korea? Strictly speaking, they would be naturalized players. Their pasts would be completely wiped clean, and they would become players with South Korean nationality, just like you. Something he had never even imagined. Kosak and Gobang becoming Korean nationals like him. I am not so sure. He was not particularly inclined. Was having a nationality really a good thing? It came with just as much responsibility. And beyond his own opinion, he would need to ask the parties involved as well. There would be no obligations tied to acquiring nationality. It is merely an intention to provide them with convenience so they can live in Korea without issues. Jun Guang-il spoke carefully. And to be honest, our government does not have the power to do anything to them anyway. If anything, it was the opposite. Who in this world could possibly handle them? It is fine even if this falls through. If you ever feel inclined, please contact me anytime. All right, let us discuss the nationality issue slowly. That was when it happened. A system message echoed in Ju Hyuk's mind. Item restoration completed. You have obtained a trade enhancement rune. Did something good happen? Yes, something very good. Ha ha ha, I do not know what it is, but now I am in a good mood too. In the end, his choice had been the right one. Looks like he can recruit one more person now. Let us go ahead and do a random summon today. And go shopping together in the evening, too. Chapter 72. After finishing his business at the Awakening Management Administration, Ju Hyuk hurried straight home. He was impatient. Joy doubled when it was shared. After quickly performing designated summons for his summoned beings. Take a look at this freshly repaired, still warm rune before you go. Ju Hyuk held out the trait enhancement rune in front of him like a royal seal. T-trait enhancement? Is this a dream or real life? Cossack hurried over in tiny steps, bowing his waist deeply. Truly a magnificent choice. If you had followed my advice back then and smeared the scroll on the holy sword, what would we have done? I just had a feeling. Thought I should try it on this broken rune. Rubbing his palms together in agreement. He, as expected of Summoner Bong. So wise. Ha ha, wise my ass. I was just lucky. Oh come on, is not luck a kind of skill too? Hee hee. The other summoned beings joined in as well. Good. Very good. This greatly benefits the warrior as well. Heaven has been moved by young master's sincerity. I feel as though a dance is naturally spilling forth. Certain victory. Infinite glory upon the path you walk, Commander. Everyone celebrated together. While it is still hot, please eat it quickly. I will bring you a glass of water so you do not choke while eating. Cossack had recently entered full loyal retainer mode. Clearly, the badge's effect was enormous. Anyway, it was best to consume it quickly. A repaired item made by crudely sticking fragments together. If he was not careful, the repaired parts might fall off again. Ju Hyuk swiftly put the rune into his mouth. The trait enhancement rune melted smoothly the instant it touched his tongue and slid down his throat. Your awakening trait is being enhanced. The status window? It was fantastic. 6 simultaneous summons. He felt full even without eating. The summoned beings applauded in celebration. Ju Hyuk raised his hand in response. Let us proceed with the event. Are we going straight into a random summon? No, that is the second part. The first part is a merit commendation. With a warm smile, Ju Hyuk looked at Rajix. Mr. Rajix, step forward. After taking out a platinum badge, for discovering fragments of the trait enhancement rune and making a tremendous contribution to future tower climbs, you are hereby awarded this badge. Your prize is 1 box of pesticide-free, organic Jeju carrots. Ju Hyuk attached the badge to Rajix's subspace backpack. 3 badges in total, all shining brilliantly. Rajix puffed out his chest and waddled around the living room once on his short legs. No one could deny it. Thanks to Rajix, the summoner had become stronger and safer. Rajix the worker, your form is insane. Congratulations. You are the world's greatest hired hand. You have every right to be arrogant. Quartermaster, I respect you, and I envy you. Impressive. Worker, 3 badges, sir. Is it not heavy? I will carry one for you. Rajix's face overflowed with happiness. The second part is a random summon. We will finally be getting one more person. A first meeting with a new person. Man or woman did not matter. He just hoped, please, that they would be a normal person. And the third part is shopping. We will keep going all the way through the fourth part, the after party. Be prepared. Huh? Feels like we might run out of time. We will take about a 3-hour break in the middle, then meet up again for the after party. I am curious about the after party menu. Well, we have a perception jamming unit. How about a top-tier buffet? Eek, Gobang might get kicked out. Come to think of it, he did eat a lot. That beef restaurant they went to last time would be better. This time, he should tell them to prepare 500 servings. When the new colleague arrives, treat them well, everyone. No hazing. As a senior, I will carefully teach them everything step by step. The warriors shall protect them in every way. I am confident when it comes to training new recruits. No matter how bad the draw, could it be worse than the mad demon? What kind of class would be good? Let us each say what kind of teammate we want. For reference, I am fine with anyone. Rank, gender, age, job, none of it matters. Cossack spoke first. I would like a saintess or a priest. A dignified noble who does not yell and lets things slide even if I slurp noodles. Gyundale shot Cossack a sharp look then. A paladin would also be acceptable. A wise holy knight who can give young master sincere advice instead of flattery. If a capable medic transfers in, I will train them well as their senior. Gobang and Rajix joined in too. A summoner-exclusive healer would put a warrior's heart at ease. Everyone wanted a holy attribute companion. Ju Hyuk did not think it was particularly necessary. Things were already running very smoothly as they were. Still, he should respect his companion's wishes. It would help Gobang, who struggled alone while tanking, and could synergize with Gyundale the shamaness. Please send us one holy attribute companion. And please, let them have their heads screwed on straight. Random summon initiated. To the rhythm of Cossack's mouth drumming, Foya Ash, the summoning began. This was already the 7th random summon, meaning it had been 6 months since he became a player. They should be a decent person, right? Out of all those countless souls, there had to be at least one normal one. A cluster of light gathered in one spot. Then it began to take human form. It is radiant and bright light. I have a good feeling. Light filled the penthouse living room. It did not fade easily. The new summoned being revealed themselves at last. The class was easy to guess. That is right. They are wearing armor. Ah, behold, radiance. Is it a holy night? What are you buying? It is a holy night. It really did seem to be a holy night. He was clad in gleaming plate armor. The armor's surface was densely studded with chilling spikes. The weapon in his hand was a metal flail wrapped in a silvery membrane. It was unmistakably radiance. A weapon and armor that emitted light on their own. In other words, a radiant holy knight. After a moment, the light faded. The holy knight bowed his head to Ju-hyuk. I am Lucius Bardin, servant of the Lord Nigel and his glorious sword. I greet you, summoner. Just from the way he spoke, Ju-hyuk could tell. A solemn voice, dignified demeanor. At last, a normal summoned being had arrived. And a holy knight class, at that. He discreetly checked the status window category. Catalog. The merciless and cruel heretic inquisitor of the Holy Kingdom of Nigel. Name. Lucius Bardin. Rank. SR, super rare. Type. Holy Knight, human. Manifestation time limit, 6 hours. Satisfaction rating. None. Resummon cooldown, 3 hours, applies after dismissal. Heretic Inquisitor? What the heck is this? A sense of unease suddenly crept in. They say bad premonitions are never wrong. After finishing his greeting with Ju-hyuk, Lucius Bardin stiffened his face and shouted loudly. So the filthy heathens are all gathered here. Ju-hyuk and all the summoned beings froze like statues. Cunning unbelievers. You are the very culprits who have led the summoner down the path of heresy. Summoner, worry not. I shall guide you onto the righteous path. Repent and embrace the bosom of the Lord. He had summoned a fanatic. Lucius Bardin, clad in spiked armor, raised his flail and shouted. I must make an example. His eyes turned toward Gyundale. It has been a long time since I have seen such an evil witch. You are the ringleader who has ensnared the summoner. Repent through death. At that very moment, a blindingly bright radiance erupted. At the same time, swoosh, Bardin swung the flail down toward Gyundale's head. Go Bang, who had been prepared, seized the flail's handle. Huh, and what are you? A barbarian? I see, so you are all in league together. You filthy spawn of demons. Ugh, he could not listen to this anymore. Ju-hyuk raised his hand to stop him. Ho, summoner, why do you stop me? Bardin was highly agitated. You are being deceived. Please return to the Lord Nigel and reclaim the light. Mr. Bardin, do not open your mouth. Ju-hyuk said sharply. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Do not make a sound, and do not move either. Still, he listened well enough. A sigh escaped him. Yeah, this is the fate of a weakling. Things had been going too well lately. Is the princess okay? Fortunately, Gyundale seemed unharmed, not even shaken. Bardin, unable to do anything under Ju-hyuk's command. In front of him stood Go Bang with clenched fists. Cossack aimed a dagger. Veronichka pointed her magic gun, and even Rajix glared sharply while holding his golden pickaxe. Ju-hyuk quickly checked the background description. Lucius Bardin is a heretic inquisitor of the Holy Kingdom of Nigel. He devoted his life to judging and condemning heathens. His methods of condemnation were execution, killing and killing again with a holy flail. Unbelievers, heretics, apostates, or witches, all were subjects of Bardin's repentance. He had no breaks. He refused orders to moderate his actions. Repentance or death, his holy flail was never free of blood. Feeling uneasy, the Pope of the Holy Kingdom of Nigel excommunicated Bardin. The Holy Knights captured him, falsely accused him of being a witch's child, and burned him at the stake. Scenes flashed through Ju-hyuk's mind. Do you believe in the Lord? You are an unbeliever. And no, what did you think I said? Possibly even more insane than the mad demon. He was the new companion he had wanted so badly, but sending him back felt like a waste. Could he be rehabilitated? Mr. Lucius Bardin. From now on, hostile actions toward your companions are prohibited. If you do this even once more, I will immediately send you back. Still no response. You may answer. Then, a desperate plea burst out all at once. S. Summoner. It is not too late even now. Let us walk the path of repentance together. We must offer hymns and prayers. Please repeat after me. O Lord in heaven, today yet another lamb has lost its way and wanders the dark wilderness. This will not work. There is no answer here at all. He could already see what would happen if this man activated Clause 3 of the 3 rules of summoned beings. Even with 6 simultaneous summons, he did not want this guy in the party. Better to wait another month and summon someone else. Return to where you came from. Immediate dismissal. Kosak approached and whispered, "Do not dismiss him yet. He might be useful. As Summoner Bong's right-hand man, the genius of scheming. I will handle it. Leave it to me." Curiosity got the better of him, too. Entering Republic of Korea Black Tower, 64th floor. As soon as they entered, Kosak and Gobang were whispering together over there. Why did they come to the tower? Ju Hyuk still did not know. What were they planning to do by bringing a fanatic into the tower? Convince him while hunting together? What if, while fighting ghouls, he suddenly yelled, "Die, heathen!" and smashed someone's head from behind with his flail? That was entirely possible. A mad holy knight, thoroughly steeped in warped beliefs, blind faith enough to discard even a knight's pride. Kosak spoke with a sly grin. "Gobang, let us begin." Gobang's gigantification skill, growing larger and larger, until he reached the cave ceiling. With his massive hands, he lifted the heretic Inquisitor Bardin straight up. Bardin could not even resist. The difference in size was overwhelming. If Gobang was an adult man, Bardin was the size of a Shih Tzu or a Maltese. "Eek, what are you doing? Put me down." Filthy barbarian, no different from a spawn of demons. Gobang ignored him, grabbing Bardin's ankles firmly with his right hand. "The warrior is ready." Then Kosak said to Ju Hyuk, "Summoner Bong, try ordering that Inquisitor to manifest radiance." Is he trying some kind of experiment? To see whether the mad Inquisitor's radiance was effective against the undead? Summoner, punish these heathens for me. Uphold the laws of Lord Nigel. All right, just manifest your radiance. Fanatic or not, he was still a summoned being, and summoned beings had no choice but to absolutely obey their summoner's commands, especially when it concerned tower conquest. A holy knight and heretic inquisitor, Lucius Bardin, manifested dazzling radiance across his entire body. Boom, 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 boom. Gobang swung Bardin's body around as he charged forward. What? Swinging him? He is swinging him? Do not tell me. The ghoul horde recoiled in fear, retreating backward. Gobang smashed the ghoul swarm with Bardin clutched in his hand. That lunatic Kosak. He had a bad feeling about this. And now Ju Hyuk finally understood what Kosak had meant by Bardin being useful. He is a human weapon, an idea he had never even imagined. He had forgotten just how insane Kosak was. Gobang was no different. Without changing expression, he continued to whirl Bardin around. Why, you bastard? What are you doing? You demons. Whenever Bardin's radiance weakened, Ju Hyuk would issue the command again. Mr. Bardin, manifest radiance. Hum. Wham. Wham. Thud. Thack thack. Ghouls struck by the radiance shattered into dust. One hit was enough. Even a graze turned them to powder. Our Gobang has got himself a weapon now. No holy sword can even compare. Kosak said it with a broad grin, utterly casual. Ju Hyuk stared at him, dumbfounded. Was it just Ju Hyuk? Hyundale shook her head in disbelief. Veronichka stood there with her magic gun in hand, mouth hanging wide open. Rajix, seemingly shocked, dropped the golden pickaxe from his hands. And then, radiance weakened again. Mr. Bardin, manifest radiance. Flailwash. Hum. Thud 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 thud. Poor Lucius Bardin. He was not some voice-activated LED bulb. Bardin radiance. Flash. Thud thud. Somehow it was kind of fun. Thanks to the sturdy armor, he did not even seem to be taking much damage. Lucius Bardin himself had become a holy sword. A human holy sword, wrapped head to toe in radiance, sweeping through ghoul hordes. Clap, 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 clap. Kosak applauded, full of admiration. Incredible. That is a weapon with terrifying power. We could head straight to the 70th floor with this. He did not summon a companion. He pulled a weapon. Bardin's madness had been fake. Kosak's madness, on the other hand, was very real. Fake madness versus real madness. SR-grade madness versus double SR-grade madness. The difference was painfully clear. Chapter 73. This was the third time clearing the ghouls on the 64th floor. And it was the fastest clear yet. After Gobang swung the human holy sword Bardin a few times, it was already over. It really seemed that compatibility mattered. In front of Radiance, the dark aura was not even as strong as Sugar Water Tonghalu. 64th floor mission successful. Reward. Magic stones, 6.4 kilograms. Back to Juhyuk's penthouse. Gobang still had not cancelled gigantification. Dangling from his hand, swaying limply, was the human holy sword Bardin. Devious heathens. Stop humiliating me, and just kill me instead. Summoner, grant me the chance to be martyred with dignity. Radiance lit up the entire living room. Kosak spoke with a regretful expression. Oh dear, what a waste. You are right. I think we have gotten into a bad habit. That precious Radiance. This was not even an undead fight. He should not be triggering it everywhere. Spot. He vanished. Click, 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 click. Kosak turned off all the lights in the house. Even so, the interior was still bright thanks to the Radiance. We got to save on electricity. Now it is okay to manifest Radiance. Electricity bills were what he cared about. Evil. Truly evil. At this point, Bardin was starting to feel pitiful. Maybe this outcome had been inevitable from the start. He had picked a fight without reading the room. Fake madness, after all. Kosak aside, Gobang was no less frightening. Swinging Bardin around without blinking an eye. Should we send him back and just never summon him again? But Gobang coolly opposed the idea. The summoner may command, and the warrior will obey. But the warrior desires retribution. The princess almost came to harm. He must pay with his body. This guy is not just a simple fanatic. The attempt on the princess was a thoroughly calculated move. You mean he deliberately targeted Princess Gyundale? That is right. The princess is a non-combat support, physically weak among summoned beings. If he had gone after me or Gobang, I could have understood. Selective rage management disorder, or something like that. And their attributes are similar. Holy Knight or Shrine Maiden. Both are essential in the undead section. If he removes the princess, he is the only one left. His value goes up. Now it made sense. So if he makes the princess unsummonable for 100 days, the only one to rely on in the undead section is him. Exactly. He secures the seat. Then he would preach, demand repentance, and torment everyone afterward. Mr. Bardin, was that really your intention? Answer honestly. It is an order. Summoner, why would a witch be necessary when this holy knight stands here? A holy knight who believes in God. Lord Bong, not all religions place good and evil as their highest values. Usually, belief itself comes first. That was exactly what the background description said. Lushu's Bardin was not really a heretic inquisitor. He was just a murderer. If the god Nigel truly valued good and evil, he would have stripped Bardin of his holy power long ago. The Holy See of Nigel had also looked the other way at first, only removing him later when public sentiment became a burden. God or Holy Knight, same old stew, different garnish. Summoner Bong, it is getting dark. Bardin Radiance. Gobang raised Bardin high, like a torch. The mood is great. First Holy Sword Bardin, now lighting fixture Bardin. You demon, how dare you treat Bardin, apostle of Lord Nigel, like this? You shall suffer divine. An LED bulb is talking? From now on, do not say anything except light. MMPH. Bardin, Multipurpose Edition. Honestly, it would be a waste to use him just once and seal him away. Originally, they had planned to stop climbing after the 64th floor. But how about going up to the 66th? It might help Rajix with searching for item fragments, too. Summoner, it is getting dark. As for the summoned being's thoughts, shall we climb floors 65 and 66? That sounds agreeable. Now that we have a famed blade, it would be a waste not to use it. I agree. After using this weapon, the handling feels better than expected. Oh my, climbing decisions are always Summoner Bong's prerogative. Sergeant Veronejka Kalech Ber, just give the order. Certain victory. Alright, let us make full use of Holy Sword Bardin. Then what about the original Holy Sword? It could just be rented out. Of course, it needed repairs. For the customer's sake. Well, since he would not be using weapons anymore, he could put it away. Ju Hyuk quietly murmured. Dismiss Lu Shu's barred in. He could just take him out again next time. If he was going to use him, better to conserve him. With healing potions prepared, let us head out. Shopping time. Everyone ready to spend money? Huh. Shopping. This maiden is deeply nervous. Princess, take whatever you like. I will pay for everything. The warrior requires only training clothes. Come on, get a suit too. Am I not allowed to buy combat gear? Let us look for a military-style outfit. Something you can wear over a reinforced suit. This was awkward. What kind of clothes should he buy for him? First, he needed some proper going-out clothes. Something that could sufficiently cover a hamster beastman's body. Do you have anything like work clothes? Rajix rummaged through his subspace backpack and pulled out some clothes. They were overalls. They looked just like a miner's work outfit. You had clothes? Then why have you not been wearing them this whole time? They are uncomfortable to move in. Oh, if they were uncomfortable, not wearing them was reasonable. Just wear them for today. Ju Hyuk and the group walked down the street. There were too many people to take a taxi. He really needed to buy a car soon. Since they were downtown, the department store was not far. Thanks to the perception interference talisman, no one paid them any attention. It would be a bit different when directly dealing with department store staff. But so what? On the surface, they just looked like an ordinary Korean high school girl, a foreign laborer, some tourists, and a morbidly obese child. They finally arrived at their destination. The alpha male's department store blitz began. They grabbed whatever caught their eye and swiped cards without hesitation. This, that, buy everything. Clothes, shoes, hats, all kinds of accessories. If the size fit and they liked it, they bought it, no questions asked. Soon, they could not even carry all the paper shopping bags. Whenever it got inconvenient, Ju Hyuk would duck into the restroom with Rajix, the morbidly obese child, and put these in here. Stash everything into the subspace backpack. Then it was back to shopping. Before long, even shopping started to feel exhausting. Now he would dismiss the summoned beings, go home to rest a bit, then call them back. They still had to go to the fourth round. Ju Hyuk exited the department store with the summoned beings. Then he spotted a smartphone store next door. An Apple store, should he stop by there too? He had heard the new Apple Pad had just come out. There was a time when owning one had been a dream. Back then, he could not even afford to dream. But now? Want to wait here for a moment? Or you can come in with me. I shall wait outside. I can see clearly through the glass. Go take care of your business. Ju Hyuk went inside. In the past, it had been hard for him to even speak to the staff, but now he could do so confidently. Reliable summoned beings waiting outside for him. An overwhelming wealth, enough to buy everything in the store at once. What was there to be embarrassed about? Just say, I will take it, pay in full, swipe the card, and walk out with the goods. Yes, how can I help you, sir? I want to buy the latest pad. Oh, just tell me the model you would like. Just as expected, the conversation flowed smoothly. Apple Pad Pro 13-inch, 2 TB, black, Wi-Fi plus cellular. 6 units, please. The employee flinched in surprise. I have people to give them to as gifts. Card. One-time payment. Ju Hyuk took out his card and handed it over. Ah, yes, I will process the payment. He felt like a billionaire. Beep, 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 beep. The card went through without issue. Of course, it was unlimited credit. May I ask your name? Why ask his name? Did the payment fail? 6 pads alone cost 18 million won. At that, the Apple Store employee clasped their hands to their mouth and shouted loudly. Suddenly, what were they? Ah, you don't tell me? He had heard about this before. When you buy something at an Apple Store, the staff sometimes. May I have your attention, please? Oh no. No, no, no. Customer Bong Ju Hyuk has just purchased 6 of the latest Apple Pads with a one-time payment. Let us give him a big round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. Whistle. Applause and whistles erupted. Ju Hyuk's face turned red like a carrot. He felt like losing his mind. He could not lift his head. They could have at least asked first. Outside the glass, the summoned beings watched the scene. Our summoner is being applauded by people. As expected of Summoner Bong. People are finally recognizing his greatness. A needle in one's pocket will always reveal itself. I am proud of you, Commander. Let us clap too. Applause was contagious by nature. Passers-by stopped and joined in. Even people riding past on buses applauded. That day, Ju Hyuk nearly fainted from unbearable embarrassment. Jung Dong-hoon, CEO of Ilsung Apparel, had zero interest in whatever was happening in China. Kidnapped players escaping? Rumors of a top Chinese leader's illness? Who cared about that stuff? His own peaceful life was about to be threatened. Jung Dong-hoon had been summoned by his uncle, Jung Sung-tae, chairman of Ilsung Group. After his parents died in an unexpected accident, Jung Dong-hoon was left alone. As was typical of chaebol families, there was no blood or tears where money was concerned. His relatives had taken Ilsung Trading, which had been his father's share, leaving him only the clothing and fashion company Ilsung Apparel. Trading, construction, heavy industry, electronics, semiconductors, those were Ilsung Group's core businesses. Compared to them, the fashion division was the smallest affiliate in the group. Still, that was fine. With the Ilsung name, it was one of the top fashion companies in Korea. Unlike his cousin brothers and sisters, he had little ambition or greed. He just wanted to maintain the status quo. Thankfully, his employees were capable, and sales were on the rise. Jung Dong-hoon wanted to live comfortably. Ilsung Apparel alone was more than enough? Why want more? And then, disaster struck. Jung Dong-hoon met his uncle Jung Sung-tae in the chairman's office. Tisk, TSK. Useless fool. During the meeting with the administration, I happened to be in New York for a fashion show. Silence. You think that is an excuse? You are always running off overseas at the drop of a hat. The truth was, being abroad was simply more comfortable. Everyone was a stranger there, so there was no need to read the room. Did you not even know that HG Fashion built a leather processing plant in Korea? And yet you still did not catch on. It had been strange. Leather processing was originally a heavily polluting industry. Regulations were extremely strict. Just building purification facilities for pollutants cost a fortune, and you had to endure constant government oversight. From an efficiency standpoint, it was far better to import processed leather from developing countries. That was exactly how Ilsung Apparel had been operating. To be fair, Chairman Jung Sung-tae had not been much different. When Go Yun-ha of HG Fashion announced a new brand launch showcase, he had only sneered. At best, they would sell a few bags. But then came Wildflower and Basilisk. When he realized what basilisk actually meant, his head spun. Commercializing basilisk leather? Was that even possible? Leather materials from the tower were extremely rare. Players barely had enough just to make their own armor. Unless tower leather rewards were pouring out in massive quantities, mass-producing consumer goods should have been impossible. That was what he had believed. But HG Fashion had done it. Even now, their bags were impossible to get. The entire world was in an uproar. Famous celebrities, renowned politicians, CEOs of global corporations. Everyone was scrambling, desperate to get their hands on just one bag. At the same time, the stature of the entire HG group skyrocketed. Even the sales of its other affiliates shot up across the board. Only then did Chairman Jung Sung-tae realize, far too late, this was not just about selling bags. So what are you going to do about it? Our current management situation is not in trouble, but I will come up with a countermeasure. A countermeasure? Are you planning to go into the tower yourself and skin a basilisk? Jung Sung-tae clicked his tongue. The more he looked, the more pathetic the man seemed. Just like his father. I will go directly to the administration and... That is enough. Take this. Chairman Jung Sung-tae tossed a folder onto the desk in front of Jung Dong-hoon. I got this information from a reliable source. A player who is a prime candidate for being the basilisk leather supplier. Jung Dong-hoon hurriedly opened the folder. Personal information appeared. Bong Ju-hyuk. Elite contract player. Go talk to him and secure a leather supply contract. I will try. I will ask the administration first. You idiot. Do you think they will give permission? Meet him in secret. This is your last chance. Fail, and I will take everything you have. Jung Dong-hoon's vision went dark. Meet an elite player in secret? That was extremely dangerous. If you contacted an elite player without authorization, would the administration stay quiet? The Korean Awakening Management Administration had the power to erase a mere fashion company's CEO with a single stroke. Jung Dong-hoon was not stupid. He understood exactly what his uncle was trying to do. He is trying to get rid of me. To take even Ilsung Apparel, the last thing he had left. And honestly, he doubted the authenticity of this information as well. Did it make any sense? A 25-year-old young man being the supplier of basilisk leather? Will you do it or not? In a way, this was fine. Maybe it would be easier on his heart to throw everything away and live quietly in seclusion somewhere. Chapter 74. The shopping had been satisfying. Every built-in wardrobe in each room of the penthouse was crammed full of clothes and accessories the summoned ones had bought. Well, considering how much money had been spent. Still, he had not quite shaken off yesterday's humiliation. He had kicked his blanket so much in his sleep that his legs were sore. The final, fourth after-party had been something else too. They had eaten and drunk like mad at a barbecue place. Just that one day had cost tens of millions of won. Yet the bank account barely showed it. If anything, it felt like the balance kept growing the more he spent. Not long ago, a Russian player had come to Korea, paid the rental fee, and borrowed the holy sword. Russia has 2 towers. Both are on the 63rd floor, but since each has a different conquest time limit, he only cleared one. He made a reservation to come back again in 2 months. Thankfully, there were no accidents. The conquest was successful, and the holy sword was returned safely. $10 million deposited into his account. To Russia, this amount was probably nothing. The money he had earned by temporarily changing nationality and clearing 3 Chinese towers one after another must have been enormous. Money increasing at a crazy rate. Holy sword rental fees, tower or supplied directly to the administration, and even leather sales that had not been paid yet. Should he buy a building or something? That was not a bad idea. Much better than just letting money pile up in a bank account. Anyway, let us try the 65th floor. The original plan had been to park at the 64th floor. The perks only went up to there, so there was no intention of forcing further climbs. The idea was to bond with any new summoned ones, buy a car, and travel around the country. But he changed his mind. A big reason was that, thanks to the evil idea from Cossack, he could now use the Inquisitor Lucius Bardin as a holy sword. Just imagining ghouls bursting apart under his radiance gave him a strange sense of pleasure. So what would a fight with the 65th floor Dullahan be like? It is an undead monster considered something of a mid-boss. There is another advantage to climbing higher floors. The number of item fragments you can find through Rajix's exploration increases. If he did not go up in this situation, how could he call himself a true tower man? Ju Hyuk called Vice Director Jun Guangil of the ministry. Player Bong, to what do we owe the pleasure? You even called first. Nothing major, but I was thinking of trying the 65th and 66th floors. That is okay, right? Ha, of course. If you want to climb, you should. Just please refrain from the 67th floor. As you know, we need to fully use the time limit there. Oh, of course I will not touch the 67th floor. People would panic. Even when he cleared the 64th floor with a SS++ rating, the media went wild, saying he should stop, that an uncontrolled genius was dangerous. Let us casually leak something while we are at it. Say that I am not going up to the 67th floor, and that there was prior coordination between the Awakening administration and Gobang. Well, everyone probably already knows. Holy sword, leather, or supply. Anyone with half a brain would have noticed that there was a close relationship between the administration and a SS++ rank conqueror. Understood. I will just hint at it vaguely, ambiguously. With that taken care of, first, the 65th floor. Ju Hyuk summoned the companions one by one, starting with the most senior. Chuang, the right hand of Summoner Bong, sharp-witted mastermind, top secret special agent, Cossack reporting for duty. He appeared wearing luxury sunglasses bought at a department store. He really does appear exactly as he was saved. He was wearing a top-of-the-line luxury suit, designer shoes, a tie, and a shining platinum badge on his chest. Summoner, Gobang has arrived. The fit was absolutely perfect. But you will not be able to enter the tower wearing that. If you gigantify, it will tear. It is fine, Summoner. It will not tear. It was saved and registered as my personal equipment. When I gigantify, the clothes expand. So he would be seeing a suit-wearing giant Gobang? Then came Gyundale. Thank you for summoning me again today. Jeans, a t-shirt, sneakers. The perfect Korean teenage look. What about Rajix and Veronechka? Victory. Sergeant Veronechka KLHBR reporting in at your summons. Commander. Both had shopped a lot, but nothing about them looked different. Rajix's purchases were stored in his subspace backpack, and Veronechka's items were in the wardrobe. Then shall we head to the 65th floor? To hunt the Dullahan. They would summon their weapons inside. Entering the Republic of Korea's Black Tower, 65th floor. The environment on the 65th floor was a plain. So even from the safe zone, you could clearly see the mission area. It looked like the sea. Actual waves rolled in, waves of undead. A Legion-class undead force. Every undead monster encountered up to the 64th floor filled the vast plains. And in the middle of the plain, on elevated ground, was a headless knight riding a skeletal horse. That was the target of the 65th floor. If you kill the Dullahan, the game is over. But it is extremely difficult. To reach the Dullahan, you have to break through a massive undead legion. How do you even do that? Of course, there is a relatively easy method. The Dullahan does not just stay put on the high ground. Sooner or later, it moves. As if trying to play commander, it rides its skeletal horse and patrols the plains in wide circles. It usually takes about 5 hours from the start of the patrol to reach the entrance of the mission area. So if you do nothing and quietly wait, it will eventually appear right in front of the player. If you wait about 5 hours, it becomes easy. Though the Dullahan is a knight, so its dark aura is quite large in size and range, it also has the disadvantage of lacking a head, making it not too difficult to deal with. In other words, kill it after 5 hours. Then what about a SS++ clear? That would be difficult. So it is completely impossible. With a straightforward approach, it is possible. If you break through the undead legion and directly defeat the Dullahan, charge straight through that. That is dangerous, especially for non-combat summoned ones like Gyun-Dale and Rajix. Still, there is a way. The straightforward method. They even have the holy sword. Mr. Rajix and the princess should move together with Gobang. Ride on his shoulders. Gobang had done it a few times before, so he would be used to it. Cannot do that. The princess is one thing, but our worker Rajix, if he rolls away, he is faster than Sergeant Bay. Summoner Bong should ride instead. That cannot be right. Children and teenagers go first. Embarrassing as it is, no matter how much of a loser he was, he could not yield on this. What? Am I a slug or something? Who taught you shadow steps? Huh? Did you forget airwalking? That is not what I meant. Master, please ascend together with this young lady. A scholar does not run even when it rains. Enough. Do as I say. I will run, so get ready to sprint. Break through the undead legion and kill the Dullahan directly. A strategy no one had ever attempted. Well, every clear so far had been like that. Swoosh. Gobang's body expanded, as if reaching for the sky. The suit expanded with him, making him look unbelievably cool. He could not call him a barbarian warrior anymore. Gobang, the cold, urban warrior, yet endlessly warm toward his companions. Designated summon. Lu Shu's Bardin. Summoner. You have been deceived. Chill. Other than manifesting radiance, all other skills are forbidden. Oh light. No further speech, no struggling. Gobang lifted the now limp Bardin. Bardin, manifest radiance. A blindingly brilliant radiance burst forth. At the same time, Ju-hyuk and the others began moving carefully forward. The moment the mission appeared, they would sprint. In the distance, a headless knight, the Dullahan, stood tall atop a horse. A straight charge. No hesitation. Anything blocking the way would be smashed apart. 65th floor mission. Defeat one Dark Knight Dullahan. Time limit. Within 16 hours. Completion condition. Dark Knight Dullahan 0 out of 1. The time limit was fairly generous. That likely meant the window for a SS++ rating was also longer. Thud, 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 thud. Gobang took the lead with massive strides. The undead swarmed like a school of piranhas that had found prey. Hum, bang, bang. As the human holy sword Bardin was swung, the undead shattered into fragments. Assault mode. Shotgun shells loaded. Selector to full auto. Commencing tactical fire. Sha-sha, sha-sha, sha-sha. Veron IHK's rapid shotgun fire. The goal was not penetration, but stopping their advance. The undead struck by bullets staggered backward, step by step. Kosak followed behind, guarding Ju-hyuk. Both of them using the same skill. Shadow steps. Bardin radiance. Boom. Crashishash. Nothing could stop them. Gobang charged forward, sweeping away undead like a military snowplow, clearing roads. They could not stop even for a moment. If they did, they would be swallowed by the undead tide. How long would it take? No one knew. This was uncharted territory. But one thing was certain. This was the fastest possible method. Who could stop Gobang? With Bardin dangling from his hand, he swung him back and forth while striding forward. Crash-shash-shash-shash. Still, the undead kept coming relentlessly. When they got close, Veron H.K. laid down suppressive fire. Sha-sha, sha-sha. Kosak's shockbreaker, momentarily stunning targets. Gyundale, riding on Gobang's shoulder, shook her bell, while Rajix swung his golden pickaxe, urging Gobang onward. But there were too many. The undead surged like waves upon waves. Something was strange. No one had ordered Bardin to manifest radiance. He was doing it on his own. Lushu's Bardin was shouting of his own accord. Bardin's eyes were bloodshot. His voice was filled with madness. His expression was unhinged. Was he evolving from fake madness into genuine insanity? Even while being swung around by Gobang, he was not idle. He swung the flail in his hand as well, smashing undead to pieces. That thing is a pervert. He added an automatic radiance function himself. He is enjoying this. Ugh, that is creepy. Enjoying it? In this situation? Look at his face. He is smiling, is he not? He is snapped. His disposition is suspicious, as if Kosak had not made him that way himself. Pot calling the kettle black. When would he ever meet a truly normal summoned one? No, wait. There is one. Their reliable worker, Rajix. Zhu Hyuk lifted his head and looked at Rajix, riding on Gobang's shoulder. Rajix raised his golden pickaxe high and screamed at the undead horde. Is he starting to lose it too? That would be a problem. Now the remaining distance was about 100 meters. Gobang continued charging. Master, we are nearly there. Please be careful to the very end. Commander, heavy rounds are ready. Pajujuk. Posh. The heavy rounds struck the Dullahan's body. Its dark aura visibly weakened. Remaining distance, about 30 meters. At that very moment, Rajix stiffened atop Gobang's shoulder, his fur standing on end. There was a smell. Something was there. Digging it out would take time. The 65th floor conquest looked like it was about to end. Could he dig it out before then? If he was going to dig, it had to be now. Even if they came back for a repeat run, there was no guarantee it would still be there. Once the mission was completed, the floor would reset. At last, Rajix leapt from Gobang's shoulder. At the same time, Rajix rolled across the ground, weaving through the undead. Top worker, have you lost your mind? Get back here at once. Gyundale screamed in horror. Zhu Hyuk saw it too. This was dangerous. Using shadow steps, Zhu Hyuk chased after Rajix as undead surged toward him. Blood-red blood-jade aura densely wrapped around Zhu Hyuk's arms up to his elbows. Zhu Hyuk's new form moved, leaving afterimages. Flash. Crack. Escharark. Crashishash. Decapitating undead left and right with blood-jade aura. He shouted. Gobang, go for the Dullahan first. All right, summoner. Rajix had eyes for nothing else now. He too was in a frenzy. Items, items, badges, badges. A golden pickaxe in each hand. Hyuk, hyuk, hyuk. Thud, 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 thud. He dug into the ground like a madman. Zhu Hyuk, Veron H.K., and Kosak were too busy escorting Rajix to pay attention to anything else. Gobang, alone. No, together with the holy sword Bardin, faced the Dullahan. The Dullahan charged on horseback, wielding a long lance. Catching the Dullahan's lance firmly with one hand, Gobang raised Bardin high and brought it crashing down. A dazzling radiance. The spiked armor worn by Bardin. And, on top of that, the combined assault of the flail. Were. Thud. One hit. Were. Thud. Two hits. Were. Thud. 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 Like threshing grain, Gobang hammered the Dullahan down with the holy sword Bardin. Crunch. The Dullahan shattered. Crunch. The skeletal horse was not spared. The Dark Knight Dullahan scattered into dust. Dark Knight Dullahan defeated, 1 out of 1. You have succeeded in the 65th floor mission. Reward, 6.5 kilograms of mana stones. Covered in dirt, Rajix popped up from a hole he had dug himself, triumphantly raising a large rune fragment. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating for the 65th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge granted. You may challenge the 66th floor. Exiting the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea. Ju Hyuk's penthouse. So it really was this exhausting. Everyone was spent. Ju Hyuk, the summoned beings, and even the holy sword dangling from Gobang's hand. Bardin's pale face, unfocused eyes, dinted spiked armor. Drip, drip, beads of sweat falling. Looks like he is about to die. There is no choice but to send him off. Lu Shu's Bardin, summoned dismissed. After collecting himself for a moment, Ju Hyuk looked at Rajix and asked, "Why did you do that?" Rajix handed Ju Hyuk a rune fragment. "No, just one rune fragment." "Huh? What was so urgent about this?" You could have mined it slowly during repeated runs. Still, he had to check the info. The information that appeared in his mind. Nearly complete rune of pseudo-summoned rank increase. 6 of 7. THTH, this is a good one, right? No wonder the chunk was so big. Just one more piece, and it would be complete. And in Ju Hyuk's inventory were countless rune fragments. If even one of them fits. Opening the inventory, he poured the fragments out in a cascade. Gulp, swallowing dryly, Ju Hyuk tried fitting them together one by one. Slide, slide, slide. Then it happened. Sly-eyed click. One rune fragment snapped into place like a magnet. You have obtained the rune of pseudo-summoned rank increase. Congratulations. How many is this now? Truly impressive. Rajix puffed out his chest proudly. The badge seemed to gleam with sharp edges. That makes 4 now. However, there will be no badge. Rajix's eyes went wide. You cannot just praise impulsively. That sudden action had been extremely dangerous. If he praised him here, Rajix might pull something like that again. I did not give any orders. Who told you to rush out on your own? Do you want to be unsummonable for 100 days? Oh, I am sorry. I was going to ban summoning for 3 days, but I will forgive you because of this. It hurt his heart, but rewards and punishments had to be strict. Sergeant Veron Hka Kalai HBER. Congratulations in advance on your promotion. It is thanks to Mr. Rajix, after all. SS Supply Officer. Veron Hka suddenly hugged Rajix tightly. Rajix was buried deep in her enormous chest. At this rate, will he not suffocate? Anyway, what would her change look like now? Chapter 75. It was another nationwide announcement. A floor 65 clear, SS++ rank. As expected, the media openly expressed their anxiety. They have finally reached floor 65. Is floor 66 tomorrow? At this rate, will they not even reach floor 70? We must consider the possibility of a runaway climb. Repeated clears are more than enough. Stop high-speed defense and reckless rushing. But then follow-up articles came out. According to an official from the Awaken Management Agency, it is unlikely that Go Bang will climb as far as floor 67. He will probably stop at floor 66. The Awaken Management Agency seems to know something, remaining silent despite demands for a detailed explanation. Was there prior coordination between Go Bang and the Awaken Management Agency? Experts say there is nothing surprising about this. It was entirely predictable, so the agency already knew about Go Bang's existence. Was I the only one surprised? Then they are not clearing floor 67, I guess. Those two might be people meticulously trained by the Awaken Management Agency. We call people like that elite players. No, not just elite, more like special forces soldiers, completed through harsh training from childhood. Like super soldiers? Using magic stones or herbs obtained from the tower to make drugs and inject them. Would they not have that level of scientific technology? LOL, drug-enhanced superhumans? Is this a movie script? Captain Korean? Well, it is plausible. The giant is the Korean Hulk. Jun Guang-il of the Awaken Management Agency carefully read through the articles and comments, checking them one by one. Just as expected, the public's anxiety was settling down. Let it slip that they knew something, then vaguely gloss it over. He cut it off at an appropriate point. Still, it was too early to feel relieved. For now, thanks to Go Bang and the white male summoned creature, the existence of player Bong Ju-hyuk was being obscured, but there was always the risk of exposure. They had to remain prepared at all times for the various dangerous situations that might occur if player Bong were exposed. The Awaken Management Agency existed to protect players, after all. Especially when it came to the nation's top player. There was no need for further explanation. Jun Guang-il read the documents lying on his desk. HG Fashion's monthly settlement report for leather products. The report was precise. The amount of leather used in the products, production costs, marketing expenses, and sales revenue. But the sales volume was small. It felt as though production was being deliberately limited. He understood the intention to raise the product's value. I do not like it. At present, Wildflower and Basilisk products were selling out instantly. They were people's ultimate wish list items. Yet HG Fashion seemed more interested in something other than selling bags. The leather products were, in short, bait. And bait meant only for a specific class. In reality, ordinary citizens could not even get a look at the bags. Not even the cheapest light-quality products. They are definitely messing around with the bags. They pre-sold bags to global power holders, entrepreneurs, and politicians, or placed them on top priority reservation lists, while behind the scenes securing other interests. Buy our company's other products too. Change the supply contract you had with another company to an HG Group affiliate. Then we will specially sell you the bag. As a result, HG Group's prestige and overall revenue skyrocketed without limit. The stock price followed suit. Of course, there was no legal problem on paper, and the leather sales payment would be coming in soon enough. It was simply displeasing. They should have been focusing on bag sales to maximize the profits going to Player Bong. Yet they were greedy for side income? And that was not all. They had already decided in advance that the Wyvern leather supply would go to HG Fashion. HG Fashion had even finished registering the trademark, Wildflower, and WY. As if the person who would give them the rice cake had not even thought about it. President Go Yun-ha. I did not take you for this kind of person. People change once they are on the inside, they say. He needed to wake them up. At this rate, they might lose not only the Wyvern leather, but even the Basilisk leather supply. In any case, the full authority over the Wyvern leather supply had been granted by Player Bong Ju-hyuk. Monopolies had many harmful effects. It was more reasonable to sign supply contracts with companies other than HG Fashion. That way, a competitive structure would form. Would Daehyun be better, or Ilsung? Honestly, there was another solution. Player Bong Ju-hyuk could just start his own company. How simple would that be? But due to circumstances, that was not possible. It would be good to at least ask each company about their intentions. Jung Gwang-il picked up the phone and pressed the call button. A staff member knocked and entered the office. Is Ilsung Apparel CEO Jung Dong-hoon available? Call his secretariat and ask if a brief call would be okay. Yes, I will do it right away. With another knock, the door opened again. Deputy Director, I am connected to CEO Jung Dong-hoon's secretariat. Shall I put you through now? Yes, thanks. Connect me. The ringing tone sounded. Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il lifted the receiver. Hello, this is Jun Gwang-il. Am I speaking with CEO Jung Dong-hoon? Yes. This is Jung Dong-hoon. Jun Gwang-il tilted his head. CEO Jung Dong-hoon's voice was shaking uncontrollably. Was something wrong? And shortly after, in the middle of the phone call, Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il stormed out of his office with a flushed face. Get a car ready immediately. We are going to Ilsung Apparel. 10 minutes before the call came in from Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il. Ilsung Apparel's CEO Jung Dong-hoon was sighing as if the ground might collapse beneath him. It was all there in the documents. Elite player Bong Ju-hyuk, suspected to be the supplier of Basilisk leather. Even allegations that he was the true owner of a holy sword. And there was evidence. A sudden surge in cash flow, the purchase of a luxury penthouse in Cheongdam-dong entirely in cash. Why did Uncle hand these documents to me? He could have contacted him directly. What kind of person was his uncle, after all? A conglomerate chairman. A towering figure with connections deeply entangled across politics, prosecutors, the legal world, and even the National Intelligence Service. You might not know the president's name, but there was no one who did not know the name of the Ilsung Group chairman. His uncle was someone who could get away with almost anything. But there was one thing even he found troublesome to provoke. The Awaken Management Agency. The elite players they managed. Of course, it would not necessarily lead to disaster. But falling out of favor with the agency would cause inconveniences in many ways. At the same time, letting go of such lucrative, money-scented information also felt wrong. And just then, there happened to be a convenient candidate. The child of his younger sibling. Not even a direct son, yet comfortably holding on to a subsidiary company. So he tossed the documents over. Told him to make contact instead. If it succeeded, great. If it failed, there would be no burden on his uncle at all. I will just pretend I do not know anything. I will say I knew nothing at all. That I am seeing these documents for the first time. I will apologize bow my head once, say I failed to properly manage my nephew, and it will pass without incident. In the end, I will be the only one punished. That might be what they are aiming for. This is a poisoned apple. No, this is not even an apple. It is pure poison. Touch it carelessly and you die. Even if it costs him his position as CEO of Ilsung Apparel. Jung Dong-hoon closed the file folder. Something that should never go outside. Should I seal it away? He was already out of his uncle's favor. All that remained was to be kicked out. Either way, it seems like it is time to start wrapping things up. He had accumulated a lot of stress taking on a CEO position far beyond his station. Maybe this was a good chance to settle down somewhere in the countryside. His secretary knocked on the office door. Come in. What is it? Sir, there is a call from the Awaken Management Agency. Jung Dong-hoon's face turned deathly pale. Cold sweat ran down his spine. His heart pounded violently. Thump, thump, thump. F for what reason? Deputy Director Jung Gwang-il says he would like to speak with you. Suddenly, do not tell me they already know everything. Tell them I am not available. Say I am out of the office. That is, I already told them you were in the office. There was no choice. Yes, understood. Jung Dong-hoon took the call. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Yes, this is Jung Dong-hoon. Please let it be nothing. But what is this regarding? It is nothing major. I just have a few questions about the supply of tower material leather. Tower material leather? It is over. They know everything. But he could not just die like this. Jung Dong-hoon blurted out reflexively. I have not met him yet. I only received some materials regarding player Bong Joo-hyuk. Silence flowed through the receiver. After quite some time. Where are you right now? I am at the company office. Do not move. Stay right there. I am coming immediately. Click. The call ended without waiting for a reply. Jung Dong-hoon leaned back in his chair and wiped his face as if washing it. Though he did not know if there was anywhere to run to. Joo-hyuk's penthouse. All the summoned ones had returned. They did not attempt a re-clear of floor 65. It was not a good environment for Rajix to scout anyway. Besides, they had obtained a rune for increasing summoned ranks. That was good enough. Veron HK was on the verge of promotion. Once she ranked up, everyone would be double SR or higher. The first summoned being Kosak. At the time of summoning, his rank had been super rare SR. Then he consumed a rank up rune and became double SR. Gobang had been rare R. At one point, his nickname had been Al Gobang. With a blessing effect, he jumped 2 ranks straight to double SR. Gyun Dale had been double SR from the very start. In some ways, she had been the best pull of all. Rajix was the same as Gobang. From an egg-tending laborer to a double SR laborer, the world's best top-tier worker, Rajix. Lushu's Bardin was well. Let us exclude him. He was a holy sword after all. Now all that remained was to wait. To wait for Veron HK to return. It usually took about a day, so calling her back tomorrow evening should be fine. Anyway, something good had happened. No way he could just sit still. They had to share the joy with a drink. He had a new drinking buddy. A summoned being who constantly proclaimed world domination like a verbal tick, holding unwavering convictions. None other than a legend special super rare, LSSR, ranked. Designated summon. Mad Demon. Whoosh. Pop pop. Oh, you have summoned me again. You said to call me any time I felt like having a drink. Ha ha ha, thank you. You are the first summoner who has ever thought of me like this. Everyone else avoided me. So it was not just him. Apparently, others had found the Mad Demon uncomfortable as well. I prepared some Chinese liquor today. Not sure if it will suit your taste. The Mad Demon's expression shifted strangely. Is China a troublesome country in this world as well? Just a little. As expected. Full of problems. TSK. Even in another world, I wonder where that country went wrong. It seemed that even in the multiverse, parallel world China's, there were many problems. Summoner, if you plan to conquer the world, you should strike China first. The population is large. Killing a few tens of millions will not matter. Especially those who hold political power. Best to kill every last one. Leave them alive, and they will come back to haunt you. The Mad Demon truly lived up to his reputation. In a way, China was the place most similar to the Jianghu he had lived in. Then again, had people not died in the Jianghu? He had even killed emperors. The Mad Demon's epithets, public enemy of the martial world. The most vicious under heaven. Seas of corpses and rivers of blood. Let us just have a drink. Ha ha. I will accept it gratefully. Darn. Even his smile was intimidating. Glug, glug. Thus began their second drinking session. Most Chinese liquors were strong spirits. Nearly all of them had alcohol contents exceeding 40%. They talked about this and that. From how a fanatic had appeared in a random summon and was now being used as a holy sword. You did very well. It is perfectly suited to its use. That Cossack fellow, he is smarter than I expected. I do feel a little guilty. No, those types are the most dangerous. The kind who try to impose their values on their summoner. Ahem. A sudden silence fell. It seemed the mad demon had been pricked by something. Was this what they called spitting in one's own face? Well, of course, this old man is not much different from Bardin either. If you grabbed the mad demon and swung him around, would he turn into a demonic sword? Not that there was any chance of that happening. Trying to change the mood, Ju Hyuk mentioned that he had used the system's power to learn one of the mad demon's skills. Oh, to think you learned this old man's skill. It is nothing but an honor. Blood Jade Gang Chi is a fine martial art. Once your proficiency reaches a certain level, it will become quite usable. I sent a few undead back to hell just yesterday. A pity. I would like to witness it with my own eyes, but this is reality. We can check it once we enter the tower. Is that so? They also talked about the HG Hotel terror incident. About how they used a tower exit ring to cross over to China and rescue the kidnapped players. These damn bastards. I knew this would happen. How dare they touch the summoner? The reaction was far more intense than expected. I am fine, though. Thanks to our summoned ones. Idiots, the lot of them. You went all that way and only rescued the players before coming back? You do not even know the basic principle of eradicating the roots and branches alike. And they expect me to trust them. The mad demon was furious. You should have wiped them out completely. What a perfect opportunity it was. This will not do. Let us go together just once more. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Soon, your true identity may become known. Well, someday. There is no such thing as an eternal secret. TSK, this is serious. Serious, his foot. Maybe if he were alone. But he had reliable summoned companions. The mad demon's expression gradually turned sorrowful. Do you know when players die the most? People say the tower is dangerous, but in truth it is not at all. It is actually, yes, outside the tower, right? Even if a nuclear bomb goes off, the inside of the tower is safe. The mad demon, who had been building up the mood, looked awkward. Still, he did not seem ready to give up. Then let us at least take over China and Japan first. They are close, are they not? I will kill as few as possible, use the tower exit ring to cross over, and... Oh dear, Elder, here you go again. Just drink. The moment you showed even a tiny opening, he pressed in. It seemed the mad demon was offended. His face was deeply furrowed. Do you truly have no intention of taking the world into your hands? Very well. Then, the mad demon sprang to his feet. Why all of a sudden? Regrettably, I must activate Clause 3 of the 3 Principles of Summoned Beings. What? Activate what? Why Clause 3? Here of all places. The mad demon tapped Ju Hyuk's entire body with his finger. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. Tap tap. He could not move. He could not even part his lips. His entire body stiffened and froze. At the legend rank, one can do things other summoned beings could not even dream of. The mad demon moved behind Ju Hyuk. He did not know what was about to happen, but he did not resist. What choice did he have? It was Clause 3 of the Summoned Being Principles, after all. The ultimate purpose of Clause 3 was to protect the summoner's life and safety. So he should not be in danger. But still, it is fine. Relax. The mad demon placed both hands on Ju Hyuk's back. Some madmen talk about transferring inner energy, giving the cultivation they have built up to another person. There is nothing more dangerous than that. Carelessly ingesting such things is a shortcut to inner demons. A warm current poured in through his back. However, I can at least perform cleansing the marrow and washing the bones. Enough to make your body suitable for learning martial arts. Cleansing the marrow? Martial arts? I intend to have you learn inner energy, not the tower's power. With inner energy, you will be able to use strength even in reality. Hey, could you at least ask for my consent first? I will teach you how to cultivate inner energy. and how to operate Blood Jade Gang Chi as well. He did not really want to train, though. That stuff is exhausting, is it not? Once you complete the grand circulation, even breathing will count as training. That is the defining trait of Heaven and Earth One Origin art. Just breathing? That was perfect for a weak man. Then sure, breathe, observe, realize the paths along which the energy flows. The energy pouring from the mad demon's palms surged violently through Ju Hyuk's entire body. With this, summoner, may you become even a little safer. Chapter 76. Ilsung Apparel Headquarters. Deputy Director Jun Guangil and Jung Donghoon sat alone in the office, talking. He had heard the whole story. How Jung Donghoon had learned player Bong Ju Hyuk's name, and where the documents had come from. I truly had no intention of doing anything. I was planning to destroy the documents. I was wronged. This is a trap. Jun Guangil looked at Ilsung Apparel's CEO Jung Donghoon with indifferent eyes. This was not something he had orchestrated. If it were, he would not have made mistakes during the phone call, nor would he be sitting here now, legs trembling with anxious eyes. It seemed certain that the documents had come from Chairman Jung Sung-tae. Where did these documents come from in the first place? The United States? Japan? Or China? At this point, the source of the documents was not what mattered. The real problem was that player Bong Ju Hyuk's name was circulating even within private companies. In any case, Chairman Jung Sung-tae, the more Jun thought about him, the more irritating he became. That old raccoon. It was such an obvious ploy. He would shove the uncomfortable task onto his nephew, then watch how things unfolded. Once he judged the information to be reliable, he would quietly move the political sphere and slip his foot in. Did you record anything when you received the documents? Then there is no proof that these documents came from Chairman Jung Sung-tae. Why yes. Am I being arrested? Of course not. Relax. There is no reason for that. At any rate, he now understood the situation. Actually, the reason I called you initially was to make a business proposal. If you do not mind, would you like to hear the rest of the proposal you did not get to hear earlier? Jung Donghoon hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Well, I am not sure I will even be able to stay on as CEO. I only hold 10% of the shares, and my uncle will probably use this incident as an excuse to strip me of management rights and push me out. To be honest, I am not that attached to the CEO position anyway. I was thinking of letting everything go and taking a long rest. Jun Guangil nodded. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. As a business partner, that is. No greed. Seems good-natured and easy to control. Of course, Jung Donghoon could change later, but for now, he was far more trustworthy than Go Yun-ha. Ilsung Apparel was an unlisted company. Most of the shares were probably held by Chairman Jung Sung-tae. If the company were spun off and its shares handed over to player Bong, that would resolve much of the leather issue. The business proposal concerns the supply of wyvern leather. Jung Donghoon flinched in surprise. Wyvern? Wyvern leather? We are planning to supply wyvern leather to the private sector. What do you think, CEO Jung? Above all, its greatest advantage was its durability. It did not even compare to basilisk leather. Beautiful, vivid patterns, and excellent self-regeneration properties. It could be used not only for leather goods like bags, but across a wide range of applications. Furniture such as chairs and sofas, automotive interior and exterior materials, and of course, top-grade material for player armor. But Jung Donghoon could not accept the offer. He had already given up on the company. If a new CEO comes in instead of me, perhaps you could make the proposal again. No, I need you, CEO Jung. If you refuse, I will go to Daehyun instead. How about continuing to run the company instead of stepping down? That is not really up to me. Become independent from Ilsung. What? I do not understand. He could not help but be flustered. Deputy Director Jun Guangil was not an ordinary bureaucrat. He was one of the real powers of the agency. This was not something he was saying lightly. Leaving aside whether independence is even possible, I am not sure I would be able to handle it. You will do fine. I will help you. Jung Donghoon pondered. If he could receive a supply of wyvern leather, the company would not fail even if he ran it with his feet. Then let us decide that you will remain as CEO for now, and I will contact you later to discuss the details. Jung Donghoon nodded absent-mindedly. Deputy Director Jun Guangil truly lived up to the rumors. His decisiveness, at least, was unquestionable. He thought he was going to be dragged away for sure. To suddenly be handed an opportunity like this, it felt as though he had been possessed. After finishing his meeting with Jung Dong-hoon, Jun Guang-il returned to the Awaken Management Agency. He went straight to the commissioner's office and reported everything that had happened today to Commissioner Park Jiang-soo. That is the situation. Going head-to-head myself would be difficult due to the difference in weight class. TSK. That old man Jung Sung-tae. He is not even due yet, and he is already going senile. Park Jiang-soo's expression was extremely displeased. People sometimes misunderstand. As their power grows, they think they are allowed to cross certain lines. Without realizing that the moment they cross it, it is the end. Commissioner Park made several phone calls to somewhere, then said to Jun Guang-il, "Hand me the documents. I will handle this matter. You go and focus on something else. There is one more thing I would like to ask." Jun Guang-il explained his plan in a calm voice, and Commissioner Park listened while nodding. The Cheongdam-dong penthouse. How much time had passed? Ju Hyuk suddenly opened his eyes. When did he fall asleep? They said sleeping in the cold could make your mouth crooked. Still, he must have slept well. His body felt light. The mad demon has left. From now on, he had to add sir when addressing him. He could not just casually say mad demon, mad demon. There were basic human courtesies, after all. But what is this smell? Did someone take a dump in here? There was no one else in the penthouse but him. Is this because of the marrow cleansing? He had heard about it, that his skin would peel and bodily impurities would be expelled, producing a truly foul odor. After learning the inner energy method and blood jade gang chi operation from the mad demon, the final step had been the marrow cleansing. Something about opening the conception and governing vessels and breaking through the gate of life and death to perform the grand circulation. But drowsiness had overtaken him, and he had fallen asleep. Ah, the ever-giving mad demon, sir. So generous that Ju Hyuk almost regretted how poorly he had treated him before. He opened the catalog, selected the mad demon, and gave him a 5-star rating. The mad demon's satisfaction rating has been set to 5 stars. Still, he had to deal with the smell. The clothes he had been wearing went straight into the trash. He wiped down the living room floor with a mop, then turned on the air purifier. A red light lit up. Air quality critical, and it began running frantically. Sorry, air purifier laborer. Ju Hyuk headed into the shower and washed himself clean. He changed into fresh clothes and stepped back out. Feels like he can finally breathe again. Most of the smell is gone too. Then shall he review what he learned yesterday? Starting with the breathing method of the heaven and earth one origin art. Once shallow, once deep. Phew, 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 phew. Still could not feel it. When Mad Demon Sir's hand was on his back, it worked just fine. Is it because he is doing it alone? Even so, he kept breathing. A faint sensation in his lower abdomen. It moved. In sync with his breathing, a small mass traveled through the blood vessels all over his body. It was definitely different from magic power. Heavier. Stickier. Blood jade gang chi. A faint red energy circulated at his fingertips. Compared to the blood jade gang chi he used inside the tower, it was barely there. But he was not disappointed. You cannot fill your stomach with the first spoonful. For just one day of breathing exercises, this was incredible progress. Anyway, he has done his review. Should he summon the others? Let us check the catalog first. Catalog. John Kosak, Barbarian Meat Shield, Gyundale, Rajix, Mad Demon, Veronica Kfiar, Lucius Bardin. No. More precisely, 6+, 1 Holy Sword. Let us start with the core members. Spot. Kosak appeared. Thank you for summoning me. To the right hand of Summoner Bong. Huh? He sniffed loudly. Did you fart by any chance? Come on. Feels like you did. Your bowel activity must be excellent. This Kosak is deeply moved. I said I did not. He rolled his eyes as well as his nose. You seem kinda different. Your skin looks clean. My skin was always good. But you definitely look healthier. He summoned Gyundale too, and she seemed to catch the smell. Sir Kosak, how can you fart so recklessly? Then are you saying young master passed gas? How could you harbor such impure thoughts? A warrior. Assassin, I smell bad breath. You little. It is not me. Then it must have been the princess. Why, you bastard. Rajix's reaction was on another level. After checking the smell, he pulled out a golden mop from his subspace bag and started mopping the living room floor like a madman, especially the spot where he had been lying down asleep. Then he went to the bathroom, rinsed the mop, and Even the trash can did not escape Rajix's attention. He stuffed the clothes he had thrown away into a paper bag trash bag and sealed it tightly. Placed it outside by the elevator in front of the entrance. Then mopped the living room floor again. Now there was no smell at all. Awesome. Smells great. Excellent work, top-tier laborer. You have cleaned up the poop Cossack left. I told you how many times it was not me. He just stayed silent. There was no need to say it was him. All right. Let us take a look at the promoted one. How much had she changed? Veron IHK Kalihber, designated summon. At last, she appeared. Cole, snort, smack. Lying sprawled out on the living room floor. Before, she had appeared half asleep. Looks like she was dragged out after sleeping somewhere. Cossack crept over and poked her side with his finger. Hayek. Sergeant. No, Staff Sergeant Veronichka Kalihber. She sprang up, scanned her surroundings, then saw him. Fi yelled. Vic, Tori. Present arms toward the commander. A perfect salute. Congratulations on your promotion. Truly the presence of a one-woman army. Looking forward to working with you. Promoted Veron IHK. What looked different? Her power came from her equipment. First, the gun had changed. The body was larger, and the barrel was longer. Then the reinforced suit. Still tightly form-fitting. But, does it not look thinner somehow? Should not an upgrade make it thicker? She was also wearing goggles on her face. And knee-high long boots. Catalog. A famously voluptuous special duty staff sergeant of the Mage Empire Ranger Unit. Name. Veron IHK Kalihber. Rank. SSR, Special Super Rare. Type. Magi Gunner, Human. Manifestation duration, 7 hours. Satisfaction rating. None. Resummon cooldown, 3 hours, applies after dismissal. Rank, SSR, and even the catalog descriptor said Special Duty Staff Sergeant. As for why the descriptor glamorous was attached, he had no idea. What should we do? A commemorative tower climb for her promotion? A celebration party? But, Cole, snore, SNNNRR. Veron IHK fell asleep, standing up. She really slept well. Very well. Should I wake Staff Sergeant Veron IHK? Leave her. Let her sleep. Once she wakes up, they would head to clear floor 66. After that, they would not be able to attempt further uncleared upper floors for a while. Well, they could always just go farm leather and ore. A private room in a high-end Korean restaurant in Gangnam, Seoul. Chairman Jung Sung-tae of the Il-sung Group had arrived early and was waiting for someone. The person he was scheduled to meet today was Commissioner Park Jae-soo of the Awaken Management Agency. The agency had contacted him first. When a heavyweight personally requests a meeting, you make time, even if you do not have any. So why had Commissioner Park asked to meet him? Looks like that brat Dong-hoon tried to approach player Bong Joo-hyuk and got caught. Most likely, this was about how to handle Jung Dong-hoon. Whether punishment or something else, they would have to discuss it with him first. He had already thought through how to respond. A sincere apology and appropriate countermeasures. He would take full responsibility. He would remove his nephew Jung Dong-hoon from the CEO position and have him accept legal punishment without complaint. Then they would move on to a deeper discussion. After Basilisk leather had been monopolistically supplied to HG, sales must have dropped, cornering his nephew. Is it not unfair to funnel everything to a single company? It does not look good either, so why not supply it elsewhere as well? And he would appreciate being given a chance to apologize directly to player Bong Joo-hyuk too. His ulterior motives would be obvious, but so what? He was Jung Sung-tae, the chairman of the Il-sung Group, one of the titans dominating Korea's business world. The private room door opened with a knock. Oh my, sorry I am late. Have you been waiting long? Commissioner Park Jae-soo entered. Chairman Jung responded with a relaxed smile. Ha, not at all. I am just a bored old man. I should be grateful you even called for me, Commissioner. The feeling is mutual. But as soon as he sat down, Park rummaged through his bag. I picked this up on the way here. It seemed like it belonged to you, Chairman. He placed a single folder on the table. The one he had handed to his nephew, Jung Dong-hoon. The atmosphere instantly turned icy. What was he trying to pull? Jung Sung-tae did not even touch the documents. His expression made it clear he was displeased. You are saying that is mine? I have no idea what you are talking about. Let us start by honestly discussing where these documents came from. What exactly are you interrogating me right now? So abruptly. Park Jae-soo snorted. Ugh, you really do have a long tongue. Did he hear that right? That sounded like a curse. Did you think we were that stupid? You thought we would not notice if you used your nephew as a proxy. Commissioner Park, do you realize you are crossing a line right now? You crossed the line first. Why the heck should not I? You bastard. Do you even know who I am? Have you gone senile? You are the one who is senile. People kept bowing to you. So you forgot what fear is, huh? A mere Chable chairman dares to dig into an elite player's background. And no, that is not. This was a situation Chairman Jung Sung-tae had never imagined. His mind went completely blank. He had no idea how to respond. Where would he ever have experienced something like this? The relaxed expression he had worn at the start was nowhere to be found. Chapter 77. The Awaken Management Agency has two primary duties. First, nurturing elite players to climb the yet uncleared upper floors of the tower. Second, supplying magic stones, an entirely new industrial resource, to the private sector. Everyone agrees that it is one of the most important national institutions in South Korea. For that reason, the Awaken Management Agency is thoroughly protected from any political pressure, and its requests are always given top priority. Park Jung-soo had served as commissioner of the agency for over 5 years, a long reign. He had no ambition to climb to an even higher post. He was already planning to hand over his position to the deputy commissioner and enjoy a comfortable retirement, which meant he felt no hesitation at all in exercising his authority. Right now, the lowest level player in the agency is level 39. Still not enough. But that person is far more important than trash like you. They are climbing every single day to support high-level players in order to prevent the collapse of the Black Tower. Commissioner Park's voice boomed through the room. And what exactly can you do? An old man who snoops around elite players just because of petty greed. Strip you of your Chable chairman title. What is left? Chairman Jung Sung-tae had no choice but to panic. He had met countless public officials over the years, but this was a first. In truth, he had always been a man with many enemies. Growing Ilsung into one of Korea's top conglomerates had inevitably created them. But were enemies ever permanent? No matter how bitter the rivalry, people would eventually sit down together, smile, talk, make concessions where needed, secure what they wanted, lower their guard, and sometimes even become friends. Naturally, he had maintained a close relationship with Commissioner Park as well, especially over magic stone supply matters. They were closer to friends than enemies. But this situation, being cursed at and verbally abused to his face, only then did realization strike Jung Sung-tae like lightning. He finally understood the position he was in. A Chable chairman? One phone call was all it would take. To the National Intelligence Service, the agency most closely tied to the Awaken Management Agency. Their archives must be packed with information on the Ilsung Group. Even leaking just one of those files would be enough to destroy him. No, merely letting it slip to the media would be disastrous. What would happen if it became public that a Chable chairman had approached an elite player for personal gain? Now, there seems to have been some kind of misunderstanding. Shut up. Start by telling me where you got these documents. Park continued with a sneer. Want me to spell it out for you? The original intel was compiled in the United States. Even there, they were not confident in its accuracy, so they dumped it on Japan to see what would happen. He had already traced how the documents ended up in Jung Dong-hoon's hands. And Japan? Same story. They could not act directly either. But then they found a useful tool. Someone with ties to Japanese politics and the chairman of a major Korean conglomerate. Chairman Jung could not even respond. But you were no different. You knew poking around elite players was dangerous, so you dumped the task on your nephew instead. They knew everything. You probably figured that even if you got caught, nothing would happen. Just like always. Have a meal with people in power at some fancy restaurant, slip them a bribe or two, and it would all blow over. Park slammed the table. But you stupid bastard. At your age, is that really the judgment you come up with? Then, in a low, dangerous voice, should I handle this the old-fashioned way? Honestly, that is the cleanest and easiest solution. Makes a good example too. What was the old-fashioned way? This was not a bluff. Park was someone who had the power to make it happen. What would not the Awaken Management Agency do to protect elite players? Jung Sung-tae genuinely felt like he was about to die. He had no choice but to submit. I admit everything. And admitting it ends things? Please spare me. What should I do? Good. Listen carefully. I will give you a way to live. Just do exactly as I say. I am listening. Commissioner Park began to speak. Jung Sung-tae did nothing but nod. What choice did he have? If he wanted to keep his life, he had to obey. While Veronchka slept, Juhyuk practiced his breathing exercises. No, the heaven and earth one origin art. Phew 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 phew. Kosak, sprawled on the sofa watching TV, glanced over. Rhinitis, his ass. Pollen allergy? You are breathing too hard. Kinda worried. Seriously, he just would not stop yapping. It was killing his concentration. It is called heaven and earth one origin art. A martial cultivation technique. That a thing? Sounds like something a cult would teach. The Mad Demon Sir taught me. Might as well tell them. About becoming drinking buddies with the Mad Demon, and about the marrow cleansing and martial art transmission. Gyun-Dale clasped her hands and bowed deeply, practically glowing. My congratulations. Though the Mad Demon's temperament is peculiar, his martial arts are genuine. If you persevere, you will surely achieve great results. The warrior is pleased that the summoner grows stronger. Please convey my thanks to the Mad Demon. Kosak wore a strange expression. Of what? Want to learn martial arts too? Nope. If I were LSSR, I would have taught you way more. You taught me shadow step. There is way better stuff. Lockpicking, pickpocketing, mugging, blackmail. Hey, stop trying to turn him into a criminal. By the way, did you give the Mad Demon a badge? A merit is a merit. Would he even like that? He would go crazy for it. Receiving something from a summoner is the highest honor for a summoned being. Maybe that is why. Just in case, next time they drank together, he would casually bring it up. Something about a platinum badge. If he wanted one, he would give it to him. When was Veronchka going to wake up? Whether it was a tower run or a promotion celebration party, they had to do one of the two. Oh, speaking of badges, are we issuing one for Staff Sergeant Veronchka? Of course. She got promoted. It is mandatory. In an instant, Veronchka snapped her upper body upright. Staff Sergeant Veronchka KLHBER. Preparing for medal awards ceremony. Looks like the word medal woke her up completely. Since she was up anyway, might as well ask what he had been curious about. Staff Sergeant Veronchka. You were asleep earlier, so I could not ask. Did anything change when you got promoted to SSR? Victory. I will report. She first pointed at the goggles on her face. I have gained weak point detection. Using a guidance function, I can accurately strike a monster's weakest part. Veronchka continued explaining the upgrades to her reinforced suit, enhanced defense, improved physical performance, camouflage functionality, even temperature regulation. The original features had all been strengthened. As for the boots, explosive speed, tactical jumps, and automatic sweat discharge for optimal foot health. Finally, the Magi gun. The types of ammunition have been diversified. Large caliber rounds are limited to 3 shots. However, the greatest feature of all is... She paused for a moment. Commander, I have a request. Please summon the Holy Sword Bardin. That was easy enough. Fwoosh. Go Bang's gigantification. At the same time, the Holy Sword Lushu's Bardin was summoned. The holy radiance of the sacred sword manifested. Veronchka aimed the barrel of her Magi gun at Bardin. What? Was she about to fire? I will initiate attribute absorption. Attribute absorption? Bardin's radiance was sucked straight into the Magi gun. Gah? To steal my true light. This witch. Gasp. It is a vacuum cleaner. Oh, now I understand what attribute absorption means. As expected of SSR, absorb it, then spit it back out? Applause broke out naturally. Veronchka's face brimmed with pride. With this, holy attribute ammunition is now available, meaning the bullets could be imbued with a holy attribute. What about the duration? It is temporary. It fades with time. However, each time the radiance is recharged, it can be used again. Reliable Staff Sergeant Veronchka had returned, upgraded, and stronger. At this point, did that mean they now had 2 holy attribute weapons? At this rate, they would hit floor 70 in no time. The only shame was that the highest floor currently available was floor 66. Floor 67 would not open for at least 4 months. Unless, as the Mad Demon had predicted, the tower's clear schedule accelerated. But he hoped that would not happen. The world might end overnight if it did. Well, it was not like there was nothing to do. Repeat clears to farm leather and or gather fragments. Relax a bit. Now that Staff Sergeant Veronchka is awake, let us start with the promotion celebration party. BZZZT. A call came in on his smartphone. It was Deputy Director Jun Guangil. No idea what it was about, but he had to answer. This is Jun Guangil. Everything well on your end? Yes, nothing unusual as always. What prompted the call? I wanted to discuss something with you. Would you be able to make some time? I can send a car right now. Right now? He was just about to hold the badge ceremony and celebration party. Is it urgent? Not urgent, but it is something that would be best decided sooner rather than later. That is awkward. Right now was not ideal. If he went to the agency, the summoning durations would all expire. Then he would have to wait another 3 hours. The schedule would be a mess. Should he say next time? But it sounded important. Deputy Director Jun Guangil. Someone who had personally witnessed his abilities. He knew Gobang. He knew Kosak. Yes, take your time. Then he turned to the summoned ones. Would it be okay if I invite an outsider? Deputy Director Jun Guangil. You are the head of this household, young master. Please do as you see fit. Oh, come on. It is entirely Summoner Bong's decision. Besides, we have met the Deputy Director before, so it is fine. Right. Everyone already knew him. No reason to hide anything now. He picked up the phone again. Deputy Director, would it be alright if you came to my place? I cannot leave right now. I will head over immediately. This was a good chance to introduce everyone, and there were things he wanted to ask with everyone present. Jun Guangil arrived at the underground parking lot of the Chongdam-dong apartment complex. After parking his car, he pressed the intercom at the penthouse exclusive elevator. This is Jun Guangil. I am at the elevator. Yes, I will open it now. With a soft slide, the elevator doors opened. As soon as he stepped inside, the doors closed and it ascended automatically. The reason he had come to see Bong Ju-hyuk today concerned company establishment. Chairman Jung Sung-tae had waved the white flag. He had agreed to spit out all shares of Ilsung Apparel and separate it from the group. Jung Sung-tae's shares would have to be transferred to Bong Ju-hyuk. Of course, the final decision rested with Bong. If he refused, they would have to find another solution. Honestly, Jun was worried. Bong Ju-hyuk's name was already circulating in many places. The United States, Japan, even the private sector. The true owner of a holy sword. And yet, a player who could still clear floor 65 with a SS++ rank even after returning that holy sword. The only person who skinned basilisk and wyvern hides and supplied enormous quantities of tower ore. It was only a matter of time before the full extent of player Bong Ju-hyuk's abilities became widely known. Any country actively clearing the tower would covet him. They would use any means necessary to bring player Bong Ju-hyuk into their own nation. From the Korean Awakened Management Agency's perspective, there was no choice but to feel anxious. They had to protect him, no matter what. That was the only thought in Jun Guangil's mind when, ding, the elevator stopped. Before approaching the front door, he took a deep breath, checked whether his breath smelled, tidied his hair, straightened his clothes, and pulled the door handle. I am here. I came in a hurry, so I did not bring anything, huh? Jun Guangil stiffened right there in the entryway. Bong Ju-hyuk was not alone in the apartment. Loud, lively voices echoed from inside. Lighting is important during ceremonies. Go bang. Raise the Bardin holy sword higher. Staff Sergeant. If you absorb the attribute, it will go out. Sorry, it was reflex. Okay, lighting is good. Summoner Bong, you can proceed now. Staff Sergeant, step forward. Who were these people? He recognized 2 of them for sure. That white man and the giant. He had seen them at the HG Hotel. But the giant was holding an armored man in his hand. The man's entire body was glowing like a light bulb, and he was crying out in a voice that somehow felt painfully desperate. And who was that young girl holding a bell? He had never heard that Bong Ju-hyuk had a younger sister. There was also another woman. An adult woman standing at attention in skin-tight leggings. A Pilates instructor? Then why was there a gun strapped to her back? It looked like a toy gun. Summoner Bong, what are you doing? Do not let your hands shake. Hurry up and pin the badge. Staff Sergeant's reinforced suit is too thin. No problem pinning it on the princess's chest, but is it a size issue here? Staff Sergeant Veron Hk KLHBER. Commander, it is fine if you grab firmly. This is your chance. You have been given permission, so grab tightly. What chance? Summoner. What do you mean giving badges to heretics? Why am I not getting one? Why is the lighting talking again? Light. No speaking outside of illumination. And then, decisively, a strange furry ball rolled around the house. What was that? That cute little creature? Then Jun Guangil's eyes met Bong Ju-hyuk's. With an awkward expression, he asked, "See, can I come in?" "Oh, come on in. All right, everyone. Deputy Director is here. Let us give him a round of applause." Jun Guangil suddenly felt dizzy. He had no idea why he was being applauded. This does not seem like a dream. Was it really okay to go in? Chapter 78. Deputy Director Jun Guangil was widely regarded within the Awaken Management Agency as the most textbook-perfect bureaucrat. His achievements were remarkable. The implementation of the Elite Player Training Project, the discovery of talented players such as Yu Chulmin and Nam Gaon, the establishment of Magic Stone and Tower Material Research Institutes, the recruitment of master craftsmen nationwide to launch in-house weapon and equipment production facilities. He was also competent, rational, and carried the dignity of a true leader as a boss. For those reasons, he was extremely popular among the staff. A textbook example of a successful public servant. This is Mr. Kosak, one of our team's ability users. I am Jun Guangil. Nice to meet ya. I am Kosak, the right-hand man of Summoner Bong, his rock-solid confidant, master negotiator, creative strategist, tactical genius, guerrilla warfare expert, rescue operations ace. That is me. Completely different from the impression he had had at the HG Hotel. Back then, the man had been terrifying. Now he looked more like an overly friendly dog wagging its tail. He handed over a business card. Our team's tank and pillar. I am the barbarian warrior meat shield who exists solely for the summoner. Call me Gobang. Ah, I see. I am Jun Guangil. At last, the meaning of Gobang was revealed. That Gobang literally meant meat shield. That the terrifying giant who could block bullets and crush terrorists with one hand was called that. He handed over another business card. This is Princess Gyundale, our team's support. Greetings. You work hard for the affairs of the state. I ask that you continue to support young Master Bong with both material and moral strength. The dignity flowing from her was not metaphorical. She truly seemed like an actual princess. So he respectfully offered his card. Thank you. This maiden does not yet possess a name card, so please accept this instead. Jun Guangil received a sheet of yellow paper from Gyundale. It looked like a talisman. Deputy Director, this is a very good item. A luck talisman. The effect is guaranteed, so please keep it on you at all times. He did not usually believe in superstition, but when player Bong himself said the effect was guaranteed, he carefully folded it and placed it inside his wallet. This is Staff Sergeant Veronica Kalhber. She is the star of today's celebration. She was promoted. And nice to meet you. Did you serve in the military? I was in the Marine Corps. Discharged as a corporal. That must have been rough. Let us work well together from now on. Jun Guangil was flustered. Sudden casual speech aside, the skin-tight full-body suit clearly outlined every curve. He had no idea where to put his eyes. Lastly, our team's ace, all-purpose housekeeper, and a member of the beast folk race. Mr. Rajix. Ho hey, business card. The adorable creature stood proudly, extending a short, tiny hand. Jun Guangil hurriedly handed over his card. Where in the world did such a creature come from? Bright, sparkling eyes, a round little body, and it even spoke. It was hard to tell whether it was human or hamster. Now he understood what beast folk felt like. Tower or basilisk hides, wyvern hides. All of it is brought back by Mr. Rajix. Rajix puffed out his chest, hands on hips, chin lifted high, snorting proudly, cute and capable. No wonder he was the ace. All right, introductions are finished. Player Bong. Then the person Gobang is holding over there is? Oh, that is Lucius Bardin. He is currently serving as a holy sword. What was he saying? Holy sword. As expected, you two are a heretic. Why is there not a single devout servant by the summoner's side? One day I shall smash your head with this flail and send you to repent in the bosom of the god. Dismiss Lucius Bardin. Do not worry. He is a good person, but he is deeply into a cult and has gone a bit crazy. This was awkward. He was not going to criticize using a person as a tool, was he? Even if the man was a fanatic, this bordered on abnormal labor exploitation. It could escalate into a human rights issue. Ju-hyuk quickly changed the subject. Ahem. Let us continue what we were doing. Staff Sergeant, step forward. Staff Sergeant Veronechka KLHBER. All right, this was the moment again. This time, he could not mess it up. The deputy director was watching too. So what if the reinforced suit was a bit thin? Just lightly pinch with the tips of his fingers. Come on, grab firmly. You act like such a man when smashing monster skulls. Hey, it slipped. Cossack was immediately scolded by Gyun-Dale and Gobang. Where did you learn such manners? How dare a mere servant raise his voice at young master? Do you need to be struck to come to your senses? Assassin, tone it down, or you are getting flicked. As expected of Gyun-Dale and Gobang. People needed gravitas, not constant clowning around. Back to extreme focus, grabbing only the fabric. Squish, his fingers sank in slightly, but he ignored it and pinned it on. Oh, well done. Finger control was a work of art. Thank you. Victory. Veronechka KLHBR pledges her entire body and soul for the commander's boundless glory. Watching this, Jun Guangil looked utterly baffled. Is it really that great? It was just a simple metal badge. Nothing special about it. A small, silver rectangular piece. And yet Veronechka was teary-eyed with emotion, and everyone watching looked at her with envy. Come to think of it, everyone has one. That cute little Rajix even had 3 attached to the backpack on his back. When Jun Guangil examined the badge closely, Rajix let out a smug snort, clearly saying, "You do not have one, do you?" For a moment, Jun Guangil felt mildly offended. What is that thing, anyway? This was not the time for that. It looked like the badge ceremony was over, so he should get to the reason he had come. Player Bong Ju-hyuk. There is something I would like to discuss. Oh, I completely forgot. What is it? Jun Guangil began explaining. From the bizarre documents alleging the true ownership of the Holy Sword, to the routes through which they had circulated, and how the issue had been resolved. He also explained how Commissioner Park Jang-soo had personally met Chairman Jung Sung-tae of the Il-sung Group, and what kind of conversation they had had. On top of that, he expressed his dissatisfaction with HG Fashion manipulating leather products, and proposed that, this time, Bong Ju-hyuk directly acquire a company instead. There was a suitable one, Il-sung Apparel, which would soon be spun off from the group. About 90% of its shares would be transferred free of charge. He only needed to decide. There was no need to get directly involved. A CEO named Jung Dong-hoon would handle everything. But Ju-hyuk frowned deeply, clearly troubled. This is overwhelming. I am sorry. We tried to keep your identity hidden, but then those strange documents surfaced. The shares. How am I supposed to accept them for free? I just want to keep doing what I have been doing, supplying leather. At that point, the summoned ones started chiming in one by one. Young master, please accept. You are more than worthy. Simply reign. I agree. What about Rajix's dignity as a worker? We skinned all that leather, and random people took the profits. From now on, Summoner Bong should take it all. Jun Guangil also did his best to persuade him. They are right. You should own the company. Taking someone else's company feels a bit. It is not taking, it is saving. If things go on like this, CEO Jung Dong-hoon will be unjustly driven out. Consider it saving a man's life. Ju-hyuk could not decide easily. Was he taking things too far? It was a little scary. But as befitted a weak man, once people around him started blowing hot air, he puffed up like a balloon. Should I give it a try? You must do so. Summoner, it would be best. Well then, what is the harm? Yes, the beginning of Bong Corporation. A joyous occasion indeed. Our top labor must skin even more leather now. Gyun-Dale's expression hardened, and she spoke in a chilling tone. However, there is one thing that cannot be overlooked. The treachery of those cunning Japanese. Young master, please leave it to this maiden. I shall take this opportunity to properly discipline them. Discipline how? Throw out some flesh? Or karma? I will go myself. Who do they think I am? I could make the Japanese Prime Minister suffer a forced cerebral hemorrhage like China's top leader. Huh. Wait, what did you just say you did to China's top leader? Huh? I did not say anything. Well, while rescuing the kidnapped players, just incidentally. He must have triggered that darn Clause 3 again. Unbelievable. No right to curse the mad demon anymore. You are a little mad demon. Little mad demon. Young master, Cossack bears no fault. It was all this maiden's command. Please execute me. The deputy director is right here. He heard everything. Do you want to see me get arrested? Jun Guang'el stood there with his mouth hanging open. They rescued the kidnapped players? And the cerebral infarction of China's chairman Lin Qiaoming a few days ago was intentional? Looking uneasy, Zhu Hyuk carefully asked, "Am I getting arrested?" "What? Why would you?" "About what you just said regarding the Chinese chairman. I have no idea what you were referring to. I did not hear anything. Anyway, congratulations on founding your company." Jun Guang'el's lightning-fast political instincts. Cossack nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, an upright and fair official. Did you win the deputy commissioner position by rolling dice? I praise you. The warrior likes those who read the room well. Saving you was worthwhile." Gyundale added. "Though we support young Master Bong from within, supporting him from without is equally important. In consideration of merit and reward, please bestow a badge upon the deputy director as well." "No. Who am I to receive one? Especially when there are those above me." Jun Guang'el quickly replied. "No, please. I would be honored to receive one. Truly, I very much wish to." Pinning it on was not difficult, but still. Thus began another badge ceremony. Gyundale proclaimed Jun Guang'el's merits. "Deputy Director Jun Guang'el, for your devoted support of young Master Bong, and for your great contributions to smooth tower conquest and world peace, we hereby award you this badge." The badge was pinned to his chest. Jun Guang'el bowed his head, gazing at the glittering badge. It felt like receiving a presidential commendation. In any case, he did not know why, but for some reason, he felt very good. Zhu Hyuk summoned his summoned beings again. They had had their fill of fun yesterday. Today, it was time to climb the tower. The target was a large, undead flying monster. Spectre. When footage from the body cam of America's top player, Gerald Watson, first revealed the undead monster Spectre of the Black Tower's 66th floor to the world, people were plunged into despair. It was completely different from any undead monster seen before. The Spectre's defining trait was its size. On top of that, it was a flying undead. Physical attacks did not work, and befitting its massive size, it emitted a wide-ranging dark aura. Still, they somehow managed to take it down. Gerald Watson barely cleared it with almost the full 15 hours, with only 3 days left before collapse. But that was only possible because it was Gerald, the world's strongest player, a spellblade fully equipped with light attribute items. How were they supposed to kill that thing? Even the US had forced their way through. It would not be wrong to say the tower's collapse had been inevitable. Then, suddenly, a holy sword appeared. It was practically a miracle. The difficulty of the once considered impossible Spectre plummeted. But for Zhu Hyuk, the true owner of a holy sword, it was not even necessary, because he had something even better. Bardin. Entering the Black Tower, Korea, floor 66. If he was aiming for a SS++ clear, this would actually be easier than floor 65. Aside from raw physicality, the pattern was simple. He received the mission. Floor 66 mission, defeat 10 Dark Spectres. Time limit, 15 hours. Let us take them out quickly and leave. We have got a second run to do too. No matter how gigantic a Spectre was, could it withstand holy attribute weapons wielded by 2 SSR summoned beings? Especially with Gyundale's buffs layered on top. Attribute absorption. From the distant sky, a Spectre descended, flying down wrapped in thick, pitch-black dark aura. From Veron HK's Magi gun, holy attribute bullets fired in rapid succession. The Spectre's body ignited as the holy round struck. By the time it hit the ground, it was already on the brink of death. The finisher was Gobang, swinging the holy sword Bardin. Already killed one. Did that take 30 seconds? So what do I do? At least do that. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on floor 66 of the Black Tower, Korea. SS++ clear reward. A platinum badge has been awarded. You may challenge floor 67. Exiting the Black Tower, Korea. Zhu Hyuk's penthouse. Floor 66. Also cleared with a SS++ rating. There would be no more upper floor climbing for a while. Time to just farm leather through repeated runs. There were still over 2 years before entering the 70s. Until then, he could slowly increase the number of summoned beings, strengthen their traits, and prepare. What big disaster could possibly happen? Chapter 79. People often fall into gloom. It is perfectly normal. Feeling depressed because tomorrow is Monday. Feeling depressed after receiving this month's credit card bill. Feeling depressed while looking at clothes that no longer fit because you have gained weight. Feeling depressed when a former lover suddenly comes to mind. But these are merely fluctuations of emotion. Once the problem is resolved or a bit of time passes, things improve as if nothing ever happened. Depression, however, is completely different from simple emotional changes. Depression is an illness caused by abnormalities in neurotransmitters and hormone secretion. It absolutely requires medication. If left untreated, the outcome is obvious. It harms not only the person themselves, but others as well. There was even an incident where a co-pilot from an airline, suffering from depression, deliberately crashed the plane he was flying, killing himself along with 150 passengers. Guillaume Loiret, France's top player at level 65. His trait was monstrous strength. He had cleared the Black Tower's 64th floor and was currently challenging the Headless Knight, the Doulahan, on the 65th floor. Guillaume had one fatal flaw: severe depression. Right after being selected as a player affiliated with the French government, the illness struck him suddenly. A player with depression? Would not the tower make things better? After all, your physical abilities improve and you gain magic. But even after entering the tower, his depression did not improve. Even the tower-exclusive healing potions were useless. So Guillaume decided to die. If he entered the tower and fought monsters, it would naturally happen sooner or later. He had no fear of death. After all, he was charging in to die. But an unexpected result occurred. He threw himself in intending to die, yet the monsters were swept away like fallen leaves in the wind. It was a kind of synergy effect. Fearless charges that did not fear death, reckless attacks that paid no attention to defense whatsoever, and talent. The tower advanced with unstoppable momentum. After reviewing Guillaume Loiret's bodycam footage of his tower runs, the French government decided to invest in him. Naturally, he was given runes to strengthen his trait. So what were the enhanced traits? Enhanced monstrous strength. His original monstrous strength increased to more than double. Focused monstrous strength. In moments of crisis, all physical abilities greatly increase for a short time, cooldown 24 hours. Indomitable monstrous strength. When sustaining a critical wound, immediately restores vitality, increases monstrous strength, boosts physical abilities, and resets skill cooldowns, cooldown 24 hours. 3 rounds of trait enhancement. With this, how could he possibly die? The resolve to die and the resolve to kill monsters. The two blended together in perfect harmony. Guillaume rose to prominence in an instant as a hero of France. Everyone praised him. Wealth and fame followed naturally. The French government was aware of Guillaume's depression. They carefully managed him through counseling and antidepressant medication in parallel. And on top of that, it was kept under strict secrecy. If people knew that France's hero was suffering from depression, what would they think? His depression improved significantly. No, almost completely. That was, until he entered the undead zone. The dark aura of the undead. To a depression patient, it was practically poison. The effectiveness of medication dropped sharply. All kinds of negative thoughts tormented him. He wanted to quit the tower immediately. Especially after losing his beloved wife to cancer a few months ago, his symptoms worsened with each passing day. But could he really quit? When he knew how much expectation the French government and its people had placed on him. Guillaume, there is no one but you. Please save France. We must prevent the collapse of the tower. Honestly, he was sick of it. What crime had he committed to deserve such a heavy burden? The French government had even reserved the Holy Sword, next in line after Saudi Arabia. But to Guillaume, it was hardly welcome news. What Holy Sword nonsense. He wanted to let everything go and leave. To him, life was hell, and death was salvation. At last, Guillaume Loiret made his decision. The 65th floor? I will clear it even without the Holy Sword. A means by which he could break through not only the 65th floor, but perhaps even the 66th, 67th, 68th, and 69th floors. He would do whatever was asked, and then leave without regret, to the place where his wife was waiting. Saudi Arabia's top player at level 66. His initial trait was Axe Warrior. After 5 rounds of trait enhancement, it evolved into Axe Master. He possessed 50 combat skills alone, from elemental attacks to various wide area attacks, finishing moves, and ultimate skills. He had them all. The axe Nasser usually wielded was a great axe nearly as large as his own body. Since he was 2 meters tall, The axe was about that long as well. True to being an axe warrior, Nasser's personality was macho and tough. In a word, he was the textbook alpha male. His tower style reflected that personality perfectly. Always strike first, smash with the massive axe, break, crush, cleave. But even for him, the specter on the 66th floor was too much. Overwhelming physical power, a dark aura that made even approaching difficult, practically his natural enemy. In the end, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the Holy Sword. But could a player with the Axe Master trait properly use the Holy Sword? Why cannot he do it? Just use the sword like an axe. Of course, it would require a bit of practice beforehand. In 2 days, Nasser would depart for Korea on a private jet from King Khalid International Airport in Saudi Arabia. The conquest of the 66th floor of the Saudi Black Tower was practically already complete. Awakening Management Agency. Jun Guangil was in the middle of a conversation with Commissioner Park Jiang-soo. Ha ha ha, good work. Very well done. I can finally relax now. Jun Guangil and Commissioner Park Jiang-soo were already sharing information about Bong Joo-hyuk's secrets. That was why Jun Guangil explained in detail everything that had happened at the penthouse. To properly support Bong Joo-hyuk, that was necessary. After all, there were matters that could only be carried out with the commissioner's approval. This company establishment itself had been successfully pushed through by Commissioner Park Jiang-soo. However, he did not mention the rescue of the kidnapped Chinese player or the cause of Chairman Lin Chaoming's death. Those were to be treated as things he had never heard. Aside from that, he told him everything. I think we can proceed as planned. Jung Dong-hoon is quite capable in his own way. While we are at it, can we not remove all the leather used by HG Fashion as well? Would that be possible? The contracts are already signed, but we are planning to remove the exclusivity clause. Any legal issues? None. We are in the dominant position. The contract appendix explicitly states that the exclusivity clause can be removed at any time. Commissioner Park Jiang-soo nodded, clearly satisfied. Oh right. What about the Korean nationality issue? As a matter of fact, player Bong Joo-hyuk mentioned something regarding acquiring Korean nationality. Oh, what did he say? He said he does not want resident ID issuance or for the personal information of the summoned individuals to be recorded in government databases. Park Jiang-soo wore a regretful expression. Instead, he asked that they at least be allowed to open smartphone lines. Things like burner phones or phones under assumed names. That was not difficult at all. Even some agency staff members used phones under assumed names due to the nature of their work. Still, it was a bit disappointing. It would be perfect if they all acquired Korean nationality. We should not push too hard. And in the end, all decisions rest with player Bong. Jun Guangil knew from seeing it firsthand. They had not even spent that many hours together, yet the summoned individual's loyalty toward Bong Joo-hyuk was beyond words. Building a deeper bond with player Bong Joo-hyuk is more important than anything else. At that moment, Commissioner Park Jiang-soo's gaze stopped on Jun Guangil's chest. A badge that sparkled brilliantly. HM, what is that badge? I have never seen it before. This one? I received it from player Bong. He said it was a token of appreciation for the sincere support I have given so far. The summoned individuals were all wearing at least one on their chests too. Mr. Rajix, the Beast Man, was wearing 3. Oh, Mr. Rajix. I would like to meet him someday too. Commissioner Park Jiang-soo examined the badge closely. But why do I not have one? I mean, I approved everything, the penthouse, this company establishment, and even personally handled some of it. I deserve one too, do I not? Well, next time we meet, I will try bringing it up. Do not forget. Make sure you do. He would mention it. Imagining Commissioner Park Jiang-soo standing in front of player Bong Joo-hyuk and holding a badge award ceremony was both amusing and absurd. He is planning to buy a car and asked if we could find a trustworthy used car dealer. Huh? A used car? Yes. He is planning to buy a camper van. He can buy any car he wants. Why a used one? He said ordering a new car would take too long before delivery. Well, if you choose carefully, a used car can be just as good as a new one. And he could understand why Bong Joo-hyuk wanted a camper van. That aside, which country is next for the Holy Sword rental? Saudi Arabia. The schedule is 3 days from now. And the recipient? Nasser Al Aboud, Saudi Arabia's top player. No issues, right? He has completed trait enhancement 5 times already. There are no known risk factors so far. If a player had achieved trait enhancement 5 times, there was little to worry about. And after Saudi Arabia, the schedule is packed. From now on, do not report to me. Just handle it on your own. Commissioner Park Jae-soo smiled contentedly. Having the right people under you really made everything go smoothly. The Black Tower conquest, agency operations, holy sword rentals. He hoped everything would continue like this. 3 days had passed since conquering the 66th floor. During that time, Joo-hyuk spent his days mostly doing occasional repeat quests. He had not even planned to do those, but he could not resist Rajix's persistent urging, so he went in twice. What could he do? When a worker wanted to work, you let them. One of these days, he should find time to play the Bo President song. The one with the famous line, "Playing is the best." Joo-hyuk was rolling around alone in the penthouse. He could not fall asleep. His chest felt swollen with anticipation. Today was finally the day. He had waited and waited. Feels like it is about time. Why has he not contacted me yet? At that moment, BZZ. The smartphone buzzed. Yes, it is here. With trembling hands, Joo-hyuk answered the call. Yes, that is right. You are downstairs? I will come down right away. He hurriedly took the elevator to the apartment's ground-level parking lot. Mr. Bong Joo-hyuk? Yes, that is me. Is this the car? That is right. Just inspect it, then sign the vehicle handover form, and we are done. It was an imported camper van bot used. A new one would take far too long to be delivered. Still, you could practically call it new. The exterior gleamed brilliantly, and the interior was so neat and clean it looked like it had just been completely remodeled. The previous owner only drove it 3 times. It is used in name only, basically new. Registration, taxes, and insurance are all taken care of, so you can drive off right away. After signing the vehicle handover form, Joo-hyuk sat down in the driver's seat. Should we leave right away? There was no reason to hesitate. Everything was already prepared. John Cossack, designated summon. Where is this place? Take a guess. Cossack rolled his eyes around, looking everywhere. Is this a camper van? Ding dong. Correct. Is this that camper van people say makes you happy when you buy it, and even happier when you sell it? Where did he even hear that? Anyway, he summoned the rest as well. This is the vehicle. It is spacious. I like it. Gobang seemed satisfied. You have finally acquired one. Young master's wish fulfilled. This humble maiden offers her congratulations. Gyun-dale applauded politely. Rajix looked around with curiosity, rolling here and there, then immediately started cleaning. Even though the camper van was already spotless, it began to shine even more. Veron Hkov forced her sleepy eyes open and spotted the compact bed at the back of the vehicle. Commander, just for a moment, over there. V victory assured. Cole ZZZ snore. Seeing Senior Sergeant be sleeping so soundly made it feel like the purchase had really been worth it. Let us depart immediately. First, he input the address into the navigation system. The destination was Joo-hyuk's own land in Namyangju. He started the engine. As he gently pressed the accelerator, the camper van began to move smoothly. Bung Bung is going. The camper van carrying Joo-hyuk and his companions merged onto the road. So far, everything was going very smoothly. There was just one minor issue. Excuse me, Summoner Bong. What is it? Do not keep talking to me while I am driving. Is this not too slow? What is slow about 40 kilometers per hour? Safety first, do not you know? Safety first. Seriously, you have lost your choshim. If you speed and get into an accident, are you going to take responsibility? Gyun-dale spoke up in a calm voice. Please do not trouble yourself, young master. There are occasionally those without even a driver's license who dare to sit in the passenger seat and tell others what to do. They delude themselves into thinking they are racing drivers. If he becomes too bothersome, you may simply discard him on the highway shoulder. That is a bit harsh. Not sure if tell others what to do was exactly right, but Gyun-dale's threat was effective. Even after getting onto the highway and speeding at 50 kilometers per hour, Cossack did not say a word. High beams flashing behind them. Horns blaring. Honk, honk. To Joo-hyuk, it felt like everyone was congratulating him on buying the camper van. I am just timid. A total wimp. I have got a license that is basically decorative. I will push it another 10 kilometers to 60 kilometers per hour. Wah? We just passed the IC. We were supposed to exit there. Why are you only going straight? Do not you know real men go straight? Whatever. We can just go back around. Young master, open the door. We must throw Cossack out. Summoner, pull over at the rest stop. I will take care of the assassin. But, will they actually reach their destination by today? Chapter 80. No matter which country a player belongs to, if they want to rent the Holy Sword, they must come to Korea. And they must use it in a controlled location. Usually, the renting player comes along with their personal guards and 1 or 2 high-ranking officials who can take responsibility. That was the case with the United States as well. Only Director Gerald, Director Antonio, and their guards had come. Norway and Russia were the same. But Saudi Arabia was different. Saudi royals, government ministers, state-affiliated players, and all kinds of random hangers-on came flooding into Korea. The Awakening Management Agency, the Holy Sword rental site, was bursting at the seams. Because of that, the Saudi side requested a change of venue. Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil approved it, and Saudi Arabia rented out an entire hotel in Seoul. It felt a bit uncomfortable holding things at a hotel again. But when a customer makes a request, how could they refuse? The Grand Ballroom of the Seoul Hilltown Hotel, a lavish event hosted by the Saudi Arabian Embassy in Korea, was underway. Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil had come to the Hilltown Hotel as well. And so had team leader Lee Min-ah of the Holy Sword Shuttle team. It is a full-blown festival. A real festival. They do not seem to be considering failure at all. It is Nasser. Even without the Holy Sword, he nearly cleared the 66th floor. He killed 8 of them. The mission required killing 10 specters. If he had already taken down 8, that was basically a near success. I am hungry. Hold on a bit. Let us eat once Nasser enters the tower. At this point, it was a national-level event. They could have just quietly borrowed the Holy Sword and left. Nothing is going to happen this time, right? Like the HG Hotel terror incident. Why? Do you want something to happen? Of course not. The terrorists were broadcast live getting slaughtered. What idiot would dare show up now? In any case, the preliminary event wrapped up. It was time to enter the tower. The Saudi minister in charge of Black Tower management and top player Nasser approached Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil with an interpreter. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. Then shall we proceed with the conquest? Yes, we will do it right here. Nasser answered with a slight smirk. Is there a designated place to enter the tower? You can enter and exit from anywhere. An impressive level of confidence. And he was a player who had earned it. Understood. Team leader Lee Min-ah. At Jun Guangil's signal, Lee Min-ah pulled the Holy Sword straight out of her inventory. Nasser al-Abud accepted the Holy Sword from her. Please use it well. No need to worry. I will return it in perfect condition. I may not be on par with Korea's SS++ rank conqueror, but I am quite a capable player myself. As if anyone doubted that. Nasser raised the Holy Sword high. Cha-cha-cha click. Click click click. Saudi reporters and journalists from around the world furiously pressed their camera shutters. He finally went in. How long do you expect it to take, Deputy Commissioner? Well, I would say at least 4 hours. Then I will go grab something to eat. Care to join me? Let us go? Might as well see what halal food tastes like. The Hilltown Hotel soon turned into a networking venue. Saudi government officials, politicians, business leaders, ambassadors from various countries, figures from the cultural and academic worlds. Countless people had been invited. With so many heavyweights gathered, reporters were everywhere. The U.S. news channel CNN had obtained permission from the organizers and was roaming around conducting interviews. A lot of time passed. It felt like he should be coming out soon. If it was a success, the Saudi players who came with him would know first. System-wide announcements were not only for SS++ rank clears. They also rang out during tower collapse countdowns, and when an uncleared upper floor was successfully completed. Notice, the 66th floor of the Black Tower, Saudi Arabia, has been conquered. Saudi government-affiliated players who had followed Nasser to Korea snapped their heads up and cried out. It is a success. The Hilltown Hotel ballroom grew noisy with excitement. A moment later, spot. Player Nasser reappeared, holding the Holy Sword. His face was drenched in sweat. Thunderous applause erupted. People rushed in to congratulate Nasser. Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil also approached him with a bright smile. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. It took longer than I expected. Sorry to keep you waiting. As Nasser held out the holy sword with both hands, Jun Guangael carefully accepted it. The holy sword was then handed to team leader Li Mina. She needed to store it in her inventory and return to the agency. After being used once, it needed maintenance. Li Mina carefully tried to put the holy sword into her inventory, and then it happened. ZZT. A sound of something cracking. A small crack had formed in the middle of the blade. The holy sword snapped cleanly in half. The broken piece fell to the floor. Silence flowed quietly. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha click. Camera flashes went off non-stop. Everyone was frozen. The holy sword broke? Everyone in the ballroom was in shock. Player Nasser, Saudi officials, reporters, no one said a word. Then, breaking the silence, team leader Li Mina spoke. Oh my? Ugh. Her extremely satisfying curse was broadcast across CNM's global news feed, spreading around the world. In the United States, people were watching live. Secretary Macmillan of the Department of Homeland Security shouted with a voice just as raw as hers. Mother! Holy! Director Antonio grabbed his head with both hands. The entire world was plunged into shock. If the holy sword was like that, how were they supposed to get past the undead section? This was a total disaster, was not it? An emergency was declared. The worst possible scenario had happened. Jun Guangael rushed to the player shop forge. After meeting Korea's greatest master blacksmith and asking him about it. I can reattach it, but then it is possible. But there is a high chance the effect will be lost. Of all places, it broke right where the engraving is. You know this too, do you not? Even if you perfectly copy and re-engrave the pattern carved into a tower reward item, it never becomes the same as the original. Completely screwed. What were they supposed to do now? A holy sword snapped clean in half. They had managed it so carefully. No matter how low its durability was, how could it break this suddenly? The responsibility would fall on Nasser. That man's main weapon was an axe master by trait. No doubt about it. He must have swung the holy sword around like a darn axe. Chopped the ground, smashed rocks with it. Nasser, you son of a... There was no way curses would not come out. Everyone has a beginner phase. How many young people get their licenses and never touch a steering wheel? Ju Hyuk was one of them. And if you are going to get rid of the rookie label, you have to go through it at least once. So he boldly grabbed the wheel. At first, he just drove straight ahead. He honestly felt like he might end up all the way in Busan. But as driving time increased, he gradually got used to it. He checked the side mirrors and rearview mirror, sped up a bit, used his turn signals, stopped at a rest area to refuel. Only then did the navigation screen finally register in his head. The camper van, which had only been going straight, exited at an IC and turned back toward the proper route. He dismissed all the summoned companions while driving. They were distracting, and honestly, his clumsy driving was embarrassing. After 5 hours, he finally arrived at the destination. Screech. Parked at last. My head is completely fried. The sun was already setting. It would be evening soon. Still, he arrived safely. The land he owned, or rather, the land the agency had bought for him. The leveling work seemed complete, good enough to start farming. And there was a temporary container-style house installed. Electricity, water, and sewage were all fully set up. I could live here, even if it was just a vacation home. Does the phone work? He checked his smartphone. 2 signal bars were lit. Calls worked, roads were paved. Land like this would be expensive even in an outlying area. His body felt stiff. Since he was in an area with clean air, he started with breathing exercises. Chi moving inside his body. What had once been grain-sized was now about the size of a bean. The blood jade gang chi gathering at his fingertips was also becoming more vividly red. Am I going to end up stronger than Cossack or Gobang at this rate? A dry chuckle escaped him. How could he ever beat them? The name on the screen. The deputy commissioner. Come to think of it, today was the day Saudi Arabia was supposed to come rent the holy sword. Looks like more money came in. Another 13 billion won, huh? How was he ever going to spend all this? He needed to figure out an efficient way to use money. Should he invest in the stock market or something? Player Bong, I would like to come see you briefly. There is something I need to discuss. Oh, sure. That is fine, but I'm not at home right now. May I ask where you are? Namyangju, the land I bought earlier. I will head over immediately. His voice did not sound good. Might as well summon the others. Oh, you have arrived already? That was fast. I drive up to 80 kilometers per hour now. Incredible. As expected of Summoner Bong. You could enter F1 races. Hee hee. Ha ha. Well, maybe not that far. The remaining goal was highway top speed. He wanted to try hitting 100 kilometers per hour. Only then could he truly join the ranks of real men. Mr. Rajix, let us unload the gear. Items poured out of the subspace backpack. A large table and chairs, charcoal and a barbecue grill, dry firewood, a camping fire pit, all kinds of meat and vegetables, drinks, beer, and soju. No need for tents. Who had time to set those up? There was a camper van and a container house. First, the campfire was lit. The table was set beside it. Red-hot charcoal was laid out on the grill. The atmosphere was perfect. It certainly has a different charm being outside rather than staying indoors. Gyundale seemed to be in a good mood too. I shall sing a song. Outdoor drinking and singing. Is not that a Korean tradition? Who did he think he was? Some kind of bard? I do not think there is a single person who wants to hear you sing, Mr. Kosak. Did you not know? Absolute pitch that plays with rhythm and tone. A king of singers who overturns the stage. A born singer-songwriter. That is me, Kosak. I would rather hear Lady Veronchka sing. At that, Veronchka jolted awake. Victory assured. Senior Sergeant Veronchka KLHBER. Military song. 1 round loaded. Recoil is lateral recoil. Military songs are the final. She put her hands on her hips and swayed side to side. And something else swayed along with her. They ate, drank, and fooled around for a long time. Truthfully, outdoor camping was one item on Ju Hyuk's bucket list. He had plenty of money. He would do everything he wanted. Next on the list, overseas travel. No need to take planes. Just use the tower exit ring of whatever country he wanted, quietly enjoy himself, and come back. Illegal entry was a crime, but he had done far worse things than this before. If he got caught, he would just run into a tower. A car approached from the distance. Gasp. Who is that? A thief. It is probably the deputy commissioner. It really was Deputy Commissioner Jun Guang-il. He got out of the car carrying a long, narrow bag. Deputy Commissioner. Welcome. Kosak waved enthusiastically. They had only met a few times. Why was he acting so friendly? You must be tired from the long drive. We are grilling meat. Come eat with us. Are you really not feeling well? His expression really did not look good. Jun Guang-il lowered his head deeply. With trembling hands, he opened the bag. I am sorry. The holy sword it broke. Inside the bag lay the holy sword, snapped cleanly in two. Whoa, it is split in half. Like a stock. You bought stocks. My previous summoner did. Invested his entire fortune and got wiped out. Could not sleep without alcohol. Was it Kenkijo stock or something? That one broke into 3 pieces. Yeah, better not touch stocks. Real estate really was best. But more importantly, what now? Their reliable cash cow was about to disappear. Jun Guang-il explained how it broke. They suspected Saudi player Nasser had used it roughly. It does not seem to be metal fatigue. If it were, it would have shattered. For it to snap cleanly like this means he definitely abused it. Weapons should be treated like lovers, cherished. Oh, suddenly, I want to become Senior Sergeant B's weapon. Really? Want me to swing you around like Bardin? It sounded way too plausible, so Kosak hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway, this is mismanagement. The deputy commissioner must be punished. I concur. Rewards and punishments must be clear. Punish him severely. Damaging supplies bestowed by the commander, this warrants a court-martial. Prepare yourself, deputy commissioner. Jun Guang-il squeezed his eyes shut. Honestly, he had nothing to say. They would not kill him, right? Deputy commissioner, hand over your badge. Regrettable, but unavoidable. Confiscate the badge. Return your medal. Ju Hyuk exploded and defended Jun Guang-il. There you go again, overreacting. It broke because it was time to break. What did the deputy commissioner do wrong? The summoned immediately switched stances. Come to think of it, taking the badge is too harsh. Cutting off one finger should be enough. Shall we erase his karma? A flick on the forehead will suffice. Maybe make him do 100 laps in full combat gear. Ju Hyuk clicked his tongue. You guys think you are innocent? Cut off a finger? Kosak, you have wronged me before too, have you not? That was already settled under the principle of double jeopardy. Double jeopardy is ass. Shall we take your badge back? Commander, I did not know Cossack was doing something like that. All responsibility lies with Cossack. Senior Sergeant B, you traitor. By the way, what was Rajix doing? Ju Hyuk turned his head. Rajix was carefully examining the broken cross-section of the holy sword with a magnifying glass. He had also opened a thick book that looked like an encyclopedia, the same one he had taken out before. That is right. Rajix was here. They had been so spoiled by the power of the human holy sword that they had completely forgotten about actual holy sword repairs. Can you repair it? Hoi. Rajix repairs holy sword. Rajix gets badge. Oh wow, Mr. Rajix, you are the best. The best. If you fix it, I will give you 2 badges. The summon did not stay quiet either. Miracle Weapon Repairman, the human super glue who sticks anything together. Cossack will assist Rajix as a worker. This maiden shall perform a ritual prayer beside him for the holy sword's restoration. If brute strength is needed, leave it to the warrior. I will hug the quartermaster tightly. Hearing that repair was possible, Jun Guang'al bent at the waist. If you need anything at all, just say the word. I will support everything. And so, Rajix's holy sword repair operation began. Chapter 81. For countries attempting to climb the undead section, the existence of the holy sword was like a reliable pillar of support. If they tried challenging the 60th floor range and failed, they could just pay $10 million to rent it. They could even use the holy sword right from the start, no problem. 10 floors of the undead section. If they rented the holy sword for every floor, it would cost $100 million. Each floor had a 6-month time limit. Assuming they used the full time for each floor, they could hold out for 5 years. Spending $100 million to prevent a tower collapse for 5 years was dirt cheap. But then it broke. The holy sword, that is. And worse still, the moment it broke was witnessed live. Articles exploded across the media. The horrific moment the holy sword was severed, video attached. A signal flare announcing the tower's collapse? Countries challenging the 60th floor range stunned. How could this happen? Is repair possible? Even if repaired, will the effect remain? Item repair expert. Tower reward items and manufactured items are different. Minor damage might be reparable, but severe damage is impossible. Who is responsible for the holy sword's damage? Saudi Arabia, the last user, naturally must take responsibility. Korean government hints at taking the case to the international court. Legal battle inevitable. Korean Awakening Management Agency demands NASA's rank conqueror can relax. The Awakening Management Agency's phones were ringing non-stop. Countries that already had reservations, and countries planning to make reservations. They demanded to know whether repair was truly impossible, and if it was, what countermeasures would be taken. But as always, they provided no answers. It was not like the agency had some miracle solution. The original plan had been to stay outdoors for just 1 night and head back. Whether it was travel or camping, 1 or 2 days was fun. Beyond that, it became suffering. At least for Ju Hyuk. You could not wash comfortably, and the sleeping arrangements were not ideal. But now something had come up. Repairing the holy sword. They could not do it at the penthouse, so he would have to camp out here until the repairs were finished. For the holy sword repair, Rajix requested exactly 2 items. A small electric smelting furnace capable of melting metal, and a forge used to heat steel. That very day, the agency delivered both the forge and the small electric furnace to Ju Hyuk's villa in Namyangju. Rajix poured every holy relic fragment he had collected inside the tower into the furnace. In the forge, the broken holy sword was being heated. Holy relics. Items imbued with holy power. No, more precisely, they should be called holy attributes. They had been used interchangeably, but strictly speaking, they were different. That was what Gyundale said. Holy power and holy attributes differ in their very nature. Oh, how are they different? May I explain from the beginning? We have got plenty of time. Perfect, go ahead. After organizing her thoughts, Gyundale began. There is not just one God. In this world, there once existed countless gods, each with their own identity. That was true. If there was not just one dimension, why would there be only one God? In the different worlds where the summoned beings had lived, gods existed as well. Human gods, gods of dwarves and elves, gods of the beast folk, gods of other dimensions. Young master, do you think it is possible to lump together and combine the holy power that represents the unique authority of each god? I am not sure. It is impossible. They cannot mix. Authority is not something that can be blended. Then what about the holy relics Rajix collected? Those can be mixed. Why was that? Gyundale continued her explanation. Imagine there are beverages. Cola, soda, banana milk, orange juice, strawberry juice, apple juice, mango juice. The distinct flavors, aromas, and pulp contained in each drink represented each god's unique authority and identity. But if you stripped away all the flavor, aroma, and pulp from those drinks, what would remain? Nothing but water and sugar. That sugar was what could be called holy attributes. The fundamental power left behind after the gods' unique personalities and authorities were gone. If you add more sugar to sugar, it is still just sugar. It only gets sweeter. Then why did the unique holy power disappear? Because the worlds were destroyed. The gods perished along with the worlds they were bound to. Just look at Lushu's Bardin, a holy knight who worships the god Nigel, yet he cannot resist a summoner's command at all. Does that make sense? Of course it does. The god Nigel vanished, leaving only a name behind. Lushu's Bardin is nothing more and nothing less than a summoned being with holy attributes. The holy relics Rajix collected also contained only holy attributes. If you melt them all down, fuse them to the holy sword, and reconstruct the damaged engravings, just like adding sugar to create an intensely sweet lump of sugar. Holy attributes are added to holy attributes, creating a holy sword with an overwhelmingly concentrated holy attribute. Rajix already knew all of that. That was why he had confidently said from the start that it could be repaired. Hoi. First, he placed the holy relic fragments he had collected earlier together with an orichalcon ingot into the electric smelting furnace. The metal fragments went in as they were. Relics made of wood or stone were ground into powder first. Then he switched on the furnace to melt them down. After a short wait, holy attribute molten metal began bubbling up. The broken holy sword also needed to be heated. Placed atop the forge, Gobang pumped the bellows, whoosh, whoosh, until the blade glowed red-hot. Once it seemed hot enough, the molten holy attribute metal was used to fuse the broken section of the holy sword back together. Next, Rajix took out a golden anvil and a golden hammer from his subspace backpack and began hammering the blade. Reinforcement work. From time to time, he poured more molten holy attribute metal over it, then hammered again. It took quite a while, and a lot of materials. Thankfully, he had collected plenty inside the tower. The final step was enchantment. Among the skills and items unlocked when he advanced to S rank was enchantment. The worker's essential item, the encyclopedia, was one example. Enchantment techniques were another. Following the faintly remaining engravings on the blade exactly, Rajix carved grooves of uniform depth and width. He checked carefully with a magnifying glass and the encyclopedia to make sure there were no mistakes in the pattern. He then mixed mana stones into the remaining holy attribute molten metal to create the material needed for enchantment, and filled the carved grooves with it. Now it was almost complete. All that remained was polishing. He took out a whetstone from the subspace backpack and began sharpening, honing the edge, grinding it smooth. Beads of sweat rolled down Rajix's face. If he was going to do it, he would do it thoroughly. At last, Hoi-eek! Rajix raised the holy sword high and shouted triumphantly. Ju-hyuk rushed over in a hurry. It is done. Hoi, it is finished. Oh man, our worker, seriously, great job. Hoem, wow, look at all this sweat. Hey, what are you doing? Bring something to wipe his sweat. The summoned ones came rushing over in a clatter. Oh, worker Rajix, this badge is basically guaranteed now. I will fan you. My tears are flowing. Even 10 truckloads of Cossack could not compare to one top-tier farmhand. Quartermaster, I will hold you. Wipe your sweat on my chest. Hoi! Cossack, you bastard. Get away. Why are you sticking so close? And no, I am sweating too. Assassin, I will wipe you down myself. Come here. Eek! One final step remained. Testing whether it functioned properly inside the tower. Ju-hyuk entered the tower with the holy sword and the summoned ones. Spot! 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 It did not take long. They came right back out. Spot! 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 The moment they emerged, Ju-hyuk immediately picked up his smartphone and dialed a number. Hello? Deputy Commissioner, it is me. Come pick up the repaired holy sword. He would probably be shocked. Once he saw how the Holy Sword had changed. The repair took a full 2 days. By the way, they should probably double the rental fee now, should they not? In the United States, an emergency countermeasure meeting was also underway. With the Holy Sword damaged, how on earth were they supposed to clear the Phantom Reaper on the 67th floor? Secretary of Homeland Security Macmillan, Director Antonio, and top player Gerald Watson gathered. Player Gerald Watson was pessimistic, shaking his head vigorously. Absolutely impossible. Without something that can replace the Holy Sword, we cannot clear it. Even light attribute items? I am telling you, they are basically useless. Compared to true radiance, they are trash. Phew, this was infuriating. What kind of disaster was this? Antonio, what did the Korean Awakening Management Agency say? Is repair possible? We could not get a definitive answer. Korea, probably. They are not in a hurry. They have a SS++ rank conqueror, and they will not be able to repair it anyway. We tried before, did we not? Back when we attempted mass production of tower reward items. That is right. Tower reward items were incomparably superior to manufactured items, but their drop rate was extremely low. So what if you scanned a reward item and reproduced it with something like a 3D printer? Using tower metals as materials, of course. It failed. The copied items had 0 options. The same applied to damaged items. No matter how perfectly you replicated them, once a critical part was destroyed, that was the end. And of all places, the engraving on the Holy Sword was on the broken section. Even if reattached, would the options really come back? Darn it. Secretary Macmillan slammed with fury rising to his head. We need to get Nasser's body cam footage of the run. I want to see with my own eyes what that lunatic did. Do you think they will release it? They might have already deleted it. Ugh. From now on, Saudi Arabia is banned from renting light attribute items. France, next in line after Saudi Arabia, was just as desperate. They still had more than 3 months left on their Black Tower deadline. So why had they rushed to reserve the Holy Sword? Because the condition of France's top player, Guillaume Loiret, was alarming. He was unstable. So much so that even antidepressants could not control his symptoms. They had even advised him not to climb the tower at all. The negative influence of the dark aura was undeniable. Then they learned about one of the Holy Sword's options. Steadfast mind. If it was that, might it help Guillaume as well? That was why they had hurriedly made a reservation, hoping that just holding the Holy Sword might stabilize him. But now it was all gone. Even the last thread of hope had vanished. Nasser, because of that bastard, the tower is going to collapse. It would be better if the Eiffel Tower collapsed instead. We were next in line. How about using this as leverage? Leverage how? After all, Nasser cleared the 65th floor without the Holy Sword, did he not? We demand temporary naturalization. Have him clear France's Black Tower 65th floor. I do not know if it will work, but apply pressure. We have got nothing to lose. But they would not accept so easily. Complying would mean admitting responsibility for the Holy Sword's destruction. And Guillaume, he is at home right now. He did not enter the tower, did he? That is hard to say. He really hoped Guillaume had not entered the tower, but how could you stop a player from entering? All they could do was hope his depression improved. Officially known as Korea's top player, Nam Gaon went to work at the management agency again today. Morning workout at the gym, breakfast at the cafeteria. An elite player who had practically become a full-time agency employee. Truth be told, Nam Gaon's mental state had taken a serious hit. If she said the unexpected incident at the HG Hotel had not affected her, that would be a lie. Being taken hostage, feeling a cold blade press into her neck, that horrifying experience. It was terrifying. The trauma ran deep. So deep she could not sleep at night afterward. But there was something that helped her every time. The Holy Sword. Whenever she entered the tower and simply held the Holy Sword, all fear, anxiety, and worries were strangely washed away. Steadfast mind. That was the power that kept her standing. But what was this now? The Holy Sword had broken. Because of that bastard Nasser. Only a sigh escaped her. What would she do without the Holy Sword? What about the upcoming 67th floor challenge? All kinds of negative thoughts flooded in at once. I want to pull myself together, but, completely drained of motivation, Nam Gaon's shoulders slumped. She did not even want to enter the tower. Should I just retire while I am at it? She knew she was not the only one suffering. The agency staff all wore dark expressions too. Especially player Bong Joo-hyuk, the actual owner of the holy sword. His disappointment must be immense. She wanted to meet him later and at least offer some words of comfort. But, just then, player Nam Gaon. "Oh, Deputy Commissioner. If you are not busy, come see me for a moment." Yes. What was he going to say? Probably the usual, "Do not lose heart, hang in there," that kind of thing. Nam Gaon followed Jun Guangil into his office. Inside, team leader Li Mina was waiting. "Uni, come in, Gaon." And then click. Jun Guangil locked the door. Why? Why lock the door all of a sudden? Everything that happens from now on must remain strictly confidential. Can you do that? Yes. You must promise. I understand. Li Mina reached into her inventory and took out a long object. She knew instantly. How could she not? The holy sword? The holy sword. But it broke. Is that not a fake? It is not a fake. It has been repaired. My God, it even looked different. If the old holy sword had felt like a worn second-hand item, the one before her now could practically be called brand new. I already did the first test. The effects are insane. Gaon, you check the undead section. As if possessed, Nam Gaon grabbed the holy sword. The item information appeared. Effects. Increased attack power against undead. Sacred Flame. Steadfast Mind. Increased critical hit chance. Limitation. Effects do not apply to enemies other than undead. Feature. Intense radiance imbues the user's sword and body. Oh my. Two things had changed. From the limitations, the low durability option was gone. And under features, the radiance was no longer faint, it was now intense. How on earth? No time to think. She needed to verify it inside the tower. I will be back. Spot. Entering the 66th floor of the Korean Black Tower. Holy sword in hand. This is insane. Blazing flames of radiance engulfed her entire body. At this moment, she was the sun itself. Yes. Courage surged. Her mind hardened, unshakable. Nam Gaon stepped forward. Shrock. A specter flew at her. You picked the wrong opponent. Come on. The first skill severed its wings. The second skill cut off its tail. The third skill cleaved its torso in two. Whoosh. The specter burned away, scattering into ash. Power. 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 It was a holy sword with truly perfect effects. Far stronger than before it had been repaired. Chapter 82. The well-repaired holy sword was sent to the administration. The rental business would probably start soon. Its performance had more than doubled compared to before, so customers would flock in, and money would flow in steadily. He decided to return to the Cheongdam-dong penthouse tomorrow. He had not been able to properly enjoy himself because he was busy repairing the holy sword. All right then, the badge awarding ceremony. The team's hope and cheat key. Rajik's worker stepped forward. Then snapped to attention. Chest thrust out. Rajik struck a proud pose. Wow. So arrogant. What if he is? The top servant is allowed to be. The warrior acknowledges it too. The quartermaster's charm is overflowing. Was it confidence or conceit? Well, he could have both. You have faithfully fulfilled your role as the household manager and, with remarkable skill, repaired the broken holy sword, thereby contributing to the maintenance of a steady source of income. In recognition of this, I hereby award you a badge. For reference, the number of badges awarded will be 2. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Ju Hyuk took out a platinum badge from his inventory and attached it to Rajik's backpack. For badges were now attached. I will put one more on. With this, the total number of badges would be 5. All 5 badges suddenly began to shine brilliantly. Something happened. Was this because he attached 5 badges? Probably. For Ju Hyuk too, 5 platinum badges had been the condition for special privileges. He had received benefits for every set of 5. Did that same rule apply to summoned beings as well? The cumulative number of badges awarded to the summoned being Rajix has reached 5. The summoned being Rajix has gained the summoner's trust and recognition. Rajix's badges have been reset. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of Rajix's badges disappeared. Why did they vanish? What a waste. But the summoned beings looked completely calm, as if they had expected this to happen. One of the summoned being's skills will be upgraded to LSSR rank. The summoned being will choose which skill to upgrade. Did he hear that wrong? So one skill gets upgraded to LSSR rank. This was practically a special privilege. No, but these people. You should have told me earlier. that awarding 5 badges has this kind of effect. There was a reason for that. A reason, his ass, it upgrades a skill. And to LSSR rank, no less. A massive benefit that could change the entire meta of Tower, and they did not say a word about it? Mr. Kosak, hurry and step forward. Kosak awkwardly stood up and came before Juhyuk. I will skip the ceremony and just put the badges on you. Kosak only had 1 badge. I brought tears to his eyes. Such a pitiful number for a founding member. Until now, he had thought of badge awards as nothing more than motivation for the summoned beings. If he had known this would happen, he would have distributed all the badges evenly. Juhyuk pulled out a large stack of badges from his inventory and attached them one by one to Kosak's chest. 1, 2, 3, then 4, bringing it to 5. Nothing happened. It is not shining. That is because you attached them without meaning. Summoner Bong must truly believe that the badges are worth giving, and I must sincerely believe that I deserve to receive them. Only then does the badge effect manifest. So that was how it was. That is why we did not say anything from the start. If you knew beforehand, the criteria for awarding badges would waver. The standards must be clear, for you and for us. The circumstances had to align. Only when the will to give and the will to receive came together would the meaning of 5 badges be realized. It is difficult. I am always grateful, so I want to just hand out badges whenever. Hyundale bowed deeply, as if she might take flight. Moved by your vast, ocean-like benevolence, young master, this maiden is overwhelmed. However, aside from the top servant, the rest of us have yet to perform deeds worthy of such grace, and thus cannot receive it. Indeed, Commander, receiving medals for false achievements would be shameful rather than honorable. I will work harder. Certain victory. The warrior will try harder too. Then I will receive the badge with pride. There was no helping it. They were human too, after all, each with firm personal standards. This really is like a character training simulation game. He would have to raise them properly, no matter what. He should praise them even for the smallest effort. Wow, Mr. Kosak, did you put oil on your lips? You are such a smooth talker. Princess Gyundale gives me strength just by existing. Sergeant Veron Ihk, she is just nice to look at. Gobang Hyung, always so reliable. If he kept this up, would not the standards for awarding platinum badges drop significantly? Which skill did Rajik's upgrade? Ho, exploration. I will find much more ho. Rune fragments and ticket fragments would be pouring in like crazy. Anyway, they would need a lot of badges going forward. Was there anywhere new to acquire them? Unfortunately, the next date for climbing an unconquered tower floor was still far off, and there were only a few multinational tower access tickets left. There is no content. No content at all. Tower was great and all, but the one pattern repetition was frustrating. Should things not change a little? Maybe this is how max-level veterans feel. The relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia was extremely close. They had signed a mutual defense treaty, were military allies, and exchanges between politicians of the two countries were frequent. The fact that the player Nasser Al-Abud had been able to climb into the 60th floors was also largely thanks to American support in the form of light attribute items. Because of that, obtaining Nasser's 66th floor bodycam footage was not particularly difficult. Naturally, it was done secretly through unofficial channels. Secretary of Homeland Security Macmillan and Director Antonio were the first to watch the bodycam footage. A first-person bodycam perspective. A hand gripping the holy sword came into view. At the same time, the sword was swung like an axe. Crunch. Crack. Pow pow pow. Thud. Thud. The blade of the holy sword split through the specter's torso, with enough force left over to dig deep into the ground. Crack. 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 Dust and stone fragments flew everywhere. The sword blade trembled violently, ringing with a sharp clang. That is the guy who kept boasting about being some brave Arab warrior. Honestly, it was obvious even without watching. An idiot. Borrowing the holy sword, and still having zero consideration for the next renters. This is why I hate macho types. What should we do? We cannot just let this slide. Macmillan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Release it on YouTube. On an official U.S. government channel? What is wrong with your head? Ask sensible questions. Ha ha ha, I was just asking. Let us say a hacker group that loves freedom and peace hacked the Saudi government's network and uploaded it. And so, The body cam footage was abruptly released on YouTube. Naturally, the internet exploded. I knew it would be like this. Using axe skills with a sword? Ugh, executioner bastard. Pretending to be some macho tough guy when he is just a pathetic loser. Is there not a way to seriously screw him over? The 67th floor is probably doomed. Let the Saudi tower just collapse already. 6 months left. How are we supposed to wait that long? Hey, without the holy sword we are no different. True. At this rate, the Saudi Black Tower will collapse last. Saudi Arabia did not stay silent either. A Saudi royal and minister of tower ascension management, Majed, appeared in a special segment on national TV. We are not at fault. From the beginning, the holy sword lacked durability. Fatigue had accumulated over time. Player Nasser is not the perpetrator, but an unjustly accused victim. Saudi Arabia paid Korea an enormous rental fee. The sword was already returned. We paid $10 million, and now you say it is damaged, and we are responsible. Rather, we want to ask Korea, do you even intend to repair the holy sword? If you lack the technology and capability, seek assistance. Saudi Arabia is also willing to help sincerely. He brazenly argued his case. There was no sign of apology, let alone compensation. From Saudi Arabia's perspective, it had to be that way. Apologizing would mean admitting fault. Minister Majed's interview was like pouring oil on a fire. The entire world condemned Saudi Arabia. Then, out of nowhere, a country stepped forward to support Saudi Arabia. Prime Minister Kawaguchi appeared on TV to deliver an official statement. Japan supports Saudi Arabia's position. Our two nations have signed a mutual tower collapse defense treaty. Through smooth temporary naturalization and tower material support, Japan and Saudi Arabia will advance toward the future together. Then he turned his message toward Korea. The Holy Sword is a global public asset. Therefore, we formally request that if Korea cannot repair it, you hand it over. Japan will fix it. We possess sufficient technological capability to restore the Holy Sword. The two countries stuck together tightly. Saudi Arabia and Japan. At the Korean Awakened Management Agency, they were watching Minister Majed's interview. They also watched Prime Minister Kawaguchi's statement. But no one got angry. In fact, Director Park Jae-soo wore a gentle smile. Not their looks. Their behavior, it is cute. Jun Gwang-il agreed. Repair the Holy Sword for them. Not even worth responding to. It felt utterly trivial. So trivial that it was almost endearing. After all, did they even know Bong players' abilities? When should we reveal the repaired Holy Sword? There is no rush. Take it slow. To enjoy a refreshing soda, you have to swallow some dry sweet potatoes first. A lot of people are going to choke. What can you do? If you drink soda alone, it just stings your throat. Director Park Jae-soo spoke from experience. Back when Korea's top player had secretly defected and changed nationality, he had been dragged into a hearing and suffered, only to make a dramatic comeback at the last moment. How could he forget that thrill? It is a shame Saudi Arabia still has 6 months before their next tower deadline. I find it more regrettable that Japan is still only in the 50th floors. I wish the deadlines would suddenly shrink. Except for us. Careful. Words have power. You will be in big trouble if you say things like that outside. I was just thinking out loud. Just thinking. That must not happen. Words carry weight. The old saying was right. The French player Guillaume Moiré made a decision. He decided to carry out what he had been contemplating. France, his homeland. Yet he resented it. The French government bore much of the responsibility for pushing him this far. They had always pressured him. It was practically deliberate gaslighting, begging him to prevent the collapse of the French Black Tower and save France. Then who saves me? Even his wife, who had always comforted him, died of cancer. She was not saved either. No. Was she saved? The answer had always been clear. His wife was saved. For him as well, death was salvation. Let us go together. Dying alone was not enough. He would take his beloved France with him. Entering the 65th floor of the French Black Tower. Physical abilities have been enhanced according to level. Traits and combat skills are available. He might die here. But would the French Black Tower collapse because of that? The US, Norway, or even Korea could simply temporarily naturalize a player capable of clearing the 65th floor and continue the ascent. Even if he disappeared, the chance of the French Black Tower collapsing was extremely low. That could not be allowed. France had to collapse, so that no one could interfere. until the tower collapsed, and collapsed again, until French territory was reduced to complete ruin. Guillaume pulled out an item he had kept carefully hidden in his inventory. An item he had received as a tower reward after clearing the 62nd floor. Tower jumping ticket, max 5 LV, up to 5 floors. Effect, skips up to 5 floors of the tower. Your level increases accordingly. Skipped floors are considered successfully cleared. From the 65th floor, skipping 5 floors meant reaching the 70th. Would anyone dare to challenge the 70th floor? With this, France's fate was sealed. Without hesitation, Guillaume tore the tower jumping ticket in half. You have used a tower jumping ticket. Please state the number of floors you wish to jump. 5. Skip 5 floors. Tower jumping will now begin. Notice, the 65th floor of the Black Tower, France, has been cleared. Notice, the 66th floor of the Black Tower, France, has been cleared. Notice, the 67th floor of the Black Tower, France, has been cleared. Notice, the 68th floor of the Black Tower, France, has been cleared. Notice, the 69th floor of the Black Tower, France, has been cleared. Entering the 70th floor of the French Black Tower. Thus, Guillaume Moiret became the first person in the world to reach the 70th floor. The setting was a dark forest, and a road stretching straight ahead. Now let us go die, toward what he presumed to be the final boss of the undead section, the boss monster of the 70th floor. 70th floor mission, defeat the high-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, replica. Time limit, within 20 hours. Completion requirement. High-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, replica, 0 out of 1. And what was with this replica nonsense? It did not matter. He had come here to die. Who killed him did not matter. Guillaume continued along the road. Then he saw it ahead, a massive mansion. The door leading inside was closed. Guillaume opened the door. A long red carpet stretched inward. At the end of the carpet stood a high dais and a chair. And seated upon it, the monster was speaking, and in French, no less. You came up by exploiting a loophole. You skipped 5 whole floors. That was when it happened. Sly-eyed, Guillaume's body moved on its own. Suspended in midair, he was dragged before the chair. The demon Kabbalan, Duke, seized Guillaume by the throat. But Guillaume did not resist. He simply stared at Kabbalan with hollow eyes. Did you come here to die? You have lived a hard life. I will grant your wish, after first observing the world through you. A message rang out. World announcement. Humanity has encountered a sentient demon for the first time. World announcement. The high-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, replica, is observing the world. You have been too sluggish. Sluggish? Tower climbing, perhaps? World announcement. The high-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, replica, has cast the curse of the average upon the world's black towers. A world announcement, delivered to everyone living on Earth. To players, as system messages. To ordinary people, translated into their native languages and delivered like telepathy. World announcement. The average floor of Earth's black towers has been fixed at 70. Rapid tower climbing is required to meet the average. World announcement. 10 countries will be selected in the first phase. Selection will be random. The messages continued. World announcement. The time limit for clearing the Black Tower of South Africa is gradually decreasing. World announcement. The time limit for clearing the Black Tower of Mexico is gradually decreasing. World announcement. The time limit for clearing the Black Tower of Saudi Arabia is gradually decreasing. World announcement. The time limit for clearing the Black Tower of America, USA, is gradually decreasing. World announcement. The time limit for clearing the Black Tower of Japan is gradually decreasing. 10 countries announced. World announcement. The curse of the average will be lifted only when the global average tower floor reaches 70, or when the high-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, true body, is defeated. Then Duke Kabbalan spoke to Guillaume. I will fulfill your wish now. Guillaume's neck snapped. I will send your corpse outside. A kindness, from me to you. And just like that, Guillaume, now a corpse, vanished from the tower. Chapter 83. At the time, Ju Hyuk was at his parents' house. He had stopped by on the way back from the Namyeongju villa to his Cheongdam-dong home. He had been calling often, but it had been a long time since they had seen his face. I am here. Ju Hyuk is home. Oh, welcome. And no trouble. No, I guess there is trouble. His father glanced at him cautiously. Was it awkward dealing with a son who had become the richest man in the world? That is understandable. Even parents could feel burdened when their child became too successful. His younger brother Min-hyuk shuffled out of his room as well. Hyung, you are okay, right? You are not having dark thoughts or anything, are you? What is with this idiot now? Dark thoughts, his ass. Their mother spoke calmly. Ju-hyuk, do not be too upset. You have earned a lot of money already. There is no need to regret it just because it broke. When technology advances, it can be repaired. Now he understood. Wait, are you all comforting me because the holy sword broke? Hem. So what if you are not a holy sword owner anymore? You can just be a building owner. Buy a building with the money you have saved. We have lived without greed all this time. Hyung, it is fine. Everything will work out. And the money you gave us before, we have not spent a single one. You can take it back if you want. Good grief. Not a single one used. This whole loser family. I knew this would happen. I told you to spend it however you want. I have got tons of money, okay? Mom, go luxury shopping at department stores, okay? Dad, buy yourself a high-end sedan, okay? Min-hyuk, go to the Apple store and buy the most expensive pad they have and get applauded by the staff, okay? Min-hyuk stared blankly. What are you talking about? Why would I get applauded? It is a thing, you brat. There was no helping it. He had planned to reveal the holy sword repair with a big bang at the decisive moment. He had even coordinated it with Vice Director Jun Gwang-il. Phew. Mom, Dad, and Min-hyuk. Well, family could know. It was not some huge secret. The holy sword? I fixed it. Fixed it? It was split clean in half 3 days ago. I put it back together. Perfectly. But it is a secret, so do not go around telling people. Is that really true? You are not lying, are you? It is me, Ju-hyuk. If I lie, it shows right away. Well, that is true. For a moment, his father's eyes sparkled. Then can I buy a car? Go buy one right now. Get a good one. And later, when you are driving, do not crawl along the highway at 50 kilometers per hour. Huh? Is there really some lunatic who does that? Probably not anymore. Still, he was grateful for their concern. By the way, are not you feeding me? Just wait a bit. I am setting the table right now. I am starving. Hurry. That was when it happened. World announcement. Humanity has encountered a sentient demon for the first time. World announcement. The high-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, Replica, is observing the world. A world announcement? The atmosphere in the house shifted too. Everyone froze mid-motion. D-demon race? Is that the name of a pork dish? Why can I hear this? Why, yeah. It is ringing right in my ears. Why is Duke Carnival observing us? It is not Carnival. It is Kabbalan. Right, Carnival Replica. Everyone heard it. Ju-hyuk realized then. A world announcement. The recipients were, quite literally, the world. The French Black Tower, floors 65, 66, 67, 68, and 69, cleared in one continuous, uninterrupted chain. Because it was the French Black Tower, French players were the first to notice. At first, all they felt was disbelief. 5 floors cleared at once. Was the Black Tower insane? Had there been a system error? Even more absurd, the clear times for each floor were spaced exactly 1 second apart. No matter how you looked at it, it was not normal. Then came the next message. This time, it was a world announcement. Not just French players, but players across the globe. No, every human on Earth received it. Everyone heard it. Elderly couples walking hand in hand down the street. Elementary, middle, and high school students heading home after class. Vendors selling goods at markets. Laborers at construction sites. Politicians, civil servants, office workers, shut-in, NETs. Even newborn babies heard it. Of course, they could not understand its meaning. But in that moment, the world must have gone quiet. Duke Kabbalan of the demon race. The curse of the average? Match 70 floors. Why 70, of all numbers? The world fell into chaos. What on earth was happening and why? After the initial uproar subsided, attention turned to France. Because the first anomaly had occurred there. The event where 5 floors were cleared in 5 seconds, and France's tower progress jumped to the 70th floor overnight. The French government could not hide it. They had no choice but to disclose what had happened. The key lay in the death of their top player, Guillaume Loiret. Footage from CCTV cameras installed in his home to monitor him due to his long battle with depression. The video showed Guillaume entering the tower, and then, immediately after the general announcements and world announcements rang out, he appeared, already a corpse. Thus, one hypothesis was established. There is an item called a tower jumping ticket. The reward probability is extremely low, but it does exist. Director Antonio, his expression stiff, reported to Secretary of Homeland Security Macmillan. I know. I also know it is a darn useless item. Normally, the rule is for the government to confiscate and store it, but so Guillaume had been hiding it. Yes, that is how he managed to clear 5 floors in a single day. There is a very high probability that the demon Duke Cabalon is the boss of the 70th floor. Probability? It is certain. The first sentient monster. And it was spreading curses beyond the tower itself? The curse of the average. 10 countries had been selected. South Africa, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, America, USA, Japan, the Netherlands, Senegal, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and Kazakhstan. The United States was included as well. The selected countries had to rapidly push into higher floors, because it was said that their time limits would keep shrinking. And they really did. For example, a tower progress status window would show something like time limit, 101 days, 5 hours, 25 minutes, 38 seconds. You could see hours, minutes, even seconds. But it started shrinking rapidly. The speed was gradually increasing. Like a time bomb with the wrong wire cut, the deadline was dropping at a terrifying rate. Gradually, steadily accelerating. The curse was real. To lift the curse, the global average has to reach the 70th floor. Is that even possible? Well, if we are given enough time, it might be possible. There were 145 towers on Earth. Not every country had one. Some countries did, others did not. The criteria were population size and land area. Countries with small territories or populations under 3 million did not have towers. And divided countries like North and South Korea shared a single tower. Of course, some countries had multiple towers. 145 towers. Let us assume every black tower on Earth reaches an average of 70 floors. Repeated clears and re-clears do not count. Only the first ascent of previously uncleared upper floors is included. An average of 70 floors across 145 towers meant a required total of 10,150 floors. But the current global average floor was about 55. The total number of previously uncleared upper floors conquered so far was about 7,975. What is 10,150 minus 7,975? By simple calculation, the number of new upper floors the world still needs to clear to reach an average of 70 is 2,175. This is driving me insane. Not everyone had to reach the 70th floor. Only the average mattered. But was that even possible? If the countries below the 60th floor really push and climb 10 more floors each. Tisk, easy to say. We would have to apply pressure. Assign tower clearing quotas. You are talking nonsense. Do you think that would work? Each country's tower progression was entirely up to that nation's players and government. Would it work to tell them, your country must clear the black tower up to this floor? But if a country said, we were not selected among the 10, so we will not hurry, and refuse to cooperate, they would be condemned by the rest of the world. That was the terrifying aspect of the curse of the average. Countries that failed to meet the average, those dragging the average down, would inevitably become global pariahs. The seeds of conflict had been sown. If things went wrong, a third world war might even break out. At this point, war would almost be easier. How convenient would it be to conquer the world and make it a single nation? The Earth would be finished before that. What about defeating Duke Cabalon? Well, the condition is defeating the true body, not a replica. The Cabalon on the 70th floor of the French Black Tower is very likely just a replica. Then where was the true body? On the 70th floor of one of the 145 towers, most likely. In the end, it means every country has to clear the 70th floor to lift the curse. We are screwed. The future was painfully clear. Black towers collapsing across the globe. The earth riddled with holes, bursting open everywhere. The world had changed in an instant. From now on, the entire paradigm of tower conquest would be overturned. Since the U.S. was one of the 10 selected countries, clearing the 67th floor was now urgent. But there was one massive remaining problem. If only the Holy Sword had not broken. With the Holy Sword alone, reaching an average of 70 floors was not an impossible goal. Countries stuck in the 50s could be handled through temporary naturalization by advanced nations, and the ones in the 60s could push upward using the Holy Sword. The key is the Holy Sword. If we can just repair it somehow, there is still hope. But could it be repaired? Expert opinions were almost unanimously negative. Repairing it was impossible. Even if it were repaired, it would not be able to display its former effectiveness. Should I contact the Korean government again? Just wait. They will announce their stance soon enough. All we can do is pray and wait. Saudi Arabia was in agony. The criticism from other countries was secondary. They could grit their teeth and endure that. But among the 10 countries selected and ordered to rapidly clear towers to reach the average, Saudi Arabia's name was included. Among the 10, only 2 countries were in the 60s, America and Saudi Arabia. The remaining 8 were all stuck in the 50s. For countries in the 50s, there were many options. Temporary naturalization was one of them. Players above level 50 were fairly common. So climbing was entirely possible. Some countries had simply delayed to manage timing. But countries in the 60s? Were players above level 60 common? And with the Holy Sword broken on top of that, Saudi Arabia originally had the most remaining time, because they had cleared a floor most recently. But the moment they were selected, their time limit began visibly shrinking. And because they had had the most time left, it was shrinking the fastest. King Ibn bin Alawid of Saudi Arabia asked Minister Majed, "Can Nasser clear the 67th floor within a month? If he achieves another trade enhancement, perhaps." I do not need vague assumptions. I need a definite answer. Minister Majed could not respond. In truth, they had already sent Nasser into the 67th floor. He had not even managed to kill a single Phantom Reaper. It was on a completely different level from Spectres. Light attribute items were practically useless. Even if he achieved another trade enhancement in this situation, it would not work. In fact, Nasser had already undergone trade enhancement when he attempted the 66th floor. And he still failed. They had succeeded only by borrowing the Holy Sword. And now the 67th floor? So it is impossible. Ooh, if only the Holy Sword had not broken. He had broken it himself. But King Alawid of Saudi Arabia refused to acknowledge that to the very end. Japan was also burning with urgency. The looming reality of tower collapse. The conquest deadline trickling down like sand through an hourglass. How were they supposed to clear the 58th floor? There was only one option. Prime Minister Kawaguchi shouted at the foreign minister, "Contact Saudi Arabia immediately. We signed a tower collapse defense pact. Tell them to honor it." We already did. And their response? They say Saudi Arabia is struggling as well right now. And that since the defense pact was only verbal, it has no legal force. It was technically true. They had talked about forming a pact, but there had been no signatures, no seals. So who was going to clear Japan's 58th floor? The tower's collapse was truly right in front of them. At the Korean Awakened Management Agency, things were chaotic too, but comparatively relaxed. They had something to rely on. After finishing a phone call, Vice Director Jun Gwang-il answered Director Park Jiang-su's question. "Did you call him? What did Player Bong say?" "Yes. He said we can reveal it right away. He wants the Holy Sword rental to resume quickly." "Phew. Then what about the rental fee?" "He said to keep it the same. That now is not the time to raise Holy Sword rental prices." Haha. As expected of a man of great character. He could easily take this chance to make a fortune. Well, is not that why he received the Holy Sword as a reward? Park Jiang-su nodded and continued. "I wonder if people even realize how much they owe him. They do not. Just look at what Saudi Arabia is doing. They cleared the 66th floor using the Holy Sword's power, broke it, and now they are acting shamelessly. If they had just offered a single apology, people would not be this angry. What should we do? Japan is one thing, but we cannot just let Saudi Arabia off the hook." "Do not worry. I have an idea." Park Jiang-su smiled thinly. "When the repaired Holy Sword is revealed, Saudi Arabia will have no choice but to bow their heads, right? If they wanted to survive, they would have to. But a simple apology will not cut it. Accepting a half-hearted apology would make them nothing but suckers. At the very least, should they not crawl over on all fours carrying a trade enhancement rune?" Jun Gwang-il smiled in satisfaction. "Well said. An apology made of words alone is meaningless. We need something worthy to give to Player Bong as well. A trade enhancement rune. An item that was extremely hard to obtain now. In the early days of tower climbing, the market had been flooded with them. Back then, the reward probability had been very high. But as time passed, the probability dropped lower and lower, and now they almost never appeared. And the country that had swept up most of those runes when they were plentiful, they were guaranteed to have at least one. When should we hold the press conference to reveal the Holy Sword repair? Tomorrow. Immediately. Will you do it yourself? I have done it before. It was quite exhilarating. Ha. I will make the preparations. If one were to list the most shocking events in human history, first, the appearance of the towers. Second, the collapse of the Mumbai Tower. Third, the world announcements from the tower. Even ordinary people, who had remained mere observers until now, heard the curse cast by Duke Kubalan, or rather, by the tower itself. Naturally, the world fell into turmoil. Strange, frightening, worrisome, bewildering, beyond words. In the midst of it all, the Korean Awakened Management Agency announced a press conference. Was it about the Holy Sword repair? Had it really been repaired, or had it failed? If repaired, could it fully display its original performance? If it failed, would Korea hand it over to a country with superior technology? Every media outlet in the world turned its attention to Korea. The agency's main auditorium served as the press venue, and it was packed to the brim. Director Park Jae-soo stood at the podium. Jun Gwang-il stood beside him. First, please watch the footage. The press room began to murmur. A video played on the large screen. A specter descended from the sky toward the ground. Brilliant light filled the entire screen. It was the Holy Sword. The same Holy Sword everyone had seen in past footage. But the intensity, the radiance, was completely different. If its previous glow had been like a firefly, this one was like a high-powered searchlight. Slash, slash, slash. In 3 strikes, a single specter was incinerated. The Holy Sword has been completely repaired. Park Jae-soo continued, smiling broadly. No, rather than repaired, it would be more accurate to say it has been reborn. Citizens of Korea, citizens of the world, you may rest assured regarding 60th floor level conquests. Do not worry, and return to your daily lives. Silence fell over the hall. The repair of the Holy Sword was carried out personally by its owner. Yes, the very person who first obtained the Holy Sword. Humanity owes that individual its deepest gratitude. And then, Park Jae-soo concluded with a single line. We are now accepting reservations for Holy Sword rentals. The press hall erupted in deafening cheers. And it was not just there. Every place with a television erupted the same way. It was not a perfect solution, but the most dangerous hurdle had been cleared. Everyone felt relieved. Everyone rejoiced. Everyone felt grateful. Of course, there were countries that could not bring themselves to smile. Chapter 84. Japan was on fire. The reality of tower collapse was staring them in the face. The conquest deadline was dripping away like sand through an hourglass. How were they supposed to clear the 58th floor? There was only one way. Prime Minister Kawaguchi bellowed at the foreign minister. Contact Saudi Arabia immediately. Tell them to honor the tower collapse defense pact we signed. We have already contacted them. And their response? They say Saudi Arabia is in dire straits as well. And since the defense pact was only verbal, it has no legal force. They had talked about signing a pact, but there were no signatures, no seals. Then who was supposed to clear Japan's 58th floor? The tower collapse was right in front of them now. Saudi Arabia was not doing well either. The 67th floor of the Black Tower. The only known information was that an undead Reaper monster called the Phantom Reaper appeared there. Korea, the United States, Norway, quite a few countries were preparing to challenge it, but not a single bodycam video had surfaced yet. However, players who had faced Phantom Reapers already knew. They knew just how terrifying that undead monster was. Zombies, ghouls, specters, all of them were shrouded in dark aura around their bodies. That was why undead monsters always clung to players. The dark aura functioned both as a barrier and as a close-range offensive tool. But the Phantom Reaper was different. It swung its massive scythe and hurled condensed masses of dark aura at players. A long-range, type undead Phantom Reaper. If you got hit even once, you suffered physical debuffs like lethargy, along with mental damage such as panic. One hit was game over. The only way to block it was with radiance. That was why even the American player Gerald had said the 67th floor was impossible without the Holy Sword. And Saudi Arabia's top player, Nasser al-Abud, only realized the truth after entering the 67th floor himself. He had not managed to kill even a single one. After taking just one hit from a dark aura mass, all he could do was retreat to the safe zone and abandon the attempt. And now the holy sword had been perfectly repaired. Nasser hurriedly checked the footage. It was breathtaking, almost a rebirth. If you protected your entire body with that brilliant radiance, dark aura masses were no more dangerous than water balloons. Nasser rushed straight to Minister Majed. They had to rent the holy sword, no matter what. Minister, we need to reserve it immediately. If I undergo one more trade enhancement and wield the holy sword, I am confident I can clear even the 70th floor. I am already negotiating with the Korean Management Agency to secure a reservation. Korea has set conditions. We are still deciding whether to accept them. If it were money, it would be easy. Then what kind of demand are they making? An official apology from the Saudi government. And a trade enhancement rune. Nasser stared in disbelief. What did we even do wrong? Regardless, it is true that you handled the holy sword roughly, despite knowing its durability was limited. Honestly, it was true. Drunk on power, he had not spared a thought for durability. He had slammed it into the ground, into rocks. Humph. A trade enhancement rune is out of the question. Well, if they want an apology, I am willing to give one. Bowing my head once is not that hard. Minister Majed gazed at Nasser quietly before opening his mouth. The Korean government is not asking for your apology, Minister Majed said. That much I figured. They probably could not pin responsibility on me legally anyway. Instead, they demanded legal punishment. Legal punishment? What kind of nonsense is that? Nasser was genuinely startled. Was that even possible to begin with? That is why I am thinking it over. Thinking it over? Nasser's eyes changed. Is that even something to think over? Without me, how do you plan to clear the 67th floor? Minister Majed replied calmly. There is an alternative. The next player, Akram. Huh. Akram is only level 62. W8, do not tell me. It hit him all at once. Akram, Nasser's backup player. Even at level 62, there was no real problem. With the holy sword, reaching the 67th floor would be quick. So, are you going to accept Korea's demands? I told you. I am still considering it. Considering it? Minister Majed, have you lost your mind? You dare consider trading me, Nasser? Majed's expression hardened into a deep scowl. You are the one who has lost his mind. Do you not see what is in front of you? Inside the tower, you are a player. Outside of it, what exactly can you do? What? You going to rebel? Go ahead. Try it. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A chill ran down Nasser's spine. How had he forgotten? Outside the tower, a player was nothing. And my intention was not. Go home for now. You do not need to climb the tower today. Get some rest. Minister Majed watched Nasser's retreating back for a moment, then picked up the phone and issued an order. Put Nasser under surveillance starting today. If he tries anything suspicious, arrest him immediately. There was one country more ecstatic than any other about the rebirth of the Holy Sword. The United States. Especially the American people. That brilliant, radiant Holy Sword was a lightsaber straight out of their favorite sci-fi movies. A player wielding a lightsaber saving America? How could they not go crazy over that? Minister Macmillan, Director Antonio, and the player Gerald all shared in the joy. The moment the press conference ended, the three of them hugged each other, shouting yes. Yes, at the top of their lungs. So, when is our turn? We already made the first reservation. Both the East Coast and West Coast towers. The priority is getting out of the 10 selected countries first. Well done. We have to clear those towers anyway. Doing it a bit earlier will not cause any problems. Countries stuck in the 50s had already begun rushing their preparations. By tomorrow, some countries would likely escape the list of the 10 selected nations. Oh right. Did you notify Japan? Yes. I told them directly that they would need to mind the Korean government's stance. They should have understood. The cabinet will probably take action soon. Minister Macmillan hoped Japan would apologize to Korea and improve relations. And for that to happen, Japan's apology had to come first. If relations between the two countries normalized, the U.S. would even be willing to support Japan through temporary naturalization. Do you think Kawaguchi will keep stubbornly resisting until the end? He will apologize. Otherwise, their national tower will collapse. I am not so sure. I think Japan absolutely will not give in. Haha. Unless they are insane. Think about the Pacific War. They only surrendered reluctantly after being hit with 2 nuclear bombs. Could that really be the case? What was pride worth in a situation like this? If Japan takes the stance that they do not care about tower collapse, there is no telling what they might do. Minister Macmillan pondered for a moment. Well, if that is Japan's choice, there is nothing we can do, but they cannot be that stupid. Right? It would basically be suicide. They did not know that Japan was, in fact, fully capable of doing exactly that. Ju Hyuk continued staying at his parents' house. The sudden world announcements had left his family extremely anxious. His mother was one thing, but his father and Min Hyuk, true-blooded losers, were beside themselves. They kept worrying that something terrible was about to happen. What could he do? As the only real man in the family, he had to look after them. So he stayed with them for 2 days. They went out to eat together, went shopping, signed a contract for his father's car, and even took Min Hyuk to the Apple store to get applause from the staff. Everywhere they went, bodyguards followed. He told them it was fine, that they did not need protection. Turns out, the guards were not for him. They were for his family. The agency really did its job well. No need to worry. Ju Hyuk finally returned to the penthouse. Because he had been with his family, he had not seen the summoned beings for 2 days. If he summoned them at his parents' place, his family would freak out, and then he would have to explain everything. Anyway, the identity of the 70th floor boss had been revealed. A sentient demon race monster, the Duke Kabalon. He remembered something the madman had said before. A prophecy that towers would collapse all over the world. The situation had reached the point where that prophecy might come true. Cossack had mentioned something too. That something begins to change in the late 60s. But he had said he could not remember the details. The madman had said he was under a restriction as well. Time to summon them and tell them that the identity of the 70th floor boss had been revealed. So Ju Hyuk summoned them one by one. The Duke Kabalon of the demon race has appeared? Did he cast the curse of the average again? And among the first 10 selected countries, was the commander's nation also? No, Korea was excluded. Do not worry. I will protect the summoner. What the heck? How do they all know already? Was he being messed with? They had said they did not know before. And now, all of a sudden, the restriction has been lifted. As a result, memories related to Kabalon have naturally resurfaced. When one of Earth's players reaches the 70th floor, the sealed information is released. The military-level classified information has just been declassified. The warrior has learned it now as well. So that is how the restriction gets lifted. It seems that when humanity learns about an unknown floor, only then do the summoned beings' memories revive as well. Then what about the 68th floor? Death Knights. Strong, but stupid. A lich, an evil spellcaster. However, it has lost its reason and acts purely on instinct, so defeating it is not difficult. They know everything. All of it. What about Duke Kabalon? He is a sentient monster, and even as a replica, he cast a curse over the entire Earth. The curse was not cast by the replica. Then who did it? Obviously, the true body. The replica is nothing more than a scarecrow. He figured as much. If the 10 selected countries succeed in their conquests, that is merely the first phase. Whether the first phase ends or not, a second phase of 20 countries, a third phase of 30 countries, a fourth, a fifth. There are even cases where countries already selected are included again. It was a vicious curse. You could just assume that every country was a target. No wonder towers were collapsing all over the place. Korea will be safe. Guardian deity Cossack will protect the summoner's homeland. What good is that if only Korea is safe? The rest of the world is on the brink of ruin. He was finally about to live large after making a fortune. What is the point if the world ends? Anyone know where the true body of Kabalon is? Anyone know a way to find it? Hands up. Cossack slowly raised his hand. Oh, how do we find it? Kill the replicas. The true body and the replicas share consciousness. It will take time, but I, Cossack, master of negotiation, can do it, as expected of their Lord Cossack. But he hesitated, looking like he had something to say, before finally speaking. Summoner Bong. Is it really necessary for you to step in personally? You have already given so much just by repairing the holy sword. Looks like Cossack is against it. Is it dangerous? Not particularly. To deal with Kabalon, You would have to climb to the 70th floor of the French Black Tower. But your level does not match. Zhu Hyuk's current level was 67. To reach the 70th floor, he needed to be level 70. And you cannot just climb Korea's Black Tower to the 70th floor either. And you only have 2 multinational tower access tickets, do you not? Even if we find the true body, there is still a problem. We would have to clear the 70th floor of the Black Tower in whatever country it is hiding in. That was the core issue. A player can only challenge the tower of their own nationality. The tower access ticket, which bypasses that rule, was in short supply. Of course, there was a method: temporary naturalization. What if I choose temporary naturalization? Your identity could be exposed. I fear that your carefree daily life might be disrupted. What Gyundale worried about was Zhu Hyuk's identity being revealed through temporary naturalization. That is something to think about. But on the other hand, how long do I really think I can keep hiding? The fact that he was the owner of the Holy Sword was already suspected by several countries. Temporary naturalization, Part of him wanted to try it at least once. There are upsides too. If he cleared the French Black Tower, he would obtain a platinum badge. Get the privilege, give badges to the summoned beings. I cannot pass this up. Identity exposure? So what if that happens? The time to worry about safety passed long ago. Chunji Inwon Gong. Blood Jade energy usable in the real world, an energy barrier, a blink ring. And the summoned beings? He could call them anytime. Even if the others were on cooldown, he could just summon the madman and be done with it. Thus, the loser's chest swelled with grandeur. Let us do it right away. Temporary naturalization, it is no big deal. Might as well experience it once while I can. Once Zhu Hyuk made his decision. As expected of Summoner Bong. Truly a real man. Hee. This maiden can only marvel at young master's bold decision. The decision belongs to the summoner. Go Bang, will follow unconditionally. Certain victory. Sergeant Veronechka Kalechber will support the commander with a burning heart. The summoned beings obeyed without question. Chapter 85. The Curse of Averages cast down by Kabbalan. The countries selected in the first round began climbing the uncleared upper floors one by one. Then, as if by magic, the tower collapse timers started running normally again. Countries that could have done it, but had been putting it off. Starting with Mexico, followed by South Africa, the Netherlands, Malaysia, and Kazakhstan, they all succeeded in their clears and reset the tower collapse deadline to 6 months. Gerald and Antonio from the United States, along with Minister Macmillan, also entered Korea through Incheon International Airport. As soon as he arrived, Minister Macmillan voluntarily held a press conference. The Holy Sword is the savior and lifeline that prevents tower collapse across the entire world. No matter which country a player belongs to, if they lose or damage the Holy Sword, they will have to bear the wrath of the United States. To anyone watching, it sounded as if the Holy Sword belonged to America. Additionally, we plan to propose to the Korean Awakened Management Agency that any player using the Holy Sword must have completed at least one trait enhancement and submit a psychological evaluation certificate. In other words, if you are going to borrow it, do it properly. They had learned their lesson from the Saudi precedent. Anyway, Gerald arrived at the Awakened Management Agency. He immediately borrowed the Holy Sword and headed out to clear the tower. Of course, success. This was no longer the dull radiance of the past. It was a dazzling, brilliant radiance of victory. Once wrapped in that glow, the Phantom Reaper's long-range dark aura attacks were completely useless. And so, the list of first-round selected countries gradually shrank. People felt relieved. They had expected the tower collapse to begin at any moment, but once they opened the lid, it did not even seem like a threat. Kabbalan Duke, copy, is weak as heck. LMAO, this bastard acted like the world was ending when he cast that curse. Hey, this is Earth. Still, the 50th floor range should reflect on themselves. Do not drag down the average. What is Japan doing? Saudi Arabia even had their king step in personally. Such a nuisance country. Are not Japanese people supposed to hate bothering others? Did Japan not want to clear it? It was not that they would not, it was that they could not. Even the citizens seemed to have given up, their reactions tinged with self-mockery. It is over. Everyone, please leave Japan. Japan really is a backward country. WWW. It has been that way for 10 years already. If it collapses, will there be an earthquake? How could there not be? They say the sinkhole diameter is 10 kilometers. Why are we not requesting temporary naturalization? Let us get help from Korea. Apologize for what needs apologizing. I would rather choose seppuku. Get lost, Zhoujianjing. Sigh. If only it were not for those net right-wing assholes. Thus, excluding Japan, countries around the world breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed as though the danger of tower collapse was diminishing. But as if mocking people's relief, another world announcement appeared. World announcement. The average floor level has still not reached floor 70. Underperforming tower climbing nations must make greater efforts. Was it not supposed to be over? World announcement. 20 countries will be selected in the second round. Selection will be random. Ugh, this stuff. Second round, 20 countries? Kabbalan, you son of a. Does that mean there is a third round too? First round 10, second round 20, then the third? This is insane. World announcement. The clear deadline for Brazil's Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World announcement. The clear deadline for Germany's Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World announcement. The clear deadline for the Philippines' Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World announcement. The clear deadline for India's Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World announcement. The clear deadline for Croatia's Black Tower is steadily decreasing. The world fell back into chaos. Because these world announcements could be heard by players and ordinary people alike, the shock was even greater. Announcement of the second round tower climbing countries. A full 20 nations. Once again, Korea was not included. Korean Awaken Management Agency. Commissioner Park Jae-soo said with a grin. Haha, Korea is out again this time. Would not be so bad to be included at least once. At that moment, Jun Gwang-ael raised his voice angrily. Commissioner, why would you say that? Sorry. My mouth ran away with me. I just meant Korea has that much leeway. And my mistake. I retract everything I just said. Park Jae-soo was living proof that words can become reality. If you are bored, please take on some other work. I am so busy these days that even 10 bodies would not be enough. That is because you are trying to do everything yourself. Delegate the easy stuff to the staff. All employees have not gone home for 3 days straight. It is so bad there is a rotten smell inside the agency. They were truly busy beyond belief. Phone calls about Holy Sword reservations, adjusting schedules, managing elite players, guiding foreign players coming to borrow the Holy Sword. Give me some work too. Even as commissioner, I should help out. Well, it is fine. Later, maybe the corporate card. That was when it happened. BZZZT. Jun Gwang-ael's smartphone buzzed loudly. May I take this call for a moment? Player Bong Joo-hyuk. Huh. Take it, quickly. Do not worry about me. Jun Gwang-ael answered the phone. Yes, this is Jun Gwang-ael. Haha. Busy? Of course. When the world suddenly changes, you have to run yourself to death. He replied with forced heartiness. But what is the matter? Yes. The Kabbalan Duke's original copy strategy. It is the optimal method. That is right. Average floor 70 is achievable, but it will take time. Yes. What? His complexion suddenly changed. Pardon me, I must have misheard. Could you say that again? Are you serious? In naturalizing. Why you are naturalizing? Commissioner Park Jae-soo jumped to his feet as well. What? Naturalization? What are you talking about? Wait. Let me hear too. Jun switched the phone to speaker mode. It is not permanent naturalization. It is temporary. To France. Even temporary naturalization is still in naturalization. Temporary can become permanent later. That is why I am asking the agency to handle it safely on my behalf. It will only take 2 weeks. I will briefly meet the Kabbalan copy and come right back. Please. Jun Gwang-ael could not bring himself to answer. Neither could Park Jae-soo. A bolt from the blue had struck. Player Bong Joo-hyuk's request for temporary naturalization to France. See, Commissioner, what do we do? Why are you asking me? Then who should I ask? After a moment of thought. Vice Commissioner, can you persuade Player Bong? It seems he has already made up his mind. Even to Park Jae-soo, it sounded that way. What about the possibility of permanent naturalization to France? It is unlikely. He is definitely still in Korea, and he is not the type to lie. You are not planning to go to France in person later, right? I will not. Not if the purpose is clearing the Black Tower. One more question. Assuming Player Bong temporarily naturalizes, what risks could arise? His identity could be exposed. There is no way player Bong Joo-hyuk would not have considered that. He knows. Given his personality, he definitely weighed everything before calling. Park Jiang-soo nodded. Then let us process it. You go visit the French embassy. Sigh. That is what we will have to do. We do not really have the right to stop him anyway. How much should we tell France? Make something up appropriately. Whether they find out later or not, that is their problem. And let us keep this matter between the two of us. And so, Joo-hyuk's temporary naturalization to France was decided. Joo-hyuk ended his call with Jun Gwang-il. He wanted to take time to think it over, but if he put it off, things could get ugly. The second world announcement. Another 20 countries selected. Kabalan, that bastard. He was probably hiding inside the tower, enjoying this whole situation. Joo-hyuk could not just leave it alone. Should he not show how scary a truly pissed-off underdog could be? Of course, he would not do it himself. An underdog has an underdog's way. Someone keeps bullying me. Please teach him a lesson. Designated summon. Mad Demon. Flash. The Mad Demon appeared. It has been a while, Lord Mad Demon. Actually, the demon race's Duke Kabalan has appeared. It seemed the restriction on the 70th floor had been lifted even for the Mad Demon. The original or a copy? For now, a copy. I plan to use the copy to find the original. Surely not the Korean tower? Summoner. Did you go up to the 70th floor yourself? No. The French Black Tower. Then someone must have gone up using an exploit. The Mad Demon nodded and continued. Summoner, if you have decided to seek out the original, are you planning to naturalize to France? Yes. Just for a few days. Temporarily. Good. Very good. As expected of Lord Mad Demon. He saw through everything with just a few words. May I hold your wrist for a moment? Joo-hyuk readily offered his wrist. Swoosh. Energy seeped in. How much have you been training the Heaven and Earth Unified Origin Art? I make sure to train at least 1 hour a day. As I thought. Is my training insufficient? It felt like getting homework checked. Should he have trained harder? No, it is just right. If you advance your realm too quickly, the harmony of essence, energy, and spirit will be disrupted. Excess is poison. 1 hour a day was excessive? You have overwhelming talent. This cannot be the first time you have heard that. Kosak had said something similar before. Joo-hyuk had taken it half as flattery, half as sincerity. Anyway, there is nothing to worry about. Still, do not let your guard down. If anything dangerous happens, summon me immediately. What a considerate person. I have prepared some drinks. Care to join me for one? I shall not refuse. Joo-hyuk's third drinking session with the Mad Demon. Given the times, it was not exactly appropriate to drink heavily, but this too was business. There is something I would like to ask of you at the French Black Tower, if it would not be too much trouble. At that moment, the Mad Demon frowned and turned serious. Crap. Did he mess up? His expression was not good. Well, anyone would be annoyed. If someone did not listen to your opinions and then tried to ask a favor after pouring a few drinks, who would not get angry? If you are displeased. As I mentioned before, this old one is the summoner's sword and blade. In situations like this, you do not ask, you command. And I will gladly comply. That was what he meant. Suddenly, Joo-hyuk felt embarrassed. I am sorry. I did not realize. If you are sorry, then let us take this opportunity to take over France. France is a presidential system, yes? Just a joke. He really could not afford to let his guard down around this guy. Call me whenever you wish. If Kabalan is left alone, disaster will strike. What good is conquering a world full of holes from tower collapses? That is not something I desire either. In any case, Joo-hyuk had secured the Mad Demon's full support. Now all that remained was processing the naturalization paperwork. Lavio Henri, attaché at the French embassy in Korea, headed to the appointed meeting place. A request had come from the Korean Awaken Management Agency. One elite Korean player wished to acquire French nationality for 15 days. Simply to clear the French Black Tower for 2 weeks. A black tower was a black tower. What difference did it make? Did he think clearing the French Black Tower would reward him with baguettes? Under normal circumstances, it should have been rejected. Temporary naturalization without permanent intent or a special purpose was unacceptable, no matter how exceptional the player. Unless it involved climbing uncleared upper floors. But the French Black Tower had already been cleared up to the 69th floor. Entry to the 70th floor was possible. An utterly unwanted achievement. the world's #1 Black Tower progression. All because of a horrific accident no one wanted to think about. As a result, the French government was cornered. Europe's troll nation that had triggered Cabalan's curse, the nuisance country that shortened the tower collapse deadline. And yet, the Korean Awakened Management Agency was offering to defend France, claiming it was not France's fault, that it was merely an accident caused by individual deviation. The Korean agency, as the entity controlling Holy Sword loans, held more influence than any other national organization. If they were willing to go that far, what could France not do in return? Temporary naturalization? The procedures were already manualized, making it simple to process. That was why Lavio had hurriedly prepared the documents and come to the meeting place, a cafe in Cheongdam-dong, Seoul. They had already spoken on the phone. He had asked about Ju Hyuk's appearance, so finding him was not difficult. "Are you Mr. Bong Ju Hyuk?" "Yes, that is me." "You are attaché Lavio Henri, right?" "Please call me Lavio." "You are requesting temporary naturalization." Just about 2 weeks." "Sorry for the trouble, Lavio." Attaché Lavio Henri placed the documents on the table. "Please fill these out by hand. Gender, age, name, and address. Use this information." Who would have thought that he would one day be signing naturalization papers? You understand how the system works, right? Player temporary naturalization is not real naturalization. It is system-level naturalization. He had looked it up in advance. Filling out paperwork alone is not enough. The will of the players seeking naturalization is important. The intent to naturalize. Without that, it will not be processed properly. That was why Ju Hyuk had to come in person. If not for this, he would have sent Kosak in his place. The temporary naturalization period is 15 days. After that, we will meet again and proceed with the cancellation of French nationality. Ju Hyuk carefully filled out the documents and signed at the end. All done. It will take about 3 hours for the documents to be sent to the French Naturalization Office and processed. Check your status window later. The procedure was simpler than expected. It was finished once 2 conditions were met: the player's intent to naturalize and official registration of the documents. Canceling naturalization was the same. The player's intent to renounce nationality and the French government's approval to accept that renunciation, which meant forced naturalization was possible, too. Torture or threats to change the player's mind, then forcing a signature on the documents. After parting with attaché Lavio Henri, Ju Hyuk returned home. The naturalization result would come soon. How would he check? By looking at his status window. Name: Bong Ju Hyuk. Affiliation: Black Tower, France. That is strange. My nationality changed, even if it was only system level. Then first, his summons. Spot. Salute. Kosak reporting, sir. I am greeting you. Huh. Wait, do not tell me. Yes. From today onward, I am French. Please call me Monsieur Bong. Then act like a Frenchman. Oh, Monsieur Gobang, let us have some camembert cheese after the clear. With wine. Oh, Miss Gyundale. Why yes. Young master. Mr. Rajix, always merci. And you, deputy. Cool, cool, cool. All right, then, enter the French tower. No need to go to France in person. From the penthouse, set the floor to 61. Why specifically the 61st floor? There was something he needed to confirm first. Entering the French Black Tower, floor 61. Dark mummies were nothing. Let us finish this quickly, Monsieur Kosak. Yes, sir. Monsieur Bong, summoner. He took out the holy sword. Gobang and Kosak beat them down. Thud, 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 thud. You have cleared the 61st floor mission. Reward: magic crystals, 6.1 kilograms. Exiting the French Black Tower. Just as expected, Ju Hyuk's current level was 67. A 6-level gap from the recommended level for floor 61. Looks like you do not get a badge with a 6-level difference. Then what about floor 62? He entered once more. Honestly, going back and forth from the penthouse did not make him feel naturalized at all. Tomorrow, he would use the tower exit ring and go to France directly. Tourism while he was at it. Entering the French Black Tower, floor 62. Gobang wiped out the zombies in the blink of an eye. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on floor 62 of the Black Tower, France. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge awarded. A 5-level difference qualified for a SS++ clear. He even got a platinum badge. How many was that now? 66 from normal clears, 1 from the multinational tower pass, 1 from floor 62 of the French Black Tower after naturalization. A total of 68 badges. 2 more for the perk. And in the middle of all that, French-affiliated players heard, firsthand, the full broadcast of the legendary SS++ clear. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on floor 62 of the Black Tower, France. Wait, what is this now? Why is the SS++ clear message coming from France?